What if Petunia were not a homemaker? Instead, she worked in a special department of the Muggle government. What kind of tale would unfold when she began to raise Harry? Sirius, marry me, or let me become your dog. A cold and jaded Muggle female agent paired with an impulsive and sensitive younger pup. An espionage game at Hogwarts featuring an aunt, a godfather, and Harry's little family. Chapter 1. May the world find peace. My sister is an unwavering advocate of anti-marriage. In a quaint cottage nestled in Godric's Hollow, Mrs. Lily Potter, 6 months pregnant, spoke with a tone of admiration. In this era of economic downturn in the Muggle world, when women increasingly opt to become homemakers, she steadfastly clung to her principles, bravely forging her own path in London, which was no small feat. Lily remarked, "She has always been exceptionally driven, achieving top grades in every subject during her school years, limiting herself to 2 options for university, Oxford or Cambridge. To be honest, this placed immense pressure on me. So when I received my acceptance letter from Hogwarts at the age of 11, I truly felt a profound sense of relief." Lily presented Sirius Black with a collection of photographs depicting the Evans family. Throughout our lives, neighbors have often remarked on how much we resemble each other, though Petunia's demeanor is far more aloof. Despite her usual stoic expression, in her everyday life, she is quite the scatterbrain, often requiring me, her younger sister, to look after her. However, after she began working, she became exceedingly busy, so much so that she could not even attend my wedding to James. Sirius flipped through the album, observing how the unfamiliar Muggle girl gradually transformed from an infant into a striking young lady. In the photographs, Petunia Evans did not appear as the strong and serious individual Lily had described. Rather, her eyes and demeanor seemed languid. Regardless of the pose, she exuded an air of lazy indifference, akin to an orange cat perpetually deprived of sleep. I have already written to her regarding the Dark Lord and that prophecy. Lily smiled gently. She is my most trusted blood relative in this world, the final safeguard I leave for our little Harry. If that prophecy truly comes to pass, I will protect Harry with my life. At that time, I kindly ask you to extend assistance to my sister in the Muggle world. You know, a single unmarried girl faces considerable challenges in that realm. Of course, Lily, I am Harry's godfather, the young Sirius Black vowed. James and you are my most cherished family. You shall certainly not. However, if that day were to arrive, I will ensure they suffer no indignities." He etched the image of another older red-haired girl into his memory, secretly hoping that the two would never cross paths. At this moment, Penny Evans finds herself within a clandestine edifice in the heart of London, and is not the Ministry of Magic, but rather a secret intelligence organization affiliated with the British Muggle government, MI6. The year is 1980, a decade prior to the dissolution of the Soviet Union. While the Cold War between the United States and the Soviet Union persists, the colleagues at MI6 remain active across the globe. However, their visages are markedly different from those of the colleagues Penny once encountered in MI6 during the year 1980. Indeed, it is no longer the same world. Penny muses with a tinge of regret. Originally, she was born in the year of Churchill's passing, orphaned and subsequently adopted by the Royal Orphanage of Britain, undergoing a series of rigorous selections and trials to become an employee of MI6. Shortly thereafter, the Soviet Union collapsed, and Britain transformed from a once mighty empire into a mere subordinate of the United States. Thereafter, MI6 became a dormant department, with these newcomers engaging in little more than idleness year after year. Following a tragic incident during an overseas assignment at the Pentagon in Washington, D.C., where she fell victim to a heinous terrorist attack, Penny opened her eyes once more to find herself a swaddled infant in an ordinary family in Kirkworth. Due to the unique circumstances of her previous life, she remains unaccustomed to the mundane existence of ordinary individuals, despite her adeptness at disguise, making her appear indistinguishable from a typical young girl, and having garnered the love of family and friends, Penny's heart remains steeped in solitude. She has always felt that something crucial is missing. Penny attributes this to her regrets regarding unfinished business from her past life. Thus, in this existence, she chooses to leverage her exceptional abilities to rejoin MI6. "You are the most outstanding among this year's newcomers," intoned the elderly man behind the desk, his hair as white as snow. "I shall entrust you with the most arduous and vital task. Always at the ready." Penny executed a precise military salute. "This mission appears to be tailor-made for you. he said, handing her a page of documents. The photograph prominently displayed her biological sister in this life, Lily Evans, now Mrs. Potter. This revelation caused Penny to furrow her brow slightly. "My sister is a good girl," Penny asserted with unwavering conviction. "She poses no issues whatsoever." "Do not be hasty, my child," the old man quipped, tugging at the corner of his mouth to soften his demeanor. "In truth, we have been monitoring all your correspondence. We have reviewed the exchanges between the two sisters." Penny's throat tightened, yet she recognized that such scrutiny was a necessary precondition for joining MI6. "Of course, we are aware that she's a good girl, and we also know she has entrusted you with the unborn child she carries. That was merely a jest between sisters. Lily has always been unique. She is a girl with a vivid imagination," Penny replied. "In this world, who would believe in wizards wielding wands? There are no faceless terrorists with designs on her child. I merely promised her to offer some reassurance. The hormonal fluctuations during her pregnancy have rendered her excessively anxious." The old man raised an eyebrow. "It seems these years have consumed you with study, causing you to overlook those around you." He paused momentarily before continuing. "Your sister is indeed a witch, as is her husband. They met and fell in love at a magical academy in the Scottish Highlands." "Sir, this jest is far from amusing," Penny replied. "That Hogwarts, is it not akin to a school of stone walls?" "No, madam, that is a magical academy, the only one of its kind in all of Britain." Penny fell silent, as the absurdity of this world far exceeded her comprehension. "This is currently MI6's highest priority mission, one that is of great significance to both Her Majesty the Queen and the Prime Minister. The specifics will be elucidated by representatives from the Ministry of Magic," Mr. Williams, the head of MI6, stated with gravity. "Penny Evans, your future task will be to assist the Ministry of Magic and other wizards in combating the terrorists of the magical realm. The one you just mentioned, the Faceless. Voldemort." "Yes, sir." Although everything sounded rather abstract, Penny accepted it with a sense of resolve. After all, she had been granted a second chance at life. May peace prevail in the world. Chapter 2. The initial encounter at the Burrow. Penny discovered that the Ministry of Magic was a labyrinthine place fraught with complexities. Firstly, the wizards were far from united. There existed a profound internal schism. The root of this discord lay in their divergent attitudes towards terrorists. Although the current Minister for Magic, Madame Millicent Bagnold, maintained a staunch position against the dark wizard Voldemort, many of her subordinates were hypocritical in their allegiance. Among them were individuals who even leaned towards supporting the terrorists' ideology. Naturally, there were also numerous fence-sitters. Secondly, there appeared to be a pervasive disdain for Muggles, an insidious form of discrimination that was deeply ingrained and omnipresent. Even someone as genteel as Mr. Kingsley, who was assigned to liaise with her, would inadvertently convey a hint of skepticism regarding her capabilities. This skepticism arose when Penny suggested that they escort her to Godric's Hollow. She did not wish to know the exact whereabouts of the Potter family. Rather, she intended to rent a house nearby and vigilantly protect Lily with a firearm. However, Mr. Kingsley deemed it too perilous for a Muggle to confront the Dark Lord directly, thus rejecting her proposal. Consequently, Penny found herself seated in the Ministry's reception hall, sharing afternoon tea with a gentleman possessing striking auburn hair. "You brought me here merely to placate the Prime Minister and the Queen?" Mr. Arthur Weasley scratched his head awkwardly. "One cannot say that. We are utterly ignorant of the nuances of Muggle life and greatly require someone of your expertise. If you find yourself utterly bored, you might consider serving as a technical advisor in our department for the regulation and control of magical creatures." "But, Mr. Weasley, I am an agent," Penny replied. Pausing for a moment, "I am also a sister." "Miss Evans, I fully empathize with your sentiments," Arthur consoled. "My wife and I share a certain camaraderie with the Potters. They too are covertly working for the Order of the Phoenix. However, at this juncture, we must tread with utmost caution." Arthur continued. "If the Dark Lord has indeed set his sights on your nephew, he might deduce the whereabouts of the Potter family from your movements." Penny reflected on Mr. Weasley's words, acknowledging their validity. Yet, based on her recent observations of Voldemort, she believed that the terrorist would scarcely consider any Muggle relatives of Lily. He possessed no notion of familial bonds and regarded Muggles and wizards as entirely distinct entities. "Very well," Penny conceded. "Might I at least meet Mr. Black? I need to ascertain whether he is a worthy guardian of my life." "I can arrange that," Arthur replied. "I shall organize a small private gathering at the Burrow." "Thank you, Mr. Weasley," Penny sighed. "That is the finest news I have heard in recent days." Thus, in this life, Penny, who had previously dallied at MI6, was now sent by her superior to the Ministry of Magic to continue her leisurely pursuits. This time, She didn't even have an office of her own. Mr. Weasley was remarkably efficient. Perhaps sensing Penny's unease, he swiftly organized the gathering. In addition to Sirius Black, he extended invitations to other friends of James and Lily, such as Remus Lupin and Peter Pettigrew. Even Mrs. Molly Weasley quipped that the burrow was resembling a small gathering of the Order of the Phoenix. However, Peter Pettigrew was absent due to the flu, which later became one of Penny's greatest regrets. The burrow was always abuzz with energy. When Arthur brought Penny over, Bill was busy capturing gnomes in the garden with his younger brothers, while Mrs. Molly Weasley directed the chaos with little Ron, who had just turned a month old, in her arms. Other friends had also gathered, seated around a long table adjacent to the garden, engaged in lively conversation. Apologies, Miss Evans. Molly stepped forward to welcome her. Our abode is rather cramped. We can only host our meal in the garden. Madam, I am the one imposing upon you, Penny replied, offering a flawless smile. A few red-haired boys buzzed around her excitedly. Is she a relative? Fred inquired. I don't recall having such a beautiful aunt, George added. Bill quickly intervened, walking over and delivering a light punch to each of the twins' heads before their mother could scold them. She is the sister of Mrs. Potter, as I mentioned. Oh, so we share no blood relation, the twins exclaimed in unison. No wonder she is so lovely. They were promptly dragged away by Bill and Percy. Molly wore an exasperated expression, striving to maintain her composure. Ron, nestled in her arms, sucked his thumb, giggling softly. Raising so many boys is truly a challenge. Penny remarked sincerely, You are an extraordinary mother. Indeed. I often dream of having a daughter, Molly replied, prompting a shift in Penny's gaze from admiration to profound respect. Molly Weasley was undoubtedly the strongest woman Penny had ever encountered. However, this only diminished her expectations regarding marriage. At that moment, Sirius Black made his entrance. He swooped down on his newly modified flying motorcycle, landing gracefully outside the burrow's fence. With a single motion, he removed his helmet, tossing his hair back with an air of nonchalance. The gentle May breeze tousled his elegant black bangs, revealing a pair of rebellious, icy gray eyes. He was indeed striking, fitting the conventional standards of beauty. Even Penny, who typically remained indifferent to appearances, had to concede that his visage was worthy of magazine covers. Yet, the manner of his arrival and his fitted leather attire evoked memories of the boys from her childhood who had attended the same street school and frequently played truant. Sirius, with his hair loosely tied back by a wristband, called out to Arthur and the others, waving his hand with a rakish smile. The atmosphere at the table instantly transformed into one of exuberance as everyone raised their glasses in enthusiastic response. After exchanging greetings, Sirius turned to park his motorcycle beside the house and then dashed into the garden, leaping in and high-fiving each person at the table. He embodied two contrasting personas. Moments ago, he had appeared as a cold, aloof figure, akin to a menacing bodyguard lurking behind a crime lord. Yet now he radiated an exuberance reminiscent of a charismatic performer, evoking an image of a debonair rogue who frequented bars and courted various women. Is he truly reliable? Penny's carefully cultivated smile nearly faltered. Chapter 3. The pet shop owner downstairs. Sirius's silver-gray eyes swept across the gathering, eventually landing on Penny, who had just taken her seat. Hello, Miss Evans. He winked. You appear even more enchanting than in your photographs. Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Black, Penny replied tersely. You are quite different from what I envisioned. Penny had assumed that someone entrusted with the role of a confidential informant would at least possess a demeanor of discretion and composure, much like Remus Lupin, who sat across the table. My dear friends, James, Lily, and I share an unbreakable bond akin to that of family. You, being Lily's sister, find yourself amidst this gathering. After Sirius shared a drink with our circle of friends, a faint blush began to grace his cheeks. He settled beside Penny, leaning in slightly, his slightly inebriated gray eyes shimmering with a hint of mischief. With a grin, he inched closer to Penny and declared, So you are also my sister, Penny dear. In that fleeting moment, Penny felt her heart quicken, an inexplicable tension enveloping her. Is it customary for you to draw so near to your sister? She teased lightly, subtly shifting back a fraction. Not quite. My family and I are at odds. They harbor a deep disdain for me, Sirius replied nonchalantly, straightening up and downing his glass of red wine in one gulp. Recalling the snippets of Sirius Black's family background she had gleaned at the Ministry of Magic, her gaze softened. I apologize, she said, raising her glass to clink against his. What I meant to convey is how delightful it is to have such a handsome brother added to my life. At that moment, little did she realize that even the most ferocious of canines possess the wisdom to drench themselves and adopt a pitiful demeanor to lower others' defenses. After a brief acquaintance, they mingled with other friends, resembling two kindred spirits donning disparate masks, striving to blend into the lively crowd around them. Penny possessed a commendable tolerance for alcohol, while Sirius surprisingly succumbed to inebriation with ease. He He drank excessively, becoming exuberant to the point of leaning back in his chair and drifting into slumber. The summer night in England was comfortably mild, and Mrs. Molly Weasley, observing this, fetched an old blanket from inside the house. She handed it to Penny, signaling her to cover Sirius. "Now you truly resemble his sister," she mused as she tucked the blanket around him, studying the sleeping Sirius with earnestness. He lay sprawled out, his limbs relaxed, his head drooping as he succumbed to slumber. The innate sharpness and aggression that usually defined him seemed considerably dulled. Disregarding his disheveled appearance, he resembled a recent university graduate. After sharing a meal, Penny's past experiences as an agent allowed her to discern that Mr. Sirius Black was not as exuberant and affable as he projected. At his core, he remained a black heir, molded to become the future patriarch until the age of 16. The wild genes and ingrained bloodline ideologies had left a profound impact on him. He was a man of warmth on the surface, yet frigid within, just as Penny had initially perceived. Should anyone inadvertently trespass into this fierce creature's territory, Sirius would undoubtedly pounce, without hesitation. Miss Evans, Arthur and Remus each bore a drunken companion, their expressions apologetic. "I hear you reside in Islington, London?" Indeed, Penny sensed an impending complication. "Sirius has rented a shop nearby to open a pet store," Arthur continued, "where he resides most of the time." Islington, could it be near Grimmauld Place? Penny recalled that the Blacks owned property there, but had not Sirius severed ties with his family? He deliberately opened a Muggle pet shop to vex his mother. In a conspicuous location, aptly named the Bigfoot Pet Store, Arthur explained. Remus observed Penny's confusion and added, "He does whatever his mother despises. It's also convenient for monitoring the Death Eaters entering and exiting the Black residence." Penny thought of the intel she had acquired from certain channels, revealing that Sirius's brother had joined the Death Eaters, even though the boy had been missing for nearly 6 months, leaving only the widowed Mrs. Black within the mansion. "His fireplace hasn't been fitted with a flue network yet. Sending him back with us peculiar individuals would raise suspicions among the Muggle neighbors," Arthur remarked, gesturing to his eldest son. "Rest assured, I'll have Bill borrow a donkey cart from a neighbor to take you to a place where you can catch a taxi. We are rather off the beaten path here." Remus leaned closer to Sirius, retrieving a wallet from his leather jacket pocket and handing it to Penny. "It must contain Muggle currency. His pet shop has always thrived." "Thank you, Miss Evans." They offered Penny no opportunity for refusal before vanishing into the Weasley fireplace, each carrying their inebriated companion. Meanwhile, the reliable Bill had procured a donkey cart, now waiting on the path outside the shabby abode. Reluctantly, Penny accompanied Sirius back to London in a taxi. She resided at Grimmauld Place, hence she remembered the Bigfoot Pet Store well. It was renowned as the finest pet shop in the Islington area. While other pet establishments often receive complaints from residents due to the cacophony of animals, this particular store managed to maintain a serene environment. The animals sheltered within never made raucous sounds, emerging as if trained soldiers. Clearly, Sirius possessed an exceptional talent for caring for small creatures, particularly canines. It was indeed rare to encounter a pureblood wizard willing to embrace Muggle life. And Penny recalled the flying motorcycle from earlier. Apart from his rebellious nature, Sirius exhibited a boundless imagination and remarkable hands-on skills. It was astonishing how he could blend Muggle transportation with magic. If only he worked at the Ministry of Magic, he could help dispel some wizards' prejudices against Muggle tools. In this era of rising mobile technology and the internet, introducing these innovations into the archaic wizarding world would greatly benefit the capture of terrorists and broaden the channels of information. As the taxi sped along the road, Penny, lost in thought, rested her chin on her hand, gazing out at the cool moonlit night. A hint of drowsiness began to settle in as her striking red hair danced in the night breeze, resembling a blazing flame. Upon awakening, Sirius found himself captivated by this scene, the weary girl absent-mindedly gazing out of the window, the colors and composition evoking the beauty of a Renaissance masterpiece. In that moment, he dimly grasped the true essence of the phrase James often uttered during his pursuit of Lily, the sweet torment of a heart scorched by red flames. Chapter 4. The Potters. The intersection of Penny and Sirius's lives was confined to that gathering at the shabby abode. They both understood the chasm that separated them, a gulf that rendered them inhabitants of entirely different worlds. Penny, a solitary workaholic, cared not for pets, and their disparate schedules meant that even residing in Grimmauld Place for a month would not guarantee their encounter. As for Sirius, he was burdened with numerous concerns: the disappearance of Regulus, Harry's peril under Voldemort's gaze, and the increasingly dire circumstances in the wizarding world. The fleeting spark of attraction from that evening had long since faded from his mind. The Ministry of Magic continued to employ the same old platitudes to placate Penny. The last time she saw Lily was at Harry Potter's first birthday celebration, where the attentive Lily hosted separate gatherings for Harry in Godric's Hollow and a restaurant in London. ensuring her wizard friends and Muggle relatives were entertained apart. However, at the family gathering in London, Sirius Black accompanied James Potter. He casually settled beside Penny, revealing that he had gifted Harry a model toy broomstick. Harry will surely become a Quidditch prodigy like James, Sirius enthused, his fondness for the clever child evident as he continued to boast. I prepared a toy water gun for Harry, Penny replied. When he grows a bit older, he can practice shooting with it. I know that Muggle weapon. It's so cool. Sirius exclaimed. I wonder which is faster, a bullet or a spell. Perhaps Mr. Weasley could look into it. Penny chuckled. He must be quite intrigued as well. Sirius snapped his fingers and erupted into hearty laughter. At that moment, James and Lily approached, cradling little Harry in their arms. Sirius took the child from James, tapping his forehead before commencing his customary game of airplane. Their laughter echoed from afar. Lily remarked. Penny never used to regard boys with Sirius's temperament favorably. My dear, this suggests you have only perceived the superficiality of his flamboyant nature, failing to grasp his essence. James feigned gravitas, declaring, Sirius is the finest man in the world, albeit slightly inferior to myself. Let us hope that you two exemplary gentlemen refrain from sneaking out for late-night drinks, only to be discovered buried in the snow the following day, Lily said. You nearly frightened that centenarian wizard to death. When overwhelmed, one cannot help but seek solace in a drink, Sirius interjected. Apologies, Lily. I shall consult Remus next time. James, being a family man, ought to exercise more restraint. In truth, it was James who had invited him that time. Yet Sirius felt no shame in taking the blame for his brother. You could also invite me, Penny suggested. After all, we reside quite close to one another. She spoke these words without much thought, viewing them as standard social pleasantries. Miss Evans, are you serious? You wish to invite me? Sirius raised an eyebrow, astonished. Of course. Penny replied. You are Harry's godfather, are you not? And I am his aunt. She was perplexed as to why the other three exchanged looks of shock. Merlin's beard, Sirius, James exclaimed, giving his friend a hearty slap on the shoulder. You are in luck. Sirius, still bewildered, wore a classic canine expression of confusion. Yes. I am Harry's godfather. His speech was halting, devoid of the swagger expected of a Hogwarts bully. Then we shall arrange to connect at a later time. However, before they could make plans, the Potter couple encountered a calamity. It was a quiet, deep night when Penny had just changed into her pajamas. She heard heavy footsteps outside her rented apartment, followed by the sound of her doorbell ringing. Upon opening the door, she was met with the sight of a boy wrapped in a small blanket, his forehead injured, crying loudly in pain and fright. As Penny recognized the child's face, she felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. She leaned against the doorframe, struggling to stay upright, unsure of what to do next. Should she call Mr. Kingsley at the Ministry of Magic to inquire about Lily and the others? But regardless of her inquiries, the answer was painfully evident, controlling her emotions. Penny carried Harry back inside. She retrieved her phone and began searching for Sirius's number. As the secret keeper, Sirius was undoubtedly the first to be held accountable following the Potter's tragedy. After a lengthy wait, the call connected, revealing a breathless voice on the other end, suggesting Sirius was running at a frantic pace. Sirius, where are you? Penny inquired. Godric's Hollow? I am in pursuit of a foul rat. Sirius's voice carried an edge of madness. He had betrayed James and Lily. You changed secret keepers? Penny grasped the implication of his words. To an ordinary person, Sirius's proclamation might seem like a lie, but Penny was a trained operative. She could not discern who James and Sirius had replaced the secret keeper with. But she knew that individual must be a member of the Order of the Phoenix. At that moment, Sirius's intent to confront that person was akin to crashing into a brick wall. One in the light, one in the dark. We both believed ourselves invulnerable, Sirius rasped. I will give that wretched traitor a thorough reckoning. No, you must return first, Penny stated calmly. The Ministry only recognizes you as the secret keeper. If you go out to kill someone now, it will only solidify your identity as a Death Eater. I cannot concern myself with that now. Wind howled through the phone as Sirius continued. I lent my motorcycle to Hagrid. By now, he should have delivered Harry to your home. Penny, do you comprehend what this implies? Of course I do. She is my only sister. Penny's voice rose. And you? Harry has just lost his parents. Do you wish for him to lose his godfather as well? She cradled Harry in her arms, ensuring Sirius could hear the sound of his cries. The wind on the other end finally subsided. You must come back, Penny reiterated. Consider it a plea on Harry's behalf. After choking on her words, she could no longer hold back, bursting into tears alongside the child in her embrace. This emotional collapse on Penny's part surprisingly restored a measure of clarity to Sirius. He recalled Lily's previous request, to which he had agreed so readily. He then thought of that Muggle girl, who could navigate any situation with ease. Now, that same girl was helplessly sobbing on the other end of the line. Sirius finally halted his pursuit of Peter Pettigrew. All right, All right, he croaked, attempting to comfort her. Do not cry. I shall return to London at once. Chapter 5. An Unexpected Proposal. The following day, news of Harry Potter's triumph over the Dark Lord swiftly spread throughout the magical community. Although the Ministry confirmed Voldemort's demise and Aurors began apprehending remaining Death Eaters to imprison them in Azkaban, a faction of Voldemort's steadfast followers managed to escape abroad. With dark circles under his eyes from a sleepless night, Sirius received the day's edition of the Daily Prophet from an owl. Its front page featuring the ruins of the Potter residence in Godric's Hollow. The bold, embellished headline read, "The Potter's Heroic Sacrifice, the Savior Harry Potter Missing. Has the Dark Lord truly perished?" He recalled the horrific scene he had witnessed the previous night, suddenly realizing that in his haste for vengeance, he had neglected to arrange for the proper handling of James and Lily's remains. Dejected, Sirius set the newspaper aside and laid back on the sofa, lamenting, burying his face in a cushion embroidered with camellias. At that moment, he heard a commotion behind him. Harry, who had cried throughout the night, was still asleep. While Penny quietly emerged from the bedroom. "I have received news from the Ministry," she stated. "I will no longer need to clock in. My only task now is to care for the child." "Will they pay you?" Sirius mumbled from beneath the cushion. "If not, I shall promptly write to Professor Dumbledore, requesting assistance in securing a compensation or a hero's reward for counterterrorism. My salary is issued by a Muggle government agency," Penny responded. "I just spoke with Mr. Kingsley. After my insistence, the Ministry agreed to provide a monthly allowance. Raising Harry will not be an issue." "That is splendid." Sirius lifted his face from the cushion, his bloodshot silver gray eyes locking onto Penny's. "Would you consider marrying me?" "What?" Penny questioned, doubting her own hearing. "I wish to live with you both," Sirius explained. "I believe the Ministry will eventually send someone to evict me from here. Perhaps Dumbledore will even relocate you and Harry to a place where I cannot find you." With Peter Pettigrew's whereabouts unknown, Sirius's suspicion as a Death Eater's informant remained unshaken. Penny fell silent for a moment. "Your proposal lacks sincerity." She rubbed her swollen eyes and yawned. "I often told Lily that marrying is less reliable than adopting a dog. In truth, I am an advocate for remaining unmarried." "I apologize if I have offended you," Sirius remarked. "My mind is rather foggy at the moment." He hung his head as he rose from the sofa and walked to an open space. "You do not require a man, but you could accept a dog, correct?" Sirius reiterated. "Indeed, in the past, I may not have had the time to care for a pet, but I shall have it in the future." Before Petunia could finish her sentence, she witnessed Sirius crouching on the living room floor, gradually transforming into a large black dog. "Sirius!" Petunia gasped in surprise. She was aware of the existence of supernatural abilities, but had never witnessed them firsthand. Sirius's remarkable feat of metamorphosis left her profoundly startled. The lethargic black dog wagged its tail a few times before reverting to Sirius. "Few are aware that I possess the ability to become a dog," he stated. "This is a form of transfiguration known as animagus. I am an unregistered animagus." "Thank you for your trust," Petunia replied dryly. "The current situation is that you have failed to propose, so instead, you wish to become my dog?" The remark sounded peculiar to Petunia, as she thought. "I merely meant it in the literal sense. If you truly require a pet, I can certainly oblige," Sirius said as he settled back onto the sofa. "If I cannot remain by your side, I might as well perish alongside Wormtail." "Are you threatening me?" Petunia retorted, somewhat irritated by the lengths to which Black would go to achieve his aims. "Sister." Sirius's expression shifted to one of near desperation as he lowered himself, bringing his head closer to Petunia's and pleading, "I have nowhere else to go." The look in his eyes, reminiscent of an abandoned dog, melted Petunia's once icy heart into a pool of compassion. She understood the profound loneliness of feeling unmoored in a vast world, and little Harry needed Sirius's companionship. Petunia was not particularly adept at caring for children, and although Sirius was not skilled at parenting either, two would surely be better than one. Moreover, Petunia felt utterly out of her depth in the magical realm, while Harry was inherently a part of it. Following Lily's betrayal by Wormtail, she could no longer easily trust any other wizard. "I agree to marry you," she said after a moment of contemplation. "However, keeping a living person as a pet is undeniably strange." After all, she had no intentions of seeking another marriage. A smile finally graced Sirius's face as he crouched before Petunia, taking her wrist in his hand, and retrieved a silver bracelet adorned with emeralds from his pocket. "This was prepared by my uncle Alfred Black while he was still alive, intended for my future partner," he declared. "It is engraved with protective runes to help shield you from some dangers." Sirius solemnly lowered his head as he placed the bracelet onto Petunia's wrist, and she could not resist reaching out with her other hand to tousle his unkempt, neglected black hair. At that moment, they resembled a genuine couple on the brink of marriage. "Our progress is remarkably swift," he mused, squinting his eyes as he allowed Petunia's hand to rest upon his head. I had originally planned to take things step by step. It is all that wretched rat's fault for ruining everything. It is merely a marriage of convenience. Why are we even discussing progress? Petunia pondered, though Sirius's subsequent words diverted her attention. Regarding Wormtail, she stated seriously, I have already discussed the matter of replacing the secret keeper with Mr. Kingsley, and they have assured me they will conduct a thorough investigation. That fellow's animagus form is a rat. Capturing him is no easy task. Sirius grinned, baring his teeth. Who knows where he is hiding now? You must behave yourself. Petunia admonished, concerned that he would again rush out in a frenzy at the mere thought of Peter. There were many matters to address, starting with organizing Lily and James's funeral. I will inform our relatives that they met with an unfortunate accident, and you shall handle James's classmates and friends. In addition to the funeral, they also had to remain vigilant against any remnants of Voldemort's followers seeking revenge on Harry. Petunia was aware that Sirius had a cousin who was a fervent supporter of Voldemort. She might use Sirius's movements to locate Harry, which meant they could no longer stay at Grimmauld Place, and even remaining in London was perilous. After the funeral, I will report to the Ministry of Magic to request a relocation, Petunia stated. I wish to take Harry back to my hometown. The Evans couple had left behind a quaint two-story house with a garden in Cokeworth for the sisters. Sirius nodded, rest assured. During this time, I will only take my dog form while walking downstairs. Harry's safety is paramount. Chapter 6. Moving. Sirius's concerns were not unfounded. On the third day after Voldemort's defeat, Mr. Kingsley from the Ministry of Magic personally paid a visit. You mean Miss Evans is about to marry you? Indeed. Sirius nodded. I understand that until Wormtail is apprehended, the Ministry does not fully trust our claims. But you have no right to interfere with a Muggle woman's freedom to marry. Sirius, Kingsley said gravely. I hope you have not placed the Imperius curse or any love potion on that lady. Whom do you think you are looking down upon? Sirius laughed exaggeratedly. I was one of the most popular elder students at Hogwarts, and Petunia is not as weak as you might imagine. I personally trust you, Kingsley sighed. If it were not for Miss Petunia's assurance, the Ministry's orders would have been to take you to Azkaban for trial. You know, even Lucius Malfoy received that treatment. Sirius leaned back in his chair, arms outstretched, scoffing. In any case, Malfoy would ultimately be acquitted. You are not the same. Your mother would happily see us throw you into Azkaban immediately, Kingsley continued. Once your identity as a traitor is confirmed, even Dumbledore would not be able to save you. Unless I voluntarily surrender, I do not believe you can capture me. Sirius elegantly sipped his red tea. You could tell the Ministry I have fled to Tibet. Thank you for the suggestion, Kingsley replied. I am pleased to see you sitting here in good health rather than causing me trouble with reckless actions. It appears you indeed have Miss Petunia and little Potter's best interests at heart. I wish you both a happy marriage in advance. Wow. A loud wail echoed through the room. Harry had awakened. My apologies, Sirius quickly stood. I shall not disturb you further. Kingsley prepared to leave when he added, oh. One last piece of news. The Ministry intends to send people periodically to monitor the atmosphere and dynamics of your household and marriage. They still do not trust you. I understand. Sirius halted, his tone displeased. Though bothersome, it is within my realm of acceptance. Just as Sirius had seen off Mr. Kingsley from the Ministry. Petunia had just exited the headquarters of the Ministry of Magic after filing a relocation report when she encountered an elderly man with white hair and half-moon glasses. He donned a long, deep blue robe that trailed the ground, adorned with silvery stars, and beneath a pointed wizard's hat, his beard and hair were completely white. He stood across the street, smiling at Petunia with his blue eyes. His attire was quite striking, yet not a single passerby turned to look at him. Petunia realized that this elderly gentleman must have come seeking her regarding Harry. Thus, she crossed the street. Hello, sir. Greetings, Miss Evans, the old man began. I am Albus Dumbledore. I have heard of you from Lily and the others, the remarkable headmaster, Petunia replied politely. They hold you in great esteem. I feel deep regret and guilt regarding Lily and James. Dumbledore's azure eyes dulled with sorrow as he lamented the loss of many exceptional students in this battle. Petunia bore no ill will. She spoke candidly. With great power comes great responsibility. You have too many lives to protect, and inevitably, some must be sacrificed. As a spy raised with a prioritization of national interest, she could conceive of no better solution. Upon hearing her words, Dumbledore appeared even more despondent. I cannot look after everyone, he said, both in the past and the present, so I must entrust young Harry to you. I understand, Petunia replied. I loved Lily. I am Harry's only blood relative. Dumbledore wiped a tear from his cheek and produced a parcel from his flowing sleeves, presenting it to Petunia. This is an heirloom of the Potter family. James left this invisibility cloak for Harry. Please keep it safe. It may prove useful. Petunia recalled Lily and Sirius mentioning such an item to her. It was merely a common magical tool used by the Marauders for nighttime escapades and pranks during their school days. Thank you for your trust. Petunia tucked the cloak away and added, Mr. Dumbledore, I have submitted a moving application to both the Ministry of Magic and the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. I will be returning to my hometown with Harry. Is Sirius coming with you? Petunia was surprised by Dumbledore's knowledge. She nodded. We plan to marry before leaving London. Sometimes love truly arrives unexpectedly. After a moment of silence, Dumbledore gently said, if you encounter insurmountable troubles, feel free to write to me. I wish you all the best. Following the funeral in Godric's Hollow, the correspondence from the Department of Magical Law Enforcement arrived. Petunia and Sirius did not hold a wedding. They simply signed a prenuptial agreement in London, obtained a marriage certificate, and took Harry to Corkworth County. The old house retained the essence of Petunia and Lily's past life, adorned with a family portrait and various medals earned by the sisters in different competitions. Those familiar relics evoked a sense of closeness and nostalgia in Petunia, and gazing at the empty house, she felt a pang of bittersweetness. Sirius entered, cradling Harry in his arms. The decor is quite cozy, he remarked. I never paid attention to the furnishings before. Whether it was my parents or Lily, they all left their marks within these walls. In hindsight, I realize I missed many things, Petunia reflected. But it's not too late to start now. Sirius snapped his fingers and addressed the curious Harry in the cradle. Harry, we too shall leave our marks in this house, won't we? The still babbling Harry responded with a joyful outcry, raising his tiny hands in excitement. This transformed Petunia's bittersweetness into worry about the impending invasion of the house by the father-son duo. She lifted Harry from the cradle and admonished. Don't learn mischief from your godfather. Dogs may destroy homes, but little deer do not. Sirius laughed heartily. My dear, that is prejudice. I just saw Harry tear apart a blank diary. Is it the one mixed in with the old book sent from Malfoy Manor? Petunia frowned in complaint. It's yellowed and old, teeming with germs. I should have discarded it in London. I didn't keep it. I returned all valuable items sent to me, Sirius clarified. Narcissa's old books, which evoke childhood memories to garner sympathy, remain in my uncle's study. This diary must have been passed along because Harry found its cover appealing. During their absence, Lucius Malfoy faced an investigation by the Ministry of Magic, prompting Narcissa to seek connections, hoping that Sirius, with his ties to the Order of the Phoenix, could speak favorably on Lucius's behalf. She did not send it under Sirius's name. Instead, she simply dispatched the items to her uncle's old residence. And her uncle was also Sirius's uncle, making Sirius the designated heir to the estate. I will not plead for a Death Eater. Sirius's expression turned cold. Even if Narcissa were to raise young Malfoy alone, it was the consequence of her choice to support that man. Once the house is tidied, we can discard that diary. Petunia suggested, I will buy a new one for Harry from the nearby bookstore. The three settled into their new home. Given Harry's unique status, the surname Potter, though common, attracted attention in their small community, so Petunia utilized her government connections to register his ID card under the name Harry Evans. Sirius continued to run the paw print pet shop in town, and the familiar neighbors in Corkworth County still referred to them as the Evans family, seemingly accepting that Petunia had found a son-in-law for her deceased parents, with Harry being their child born in London. Chapter 7. A Peculiar Case. It was Christmas break, and after days of snow, the weather finally cleared. Sirius, excited, transformed into a black dog, frolicking with Harry in the yard, while Petunia sat in the study. 3 files with passport-sized photos lay before her. Ever since their family moved back to Corkworth County, the once peaceful town had witnessed 3 consecutive suicides. Even amidst the economic downturn, such a series of suicides warranted the attention of local law enforcement. The precinct housed retired personnel from the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, who, aware of Petunia's exceptional skills as a spy, had sent her the files, requesting her assistance in monitoring the situation. Eager to put her talents to use, Petunia was more than willing to help. The deceased in these 3 suicides were all residents of Spider's End, yet they bore no acquaintance or connection to one another. The first victim was a 15-year-old boy named George, whose robust physique was evident even from the photograph. The records indicated that he lived with only an elderly grandmother, and their meager existence relied solely on her pension. To cope, he resorted to extorting weaker, younger children at school, displaying a notorious, unruly nature, hardly the profile of someone who would take their own life. The second victim was a widow in her 50s, Mrs. Vincent, known for her sharp tongue. Once a seasoned employee at a local pharmacy, she wielded her experience to bully new, timid colleagues. Following the pharmacy's closure due to the economic crisis, she had been unemployed throughout the year. The third victim, a truck driver named Toby in his 30s, had a decent income, but his vices of alcoholism and gambling left him financially destitute, forcing him to reside in his parents' old home, devoid of friends or relatives. Each of them chose a distinct method of ending their lives. George jumped from a school building, resulting in compensation for his grandmother. Mrs. Vincent committed suicide at home by slitting her wrists. The records revealed that she once had a daughter who had met the same fate in the same room. Toby drowned himself in a river, initially perplexed by the police's conclusion that he had jumped rather than succumbed to drunkenness. Petunia later realized that on the day of his death, a heavy snowfall had frozen all the rivers in Corkworth County, indicating that he had braved the storm to break the ice before jumping in. As Petunia diligently analyzed the files, a loud bark echoed from outside. She quickly rose and opened the window to peer out. The biting wind struck her face as Sirius, in his black dog form, bore Harry on his back, baring his teeth at a young man draped in a black robe and possessing long hair, standing outside the yard. Petunia had a vague recollection of the grim-faced man. He seemed to be a former acquaintance of Lily, residing in Spinner's End. "Don't be rude to our guest," she called out, considering that he might have come to mourn Lily's untimely demise. Wrapping herself in a coat and scarf, she descended the stairs. "Miss Evans," the man in black robes stated impassively, "you are harboring a perilous pet." "He is merely protecting his family," Petunia replied, lifting Harry off Sirius's back with a smile. "I remember you, sir. You were a friend of Lily's." Sirius, displeased, swished his tail against the snow-covered ground before turning and striding back into the house. "Once," the man murmured, his gaze falling, "we have not been in touch for a long time. Lily and her husband met with a tragic accident." "I am aware, sir. I know all of it," he continued, his eyes fixed on Harry. "I was merely passing by and did not expect anyone to be residing in this house now." His tone bore impatience, lacking any semblance of consolation, yet his expression undeniably conveyed sorrow. Petunia could sense the anguish emanating from him. After uttering those words, the man in black robes paid no further attention to Petunia and Harry, turning on his heel and departing with long strides. What a man of contradictions, she thought. However, there were plenty of peculiar individuals in this world, and Petunia paid him no mind. Upon returning indoors with Harry, she found Sirius sulking by the fireplace, incessantly tossing logs into the flames, causing sparks to fly. "Sirius," Petunia inquired, "what troubles you now?" Sirius turned his head, his eyes filled with resentment. "You shouted at me for that man." "That man," Petunia responded, realizing he was indeed a wizard. "Do you know him?" "I will not speak ill of anyone in front of Harry," Sirius huffed. "He is at a crucial stage of language learning. It seems your relationship is quite strained." "He was once a Death Eater. He was never a good person," Sirius asserted. "You all should keep your distance from him." "Very well," Petunia softened her voice, acquiescing. "But I must investigate some matters in Spinner's End. Perhaps I might encounter him." Sirius rose from beside the fireplace and took Harry from Petunia's arms. The little savior appeared bewildered, possibly frightened by their earlier near-argument. "Fear not, Harry. Your godfather and aunt are not fighting," Sirius comforted before finally addressing Petunia. "I will accompany you. One of us must remain to watch the child," Petunia replied. "I will exercise caution, and I have a gun," she added, considering that the three cases might simply be unfortunate coincidences of ordinary suicides. She did not believe she would encounter any danger, even in the impoverished and chaotic Spinner's End. Her skills rendered her impervious to harm. "The cases you are investigating might involve unnatural factors," Sirius countered. "For instance, all three Muggles could have been subjected to the killing curse." "Sirius, I doubt the Ministry of Magic is as incompetent as you presume," Petunia replied. She had contemplated those possibilities, yet the Ministry would undoubtedly focus on Harry Potter's whereabouts. If it were indeed a level of dark magic like the killing curse, they should have contacted Mr. Kingsley long ago. She leaned more toward the theory that the three individuals were incited to commit suicide, akin to hypnosis or psychological suggestion. Sirius recognized that Petunia would never yield on such matters and refrained from further persuasion. "Then when you return, bring me and Harry an apple pie from Aunt Rebecca's pastry shop," he said. "I presume you are about to set out." Petunia, still donned in her scarf, cradled Harry upon her return and had no intention of removing it. "You are ever so clever, Princess Sirius," Petunia jested. "Then I entrust Harry to your care." Indeed. Chapter 8. The Journal Spinner's End belonged to the impoverished districts of Cokeworth. Although the slums of this era were not as harrowing as those of the medieval period, they were not devoid of rats and refuse. The difference lay in the fact that no one starved in the streets anymore. Petunia stood by the river, frozen with plastic bags and dark aquatic weeds, as she ventured into the densely packed area of brick houses. Though she had grown up in Cokeworth, she had never truly set foot here. Her visit today was merely to uncover any overlooked details in the police reports. The snow had yet to melt, and the frigid air left the streets deserted. She first located the home of the third deceased. It was a two-story red brick house, its exterior now dilapidated. Once perhaps charming upon construction, but now clearly neglected over the years. A police cordon marked its entrance. It was not unusual for a single truck driver to be away for extended periods due to work. The door was unlocked, and Petunia gently pushed it open. Inside, the place had long been emptied, leaving only an echoing shell. Upon entering, She noticed a blood-red scrawl on the opposite brick wall demanding repayment of a debt, a sight that appeared particularly grotesque. The second floor held little of value as well, but Petunia discovered that aside from the creditor's ominous message, there were some crayon scribbles on the walls, indicative of a child's hand, and not particularly old, likely not left by Toby in his youth. The chaotic doodles, easily overlooked beneath the crimson paint, bore no discernible shape. Having heard nothing of this truck driver having children, Petunia snapped a photograph and noted this anomaly in her notebook. Departing from the riverside house, she continued deeper into the neighborhood. Next was the home of Mrs. Vincent. Renowned for her notoriety, Mrs. Vincent's abode was surprisingly well kept, with folded paper flowers adorning the dining table, evidence of a woman who once cherished life. Aside from traces of the police's investigation, Petunia found no signs of illegal intrusion. After a thorough inspection, she returned to the living room, leaning closer to the paper flowers. She noticed black ink stains upon them, suggesting someone had once written on them before obscuring the text with ink. She collected the paper flowers into a sealed bag, intending to bring them to the police station for handwriting analysis. As for the child's residence, Petunia deemed it unwise to visit, for his grandmother still resided there, a stubborn old woman resistant to any form of investigation, leaving the police at an impasse. Just as Petunia was about to leave the area, her peripheral vision caught sight of the grim man she had seen standing in her yard. He was positioned by the second-floor window of the house across the street, his gaze unblinking and fixed upon her. Recalling the records mentioning Mrs. Vincent's neighbor, Snape, a man known for his reclusive nature who only returned during holidays, Petunia's vigilance heightened. Fortunately, her journey back was uneventful, and she returned home safely with the apple pie. As twilight descended, Harry lay sleeping on the couch after having his milk, while Sirius sat cross-legged on the wooden floor, surrounded by several familiar case files scattered haphazardly before him. He was reviewing details related to the cases. Petunia had not locked these documents away, nor did she mind Sirius perusing them. "Sirius, do you have any thoughts?" Petunia settled onto another sofa. These individuals may not appear to have committed any egregious acts, yet they have undoubtedly offended numerous people in their daily lives. Sirius remarked, "I have encountered that man before. He often passes by my pet shop, and whenever he sees a little girl walking her dog, he emits a peculiar whistle and mutters something about how one treats dogs better than one's own family. However, the moment I step outside to stand at the entrance, he scurries away like a quail." This quintessential image of a coward, whose life is riddled with discontent, is the type who blames all his misfortunes on others, never contemplating self-harm. In the home of the truck driver, I discovered traces that suggested a child once lived there, Penny remarked. Given that he has no children of his own and the prevalence of cases involving gamblers who choose to kidnap or traffic individuals, I shall alert the police to inquire about any missing children in the vicinity. Penny then presented a piece of paper from a sealed bag to Sirius, stating, "I found this at the residence of the second victim, Mrs. Vincent, where it had been folded into a paper flower." Sirius stared blankly at the sheet for a moment before exclaiming, "Isn't this the tattered diary I discarded, which came from Malfoy Manor?" The disparities between items from decades past and contemporary trends, coupled with the stark contrast in aesthetics between wizards and muggles, meant that Sirius still had some recollection of that old diary. It had been torn by Harry, and at that time, I had gathered the pages to discard them together. Even in Spinner's End, there were scavengers. Penny pondered for a moment. Could this truly be linked to the diary? I found nothing indicative of dark magic or anything of that sort on it. Sirius clicked his tongue, expressing his uncertainty about where to search next. Meanwhile, Harry, who had been peacefully sleeping on the sofa, suddenly began to cry out. The two rushed to his side, finding him drenched in cold sweat, one hand pressed against his lightning-shaped scar, occasionally crying out in pain. Everyone knew that this scar was a remnant of Voldemort, and such sudden pain could be a premonition. I immediately contacted the Ministry of Magic. Penny grew apprehensive. As Sirius comforted Harry by patting his back, he remarked, "I shall write to Dumbledore regarding the diary. I hope my cousin did not deliberately send this to trouble us." However, the ministry personnel dismissed Penny's concerns, preoccupied with their Christmas festivities, with only Mr. Kingsley, who was far away in Egypt apprehending fugitives, promising to return home in early January. Dumbledore's reply arrived swiftly, stating that he would seek assistance from nearby wizards. Yet, during this period, another life was lost. This time, the deceased was not a resident of Spinner's End, but rather the owner of a bookstore in the town, Mr. Ollivander. Unlike the previous victims, this proprietor was well known for his kindness. A devout believer, he was generous and led a decent life, with a 6-year-old mute daughter, providing no motive for suicide. Ollivander's bookstore was situated diagonally across from the Bigfoot pet shop, and both Penny and Sirius had encountered the mild-mannered proprietor, who always wore thick glasses, often exchanging nods of greeting when they crossed paths. Mr. Ollivander's death undoubtedly served as a wake-up call. If this continued, more individuals in the small town might inexplicably succumb to suicide. Chapter 9. Young Barty Crouch. As the days passed, Harry's scar ached with increasing frequency. This development only heightened Sirius's agitation. He often transformed into a dog to dig in the yard as an outlet for his emotions. In an attempt to comfort him, Penny found herself grooming him daily with a comb. Just as they were grappling with their predicament, a pale-skinned, light-haired youth knocked on the door of the Evans residence. It was a dreary, overcast day. Sirius was still at work in town, while Penny practiced walking with Harry in the yard. "Good day, madam," the young man, with bulging eyes, abruptly appeared outside the yard and politely introduced himself. "I am Barty Crouch, sent by Professor Dumbledore to assist you." Penny recognized the name. There was a gentleman at the ministry also named Crouch, and according to Mr. Arthur, that Crouch was a favored candidate for the next Minister of Magic. She scrutinized the young man before her for a moment. Indeed, he bore a striking resemblance to the other Crouch. "Good day, young Crouch," Penny smiled. "I had anticipated that Professor Dumbledore would send someone more seasoned. You appear to be no more than 20. "I am 19, he replied, "but rest assured, I have achieved outstanding in all 12 of my OWLs." Despite his youth, young Barty conducted himself appropriately, and Penny felt certain of his identity. He spoke truthfully. Yet she sensed something amiss. "Please, come in." Penny unlocked the outer iron gate, noting that Sirius had not yet returned. As she opened the door, she double-checked that she had not forgotten to conceal her firearm at her side. "Mrs. Black," young Barty said upon entering, glancing at Harry, who was navigating the flower bed, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "Surely, this is the renowned Harry Potter." Today, Harry was adorned with a red knitted hat, which thoroughly concealed his forehead scar. "I am Harry Evans." The child's speech was somewhat slurred, though he pronounced his surname clearly. "Although I am married to Sirius, I have retained my surname. In fact, Sirius does not particularly favor the Black name," Penny explained, steering clear of the topic of Harry. A fleeting expression of disappointment crossed young Barty's face. "Mrs. Evans, I must ask you to hand over that torn page from the diary. It is essential for me to locate the remaining fragments." Penny recalled that Sirius's letter to Dumbledore had not detailed their findings in Spider's End. How did this youth know they possessed that page? A chill ran down her spine, and she instinctively lifted Harry into her arms. "In my study," Penny replied nonchalantly. "Please follow me." She placed Harry on the thick carpet in the living room and led young Barty upstairs. The sealed bag containing the paper was indeed in the study on the second floor, but Penny had no intention of handing it over. As she feigned searching for it to buy time, young Barty suddenly drew his wand outside the study. He was clever and would not be easily deceived. As she sidestepped, her own firearm was now gripped firmly in her hand. "I have always wondered, which is swifter, a wizard's spell or my bullet?" Penny pressed her back against the wall, appending the desk to use it as cover while aiming at young Barty's head. "Madam, you have but one chance," young Barty Crouch said with a mischievous smile, lightly waving his wand and uttering, "Reducto." Penny's aim was steady and true, her finger tightening on the trigger as the bullet sped towards young Barty's forehead. Yet, in the next instant, he vanished from sight, reappearing in another corner of the study, while the desk before her splintered into several pieces. The commotion upstairs caused Harry on the sofa to cry out. He leaped from the couch, stumbling towards the stairs. Penny glanced at the bracelet on her wrist. A gift from Sirius, knowing she had one more chance. Young Barty Crouch erupted into maniacal laughter. "A Muggle could never harm me, Mrs. Evans. You are even more naive than your sister." "Not necessarily," Penny replied coldly, hearing footsteps in the corridor. She raised her arm and pulled the trigger once more. Avada Kedavra! Little Barty's wand emitted a green light. With Harry's shout at the door, Petunia collapsed onto the ground. Barty Crouch Jr. swiftly repositioned himself from the corner of the room to the center. Just as he intended to crouch down and ascertain whether Petunia was truly dead, he felt a sharp pain at the back of his head. In disbelief, he touched his hand to it, only to find it smeared with blood. The bullet, having struck the wall, ricocheted back. The accuracy of its trajectory was likely attributed to Harry, who stood at the doorway. Thus, the young Death Eater slowly fell to the ground, his eyes wide open in death. Petunia clutched her chest and sat up, while Harry, tears streaming down his face, rushed to her side. "Petunia, Aunt Petunia, I'm fine." Petunia embraced Harry, her silver bracelet losing its luster as it turned pitch black. Shortly thereafter, a local police car arrived at the Evans residence. Several officers approached and took a few photographs, with Petunia particularly insisting that they capture the dark mark on Barty's arm before they took his body away. Given that he was the son of a ministry official, she had to remain vigilant. By the time Sirius returned, the scene had been largely processed. It must be said that Petunia's identity as a government employee certainly proved advantageous. She had even scheduled an appointment for Harry with a psychological counselor. Sirius, it's so good to see you alive. Petunia and Harry sat side by side on the sofa, their tone remarkably calm. She did not lift her head, her hands deftly peeling an apple for the startled Harry, behaving as if today were merely an ordinary day. Thank you for the bracelet. It was truly useful. I never imagined you would be more suited to being an assassin than I. After listening to her recount the afternoon's events, Sirius couldn't help but applaud, exclaiming, Harry too. What a remarkable talent. We never intended to become assassins. It was that terrorist who struck first. Self-defense excessive. Harry struggled to articulate, adding, not guilty. It's all the Ministry's fault for inaction. Sirius cursed, but he admitted, I truly didn't expect Barty Crouch Jr. to be a Death Eater. He was always an exemplary representative of Ravenclaw during his time at school. And you didn't foresee that Peter Pettigrew would turn out to be a treacherous rat, Petunia scoffed. You're right, Sirius sighed. The human heart is inscrutable. The three shared the apple, meant to soothe their nerves. Although they had narrowly escaped danger, they were acutely aware that such crises would only proliferate in the future. Chapter 10, Auror Moody. Following the notification of Barty Crouch Jr.'s death, the Ministry of Magic finally dispatched an Auror to handle the matter. This Auror was an old acquaintance of Sirius, one of the first members of the Order of the Phoenix. He had lost an eye in a previous battle, and his hair had turned gray, indicating he was nearing retirement age. Before this Christmas, he had intended to relinquish all his duties and submit his retirement report next year. However, upon learning about Barty's situation, he took his responsibilities seriously and hastened to Cockworth County. Mr. Moody, Sirius greeted after confirming his identity through magical means. I never expected to meet you under such circumstances. Petunia stood beside Harry, who was visibly fascinated by the magical eye that moved in Moody's eye socket, his own eyes following its every motion. Long time no see, Black. Moody boomed. Over there are the famous Harry Potter and his aunt. I am Petunia Evans, she introduced herself, extending her hand for a brief handshake. Petunia always had a great deal of patience for elderly individuals nearing retirement. And having heard of Moody's excellence as an Auror, someone who had rescued numerous innocents from Death Eaters and never resorted to the unforgivable curses even in the direst of situations, she felt a sense of reassurance. Black, Evans, and young Potter, Moody chuckled, 3 surnames for one family. I am Harry Evans. Harry piped up, puffing his cheeks. For safety, we've temporarily changed our surname. Petunia explained. A wise course of action, Moody commended. He continued, in addition to the Ministry's orders, I received a letter from Dumbledore requesting me to protect young Harry. The fact that Barty Crouch Jr. is a Death Eater is indisputable, and upon learning this news, his father has severed all ties with him. You need not worry about the act of killing him, no one will pursue it. The 4 settled in the living room, with Sirius and Petunia meticulously recounting the recent suicide cases and their confrontation with Barty Crouch Jr., while laying out various pieces of evidence, including pages from the diary. It appears that Crouch was after this page. He didn't even bother to check if the child had a lightning scar on his forehead, Moody deduced. That diary is of far greater importance to him, or rather, to the Death Eaters, than killing Harry. Petunia and Sirius had discussed this matter as well. Horcruxes. Sirius softly articulated the term. I believe there can be no other explanation. Upon hearing this, Moody's expression darkened, likely recalling many grim memories associated with the sacrifices made in the battle against Voldemort and the terror they faced. We cannot allow that terrorist leader the opportunity to resurrect himself, Petunia asserted. He may be absorbing energy through murder to revive himself. Evans. Even the darkest wizard at the peak of magical prowess cannot resurrect himself by killing a few muggles. It is not so simple, Moody countered, shaking his head. Inciting muggles to commit suicide seems more like an outlet for frustration or a way to alleviate boredom. The trio fell into silence. The bookstore, Harry suddenly exclaimed. In my dream, I saw a bookstore. He pointed to his forehead scar, indicating the pain he felt during the dream. Harry meant that when his scar hurt, he dreamt of the bookstore. Sirius stroked his chin thoughtfully. Could that diary be in Ollivander's bookstore? Harry nodded vigorously. The restored diary. He had seen the diary intact before it was torn apart in his dream. This indicated that the item indeed possessed exceptionally powerful protective magic. The items in the shop should still be there. After the police took Miss Ollivander to the orphanage, they sealed off that house, Petunia said. We could go look for it. Thus, Sirius and Petunia set off to the town, leaving Moody at home to look after the child. As a side note on the diary's destruction in October, many people have argued that Horcruxes cannot be damaged. Initially, I thought that reading this chapter would help clarify the logic. First, the diary was not destroyed by Harry. The damage was merely a ruse by Tom Riddle. This leads to the question, why was Ginny unable to tear it apart in the original text? Because Ginny was the chosen vessel for Tom's control. She was a weaker individual who did not require pretense in the face of the weak. In this instance, the fragment of soul within the diary had been awakened by Harry. However, He recognized that this family would be difficult to control, so he sought a different environment. Coincidentally, Petunia was moving and clearing out junk, so he opted for the method of being discarded. After being thrown away, he reverted the diary to its original state, making it easier for someone else to retrieve it. Lastly, some may argue that Tom was too weak to accomplish such feats. I cannot categorically dismiss this notion. However, it is evident that Voldemort meticulously chose Horcruxes that held a profound connection to him or possessed significant meaning. A blank notebook, devoid of any substance, hardly seems worthy of his attention as a vessel for a Horcrux. Adhering to this straightforward perspective, I am convinced that the diary indeed contains writings from his youth. Therefore, the blank notebook that Ginny acquired must have had its contents concealed by him. Moreover, considering he could converse through the diary, is it not reasonable to assert that he possessed the capacity to alter its state? In fanfiction, while I may sometimes falter in recalling the intricate details of character names and their English translations, I am certain that the overarching narrative logic has been thoughtfully conceived prior to writing. Instead of nitpicking about trivial matters, one might as well critique the fact that I, in crafting the cover, inadvertently overlooked that Penny has red hair. Chapter 11, The Bookstore Investigation. Sirius always took his customized motorcycle when heading out. Yet it was Penny's first time riding on the back. Noticing her hesitation, Sirius flashed a cheeky grin and handed her a helmet, saying, "You're the first girl to sit in this spot." "Then I owe you my thanks," Penny replied, donning the helmet, relieved that they wouldn't be flying through the skies. "We could try it later, but only once we've resolved our current situation." Sirius winked at her, leaving Moody to tend to the children while they went on a date, which left him feeling slightly guilty. "All right, let's go." Penny feigned a playful punch to his shoulder, asserting, "I won't fall for your charm." In truth, she was rather taken by it. Despite Penny being of considerable age, she had lived a childhood devoid of joy. While other girls were out on dates with their boyfriends, she often found herself practicing shooting or immersed in her studies. The disciplined good girl could never escape her innate charm. Not even the most decisive and skilled agent was immune. Penny's heart raced above its usual pace. The motorcycle sped down the deserted country road, stirring up clouds of dust as Penny wrapped her arms around Sirius's waist, resting her hands on the motorcycle's engine cover. The romantic gesture of embracing would be ill-advised given the motorcycle's speed and inertia. This was indeed the most prudent position for a passenger. The townsfolk recognized Sirius's motorcycle and greeted them with friendly smiles. The police officer they had arranged to meet was already waiting outside Ollivander's bookstore, a slightly plump young man. "Mrs. Evans and Mr. Black, I am Charles, the recording officer assigned to this case." He introduced himself. "What happened to the officer who was previously in charge?" Penny inquired. "The investigation has been reassigned to a higher-ranking agent who will oversee the follow-up," Charles responded. "Initially, we were not authorized to open this door until the senior agent arrived. But your clearance is quite high, and we received special permission from the chief." While the transfer of investigative authority was essentially a means of shifting blame, it was true that cases involving supernatural forces were not something the Muggle police could investigate lightly. "Please extend our gratitude to the chief," Penny smiled. The young man merely intended to open and close the door, not to enter the bookstore, which suited Penny and Sirius just fine as they preferred to search on their own. The bookstore was filled with unsold books, and Sirius lacked the patience to sift through them one by one. He drew his wand and exclaimed, "Come forth, diary." Yet, silence enveloped the room. Unfazed, Sirius repeated the summoning charm, but still, nothing occurred. By this time, Penny had swiftly scanned an entire bookshelf, only to find nothing as well. Could someone have taken it? Sirius tilted his head, observing, "This place is excessively clean for an abandoned Muggle bookstore." He referred to the absence of dust. Ordinarily, bookshelves would be laden with it, especially since no one had tended to the place for quite some time. Penny noted this as well and promptly made her way toward the kitchen. To ascertain if a residence was occupied, inspecting the kitchen proved most effective. Sure enough, she discovered crumbs of gingerbread and fresh vegetable scraps in the trash. Could a nearby homeless person have broken in? Penny shook her head, dismissing the thought. A homeless person would not assist in cleaning the room, and the many bookshelves were dust-free. Moreover, there was no sign of forced entry, indicating that this dwelling had no other entrances. Just as she pondered this perplexity, Sirius, still outside searching for the diary, suddenly shouted, "Stop! Don't run!" Upon Penny's return, she beheld Sirius aiming his wand at an unfamiliar, peculiar creature. The creature was diminutive and emaciated, yet possessed enormous eyes and bat-like ears, trembling in fear as it shielded its eyes with its hands. "Sir." Dobby was only following his young master's orders. "Dobby has not intruded. Which household do you belong to, house elf? What brings you to a Muggle town?" Sirius's tone turned serious, exuding a palpable pressure. The creature, identified as a house elf, sobbed, "My young master is young Barty Crouch. He instructed me to care for a mute girl and wait for him to return. Mute girl? You mean Miss Ollivander? Penny exclaimed. Wasn't she sent to an orphanage? I bring her gingerbread and salad. The conditions at the Muggle orphanage are terribly inadequate, the house elf explained, but I must remain here and await my young master's return. Penny felt a pang of sorrow. She thought to herself, poor Barty Crouch would never return. The girl he cherished must surely be the vessel chosen by Voldemort. And that diary must be close at hand. That terrorist has a fondness for gingerbread and salad? Penny glanced at Sirius. I haven't heard that before. It should merely be Miss Ollivander's preference. Sirius shrugged, but I cannot confirm. Perhaps we should consult Mr. Snape in Spinner's End. He would know. I hope Miss Ollivander has not been fully possessed yet. As they conversed, the house elf seized the opportunity to disapparate away. That little rascal isn't off to alert someone. Is he? Sirius cursed. We need to hurry to that orphanage. Fortunately, Officer Charles was still waiting at the door, and they easily obtained the specific location of the orphanage. Penny once again took her place on the back of the motorcycle as they sped toward the Red Hazel Children's Sanatorium. Chapter 12. The Red Hazel Sanatorium. Nestled halfway up a hill adorned with red hazel trees, the Red Hazel Sanatorium was not far from the town, yet the mountain roads were treacherous and desolate. The location was obscured by a vast expanse of forest. Even if one were to fly, locating it would prove challenging. Consequently, Sirius parked the motorcycle in an open area at the foot of the hill, and the two made their way on foot. Why would they choose such a dreadful place for a sanatorium? Sirius questioned, perplexed. Surely a bustling urban area would be more suitable for raising children. This site was a mental institution until I turned 10, Penny, a local, explained. Originally, there were no children's sanatoriums in Cokeworth. After the mental institution went bankrupt, the land was repurposed into a public children's sanatorium. Given our small community and the few orphans present, it serves merely as a facade for charity, intended to appease government inspections while collecting a few donations. I would rather wander the streets, catching and devouring mice, than reside atop this foreboding mountain. Sirius shook his head, deeming it sheer cruelty. The two ascended, twisting and turning, until the steepness of the slope gradually diminished, revealing the Red Hazel Sanatorium nestled behind the dense woods. The government had evidently spared no effort in its renovation, as it retained the dismal visage of a former asylum. Beside the imposing iron gate stood an abandoned guardhouse. The towering walls crowned with shards of sharp glass and reinforced with barbed wire. Through the fencing, one could glimpse the low buildings within, each window adorned with sealed metal bars, a suffocating sight, as succinctly articulated by Sirius. I have perused the records from the Ministry of Magic. The one you refer to as the Dark Lord once grew up in an orphanage, Penny remarked. It's worth noting that every orphanage is stifling, regardless of its location. The two proceeded side by side into the premises. The guardhouse lay derelict, the gate unlocked. This sanatorium had few employees and exuded a palpable emptiness, devoid of life. Is anyone there? Sirius called out loudly. Yet, apart from the echo of their voices in the woods, there was no response. This is rather unusual, he chuckled lightly, adopting a relaxed tone. It seems we have stumbled into trouble. Penny had long since steeled herself for such a possibility, her hand resting upon the firearm at her hip, vigilantly attuned to the slightest rustle in the surroundings. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps emanated from within the low building, growing louder and nearer. They beheld a dapper man in a suit burst forth, followed closely by a burly cameraman and a woman with exquisite golden curls and ruby-red lips. The trio wore expressions of sheer terror, mouths agape yet silent, as if they had encountered a specter. Upon recognizing the woman at the rear, Sirius raised an eyebrow, his countenance reflecting the distaste of having bitten into a chocolate bean flavored with cockroach. Rita Skeeter? What on earth is the Daily Prophet doing here? Meanwhile, Penny's attention was captivated by the suited man. Vernon Dursley, she exclaimed in unison with Sirius. This Mr. Dursley had once been a classmate of Penny's during her university days. Their acquaintance was tenuous, having collaborated only once on a group project during their first semester. Penny recalled him as a rather boorish individual, yet their joint effort had garnered high marks and accolades from professors. The students had often linked them together, perceiving them as a handsome pair, both having been admitted based on their reputations as top scholars from prestigious high schools. Penny had always dismissed such nonsense, while Mr. Dursley seemed to relish the attention, never denying the rumors, even when Penny consistently outperformed him in subsequent years. Eventually, the whispers of their supposed romantic connection became so entrenched that no amount of explanation from Penny could alter the narrative. In hindsight, she suspected Mr. Dursley had played a role in fanning those flames. After graduation, she had heard that he had chosen the path of a businessman. Penny was certain he was an utterly unremarkable muggle. She exchanged a glance with Sirius, both recognizing the mutual disdain reflected in their eyes. They promptly turned and fled towards the iron gate, with Sirius casting a spell to secure the entrance. Neither wished to be entangled with Rita Skeeter or Vernon Dudley. The mere recollection of the latter brought a wave of revulsion over Penny. Let them be dealt with by the Dark Lord. Sirius whistled merrily, tugging Penny's wrist as they sought refuge in the woods, declaring they would observe the unfolding events. Chapter 13. Tom Riddle. The trio within the sanatorium, frantic to escape, failed to notice Penny and Sirius. Upon reaching the entrance, they discovered the iron gate firmly closed. The two men turned their gaze towards Rita Skeeter, the only witch among them. However, in an unexpected twist, Rita vanished into thin air. Unbeknownst to anyone, a small beetle emerged from the gaps in the fence, fluttering its wings as it descended the mountain. Left behind, Vernon Dudley and the robust cameraman frantically rattled the iron gate, their anguished cries interspersed with curses directed at Rita Skeeter. Behind them, a throng of snakes, each adorned with unique patterns, swiftly approached, the native inhabitants of this mountain. What could possibly instill such fear in them? Sirius wondered aloud in the woods, raising his wand as a silver light erupted from its tip. The luminescence transformed mid-air into a great running dog, identical to his animagus form. The silver dog swiftly entered the enclosure, positioning itself before the two Muggle men, arching its back and baring its teeth as it let out a resounding growl towards the serpents. The snakes, momentarily deterred, veered away, while the iron gate swung open of its own accord. The silver dog half-turned, emitting Sirius's voice as it coldly addressed the two Muggle men. Get lost. Dudley, paralyzed with fear, could hardly stand, crawling and pleading as he escaped. The other stout man had already fled some distance, but, upon witnessing Dudley's state, set down his camera and returned to hoist him up. Once they had descended the mountain, Penny and Sirius emerged from their hiding place. I had no intention of meddling. But it seems you're acquainted with that suited man, Sirius remarked, absent-mindedly rubbing his nose while stealing a glance at Penny's expression. His name is Vernon Dudley? A university classmate, a rather tiresome fellow, Penny replied with disdain. I'm not well acquainted with him. Realizing he had overstepped, Sirius paused, then supplemented, at least as former classmates, we can't just watch him perish, right? The salary I receive comes from taxpayer funds, and I truly cannot stand idly by while a civilian meets their demise. Penny nodded in agreement. You don't think he is my ex-boyfriend, do you? You rarely exhibit such intense emotional fluctuations towards someone, Sirius stated bluntly. At the very least, he occupies a small space in your heart. Just a fool. Penny dismissed the notion, and the conversation surrounding Mr. Dudley concluded as they once again walked side by side towards the grand iron gate. This time, they spotted a little girl with chestnut braids at the corridor's entrance. The girl sported an old canvas bag slung over her shoulder and was slowly savoring a box of gingerbread, her large, dark eyes fixed intently on them. Miss Ollivander? Penny stepped forward, offering a warm smile. Do you remember us? We are the proprietors of the pet shop diagonally across from you. The girl, evidently recalling them, relaxed from her initial wariness. Upon confirming this was indeed Miss Ollivander, Penny and Sirius both exhaled in relief. Whatever has transpired, we shall assist you in descending the mountain, Sirius assured her. This environment is truly uninhabitable. As they moved closer to Miss Ollivander, a sudden flash of green light erupted from her canvas bag. Moments later, the luminous glow coalesced into a handsome, incorporeal youth. Upon discerning the visage of the youth, Sirius promptly shielded Penny behind him, directing his wand towards the four. Tom Marvolo Riddle, that pale specter of 16, inclined his head in a gentlemanly bow towards Penny and Sirius, introducing himself as a close friend of Miss Alice Ollivander. As Alice cannot speak, I shall temporarily assume the role of her spokesperson, he declared. She delights in our shared existence here and is unwilling to depart with you. It was you who caused the demise of Mr. Ollivander. Penny glared at the apparition, asserting, and others from Spinner's End, you are responsible for their fates as well. I am merely fulfilling Alice's desires. After all, I am her sole companion, Tom Riddle replied, shrugging nonchalantly. However, her father's death was an accident. That man discovered me and sought to destroy my diary. Hearing their exchange, Alice cast her eyes downward, her hand clutching a gingerbread cookie trembling slightly. Yet she remained rooted in place, showing no intention of discarding the diary. Do not delude yourselves with such divisive rhetoric to turn Alice against me. In truth, she has sacrificed everything, including her soul, to the great Tom Riddle. The youthful Voldemort spread his arms extravagantly, proclaiming, as the first to awaken me. She holds a privileged position. The deaths of those 3 individuals were, in fact, my gift to my dearest Alice on her 7th birthday. But those 3 had no connection to Alice or Mr. Ollivander. Penny pondered, perplexed. She had assumed Voldemort's fragmented soul merely killed indiscriminately, without any discernible criteria. While it was true that they held no ties to Alice, the late Miss Vincent's daughter had indeed been a frequent patron of Ollivander's bookstore. Miss Vincent was considerably older than Alice and would have been around 15 had she lived. She had taken her own life a year prior. At that time, little Alice had only just turned 5. Who says a 10-year age gap precludes friendship? Seemingly perceiving Penny's thoughts, Tom Riddle commenced recounting the tale of Miss Vincent. It was a harrowing narrative, yet not uncommon in this era. A gentle, fragile girl, coupled with a striking visage, residing in Spinner's End, her fate was all but predictable. Yet, even amidst her own struggles, she showed kindness to Alice, who, unable to speak, was shunned by other children and often found solace in the corners of the bookstore, providing her with gingerbread and braiding her hair beautifully. To Alice, it was those three who had caused her beloved Miss Vincent's departure: a cruel, hysterical mother, classmates who bullied and extorted the weak, and a neighbor who harbored ill intentions towards young girls, acting upon them. They must pay the price. They all deserve to die. Yet, being mute, Alice was powerless to report them, so she penned her feelings of hatred repeatedly in each of her diaries, reminding herself never to forget Miss Vincent as she grew older. Until one day, while documenting her grievances in a tattered, found diary, the demon within responded. Chapter 14, Concerning Alice. Tom Riddle did not lie. He merely concealed certain unique details pertaining to Alice herself. A girl capable of awakening the dormant fragments of the Dark Lord's soul within the diary could hardly be a mere Muggle. Before young Barty Crouch arrived, Tom could not fully control the girl. Rather, she wielded his power to enact her vengeance. The three Muggles had, in fact, met their ends at Alice's behest. First was the 15-year-old George, a boy with a fragile psyche, who required no unforgivable curse. A mere illusion of Miss Vincent's ghost was sufficient to scare the would-be extortionist off the rooftop. The death of Mrs. Vincent was even simpler. Suffering from mild insomnia exacerbated by her daughter's suicide, she was reliant on sleep aids. Alice merely needed to stealthily enter the woman's room, don gloves, and use a knife from the Vincent household to sever her wrist. To ensure the woman did not awaken midway, Alice sat in the living room for the better part of the night, even tearing a page from her diary to fashion a white paper flower in mourning. Lastly, the method of dispatching the truck driver was slightly more intricate. She first carved a hole in the ice on the river, waited for it to freeze again, and when the moment was ripe, lured the man over. Just as he stepped onto the ice and fell in, she sealed the hole. A series of precise steps that would be exceedingly difficult for a 6-year-old to execute, yet Alice accomplished it flawlessly. This girl possessed not only a keen intellect, but also an innate and formidable magical prowess, executing the murders with an unsettling composure. Curiously, her father was an utterly ordinary Muggle man, preoccupied with work and devoid of any vices beyond his neglect, while Tom could find no information regarding Alice's mother. This piqued the young Dark Lord's curiosity. 16-year-old Tom Riddle had not yet descended into the hysteria of Voldemort after the loss of his nose. He was merely a boy, intelligent yet aloof and cold-hearted, raised in a typical family. Perhaps certain aspects of Alice's circumstances reminded him of his own, and rather than seeking to resurrect himself through her, Tom intended to cultivate her as a valuable ally. Such potential was a rarity. Alice, Penny called, dispose of that diary. The current Tom Riddle is quite weak and poses no threat to you. Sirius brandished his wand, adding, Fear not, little girl, I shall protect you. However, Alice, who had remained silent and still, abruptly cast the gingerbread to the ground, clutching her tattered canvas bag tightly as she shook her head vehemently. Her face was etched with terror as she retreated a few steps, hastily ascending the stairs, clearly unwilling to accompany them. Look, Tom Riddle raised his chin, indicating to Penny and Sirius the girl's panicked retreat. She has lost all she once possessed, and what remains is merely the vestige of a reality she clings to. I am the lifeline for that little girl. Tom Riddle was an adept manipulator of hearts. A helpless mute child of not yet 7 could be easily ensnared by his machinations. As the girl vanished from sight, Tom Riddle's specter dissipated into the ether. Sirius and Penny dashed upstairs, but they were too late. Upon reaching the rooftop, they found that Dobby had already taken the girl and the diary away via apparition. Damn it, Sirius cursed. This is utterly disastrous. At least the paper did not return to the diary. Penny reassured him. Young Barty Crouch is so invested. Perhaps this is the key to Tom Riddle's revival. Such matters were best left to the Ministry of Magic and Dumbledore to resolve. Penny patted Sirius on the shoulder. Our primary responsibility is to look after Harry. Though they had not left empty-handed, at least such suicides would not plague Corkworth County again. As they exited the sanatorium, preparing to descend the hill towards home, Penny halted abruptly. She noticed that the camera, previously discarded at the entrance by the Muggle brood, was no longer in its place. A wave of foreboding washed over her. In that moment, her heart sank worse than when she had witnessed the young Voldemort flee before her very eyes. Sirius followed her gaze towards the open space, realizing the same unsettling truth. Can human scientific instruments capture spectral entities? His eyes widened at the thought. If this were broadcasted by a Muggle television station, the subsequent memory modification would be an immense undertaking. I believe it's possible, Penny remarked. Television and newspapers frequently report on paranormal photographs. During my idle moments at the Ministry of Magic, I've researched ghostly phenomena and discovered that a small fraction of those spectral images are indeed authentic, although many are merely fabrications designed to generate buzz. Sirius fell into an unusual silence. We might also have been captured on film. Penny's mind raced, conjuring the most optimal solution. Perhaps they could disguise themselves as mediums. She recalled a recent foreign reality show about spiritualism that had gained considerable popularity, often featuring eccentric individuals exploring abandoned haunted houses. Should this incident truly cause a stir among Muggles, she resolved to turn the situation to their advantage, persuading the government to promote their identities as spiritualists, thereby transforming the occurrence into a more entertaining spectacle. In this way, they would have a plausible explanation for future appearances in similar circumstances. Your wizarding identity will remain concealed. You can claim to be a demon hunter devoted to God, Penny suggested. This would not contravene the international statute of wizarding secrecy. Thank you, my dear. Sirius, with his canine eyes drooping, wore an expression of resigned despair. It seems I must procure a Bible to keep at home. I'm delighted you've so swiftly embraced your new identity. I believe a crucifix would also be essential, Penny chuckled. Chapter 15. Exposure of their movements. As Penny had anticipated, their confrontation with Tom Riddle at the sanatorium was soon unveiled by the Muggle media. The camera's resolution was remarkably sharp, capturing the faces and actions of the group in vivid detail. However, the clarity lent an air of artifice to the scene, especially given the striking appearances of the individuals involved, prompting viewers to exclaim that they looked like actors. Fortunately, the Ministry of Magic and MI6 had already received Penny's plea for assistance, and the authorities promptly implemented the public relations strategy she had proposed. This era was a veritable explosion of entertainment news. The public had grown accustomed to sensationalist hype surrounding alien legends and ghostly events. Thus, aside from the neighbors and friends of Penny and Sirius, very few people truly cared about the news. Nonetheless, the presence of a spiritualist couple in Cockworth County did circulate within a limited circle. After learning about the Dark Lord's Horcrux, Moody decided to postpone his retirement and applied to the ministry for the authority to pursue Tom Riddle's diary. He bid farewell to the Penny family and departed Cockworth County the following day. The Christmas holidays had come to an end, the snow had completely melted, and the weather gradually warmed. In the blink of an eye, spring had arrived. Initially believing that the matter of the diary was settled and that their family could return to a tranquil existence, they overlooked the woman named Rita Skeeter. Harry was nearly 3 years old, and Penny had been gathering information to select a suitable Muggle preschool for him nearby. However, this endeavor was met with vehement opposition from Sirius. According to him, Harry need not attend preschool. His education could be conducted at home under his direct tutelage. After all, in a preschool setting, he would not be able to supervise Harry closely, leaving him vulnerable to danger. This was the traditional approach of pure-blood wizarding families like the Blacks, who held a deep reverence for lineage. Conversely, Penny believed that Harry's upbringing should not be overly isolated from society. He could choose to become a counter-terrorism fighter or a savior in the future, but no one should preemptively decide for him, stripping him of his right to enjoy the life of an ordinary child. At the very least, he needed to make friends his own age. This disagreement persisted and eventually erupted as time passed, leading to a prolonged Cold War between them. The melancholic Sirius lay sprawled against the wall, his canine head turned to the corner, occasionally emitting sorrowful whimpers, interspersed with moments of sitting up to howl sorrowfully at the window. Meanwhile, Penny sat on the sofa, feigning strength as she attempted to teach Harry some simple Muggle math, though her own thoughts were a chaotic jumble, nearly leading her to miscalculate basic multiplication within 10. Fortunately, the Evans residence was detached, or given the poor sound insulation and Sirius's noise, the neighbors might have reported Penny for animal cruelty. Thus, they remained locked in this stalemate, causing considerable distress to young Harry, who was beginning to understand the situation. In truth, 3-year-old Harry was not particularly fond of tedious mathematics. At this age, no child desires to attend preschool. He sided with his godfather, but could not bear to utter words that would sadden his aunt. With a yawn, he rubbed the tears from the corners of his eyes and declared, "No fighting, no school, no learning, fireplace, Ron." Penny understood his meaning. Harry was suggesting that perhaps they could find a balanced solution that would allow him to make friends his age without attending preschool, while also acquiring sufficient knowledge, such as connecting the fireplace to the burrow, enabling him to play with Ron and the others every day. Harry had not yet met Ron, but he had received gifts from the Weasley family during Christmas and was aware that there was a boy his age named Ron. Growing up in a Muggle town, Harry had always been curious about the life of a genuine wizarding family. Just as they mentioned the burrow, a small owl flew in through the window, carrying a letter. Penny recognized the little messenger. It was indeed the Weasley family's owl. She extended her hand, opened the envelope, and found a comforting letter from Molly. Dear Penny, how are you? I heard that you recently encountered that man's Horcrux, and my family and I are quite worried. Please extend our greetings to Sirius and little Harry. Arthur mentioned that after this incident, he and the Aurors from the Ministry re-examined Malfoy Manor, but found nothing. As I write this letter, Lucius Malfoy has already been released without charges. Sirius may be quite furious upon hearing this outcome, but I know you will understand. There are far too many things in this world that are beyond our control. Not all evil will be judged, just as some justice will never be rewarded. With the emergence of the Horcrux, it seems the Dark Lord's power is on the rise once more, and the atmosphere in the magical community has grown heavy and tense. All we can do now is protect ourselves while also safeguarding our families and children. Additionally, there is some unfortunate news. Your family's movements have been leaked and anonymously submitted to the newspapers. I have enclosed today's Daily Prophet with this letter. Please see the front page of the second section for the details. Take care, Molly Weasley, who has lost sleep worrying about you. Though Molly Weasley's letter was not lengthy, it bore significant content. Following her suggestion, Penny opened the second page of the newspaper. There, two images appeared side by side. On the left was a moving photograph of the black dog Sirius joyfully running in the yard with Harry, while the right captured the semi-transparent figure of Tom Riddle taken at the Red Chestnut Sanatorium. The bold headline read, "The Dark Lord's Horcrux emerges. Young Harry Potter may face his wrath." The article does not specify their exact location. Instead, it indulges in imaginative storytelling, fabricating a melodramatic tale of revenge that made Petunia roll her eyes in exasperation. Although Voldemort had not returned, it was widely known that he had not completely perished, which heralded danger. Not only Rita Skeeter was aware of their whereabouts, recalling the unwelcome visit from young Barty Crouch and the ambiguous allegiance of Snape, Petunia found herself increasingly anxious about Harry's safety. The premise of allowing Harry to enjoy a normal childhood hinged on the complete annihilation of Voldemort, intensifying Petunia's loathing for that terrorist leader. "Harry, I'm sorry." After apologizing to the child, Petunia crouched by the wall, gently stroking the fur of the dog. "Sirius, I concede, your idea is indeed more prudent this time." The large black dog squinted in pleasure for a moment before turning around and nudging her palm with his damp nose, emitting a soft whimper. This signified the end of their Cold War. They had reconciled. "We must relocate once more," Petunia declared, after the spread of the Daily Prophet. "Far too many know we reside here." Sirius transformed back into his human form, and they returned to the sofa, sitting beside Harry, one on each side. "Back to London," Harry exclaimed again. "Birthday, I want Ron to come over and play." Harry yearned to return to London and invite Ron and the others to celebrate his birthday at their home this year. "I agree," Sirius replied, slapping hands with Harry before continuing. "The most perilous places are often the safest. No one would suspect we would return." Sirius's uncle had left him property in London, making the move back quite convenient. "It must be this way," Petunia concurred. Chapter 16, Finding a Malfoy. The family of three boarded the train back to London. To prevent any lurking Death Eaters from recognizing Harry, Petunia had deliberately let his hair grow long, employing disguises to conceal his lightning-shaped scar, and even purchased a lovely dress to masquerade him as a girl during their journey. Yet, this was still insufficient for complete security. Those familiar with the James Bond series know that disguise is a fundamental lesson for spies. Since they were a family of three, Petunia and Sirius's appearances were already compromised. Thus, altering Harry's identity alone seemed futile. Therefore, Petunia utilized Muggle methods to subtly change both her and Sirius's appearances. She dyed her red hair a golden hue, sprinkled freckles around her nose, and donned non-prescription glasses. Sirius, however, found it less complicated. All he needed was a sufficiently exaggerated mustache and a wide-brimmed hat to obscure his eyes. Rather than growing a beard himself, he opted to order one from a Muggle store. As the train's whistle blew and the wheels began to roll with a loud clatter, they had purchased compartment tickets since the journey was not too long. "Every time I board this steam train, I am flooded with a sense of nostalgia for my student days," Sirius commented wistfully. "The first time I met James was on the Hogwarts Express. He had just had a spat with Lily." "I've heard Lily mention it," Petunia replied. "For a time, she would come home and vent about a perpetually disheveled boy and his wicked little gang." "Wicked little gang? That sounds rather ominous." Sirius raised an eyebrow, recalling how James might have been a bit overzealous at that time. Indeed, he had done quite a few foolish things, but thankfully Lily had never truly loathed him. "Mommy and Daddy." Hearing his parents' names, Harry clapped his small hands on the table, his bright green eyes wide with excitement. "Your father and mother were always very much in love," Sirius said to Harry. "They loved you dearly as well." Harry had yet to fully comprehend death. Even though he had vanquished Voldemort once and aided Petunia in dispatching young Barty Crouch, he perceived his parents as having merely gone to another world. Yes, Petunia said softly, smoothing Harry's tousled hair. Sirius and I love you just the same. Harry loves Aunt Petunia and Uncle Sirius. The little girl, dressed in a frilly dress, giggled. His green eyes mirrored Lily's perfectly, and in such moments, Petunia's heart would soften, compelling her to embrace Harry. Meanwhile, Sirius, seated opposite, felt tears welling in his eyes. To conceal them, he averted his gaze, resting an arm on the window ledge, feigning interest in the passing scenery. Hello. At that moment, a rapid knocking resounded at the compartment door. Please help me. A young voice, laden with tears, cried out. Petunia and Sirius exchanged a glance before cracking the door open slightly. Standing outside was a small boy clad in a green vest and white shirt, appearing to be about Harry's age, with platinum blonde hair. Despite his pale complexion and tear-filled eyes, he held his head high with pride. The boy's hair color caused Sirius to frown, though he refrained from commenting. What's wrong, child? Are you lost from your parents? Petunia inquired. I can help you contact the train staff. No, the boy nearly shrieked, forcing his way into their compartment and swiftly closing the door behind him, trembling all over. You can't. I've been kidnapped. The kidnappers are still on this train. Given his attire, he certainly hailed from a wealthy family. Why do you think we can help? Petunia asked cautiously. Because you're with a child, the pale boy pointed at the curious Harry. My mother said if I ever got lost, I should seek help from a woman with a child. It seemed he was leveraging his mother's empathy. Just as Sirius was about to speak, a loud clamor of footsteps echoed from outside, shaking the floor of the compartment. A coarse male voice called out, inquiring if anyone had seen his mischievous son. The platinum-haired boy appeared even more frightened, trembling helplessly as he grasped Petunia's sleeve. His demeanor was utterly pitiful, prompting Petunia to cast a pleading glance at Sirius. Reluctantly, Sirius stood up, retrieving a backpack from the luggage rack and extracting the invisibility cloak that Dumbledore had given to Harry. Boy, come here. He beckoned. Don't be afraid. We'll help you. Petunia instructed. You wait there and remain silent. Sirius covered the boy with the invisibility cloak, concealing him in a corner. The next moment, the compartment door was flung open violently. A face, bulging with muscles, appeared at the entrance. The newcomer stood over 2 meters tall, with a robust physique and a thick coat of body hair, speaking in a gruff tone. Have you seen a 3-year-old blonde boy, wearing a green vest, always acting haughty? As he spoke, he sniffed the air, as if to catch a scent. He seems to have run to another carriage. Petunia indicated toward the front. I heard a child crying, so I opened the door to take a look. The green-vested little boy? Harry chimed in, nodding enthusiastically. He is very handsome. Upon hearing this, the hulking man scrutinized the three of them, ensuring no one else was present in the compartment before hastily striding in the direction Petunia had indicated. Sirius quickly shut the door once more. A werewolf, he muttered. He comprehended clearly. Moreover, he was a naturally born werewolf, not one transformed by a bite. Was he serving the Dark Lord? Penny glanced towards the hiding place of the blonde boy. According to the Ministry of Magic's records, the current pureblood werewolf population were all followers of Voldemort, believing that only the Dark Lord could allow all werewolves to live under the sun. Come out, young Malfoy. Sirius said. You are quite fortunate to encounter us. As the invisibility cloak was lifted, Draco Malfoy emerged, his eyes red-rimmed, having just recovered from a state of anxiety bordering on suffocation. Who are you? How do you know? His mouth was abruptly covered by Sirius. Keep your voice down. That werewolf possesses not only keen olfactory senses, but also acute hearing. Draco widened his eyes and nodded repeatedly. You need not worry. I am your uncle. Sirius chuckled at his terrified demeanor. You remind me of little Sissy when she was young. She was afraid of the dark. Adult matters should not burden a child. As long as you behave, once we reach London, I shall write to your mother and have her come to fetch you. Chapter 17, Return to London. Penny had been anxious, for Harry had not had the opportunity to interact with peers since his birth, and over time, it would influence his character. This had inadvertently provided him a playmate. Children just over 3 years old can easily bond, and after sharing snacks, Harry and Draco immediately began to communicate in the unique language of childhood. Given the possibility of the werewolf doubling back, they decided to disembark at the next station and take a taxi to London. Voldemort's directive to have the werewolf abduct young Malfoy was likely a ploy to coerce his father into compliance. Lucius Malfoy was a man adept at reading the situation and safeguarding himself, now that Voldemort was weakened. Such a clever individual would not genuinely serve the Dark Lord without being compelled. Having come to this realization, Sirius resolved to temporarily set aside the old grievances regarding the diary with the Malfoy family. Yet he was reluctant to disclose his own family's whereabouts to a confirmed Death Eater like Malfoy. The promise made to Draco about writing to his mother was, of course, a ruse to comfort a child, Since Voldemort could use this precious son to threaten Malfoy, the Order of the Phoenix could certainly do the same. As the train approached its destination, Penny retrieved Harry's knitted hat and placed it on Draco, concealing his conspicuous platinum hair, and then removed his green vest, replacing it with another coat. Each carrying a child, they disembarked. The four-story villa left behind by Alfred Black was situated in southern London, complete with a large garden and swimming pool. It was conveniently located near a subway station, with a newly constructed Grand Theater across the street, and a large shopping mall a bit further away. The location was quite desirable. They arrived home safely before nightfall. Sirius opened the front door with his wand, and Penny noticed a massive portrait hanging on the wall directly opposite the entrance. The man in the painting had black hair and dark eyes, bearing a resemblance to Sirius. He was likely the original owner of the house, Sirius's uncle, Alfred Black. "Welcome home," the man in the portrait said with a somewhat stern expression. "I never imagined a woman would choose to marry Sirius." "Uncle Alfred, what do you mean by that?" Sirius retorted with a pout. "Am I that unremarkable? I never said such a thing." The portrait's gaze swept over Penny, Harry, and Draco, merely surprised. "And you even had twins," due to Penny's hair being dyed golden. Aside from Harry, Alfred mistook Draco for one of their children. "Good day, sir," Penny greeted politely and clarified. "They are not twins. This young gentleman is Draco Malfoy." She hesitated, pondering whether to disclose the pretense of marriage to Sirius's uncle. "And this is my godson, Harry Potter." Sirius quickly interjected. "We just wed. We haven't had the chance to have children yet." It seemed unnecessary to elaborate. "Well then," Alfred's tone conveyed a hint of regret, "I am none the less pleased. Congratulations on your marriage." "Thank you, Uncle," Sirius responded joyfully. Meanwhile, a house elf appeared at the foot of the portrait. "The master has returned with the mistress," it exclaimed excitedly. This house elf, named Cloud, was brought from number 12, Grimmauld Place by Alfred, with ears resembling fluffy clouds. This house elf always kept the household impeccably tidy and was an excellent cook. Knowing they would return, Cloud had already prepared dinner. After dinner, Penny returned to the study to write a letter informing Dumbledore of their encounter with the werewolf and young Malfoy on the train. Confident that the headmaster would handle the situation effectively, poor Draco remained oblivious, merrily playing an exploration game with Harry in the old house. The young master seemed to have mistakenly perceived Harry, clad in a dress, as a girl based solely on first impressions, and after the harrowing bridge incident, he now appeared as a most gentlemanly figure, hardly resembling a Malfoy. Sirius, with a knowing smile, chose not to reveal the truth, contentedly watching Draco chase after Harry. The house was vast, 3 times the size of the Evans residence, filled with items largely absent from the Muggle world. Harry, brimming with curiosity at his age, was thrilled to have a new friend and could hardly contain his excitement. Sirius, Penny emerged from the study, having just received a letter from Mr. Kingsley, informing her that a girl resembling Alice Ollivander had been spotted in Austria. "They have gone to Austria?" Sirius exclaimed in astonishment. Could it be that Tom Riddle intends to go to Nurmengard? That prison held the first Dark Lord, Gellert Grindelwald. Weakened, Tom Riddle likely sought to free him, inciting greater chaos in the wizarding world to allow himself to remain hidden for a time. The ministry had similar speculations, yet curiously, witnesses reported that the girl had been acting alone, accompanied only by a house elf named Sparkle, with no other Death Eaters in sight. Penny remarked, "Were it otherwise, she would not have been so easily spotted. This defies logic. We know that at least those werewolves remain loyal to the Dark One. If he intended to break someone out of prison, he should not have brought only a little girl and a house elf," Sirius asserted. "I believe he left behind more than one Horcrux." Penny voiced her suspicion that perhaps there were other Tom Riddles in the world, and the one currently lurking in the shadows, commanding the remnants of the Death Eaters and werewolves, was not the boy we had encountered in the diary. Undoubtedly, this was a chilling observation. One Voldemort was terrifying enough, and now there were unknown multiples. However, in comparison to a relatively intact soul, this also fragmented Voldemort's power, making it easier to dismantle him piece by piece. "Damn the noseless one," Sirius cursed. Did he not consider that one day he might face a power struggle with himself when he split his soul? "I eagerly anticipate the day when the Tom Riddles turn on one another." Splitting his soul would drive him increasingly mad. Perhaps by then, he would have lost all rationality. "At least for us, this is not necessarily a bad thing," Penny remarked. After finishing their dinner, Harry and Draco began to create a cacophony of opening and closing doors throughout the house, the wooden floorboards echoing beneath their footsteps. However, for the moment, their clamor had ceased. The children, undoubtedly up to some mischief, prompted Petunia and Sirius, seasoned in such matters, to deftly steer the conversation away from Voldemort and instead seek out Harry and Draco. They discovered the 2 boys in the antique collection room on the ground floor. Harry, with Draco's assistance, was attempting to climb onto a tall round stool, while the house elf, Dobby, anxiously stood guard nearby. following Harry's movements. Petunia's gaze fell upon an object on the antique shelf beside the stool, a golden locket box, adorned on its front with an S-shaped serpent set in green gemstones. Chapter 18. The Mysterious Locket Box. Upon witnessing this scene, Sirius quickly approached and lifted Harry down. "Where did this locket box come from?" he inquired, glancing toward the antique shelf. "After my uncle passed away, I meticulously catalogued all his belongings, and there was no locket box then. It must be Creature," Dobby exclaimed, pounding his head with both hands in distress. "A month ago he arrived here, because you ordered me, Master, that if any other blacks sought the old master's treasures, Dobby need not intervene. Creature and Dobby have been arguing, and Dobby did not wish to see him, so I ignored his presence when I sensed him entering. It was Dobby's fault. Please punish me, Master." "Stop it," Sirius interjected. "It's not your fault. Don't beat yourself up." Petunia approached, intending to examine the golden locket box, but an inexplicable chill crept up her spine, a foreboding and dangerous aura emanating from it. Heeding her instinct, she withdrew her hand. "Who is Creature?" Petunia asked. "He is the house elf at number 12, Grimmauld Place," Sirius replied. "That fellow has always been subservient to my mother. He despises me. And the locket box he brought must certainly harbor ill intent. But as far as I know, house elves do not betray their masters," Petunia remarked, puzzled. "Or perhaps you were disowned by the family, and thus no longer considered his master. It is also possible that my mother commanded him to do so," Sirius said with a self-deprecating smile, his eyes icy. "She would relish in my utter destruction. Regardless, we should best secure this locket box," Petunia suggested. Aware that Sirius was in a foul mood, a state ill-suited for rational decision-making, they ushered Harry and Draco out of the room, sealing the wooden door of the antique room with locks and spells. "Children, you must not approach this room again," Petunia warned. "That locket box may be very dangerous. Now, it's time for a wash and then off to bed." While she was firm in her approach, Petunia understood that indulgence, as exhibited by Sirius, was not the path to take with children. The two boys nodded obediently, hand in hand, and scampered off. "Sirius," Petunia began once the children had distanced themselves. "We have been married for quite some time now. Shouldn't we pay a visit to Mrs. Black?" She noticed a tempest of emotions surge in Sirius's gray-blue eyes. "Absolutely not," he replied. "My mother is an incorrigible old curmudgeon, an extreme proponent of blood purity, and I am a Muggle, entirely unassociated with magic," Petunia swiftly interjected. "Meeting her will only subject you to unnecessary insults." Sirius continued. "As for the matter of Creature and the locket box, I can handle it alone." "I thought you would be pleased," Petunia said, surprised by his reaction. "Remus mentioned that you have been striving to oppose your mother, and a Muggle daughter-in-law boldly entering number 12, Grimmauld Place would surely send that old woman into a fit. Please, darling. I care far more about your feelings than any petty desire for revenge." "Thank you, my dear," Petunia shrugged. "If it's merely verbal assaults, they pose no threat to me. Since I began interacting with the magical world, the overt and covert discrimination has been omnipresent. Some prejudices are even invisible. Nearly every wizard looks down upon Muggles' capabilities. I have grown accustomed to it, and I have even used this to my advantage to make young Barty Crouch underestimate me, costing him dearly." "Very well, since you are so resolute," Sirius said, somewhat dejectedly. "To dissent would only make me appear a coward." "How could that be? You have always been synonymous with Gryffindor bravery," Petunia reassured him in a tone she often used with young Harry. "Bigfoot is the bravest little pup in the world." "Oh, spare me." Finally, Sirius broke into a genuine smile. "With my stature, I'm more akin to a big dog." Chapter 19. You Are You. Regardless of the family into which you were born. Before visiting Mrs. Black, Petunia and Sirius took Harry and Draco to the Burrow. Harry had long yearned for the lively atmosphere of the Weasley household, and Mrs. Weasley adored Harry, making it a mutually agreeable arrangement. However, Draco appeared less than enthusiastic. Technically, Draco and the Weasley family shared a familial connection, as Mr. Arthur Weasley's mother hailed from the Black family. Yet, as Hogwarts classmates and ministry colleagues, the relationship between Arthur and Lucius was notoriously poor, compounded by their differing views on blood status and Muggle treatment, rendering them, to some extent, bitter rivals long before Voldemort's malevolence took root. Thus, Draco harbored a rather dismal stereotype of the Weasley family. "We must bring insect repellent," the platinum-haired young lord remarked. "And some perfume. My father says the place where the redheads live always smells oddly of skunk." "Young Malfoy," Sirius said, delivering a firm thump to his head. "You have no right to be choosy, and your attitude is quite rude. If you don't want to be left alone in this empty house waiting for a werewolf to come, it would be wise to keep your mouth shut." "I am thinking of Harry," Draco protested, clutching his forehead, which had reddened from the impact, tears nearly welling in his eyes. "How can someone like us associate with those traitors of pure blood?" "Draco," Harry interjected, his expression stern. You do know my mother comes from a regular Muggle family, and Aunt Petunia can't even perform magic. His recent language acquisition had progressed rapidly, now enabling him to articulate complete sentences. That's not what I meant, Draco insisted, shaking his head, casting a somewhat guilty glance at Petunia. I didn't mean to offend Mrs. Evans. I know she is a very powerful lady. It's just that my father said, Draco, some experiences must be lived personally. You cannot rely solely on the narratives of your forebears or others, Petunia advised, gently touching his reddened forehead. Just as the Muggles you once knew are certainly not representative of all, every Muggle is unique. I'm sorry, Draco murmured. Owing to the assistance Petunia had extended during Draco's most perilous moments, he harbored a certain admiration for her, and in contrast to the ever-teasing Sirius, he felt more inclined to draw close to Petunia at home. Petunia recognized that the boy was fundamentally good. At his age, many of his negative habits could still be corrected. Knowing how to apologize is a good start, Sirius said, playfully brandishing his large fist in front of Draco. But if you dare to speak out of turn in front of the Weasleys later, an apology won't suffice. This sight caused Draco to retreat behind Harry, his eyes reddened and brimming with unshed tears. Harry stepped forward with an air of a protective elder brother, patting his chest as he declared, I shall keep a watchful eye on Draco. We will certainly become good friends with Ron and his siblings. Do not frighten the child, Sirius. I trust in the social etiquette instilled at Malfoy Manor, Penny interjected at an opportune moment. One took on the role of the enforcer while the other played the conciliator, ultimately subduing the haughty pure-blood scion. After entrusting the children to Mrs. Molly, Sirius and Penny Apparat to a secluded alley adjacent to number 12, Grimmauld Place. Penny could feel the warmth of Sirius's hand, clammy with sweat. Even he was perplexed by his own nervousness. Heaven knows he remained unflinching in the face of Voldemort himself. Yet here he was, trembling at the prospect of introducing Penny to his mother. Sirius, you are simply who you are. No one can dictate the family into which they were born. Penny discerned his apprehension. I will not harbor disdain for you due to your mother's attitude. On the contrary, she felt a pang of sympathy for this vulnerable version of Sirius. Yet he lamented, even if I sever ties with them, some ingrained traits and influences from childhood remain deeply rooted within me. Their gazes locked, and he cradled her other hand, standing face to face with their palms intertwined. I fear you may be disappointed. He displayed that familiar expression reminiscent of a homeless puppy. What must I do to restore your sense of security? Penny was at a loss, as this was her first encounter with such emotional complexities. The books offered no guidance, and no teacher would impart such lessons. Her rational mind struggled to navigate these sentimental issues, leaving her to toss the conundrum back to him. A hug? She pondered, but one would surely be insufficient. Sirius began to shake her arm playfully, as if indulging in a childlike whimsy. Sister, a little puppy needs countless hugs. With a sigh, Penny smiled and opened her arms wide. Just before he leaned in, she professed, regardless, I love you. They often expressed love to Harry, yet at this age, Penny herself hardly grasped the true essence of love. Both she and Sirius had lost their beloveds due to an elusive prophecy, yet their shared affection for Harry bound them together. What kind of love existed between them? Familial love, the love of friends, or perhaps a romantic inclination? The intricacies eluded her, yet she was certain that, in this moment, her declaration was genuine, not merely an act of comfort or perfunctory sentiment, but a heartfelt expression of feelings she scarcely understood. For Penny Evans, Sirius Black was the vessel capable of receiving her affections, regardless of what that love entailed. They embraced in the shadowy alley. Upon hearing her words, Sirius tightened his grip around her, nearly rendering her breathless. I love you too. His voice trembled. Thank you, Penny. Even if you utter those words merely to console me, I am still grateful. Chapter 20, Number 12, Grimmauld Place. Although intended as a visit, Sirius preferred to label this endeavor as a reckoning. He had always been reluctant to expose his most disdained aspects, the family he utterly loathed, which haunted him even in the depths of night. Since departing from number 12, Grimmauld Place, Sirius had wandered aimlessly, occasionally residing with the Potters in Godric's Hollow or moving to his uncle's home in South London. Yet, whether with James or Alfred, they had both departed from his life with surprising swiftness. No dwelling could be deemed a home devoid of inhabitants. Sirius had experienced ceaseless loss, and the agony of such experiences had rendered him insecure. Fortunately, the solace of Penny's embrace filled that void remarkably well. Penny had previously resided at Grimmauld Place, yet she was unaware of the existence of number 12 until Sirius led her to the imposing black door adorned with a silver serpent handle. Mrs. Walburga Black evidently did not welcome Sirius's arrival, prompting him to forego the doorbell and instead enter with a flick of his wand. This was not due to any lingering affection from Mrs. Black, permitting her disowned son's return, but rather because Sirius was now the sole male heir of the estate. rendering the ancestral protective charms ineffective against him. At the moment he opened the door, Sirius confirmed the death of his brother, Regulus Black. Oh, the instant the door swung open, a shrill voice pierced the air. Creature, get that filthy trash out of here. The voice of Mrs. Black echoed from a distant room, filled with indignation. Do you think the floors of the Black household are meant for muggles? The house elf creature instantly positioned himself in front of Penny and Sirius. The esteemed mistress despised her disobedient eldest son and the muggle woman he brought with him. Too dirty. Too dirty. Creature muttered incessantly. Silence. Creature, Sirius commanded sternly. If you wish to avoid receiving my gift, you would do well to step aside. Under the weight of Sirius's threat, Creature's tirade fell silent. However, Mrs. Black continued her vitriolic diatribe, spewing a stream of venomous words. I knew it would come to this. Sirius shrugged nonchalantly, leading Penny through the long corridor toward the second floor. The corridor was lined with a series of portraits, presumably of the Black ancestors. Their eyes following the pair's movements with curiosity and scrutiny, though the predominant expressions were those of anger and disdain. The furnishings of the house appeared aged. The wallpaper had begun to yellow, and the carpet was threadbare. The design of the serpent-shaped chandelier and candelabra struck Penny as quaintly outdated, adding to the oppressive atmosphere of the house. Yet, as she ascended the staircase to the second floor and beheld the wall decorations, she realized that the previous sense of oppression was trivial in comparison. The walls of the staircase were adorned with the heads of house elves, who took pride in having their heads mounted on the walls. Only those house elves who have been highly regarded by their masters and have devoted their lives to the Black family earn the right to have their heads severed, Sirius explained. May I inquire whether they are executed while alive or after they have naturally passed? How can you, Muggle woman, pose such an impertinent question? Creature interjected indignantly. No house elf would wish to linger after losing their ability to serve. That would only be a burden to their masters. Thus, it is after they have completely lost their mobility due to age that they are decapitated. Penny understood. For most wizards, this practice was cruel. Any human would form attachments to the beings they coexisted with. Historically, only a select few families had chosen such a course of action. Unfortunately, I was born into such a family, Sirius lamented. Get out of this house. Take your Muggle woman and leave. Mrs. Black exclaimed, her voice rising in agitation. What right do you have to criticize the actions of our ancestors? Sirius Black, you disgrace of the family. Sirius made a gesture to cover his ears, shouting towards the tightly closed door of Mrs. Black. On this matter, our thoughts align. I have no desire to set foot here either. However, mother, you must tell me what purpose the locket box that you had Creature deliver to Uncle Alfred's antique collection serves. What locket box? Mrs. Black retorted angrily. What trickery are you up to now, you wretched boy? Isn't it the locket box adorned with a serpent of Slytherin's green gem that you had Creature bring over? Sirius inquired, directing his gaze towards Creature. The house elf flinched, attempting to flee, but the innate bond to his master rendered him immobile. Creature, what is the significance of that locket box? It has made the mistress ill. Creature stammered, his emotions spiraling out of control. A cursed object. A cursed object. I beg the young master's pardon. Creature failed. Must destroy the cursed object. Destroy it. Regulus instructed you to destroy that locket box? Sirius gleaned vital information from Creature's chaotic utterances. You believe that the locket box hidden in our home is the source of our mother's declining health. A malignant object that cannot be discarded carelessly. Thus it was relocated to another abode where you could freely access it. Upon hearing Sirius's words, Creature began banging his head against the wall in despair. Young master, I am sorry. Young master, stop it. Cease at once. Two voices rang out simultaneously, one belonging to Sirius and the other to his mother. The closed door finally creaked open, revealing a frail, yellow-skinned old woman donning a black pointed hat. Sirius exchanged a glance with his mother before turning away with a dismissive snort. Mrs. Black wore an expression of utter disdain, refusing to cast even a glance at Penny, as she strode past them with her chin held high, completely ignoring her. Creature, you just mentioned Regulus, Mrs. Black commanded loudly. I order you to divulge everything you know at once. No, dear mistress, the young master does not wish for you to know. Creature quavered in fear, curling up and covering his face as he began to sob. Creature is an utterly useless house elf. Please, behead Creature at once. Strangely, Mrs. Black did not fly into a rage at Creature's defiance. Rather, she appeared to grasp something profound, her complexion paling further, her entire body swaying as if about to collapse. Sirius waved his wand, conjuring a plush feather couch to catch Mrs. Black as she teetered backward. Mistress, Creature exclaimed, momentarily ceasing his weeping to rush to her side, eager to attend to her. Regulus's dying wish was to destroy that locket box, was it not, Creature? Mrs. Black croaked. Did he say anything else? Nothing more. The young master only instructed me not to mention him, Creature replied honestly. After uttering this, Mrs. Black appeared momentarily stunned before bursting into tears. Sirius took a step forward, then hesitated, retracting his foot. "I apologize for the spectacle," he said, turning to Penny. "Perhaps it would be best to return at another time." Penny remained silent, merely grasping his hand in a gesture of comfort. "Do not return," Mrs. Black bellowed through her sobs, "as long as I draw breath. You shall never set foot in the Black household again." As her words echoed, the surrounding objects began to tremble slightly. "Very well, since you have issued an eviction order." "Mother," Sirius waved his hand, "then I suppose it is time to bid farewell." Though he uttered farewell, Penny sensed that it was likely a final goodbye. The two descended the staircase before Mrs. Black could expel them with true magical force. As they neared the threshold, Creature suddenly appeared in the doorway. "Master Sirius." He bowed deeply. "Creature implores you to fulfill young Master Regulus's wish." Sirius did not turn around, but raised his right hand overhead, signaling an OK gesture. The heavy black door closed automatically behind them, and when they turned back, Penny could no longer discern the location of number 12 Grimald Place. "It was your mother who made Creature speak those final words," Penny remarked. "She must have realized that the locket box is likely a Horcrux." Sirius interjected with a bitter smile, tears finally spilling from his eyes. Chapter 21. Transformation. The Hovel. At that moment, Harry and Draco were engaged in a spirited game of goblin catching with the Weasley children. Bill and Charlie were both attending Hogwarts, while the third brother, Percy, had taken on the responsibility of assisting their parents in caring for the younger siblings. This was no easy task, with Fred and George in the house. Chaos was easily ignited. Moreover, Harry and Draco were not exactly demure, and in comparison, Ron, who had often been the target of the twins' pranks, appeared rather well-behaved. To expend the children's energy and prevent them from wreaking havoc, Mrs. Weasley organized them into two groups to chase goblins in the garden. Harry, Draco, and Ron formed one team, while the older twins constituted the other. Percy and the recently standing Ginny served as referees. Goblins are magical creatures particularly fond of being pursued. They may lack intelligence, but they are swift and adept at burrowing. Harry, having often run wild with Sirius, found himself at a distinct advantage. Yet his youth proved a limitation. He lacked the strength to capture the goblins, who would wriggle free, leaving him muddied. Meanwhile, Ron and Draco were each pursuing a goblin, their focus entirely fixated on their prey, completely oblivious to their surroundings. The two goblins, darting swiftly from opposite ends of the garden, collided in the center and immediately burrowed into the earth. Caught off guard, Ron and Draco crashed into one another, tumbling into a heap on the ground. "Spit, spit, spit," Draco exclaimed as he finally rolled to a stop, forcefully expelling the grass from his mouth. "Can't you watch where you're going, Weasley? This is my home. I'll walk however I please," Ron retorted. They remained in their fallen positions, grasping each other's clothes, their tempers flaring as they argued, making it even harder to let go. "We need to work together." Observing the impending conflict, Harry suggested to his teammates, "Chasing them individually is just a waste of energy." Draco and Ron continued to glare at one another, but upon hearing Harry, they begrudgingly released their grips. After standing up, they simultaneously turned their heads away, clearly unwilling to converse with each other. "Stop arguing, just listen to me," Harry said as he wrapped an arm around each of their shoulders. The three of them huddling closely to devise a strategy for catching the goblins. Their plan was not particularly clever, merely leveraging their numbers to encircle and trap the goblins. Harry and Draco would drive the goblins towards Ron, who would simply need to be ready with a basket to catch them. "I believe the layout of my garden is ideal for us to arrange ourselves this way," Harry explained, and upon hearing his proposal, Ron offered his own insights, showcasing his natural talent for strategy, honed from his proficiency in wizard's chess. "I think placing a large stone at those positions would be safer." Draco meticulously refined their strategy, highlighting areas for enhancement. Following their collaboration, the trio's efficiency in capturing goblins indeed saw a marked improvement, swiftly equaling the twins' earlier performance. "Oh, it appears young Ronnie has found companions worthy of his trust," Fred remarked, casting a glance at the trio during a brief respite from their goblin capture. "We are not to be underestimated," George chimed in. "From the moment we were born, we have always had partners we could rely upon." After exchanging a supportive high-five, the two immersed themselves once more in the exhilarating pursuit. When Sirius and Penny arrived, they were greeted by the sight of enthusiastic children, their spirits high despite their slightly soiled appearances. The goblin catching contest concluded in a draw at 10-10, leaving no losers in its wake. Mr. Arthur utilized the levitation charm to cast the captured goblins far away, ensuring they could not return for at least a week. After enjoying dinner at the Weasley residence, Penny and Sirius transported Harry and Draco back to their home in South London via the fireplace. Exhausted from the day's endeavors, both Harry and Draco quickly succumbed to slumber after their evening routines. Sirius and Penny settled together on the living room sofa, the BBC Evening News flickering on the television. "I have invited Professor Dumbledore to our home," Penny announced, "and I hope he will assist in destroying that Horcrux." "In truth, I could accomplish that as well," Sirius replied, turning to Penny with earnestness. "While dark magic is widely condemned, the Black family has never ceased its legacy in that regard. I know precisely how to obliterate a Horcrux. I understand. The Blacks are a family of considerable heritage, having once possessed wealth and honor surpassing that of most wizards. And you and your brother have borne the burden of that legacy," Penny replied. "You need not feel guilty about it. Regarding the Horcrux, it would be prudent to have Professor Dumbledore examine it, just to be safe." Sirius recognized that Penny was employing her own means of self-protection. "Thank you, my dear. I feel much better now," he said, opening his arms. "If you would grant me a bedtime embrace, I would feel even more rejuvenated." "Darling, you are being rather greedy," Penny teased, though she was already preparing to indulge him. At that moment, the television shifted to international news. Reported by the BBC's correspondent in Austria, this afternoon, a tremendous explosion was heard near the abandoned castle of Nurmengard. Police rushed to the scene, but found no flammable or explosive materials. The cause of the explosion remains undetermined, but it has been confirmed that one individual, identified as a British national named Dolphin Rowell, has perished among the rubble. This news captured the attention of both Sirius and Penny, who turned their gaze toward the newly acquired Muggle television. The report displayed a blurred identification photo of the deceased, a muscular middle-aged man with blonde hair. The surname Rowell belonged to one of the pureblood families, known as one of the 28, which had previously produced a minister for magic. "Death Eater?" Penny inquired, turning to Sirius. "Indeed," he replied, his focus unwavering on the screen. Just moments ago, he had glimpsed a plump, pale yellow rat scurrying across the wreckage. Death Eaters have gone to Nurmengard. They must have caused this explosion with magic. But who were they targeting? Alice Ollivander or the former Dark Lord Grindelwald? Penny pondered deeply. "I must go to Austria," Sirius declared suddenly, rising with fervor. "We leave at once. Peter Pettigrew is in Austria." Penny surmised from his reaction, swiftly rising to catch Sirius off guard, pinning him to the sofa. "Sirius, your reckless approach will only land you in a cell next to Grindelwald," she continued. "Moreover, that footage was from the afternoon. He may have already completed his business and left Austria by now." Sirius, slumped on the sofa like a deflated balloon, muttered, "But I cannot bear to sit idly at home while that wretched rat is finally within reach. The Ministry has been tracking Alice Ollivander's whereabouts. Pettigrew cannot remain at large forever." "You need to calm down," Penny urged. "If you truly wish to take action, you must have a legitimate identity. You are not an Auror or a Ministry official." After a brief pause, Sirius conceded, "You are right. All my troubles stem from my lack of sufficient power. I must first secure a position at the Ministry. I'll go first thing in the morning." He was a Gryffindor, no doubt, but the blood of the ambitious Black family coursed through his veins. Penny found herself at a loss for words. That was not her intent. She certainly did not genuinely expect Sirius, who had been out of school for several years, to become a civil servant. However, she felt that setting a goal to strive for a civil service position was far more prudent than recklessly embarking on a journey to kill abroad. "Very well," she said, releasing Sirius's arm and enveloping him in a good-night embrace. "I look forward to the day you transform the wizarding world." Chapter 22. A new life in London. Penny suspected that Sirius's reckless demeanor would soon see him expelled from the Ministry, but to her surprise, he did not return until afternoon. Just as she began to wonder if he had secretly boarded a flight to Austria, Sirius returned, accompanied by their esteemed guest, Professor Dumbledore. "I encountered Professor Dumbledore in the Ministry lobby. Upon learning of my job search, he kindly assisted me. I am now an external consultant for the Auror Division dealing with Death Eaters," Sirius announced, flashing a broad smile that revealed his pearly whites. "Did I perhaps ingest a Felix Felicis with my oatmeal this morning?" Becoming a formal employee of the Ministry was no simple feat, but given Sirius's capabilities, serving as a consultant for dark magic-related matters was well within his reach, especially in the current climate, which desperately needed talents like his. Dumbledore, with his twinkling blue eyes, extended a basket filled with exquisite candies and chocolates to Penny. "This is a token for my trip to Austria. I personally sampled each flavor, and they are all delightful. I trust the children will relish them." "Thank you, Professor Dumbledore," Penny replied. "Did you travel to Austria yesterday?" "Indeed," he confirmed. "I prefer to handle matters concerning Nurmengard personally. After all, my old friend resides there." Penny understood he was referring to Grindelwald, having heard that they were once friends before becoming adversaries. "I know what you are about to ask," Dumbledore said, his eyes gleaming with the wisdom of insight. "Grindelwald is no longer there. The first Dark Lord has escaped." Penny gasped. "Another terrorist leader to apprehend." "It's not as dire as it seems, my dear," Sirius reassured her. It was the headmaster who relocated Mr. Grindelwald. Tom Riddle and those Death Eaters did not succeed in approaching the Tower of Nurmengard this time. My visit to the ministry was to submit a significant report. It was imperative that I come in person to explain the situation to those stubborn old fools, Dumbledore remarked. I have concealed Gellert in a location where no one can find him. The trio made their way to the antique room, where Dumbledore's primary objective was to retrieve the Horcrux locket. Sirius used magic to lift the seal on the antique room door. The locket lay quietly on the shelf, showing no signs of change. Dumbledore approached and observed for a moment, nodding in understanding. This is Slytherin's locket, once belonging to Tom Riddle's maternal lineage, the Gaunt family. It bears formidable protective enchantments bestowed by Salazar Slytherin and his descendants. Thus, thoroughly destroying the soul fragment within, along with its sturdy casing, is no trivial task. However, this lid seems to require a specific incantation for it to be opened. I must take it back for further study. The locket emanated an aura of danger. It's inadvisable to keep it near for too long, Penny cautioned. I understand. Thank you, Penny, Dumbledore replied, wrapping the Slytherin locket in a velvet cloth and concealing it within his sleeve. I shall exercise caution. They had initially intended for Dumbledore to join them for dinner. Yet the headmaster had pressing matters to attend to and regrettably declined their invitation. After Dumbledore departed via apparition with the locket, Penny and Sirius set off once more to fetch Harry and Draco home. The children had become enamored with the game of catching goblins, rising early that morning to clamor for another round to determine a victor among the twins. Thus, Penny had no choice but to send them back to the burrow. The Weasley household resembled a bustling early childhood education center, growing increasingly lively over the past few days. The Aurors, the Longbottoms, had been assigned by the Ministry of Magic to pursue a lead on Alice Ollivander, leaving their son in the care of his grandmother. Upon learning of the situation, the affable Mr. Arthur expressed, since a group of children needs supervision, one more won't matter, thereby welcoming young Neville Longbottom into the goblin-catching fray. The Longbottoms had long been responsible for missions related to Voldemort, having vanquished numerous Death Eaters. Their son shared the same birthday as Harry. And prior to Voldemort's choice to assault the Potter residence with the intent to kill Harry, Neville was also one of the prophesied saviors. Penny had crossed paths with them during her tenure at the ministry. They were a courageous couple imbued with a sense of justice and responsibility. On the night of the Potter's tragedy, after calling Sirius, she had also alerted Kingsley to ensure the Longbottom's safety, having witnessed too many terrorists seize the opportunity to enact revenge when leaders fell. Thankfully, her warning proved effective, as that night, Kingsley and his colleagues apprehended Voldemort's devoted follower, Bellatrix Lestrange, at the Longbottom residence, ensuring the couple's safety. With an additional child present today, Percy also had to participate in the goblin-catching contest, forming a third team with Neville. Amidst Ginny's enthusiastic cheers, Harry led Draco and Ron to victory in this contest, narrowly winning by capturing a goblin. You children certainly possess remarkable stamina, Mrs. Molly remarked, peeking out from the kitchen at the sounds of joyous laughter. What a pity there isn't a goblin-catching championship in this world, haha. However, the 7 of you could easily form a Quidditch team. They're far too young. They wouldn't even qualify to touch a broomstick, Percy replied, adopting an adult tone. Quidditch is far too perilous for them. There are specially designed Quidditch matches for young children, intended to identify suitable candidates for the sport, Draco interjected. They even approached my father for sponsorship. Does that mean there would be a prize for winning? Ron exclaimed suddenly. Of course, Draco replied. I recall the prize for the last British Commonwealth Children's Quidditch Cup was 700 galleons. How intriguing, the twins exclaimed in unison, while Neville's eyes sparkled with excitement. You can't possibly be serious about entering such a competition, Draco exclaimed, his eyes wide with incredulity. The training for the children's version has to be self-funded, and you lot are too poor. He promptly fell silent under Harry's glare. Sirius and Penny, entering from outside, overheard their conversation. You wish to learn children's Quidditch? Sirius asked with keen interest. Harry, what about you? I've seen pictures of you playing Quidditch with Dad, Harry responded eagerly. I'd like to give it a try. Money won't be an issue, Sirius snapped his fingers. If you win a prize, you can pay me back. Hooray. The redheads and Neville cheered, jumping for joy. Being confined within the grand house could lead one to become reclusive. And Penny had always hoped that Harry would not miss out on his childhood due to Voldemort's threats. She fully supported the idea of children's Quidditch, believing that physical activity would strengthen their bodies. Children's Quidditch primarily cultivates agility and accuracy in children, which would benefit Harry in his future studies of combat and archery. As a responsible parent, Penny would employ her skills in physical disguise to ensure Harry's safety. Chapter 23, Quidditch. Sirius quickly located a renowned children's Quidditch training program in London. This was an introductory class initiated under the auspices of the famous Quidditch team, the Chudley Cannons, and was well regarded in terms of expertise. boasting a vast outdoor Quidditch pitch in the outskirts of London. The children, of course, did not need to fly at great heights nor require such a large field. Indoor simulated practice sufficed. However, to justify the hefty tuition, the canons would invite new students and their parents to witness a demonstration match featuring star players. Not only were the children thrilled, but even Sirius was filled with anticipation. Penny, Sirius, and the Weasley couple, accompanied by 8 children including Ginny, arrived at the Quidditch pitch using the key provided by the club, settling into their seats in the stands. The venue buzzed with excitement. Aside from them, there were numerous other wizarding spectators, likely fans of a particular star player who had purchased tickets to attend. Competitive sports always ignite a fervor, Sirius remarked. I adore this feeling. Mr. Arthur nodded in agreement. Had it not been for life's circumstances, I might have chosen to become a Quidditch player. You are being rather fanciful. Arthur, Molly interjected, you weren't even selected for the Gryffindor Quidditch team during your time at Hogwarts. And what of it? You still fell head over heels in love with me. Arthur grasped Molly's hand. You possess far more discernment than any of them. Well, you have a point. Molly laughed joyfully. Caught off guard by the unexpected display of affection, Sirius turned to Penny, his eyes wide with longing. Penny could only take his hand as well. Not wanting to feel left out, Harry puffed out his cheeks and reached for Penny's other hand. Draco, standing beside him, was equally determined. And soon the children formed a long chain, each holding hands, while they engaged in their childish antics. The players for the day's demonstration match had already entered the field. This exhibition would mix star players with amateurs, splitting the original teammates into 2 competing teams. The club had invited 2 star players for this occasion. One was a seeker and the other a chaser. Typically, the seeker garners far more popularity than the chaser within a team. Penny noticed many in the audience holding banners bearing the seeker's name, loudly cheering for Fassbinder and blowing horns. How odd. Why is Zambini wearing a headscarf today? A wizard in the back murmured to his companion. Isn't it inconvenient to wear a headscarf while playing Quidditch? Perhaps it's customary in his country, another replied. He has been wearing it every time he appears in public this year. Zambia, the beater, a wizard hailing from Iran, was at the heart of the Quidditch match as the referee's whistle signaled the start, and the golden snitch darted around the field in a flurry. Penny, who was somewhat unfamiliar with the intricacies of Quidditch, had only skimmed the rules before attending the match. She observed that the beater named Zambia persistently targeted the seeker, Fassbinder, aiming at vulnerable areas such as the back of his head and his spleen. However, she found herself unable to discern whether this was a manifestation of malice towards the seeker or mere coincidence. Fortunately, Fassbinder was a formidable player, deftly evading the oncoming balls, maintaining his steady position atop his broom throughout the match. The outcome was never in doubt. Naturally, the team boasting the star seeker emerged victorious. Mom, I want to get Fassbinder's autograph. After the match, Ron, his cheeks flushed, tugged at Molly's sleeve, completely enamored by the seeker. I also want a picture with him. The twins echoed Ron's sentiment, mimicking his gestures and tone as they pulled at Molly's garment. Even Ginny, cradled in Molly's arms, joined in the commotion, prompting a look of consternation from the Weasley couple. Our club members deserve special treatment, Sirius interjected, attempting to diffuse the situation. I'll go ask, it shouldn't be too difficult. After a brief expenditure, he swiftly arranged for the group to meet the players in their lounge. In addition to the seeker, the beater clad in a headscarf was present, seated in a corner with his back turned, slowly consuming a bowl of something. As Penny and the others entered for a photograph, a peculiar odor assailed her senses, something akin to garlic, yet more pungent. The overwhelming stench permeated the room, making it impossible to ascertain its precise origin. She could only assume it emanated from the beater's bowl of food. The others were similarly affected by the odor, and after obtaining Fassbinder's autograph, Draco could no longer tolerate it, vocally insisting on leaving. Taking advantage of the moment, Sirius and Penny escorted him and Harry home. This match had successfully ignited the children's interest in Quidditch, as Penny overheard Harry mumbling about the golden snitch during his dreams that night. Clearly, Harry aspired to become a seeker. Chapter 24. The twins bludger. A week later, the children officially commenced their introductory Quidditch class. Upon dropping Harry and Draco off, Penny unexpectedly encountered the headscarf-clad beater once more. After inquiring with the staff, she learned that he had recently requested retirement due to injury and was currently working as a coach at the club. The unmistakable garlic scent still clung to Mr. Zambia, who, while conversing, frequently cast wary glances around, occasionally making sudden turns as if expecting an ambush from behind. Additionally, Penny noticed his peculiar habit of covertly observing the children during free practice from the shadows. It was said that he had not always been this way. A significant change in his demeanor occurred after an apparition mishap he experienced at the end of the previous year. While competing in the European Quidditch Championship in Albania, he had accidentally lost his key. Choosing to apparate to the venue, His unfamiliarity with the local language and terrain led to a miscalculation, resulting in him being transported to the Forbidden Forest. After being trapped there for 3 days, he was eventually rescued, but the experience left him increasingly paranoid. Despite his peculiarities, his professional expertise was undeniable, and his teaching effectiveness was commendable. Even Sirius found no fault in his methods. With a star player as their coach, it was advantageous for them, so Penny chose not to voice any concerns. The children, initially pinching their noses, gradually acclimated to the pervasive odor over time. However, unbeknownst to the adults, the Weasley twins seemed to have their own scheme brewing. Is the coach always wearing that headscarf because he has bald? George whispered to the other children during a break. I saw a bit of fringe on his forehead. He can't be that bald, Fred retorted. Besides, there are plenty of bald men in Britain. No one would discriminate against him for that. Isn't he a custom from his homeland? To shield against sandstorms? Harry posited. We must respect the customs of different countries. London is just rain and fog. Where would the sandstorms come from? Draco shook his head. The headscarf itself isn't the issue, but that smell is certainly suspicious. I've heard nobles sprinkle themselves with perfume, but I've never heard of anyone dousing themselves in garlic juice. To ward off vampires, perhaps? Didn't the coach encounter vampires in the Forbidden Forest in Albania? Ron suggested. He seems quite concerned about being attacked again. Why don't we lift his headscarf and take a peek? Fred proposed. What good is just guessing? George chimed in, exchanging a knowing glance with Fred, both sporting mischievous grins. Don't cause trouble, Neville interjected hastily. We've worked hard to get into this training class. What if we get expelled? Don't worry about that, Harry reassured, patting his chest. If it comes to that, I'll have my godfather come and stir up a scene. He is good at that. With Harry's assurance, the Weasley twins grew bolder. Quidditch, after all, was a sport rife with unpredictability, and it was entirely plausible that a miscalculated hit could dislodge the coach's headscarf. Thus, during the subsequent lessons, Fred and George, responsible for the bludgers, consistently aimed their balls at the coach's forehead. Zambia noticed their intentions, but merely cast a sidelong glance at Penny watching from the sidelines, opting not to halt the practice, instead feigning ignorance and skillfully evading the oncoming bludgers. While Zambia was preoccupied with the twins' antics, Harry, in pursuit of the golden snitch, approached him from behind. As they brushed past one another, Harry managed to hook his finger onto the dangling part of the headscarf. Their plan was for the headscarf to be inadvertently dislodged. However, to their surprise, the headscarf appeared to be enchanted, securely fastened to Zambia's head. Consequently, the combination of gravity and momentum caused both Harry and Zambia to tumble from their brooms. Fortunately, with the young Quidditch players flying at a low altitude and the ground cushioned with soft foam, neither sustained injuries. As Penny made her way onto the field to check on Harry, the determined Weasley twins took one last shot at the headscarf with 2 remaining bludgers. Poor Zambia, just rising from the foam, rubbing his sore back, was struck squarely on the back of his head by the powerful balls. The sound of 2 successive thuds echoed through the indoor Quidditch arena, followed by a hoarse wail. Yet, the headscarf remained steadfast. Sorry, coach. We didn't mean it. The twins chorused in unison. Harry emerged from the foam pile, guilt etched on his face. Andy has a bruise remedy. Coach, you should apply it quickly. He gestured toward the twins, signaling a plan. However, Zambia, clutching his head, stood up and silently exited the Quidditch training ground. His expression darker than the bottom of an ancient cauldron, clearly irate. Penny was acutely aware of the children's intentions. Their motives were glaringly apparent. Even if she were merely an ordinary housewife, she would have easily discerned their plans, let alone being a trained agent. And I'm sorry, Harry exclaimed, mimicking Sirius's usual demeanor, blinking his bright green eyes in a playful manner as he offered his apology. We simply wished to uncover the secrets hidden beneath that scarf. He knew Penny was susceptible to such antics. Encouraged by his lead, the other children chimed in with their apologies in unison. Once Penny gestured for silence, she spoke. Curiosity is a commendable trait. I am not angry. However, you must consider your safety before undertaking such actions. She recognized her own responsibility in this matter. She had sensed the twins' intentions the moment they launched the first skiving snack box. Yet her own curiosity about what lay beneath the scarf had prevented her from intervening. Furthermore, such endeavors require a degree of subtlety. Your blatant intentions not only make your plans easily discernible, but also heighten the vigilance of others. Remember, success often hinges on the element of surprise. Penny advised, with such a commotion, your next attempt will necessitate a different approach. The twins nodded in understanding, while Harry wore a contemplative expression. Well, you've frightened off the instructor, so today's lesson is concluded, Penny remarked. It's still early, and we need to rush home. How about a visit to the sweet shop in Diagon Alley? A chorus of delighted cheers erupted from the 7 children, their previous gloom dissipating in an instant. Chapter 25, Nagini. Penny prepared to take the children on the night bus to the Leaky Cauldron. Although she lacked a wand, the club staff were always attentive to their patrons. Accompanied by the staff, they arrived at a secluded country road. With a flourish of a wand, the resounding crack of magic announced the arrival of a bus that morphed in size as it hurtled towards them, skidding to a halt before them. The children erupted in excited shouts, utterly captivated by the spectacle. "Welcome aboard the night bus, designed specifically for wizards in distress," a mechanical voice, emanating from a withered head, monotonously greeted them. Simultaneously, the bus doors swung open, revealing a slender young man who, after a brief exchange with the club staff, ushered Penny and the children aboard. Rare sight, a Muggle lady accompanied by 7 little wizards. "How unusual," he exclaimed. "We're headed to Diagon Alley," Penny interjected with a smile. "Please prepare a hot chocolate for each child." She was aware of the bus fare, 11 sickles per person, and for an additional sickle, they could indulge in hot chocolate. The conductor lavished compliments upon her generosity and beauty, his demeanor becoming increasingly deferential. After paying, Penny led the children to the rear of the bus, where they eagerly pressed their faces against the windows to gaze outside. This was Penny's first experience aboard such a wizarding mode of transport, and as an adult, she couldn't help but feel a sense of wonder. The night bus traveled in a straight line, heedless of any obstacles, for those impediments would simply move aside. This was the enchantment of the magical world. However, the bus's swift pace was enough to induce a touch of nausea. They soon arrived at the Leaky Cauldron's entrance. Fortunately, aside from Draco, who looked pale and was retching, the other children exhibited no adverse effects. Upon entering Diagon Alley through the Leaky Cauldron, they made their way to their favorite sweet shop, a customary reward for the children after each Quidditch practice. The well-trained children dispersed within the shop, instinctively selecting their desired treats to take home. Penny settled at the register, waiting for them. Initially, the shop was devoid of other patrons. But soon after Penny took her seat, a dark-haired woman entered. The lady, unmistakably of Caucasian descent with an Asian appearance, was clad in a loose black wizard's robe, concealing her neck downwards. "Good to see you again, Ms. Nagini," the shopkeeper greeted with a smile. "Good evening," the woman, referred to as Nagini, replied softly. "Today is likely our last meeting, as I am soon moving away from London and shall not return." "What a pity," Penny thought as she listened to the shopkeeper and Nagini's polite farewells while waiting for the children. She noticed that the lady appeared unwell, her steps were unsteady, and her voice lacked strength, as if afflicted by a grave illness. Perhaps her impending move was merely a facade to shield her suffering from the public eye. At that moment, a calico cat wandered into the shop. "Shoo, there is nothing for you here." The shopkeeper began to rise to chase it away, but the cat leapt onto the counter, hissing menacingly at Nagini. Taken aback, Nagini instinctively stepped back. Suddenly, a scruffy, ginger-colored rat bolted from her voluminous robe sleeve. Scurrying out the door, the cat pursued it, and both vanished into the streets of Diagon Alley. "I apologize," Nagini explained to the shopkeeper. "That was my pet rat." Penny found it peculiar that Nagini seemed unfazed by the loss of her pet, especially given its resemblance to the animagus form of Sirius's former companion, Peter Pettigrew. Rather than risk missing an opportunity, she decided to take action, pulling out her phone to report the incident. Upon receiving Penny's call, Mr. Kingsley promptly contacted nearby Auror colleagues. Sirius and Mr. Arthur soon arrived at the sweet shop's entrance, having gathered a team. Due to the swift sequence of events, Ms. Nagini remained inside, having just purchased her bread, before being politely escorted away by the Ministry of Magic for tea. Mr. Arthur took the children back to number 4, while Penny and Sirius remained in Diagon Alley to assist the Aurors in their search for the rat. Along the way, Arthur shared details about Ms. Nagini. Sirius remarked to Penny, "Do not be deceived by her youthful appearance. She is quite old. What you see now is the result of a blood curse. She is a blood curse beast. Unlike the learned animagus transformations, a blood curse is an innate affliction passed down through generations. This curse allows a wizard to switch between human and animal forms, but at a certain age, the wizard loses all human consciousness, becoming purely animalistic." Nagini once participated in the battle between Dumbledore and Grindelwald, a hero who bravely opposed the Dark Lord, but she has been missing for many years. Her comrades believed she had fully transformed into a massive serpent, hiding silently in some ancient forest. Perhaps a certain force has temporarily reverted her to human form, Penny speculated. Thus she retains the youthful visage from before her complete transformation into a snake. If that rat truly is Peter Pettigrew, it suggests a connection between Nagini and the Death Eaters. "She may have been exploited," Sirius replied gravely. Chapter 26, An Unexpected Turn of Events. Diagon Alley was expansive, and the adjacent alley was notorious for its lawlessness, making the search for an animagus rat quite challenging. It could be hiding in the sewers or have slipped into a shop storage room. These locations are so elusive that even the Aurors of the Ministry of Magic find it exceedingly challenging to conduct searches at will. regardless of the explanations proffered. A certain segment of merchants would undoubtedly express their dissatisfaction. After an extended period of fruitless searching, the Aurors were reluctantly compelled to retreat. Sirius, astride his enchanted motorcycle, ferried Penny home. "You seem remarkably composed today," remarked Penny, donning her helmet. "I was beginning to think you wouldn't find Peter Pettigrew and would never return home. He has indeed made an appearance, so why should I rush?" Sirius replied, noticing she was ready. With a determined twist of the throttle, the motorcycle soared into the air. In this moment, Sirius Black exuded an aura that balanced both rebelliousness and maturity, having grown significantly over the course of these days. As darkness enveloped the land, the flickering lights of Diagon Alley danced beneath them. Penny felt the wind rush past her, swiftly whisked away by the motorcycle, leaving only the roar of the engine and the rhythm of her heartbeat in the surrounding silence. Perhaps this sensation is what those romantic films refer to as the flutter of the heart. Unable to resist, she pressed her helmet-clad face against Sirius's back. Sirius, momentarily startled by the helmet's intrusion, assumed Penny was acrophobic. Thus, after leaving the city center, he descended onto the main road to continue their journey by land. Upon their return home, Sirius utilized the fireplace to venture to Grimmauld Place to collect Harry and Draco, while Penny prepared to wash up and retire for the night. At that moment, a commotion arose from the window. An unfamiliar owl was flapping its wings against the glass, clutching a letter in its beak. Penny approached the window and discerned the writing on the envelope, "To Sirius Black, from Remus Lupin." She opened the window, and the owl dropped the letter onto the windowsill before taking flight. Penny picked up Lupin's letter and casually placed it on the coffee table. Today had been quite eventful, and managing 7 children was undeniably exhausting. She felt utterly fatigued and decided to rest. However, the following morning, Penny awoke to find that Sirius and the children had not returned home. She attempted to call Sirius, but the line was perpetually busy, sending a chill of dread coursing through her. Stunned, she sat on the sofa, fervently hoping that the tragic events surrounding Lily and James would not repeat themselves. Just then, her phone rang. It was a call from Mr. Kingsley. "Penny, Grimmauld Place was attacked by Death Eaters last night." Kingsley's voice resonated. "But rest assured, there were no casualties. Harry and the other children are unharmed, although Sirius's situation is somewhat complex. We will discuss the details when we arrive." Shortly thereafter, Kingsley and the Aurors returned with Harry and Draco. Sirius lay in a coma at St. Mungo's, having fallen victim to a Death Eater's curse. Upon their return home, Harry was inconsolable, while Draco appeared visibly shaken, reluctant to speak, his demeanor one of sheer terror. After exchanging weary greetings with Penny, Kingsley began recounting the events of the previous night. It turned out that Harry had caught Voldemort's attention during a recent Quidditch match. By a twist of fate, Voldemort, sensing the disturbance of his Horcrux diary, possessed the beater Zambini in the dark forests of Albania and hastily returned to London. During the match, he recognized Harry Potter and, eager for revenge, opted to retire and become the coach of the younger team, seeking an opportunity to confront his destined adversary. Yesterday, driven to madness by the twins' antics, Voldemort gathered 2 remaining Death Eater followers hidden in London and recklessly launched an assault on Grimmauld Place. When Sirius arrived to collect the children, he encountered Voldemort and the Death Eaters head-on, engaging in a fierce battle alongside the Weasley couple. Zambini, under Voldemort's possession, attempted to harm Harry but was thwarted once again by the protective magic of Lily's blood, resulting in his body dissolving and his soul vanishing once more. The 2 Death Eaters were apprehended by the timely arrival of the Aurors. "What curse did Sirius fall victim to?" Penny inquired, concern etched across her face. "The curse is an enhanced version of the soul-sucking curse," Kingsley replied, furrowing his brow. "The healers at St. Mungo's have yet to find a way to break it. It seems Voldemort intends to brainwash Sirius and convert him into a Death Eater for his own purposes. He is in desperate need of manpower." "Does this mean he will become a Death Eater upon waking?" Penny pressed anxiously. "There is a significant possibility," Kingsley nodded, "if he proves uncontrollable and commits any dangerous acts. The more obstinate factions within the Ministry may consider incarcerating him in Azkaban." "I understand," Penny said coldly. "I will ensure he remains under control." Kingsley cast a sympathetic glance her way. "If you require any assistance, do not hesitate to ask. I shall not be polite, Mr. Kingsley. Thank you for your concern. Additionally, I believe you would be interested in the matters concerning Nagini and Peter Pettigrew," Kingsley continued. According to the Weasley couple, Zambini, possessed by Voldemort, along with his 2 Death Eater companions, was unaware of Peter Pettigrew's presence in London. They had never heard of the woman cursed to become a beast or the colossal serpent. The appearance of Nagini and Peter Pettigrew in Diagon Alley was merely coincidental. "Has Nagini provided any information since being brought back to the Ministry?" Penny inquired. "No. After her return, she has remained unstable, fluctuating between human and serpent forms. unable to articulate complete sentences. Peter Pettigrew could not alone restore someone cursed into a beast, yet he has no connection to Voldemort's essence. He was last seen in Austria. Alice Ollivander, carrying the diary Horcrux, also appeared in Austria. In that case, Peter Pettigrew and Nagini must currently be loyal to the young version of Voldemort contained within the diary, Penny deduced, sharing her analysis with Kingsley, who acknowledged her insights. Now we find ourselves with two Voldemorts. One was already troublesome enough. He sighed in resignation. I must return to the ministry for a meeting. This matter requires a formal report. After bidding farewell to Kingsley and ensuring the two children were settled in their room, Penny returned to the living room. The letter from Lupin caught her attention. Given that Sirius might not return for some time, if the letter contained something of significance. After a moment's hesitation, Penny opened the letter Lupin had written to Sirius. Chapter 27. Choices. To my dear friend, Bigfoot, I hope this letter finds you well. Thank you for the condolence letter and the galleons you sent. In return, I have investigated the matters you inquired about concerning the recent movements of the pureblood werewolves. Undoubtedly, they have remained loyal to Voldemort. However, it seems a schism has developed within the werewolf community, occurring after your rescue of young Malfoy. According to their internal regulations, the werewolf pack responsible for Malfoy's kidnapping should have faced Voldemort's severe punishment. To evade retribution, they fled the werewolf territory before Voldemort became aware of the situation. Fenrir Greyback, the werewolf leader, initially believed that the fugitives would simply vanish. However, they have elected a young new leader and boldly proclaimed that the madman they currently serve is not the true Voldemort. They assert that they have found the genuine Dark Lord and have received his forgiveness. Due to my transformation into a werewolf, I find myself marginalized within the pack, and the information I can glean is quite limited. Fortunately, they are rather foolish individuals, and with a mere offering of food and drink, they tend to let slip a considerable amount of information. Please do not fret for my safety. I must admit that navigating life among werewolves is far less cumbersome than dealing with the cunning of humans. As a werewolf of later transformation, I am ineligible to pledge allegiance to the mysterious benefactor, which relegates me to roles such as educating the younglings or procuring necessities from the Muggle world. They believe I excel in these tasks, performing several hundred times better than my fellow werewolves. There are no significant dangers here, and I relish the opportunity to teach, free from the need to conceal my identity as a werewolf or worry about accidentally transforming and harming the children. The outdoor living conditions are somewhat lacking, but I have gradually accustomed myself to them. Given my unique circumstances, please refrain from responding. In the future, kindly recognize my new owl, a brown wolf-feathered creature. It is no wonder that Remus has not visited Harry for such a long time. He has been risking himself as a spy in werewolf territory. Sirius mentioned that Remus was bitten by the werewolf leader, Fenrir, when he was merely 5 years old, and thus became a later transformed werewolf. This identity makes it exceedingly difficult for him to find work in the wizarding world, as werewolves cannot control their transformations on the nights of the full moon. Despite being an exemplary student, Remus has lived in poverty since graduating, relying on odd jobs and the charity of friends and family to survive. Upon reading his letter, I felt a pang of sorrow. It seems that living as a human is far more burdensome than serving as a spy among werewolves. Given his capabilities and social acumen, he should have achieved considerable success in the wizarding community. After finishing the letter, Petunia tossed it into the fireplace and watched it ignite, finding solace only when it turned to ash. According to the information conveyed by Remus, some werewolves have escaped and have been recruited by the younger version of Voldemort, who has a clear agenda to seize the resources of that later noseless self. The Ministry of Magic had already analyzed this situation, and for Remus's safety, Petunia would not disclose the contents of the letter to anyone. So many events have transpired recently that Petunia, who usually enjoys restful sleep, has experienced rare bouts of insomnia. In truth, she need not concern herself with Voldemort's affairs. However, the mere thought of Sirius falling victim to the soul-stealing curse keeps her awake at night. In the late hours, she heard faint noises from the room where Harry and Draco were staying, reminiscent of the sounds made during apparition. However, this house is protected by the ancestral wards of the Black family, much like Hogwarts, preventing any human from operating within its confines. Even the owner of the house, Sirius, can only apparate in the alley outside. Now, aside from Harry and Draco, it seemed there was a third presence speaking in that room. Petunia, ever vigilant, quietly retrieved her firearm and stealthily approached Harry's door. She pressed her ear against the mahogany panel, gauging the threat level of the intruder and waiting for the opportune moment to enter. "Great Harry Potter," a shrill voice exclaimed in exaggerated tones. "Dobby believes you can once again thwart the Dark Lord, but Dobby is very concerned for your safety. In Malfoy Manor, the Dark Lord and his Death Eaters are attempting to steal your blood. Dobby, what nonsense are you spouting? My father is not that kind of villain," Draco retorted angrily. accusingly. Why are you fabricating rumors about your master? Is it merely because he does not compensate you for your labor? Indeed, the lack of compensation is quite a grievance. Petunia thought. Resorting to slander is mild in comparison, and she might consider more drastic measures should she encounter such a rogue. However, through this exchange, she confirmed that the third voice was not human, but rather the house elf who delights in operating at will. Draco, the lack of remuneration does sound quite excessive, Harry remarked. Whenever I help Sirius with the lawn, he always gives me a galleon. That is not the point. You are but a little wizard, and he is a house elf. Draco argued, adhering to his accustomed line of reasoning. How could a house elf speak ill of its master? My father is a wonderful person. Even if he has indeed taken in unsavory characters, it is certainly not of his own volition. Lucius Malfoy is undoubtedly a confirmed Death Eater. Yet he has never displayed his dark and tainted side before his young son, making Draco's disbelief of Dobby's words quite understandable. Children, Petunia interjected as she entered the room. If you encounter any unsolvable dilemmas, please come to my door first, all right? 3 pairs of eyes turned toward her. Dobby's enormous eyes spun around before he instantly vanished from sight. That fellow can certainly flee swiftly. Draco scoffed. If he dares come again, I shall gift him my old waistcoat, humph. He will surely appreciate your old waistcoat, Petunia chuckled. It appears to be a house elf in pursuit of freedom. Draco, puffing out his cheeks in silence, sulked on the bed. Aunt Petunia, Harry began, is what Dobby said true? Will Draco's father assist the wicked in killing me? His expression was one of profound disappointment and despair. Petunia had initially believed that children should be shielded from such intricate interpersonal relationships and political entanglements. Yet the prophecy dictated that Harry was no ordinary child. Harry, Draco is Draco, and his father represents only himself. This will not impact your friendship. Petunia wished to cite Sirius as an example, but upon hearing her words, Draco leaped from the bed in agitation, wiped away his tears, and dashed out of the room. After a cacophony of footsteps, a resounding slam echoed from the bathroom at the end of the hallway. Draco had locked himself inside. Last night, I nearly fell victim to those wicked beings. Now Draco knows they are aligned with his father. Harry's gaze fell. I can continue to regard him as a friend. But will he still feel the same? This question was profound, and Petunia found herself unable to answer. She could only embrace Harry, offering comfort as she murmured, life is long, and friendships come and go. If you are destined to be friends, not even Merlin could sever that bond. She did not know if Draco could overcome this emotional turmoil. For a child raised in indulgence, parental figures likely hold greater significance than playmates. Chapter 28, Farewell. Draco found himself ensnared in a web of conflicting emotions, the deep-seated pride of pure-blood lineage battling against the guilt he felt in the presence of his beloved friend, threatening to tear him asunder. Out of trepidation or perhaps for other reasons, he and Harry did not speak for an entire day. The 2 children remained in separate corners of the house, skillfully avoiding one another. Petunia, a novice parent, despite possessing ample theoretical knowledge, found herself ill-equipped to mediate disputes between children. Moreover, her mind was preoccupied with thoughts of Sirius lying in a hospital bed at St. Mungo's and the words Dobby had uttered the previous night. In the midst of her mounting frustration, a rapid ringing at the front door broke the silence. The house elf, Cloud, appeared before Petunia. It is Miss Andromeda and Mr. Kingsley, who have been visiting frequently of late. Petunia recognized Andromeda Tonks. This house still held remnants of her childhood photographs. The lady, before her marriage, was known as Andromeda Black, the elder sister of Narcissa Malfoy and a cousin to Sirius. Having married a Muggle-born Mr. Tonks, she was ruthlessly disowned by the Black family and now resided in a Muggle village on the outskirts of London with her husband and only daughter. Madame Tonks possessed a cascade of soft, light brown hair and serene, large eyes. Beyond this, she bore a striking resemblance to her elder sister, Bellatrix, who was currently incarcerated in Azkaban for her assault on the Longbottoms. It was likely that Neville would be utterly terrified upon encountering her for the first time. After confirming their identities, Petunia welcomed them into her home. As Kingsley Shacklebolt entered, he quickly stated from the porch, last night, several werewolves attacked St. Mungo's, and simultaneously, Nugini, who was detained at the Ministry of Magic, has vanished. What? Petunia exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief. What do you mean? They seized Sirius at that moment, Kingsley replied, a look of remorse crossing his face. None of us anticipated that their target would be Sirius at that time. Most of the Aurors were stationed near your home to guard Harry Potter. You cannot remain here any longer, he continued. Sirius Black, under the influence of the Dementor's curse, could return to this house at any moment. We have received word that the Death Eaters require Harry's blood to resurrect Voldemort. Mr. Dumbledore has asked me to take Draco away for a while, Madame Tonks interjected, handing over a torn letter. He also invited you to Hogwarts to serve as a teaching assistant for the Muggle Studies elective, alongside Harry. But Sirius. Petunia hesitated, understanding Dumbledore's intentions. She found herself devoid of choice. The greater good took precedence. Due to the blood protection magic, Petunia had to remain close to Harry, and given the current circumstances, only Hogwarts could ensure Harry's absolute safety. Before young Harry and Draco could react, they were respectively swept away. After a brief gathering of essentials, Petunia led Harry outside. She noticed, in addition to the Ministry's Aurors, a tall, bearded man holding an incongruously pink umbrella. Ruby is Hagrid, Kingsley introduced, the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. His mother is a giant. I know Mr. Hagrid, Petunia replied. You were the one who brought Harry to my doorstep on Sirius's motorcycle. It is an honor, Mrs. Evans. Hagrid responded with a hearty laugh. Professor Dumbledore trusts me implicitly. Next to the half-giant stood an antiquated carriage, drawn not by ordinary horses, but by a magnificent creature with bat-like wings. This is the Thestral-drawn carriage sent by Hogwarts to fetch you, Hagrid explained. Thestrals are intelligent and loyal magical creatures, though ordinary people cannot see them. Fear not. A carriage driven by Thestrals is both safe and swift. Petunia nodded, taking Harry's hand as they boarded. She could indeed see the dark Thestral. I still need to make a trip to Gringotts and Diagon Alley for the headmaster, Hagrid bellowed. The task of escorting Mrs. Evans and Harry is entrusted to the Ministry's Aurors. Once the invisibility charm was cast, the Aurors mounted their broomsticks. At Hagrid's command, the Thestral unfurled its wings, and the carriage ascended smoothly into the sky, leaving the entirety of London behind, reduced to the size of a Lego city. Aunt Petunia, where are we going? Harry asked, peering down. Why isn't Draco coming with us? We're heading to Hogwarts. I have to work there, Petunia replied, smoothing Harry's windswept hair. Draco isn't of age for school yet, but you will eventually be classmates. Will Sirius come once he is better? Perhaps it will take some time, Petunia said. But he will definitely return to us. She believed wholeheartedly that Sirius Black was a stubborn individual with an indomitable will. His true nature would not be altered by the mere Dementor's curse. As long as he was alive, there would inevitably come a day when they would reunite. Chapter 29. Arrival at Hogwarts. Petunia and Harry arrived safely at Hogwarts, where they were assigned accommodations in the Ravenclaw Tower, neighboring Professor Sybil Trelawney, who had once prophesied that Voldemort would be defeated by Harry. To be candid, Petunia held little affection for her eccentric colleague and neighbor, as she often sensed that Trelawney was prone to fanciful nonsense. Yet, there were moments when her predictions proved eerily accurate. Perhaps it was a hereditary gift of prophecy that manifested sporadically. Upon their arrival, via the Thestral-drawn carriage, nearly the entire school rushed out to catch a glimpse of the illustrious Harry Potter. Initially shy, Harry soon acclimated to the attention and, much like Sirius, began to revel in the attention. Petunia's role was that of a teaching assistant rather than a full professor, and as Muggle studies was an elective, she spent most of her time exploring the castle or the nearby village of Hogsmeade with Harry. Recently, Death Eaters had re-emerged worldwide, and Headmaster Dumbledore was perpetually occupied. Fortunately, Petunia was an exceptionally adaptable individual, seamlessly integrating into every new role. She maintained cordial relations with all the professors at Hogwarts, save for the perpetually glum potions master, Severus Snape. It was not that she held a bias due to Sirius's words. Rather, Snape was simply difficult to engage with. His speech was consistently acerbic, and he never bore a smile. Moreover, Petunia often felt that each time he beheld her and Harry, his eyes reflected a complex interplay of sorrow and animosity, which compelled her to remain vigilant. With Sirius having been taken by the Death Eaters and no news forthcoming, Kingsley and his team had spotted Peter Pettigrew in the old Gunter house in Little Hangleton, seemingly in search of something. However, as soon as the Aurors arrived, Pettigrew transformed into a rat and fled. The Dark Lord returns. Aurors fall victim to Death Eater's malevolence. Should the Minister of Magic seek competent leadership? As Petunia shared breakfast with Harry in the Great Hall, an owl delivered the day's Daily Prophet. The front page vehemently criticized the ministry, particularly its head, for being unworthy of their positions, accompanied by a candid photograph of Minister Millicent vacationing in Dubai with her family, accused of neglecting the dire state of the wizarding world in favor of her own lavish pursuits. This was a common tactic in political warfare, aimed at inciting public outrage against adversaries. To Petunia's mind, Millicent Bagnold had been a rather diligent minister. Flipping to the next page, she found a plethora of entertainment gossip. Current Hogwarts headmaster Albus Dumbledore allegedly in a romantic entanglement, concealed in Godric's Hollow. The shadowy figure depicted in the article indeed wore Dumbledore's favorite starry robes. Oh, Professor McGonagall, seated beside Petunia, inadvertently caught sight of the article. After furrowing her brow, she immediately donned a knowing expression, murmuring, "Old tree blossoms, hidden in a golden house. Unbelievable. Is this true?" Perhaps, Mrs. Hooch, the flying instructor, speculated quietly. Headmaster Dumbledore has been looking rather hurried lately. Maybe, McGonagall waved dismissively. Humans always possess the right to pursue true love, regardless of their age. In Petunia's memory, Professor McGonagall was not one to jest. She likely knew more than she could disclose, thus resorting to humor to deftly steer the conversation to a close. She recalled that Professor Dumbledore had once mentioned that he had managed to relocate the former Dark Lord, Grindelwald. Presumably, the individual concealed in Godric's Hollow was none other than his old friend and rival, Grindelwald. Rather than concerning herself with the headmaster's gossip, she pondered whether the Ministry of Magic truly intended to expedite the transition of its minister. Currently, the frontrunners are Barty Crouch and Cornelius Fudge, Penny interjected. In addition, there is considerable support from Mr. Dumbledore, which I believe has contributed to the incessant reporting on the private lives of these individuals. Millicent, burdened by the pressures of facing the Dark Lord once more, reportedly had her family threatened by Death Eaters. She has done enough, Mrs. Hooper replied. Professor McGonagall sighed. Albus would certainly be reluctant to leave Hogwarts for the position of Minister of Magic. I suspect Fudge will ultimately be elected. Old Barty's reputation has been tarnished by his son, and he will scarcely garner any votes. They all recognized that Fudge was not an ideal choice, yet at this juncture, the wizarding world lacked superior alternatives. Meanwhile, Harry had finished his mango pudding and sandwich, scampering towards the Gryffindor long table to join Bill and Charlie Weasley in play. For Bill had always been a reliable older brother, and Penny sometimes entrusted Harry to his care. We have a Quidditch practice shortly, Charlie gestured in the air. Not the kind of toddler Quidditch you learn that barely reaches 2 meters off the ground, but the real deal, soaring high above. What do you say, Harry? Would you like to come and watch? Charlie was an exceptionally skilled chaser. He will undoubtedly become the star player of our Gryffindor team, Bill proudly asserted. He consistently impresses during practice. Harry, already disheartened by the absence of his peers in the toddler Quidditch training, eagerly nodded in agreement at the prospect of witnessing formal Quidditch. The trio approached Penny, seeking her consent. Observing their eager eyes filled with longing, Mrs. Hooper felt her resolve soften and chimed in. I hear Harry possesses quite the talent for flying. Fortuitously, I have no classes at the moment and can supervise the children at the Quidditch pitch. Penny gratefully thanked her, as she was scheduled to teach. As an assistant in the Muggle Studies course, her role merely required demonstrating the correct usage of various Muggle items. Even Professor Burbage, who fancied himself a Muggle expert, could not keep pace with the rapidly evolving Muggle technology. Wizards often isolated themselves in a medieval mindset, resistant to embracing new concepts. And Penny found their retrograde sensibilities rather outdated and pedestrian. Most older wizards were beyond reason, steadfastly believing that Muggle inventions were utterly worthless. However, she held out hope for the children. Penny had already arranged with Professor Burbage to introduce a new Muggle appliance in every class, but first, she needed to elucidate the nature of electricity, both perilous and practical, to her students, ensuring they did not inadvertently electrocute themselves out of curiosity. As an assistant, she felt compelled to contribute meaningfully, adhering to her personal principles, while also seeking distractions from her anxiety regarding Sirius. Chapter 30. The unusual Professor Quirrell. After concluding her assistant duties, Penny made her way to the Quidditch training grounds. In the distance, she spotted red-haired Charlie deftly maneuvering on his Nimbus 2000, while Harry was being escorted by Mrs. Hooper, who was acting as a referee, cheering intermittently. Besides the Gryffindors, another team of Hufflepuff children was engaged in friendly practice. Scattered across the spectator benches were a few students from both houses, alongside the imposing half-giant, Hagrid. As Harry and Mrs. Hooper were still airborne, Penny decided to greet Hagrid first. Mrs. Evans, Hagrid called out as she approached. How is your teaching going? Quite well. The children seem interested in what I have to share, Penny replied, sensing that Hagrid was not typically one for idle chatter. His inquiry was undoubtedly prompted by a specific reason. I'm sorry, I've been rather anxious lately. The half-giant scratched his head. Professor Kettleburn has invited me to serve as his assistant next academic year, since he only has one hand and one leg. It can be perilous when handling certain large magical creatures, and I worry the students might not take to me. They accepted Professor Kettleburn, and they will surely accept you. Penny reassured him sincerely. Your concerns are clearly unfounded, and you are well liked by the creatures. Being an assistant will pose no issues. Kettleburn was the current professor of care of magical creatures, and known for his penchant for mischief. He had once provided students with Ashwinder eggs as props for a pantomime, resulting in the entire stage being engulfed in flames, and part of his own body was a casualty of his own antics. Penny believed that while Hagrid's penchant for raising forbidden creatures was somewhat unreliable, at least he would not endanger himself in such a manner. Hagrid perked up at Penny's encouragement, his broad grin returning. Indeed, even the fiercest of three-headed dogs would roll over for me, he boasted. They adore listening to my harp lullabies. Such dangerous creatures exist at Hogwarts? Penny raised an eyebrow. Huh, of course not. They're not kept at Hogwarts, Hagrid chuckled, unconvincingly. They belong to a friend of mine. I visit them occasionally during the holidays. Penny nodded, choosing not to expose his fib. As they conversed, a Quidditch match concluded. Mrs. Hooper brought Harry over to join Penny. I flew so high on my broom for the first time, Harry exclaimed excitedly. Previously, only Sirius's motorcycle could soar that high. My broom couldn't manage it. Sirius let you ride on that motorcycle? Penny learned for the first time. Harry's smile instantly vanished, and he began to glance around nervously. He had let something slip and was at a loss for how to recover. Oh, Hagrid wiped a tear from his eye, melancholically remarking, I once rode you on that motorcycle too. It's hard to believe so many years have passed, poor little Harry. His words softened Penny's heart. When Sirius returns, I will have a word with him, she stated. Bill and Charlie, having finished their practice, approached to bid farewell. After lunch, we have that dreadful defense against the dark arts class and potions, Charlie complained. Why must those two terrifying subjects be scheduled for the same afternoon? Professor Snape's demeanor towards non-Slytherin students in potions was notoriously unfriendly, making Charlie's aversion to the class understandable. As for defense against the dark arts, it was likely due to the newly appointed Professor Quirrell, who merely recited from the textbook, with practical demonstrations falling short of even some of the older students. Having previously held the position of Muggle Studies Assistant, Quirrell had awaited Professor Burbage's retirement to succeed her, yet unexpectedly found himself thrust into the role of defense against the dark arts teacher. He was simply too young and inexperienced to bear such a responsibility. Don't be so harsh, lad. Hagrid patted Charlie on the shoulder. Quirrell is trying his best. He might have empathized, as he began to defend Quirrell. No one can truly excel in the role of defense against the dark arts. That position is cursed. Campus legends should not be taken lightly. Madame Hokiu interjected. We must head to the Great Hall for lunch. Otherwise, we shall miss the fresh apple pie, due to the annual mishaps experienced by the Professor of Defense against the Dark Arts. And considering Voldemort's 2 prior applications for the position had been declined, wizards privately speculated that a curse had been placed upon it by Voldemort himself. They proceeded to the Great Hall, where they fortuitously encountered Professor Quirrell, who had just been mentioned. To the eyes of other professors, this young man appeared to be socially anxious, rarely making an appearance except during class times around the castle and the Great Hall. Curiously, however, today he was engaged in jovial discourse with several upper-year students at the dining table, clad in a long black coat. With his half-length hair tied back with a red ribbon, a stray lock of fringe fell over his silver-gray eyes, which glanced over nonchalantly before breaking into a roguish smile. When Penny met his gaze, her heart skipped a beat. Was this man as acting truly so poor? She intended to approach him for conversation, but someone was quicker than she. Severus Snape, seated in a corner of the Great Hall, swiftly rose to his feet, his black robe billowing as he made his way to Quirrell with remarkable speed. Mind your position, he admonished. The word professor was almost spat out through clenched teeth. Severus. You are such a killjoy, Quirrell retorted. We are equals, both professors. It is not your place to reprimand me. The air crackled between them, tension palpable, rendering the surrounding area utterly silent. Take care of yourself. Snape replied coldly, angrily sweeping his sleeve as he turned and exited the Great Hall. He passed by Penny, casting her a complex glance, yet did not linger. The intensity of Snape's gaze deterred Penny from approaching Quirrell. What was happening? Hagrid was bewildered. Was that truly Quirrell? Indeed, came Professor McGonagall's voice from behind, alongside the long-unseen headmaster. I assure you, that is Quirrell, Headmaster Dumbledore remarked with a smile. Perhaps he has entered a belated rebellious phase. It is splendid. I support every well-behaved child experiencing a grand rebellion at least once. Hagrid, trusting Dumbledore immensely, nodded in vague understanding and refrained from further inquiry. Penny gained a new perspective on the headmaster's capacity for tall tales, yet she confirmed her earlier suspicion. That fellow was undoubtedly Sirius Black. She also discerned the headmaster's intentions. Since he had come to them, there was no need to search far and wide. They could simply find a way to lift the curse right under their noses. Worst case, the entire school would merely play along in the charade. Chapter 31. The Amnesiac Sirius. In truth, aside from being a professor, Quirrell's likeness to Sirius was regaling the students with tales of his part-time work as an exorcist in the Muggle world. It is quite simple. All you need is a Bible and a silver cross. Generally, you will not encounter real ghosts or vampires. Even if you do, I can easily vanquish them. No wonder you are always so busy, a Gryffindor boy exclaimed, starry-eyed and cradling his face in awe. Sirius, with a casual flick of his fringe, basked in the admiration and envy of the students. Just wait, children, this afternoon. You shall witness what true defense against the dark arts entails. He had a knack for exuding an ill-timed charm, and had it not been for Dumbledore's cover, Penny believed this fellow would have already been handed over to the Ministry of Magic for confinement by the other professors. Beside Penny, Harry sipped his honey lemon drink, occasionally glancing at the center of the crowd. He probably sensed something was amiss but could not articulate the strangely familiar feeling. Harry, Penny whispered, keep your distance from that odd fellow. His mind is not quite right, and proximity may pose a danger. Sirius had been brainwashed by Voldemort, and he would perceive Harry as an enemy. Harry nodded. I may be overly eager to see Sirius, he admitted, though he is undeniably more dashing. Today, Penny deliberately ate slowly to observe the amnesiac Sirius. By the time she finished her slice of apple pie, few remained in the great hall. Harry patiently held his drink, waiting for her. But as the crowd thinned and the house elves prepared to clean up, Penny had no choice but to leave. Just as she stood, she noticed Professor Quirrell striding directly toward them. Mrs. Evans, he said, I hear you are Sirius Black's wife, since you inquire. I presume you have some acquaintance with my husband. Penny replied with a forced smile. Acquaintance is perhaps too strong a term. I merely sensed your fervent gaze from across the table. He shot her a flirtatious wink and lowered his voice seductively. Your beauty is simply impossible to overlook. Would you care to join me for a drink in Hogsmeade tonight? Very well, Penny thought. You don't even spare a married woman. No. Suddenly, Harry, barely reaching Penny's knees, stepped forward, arms outstretched to block her. You shall not come near my aunt, he shouted. The boy who lived, Harry Potter. Only then did the amnesiac Sirius shift his attention to his godson, sizing him up briefly before sidestepping Harry and leaning close to Penny, whispering, What a pity. It seems I must find another time to stealthily court you. With that, he did not await her response, but strode off toward the great hall's entrance. In that fleeting moment, Penny's sixth sense had detected danger, yet knowing it was Sirius, she found it impossible to feel apprehensive. She stifled a yawn, took Harry's hand, and declared, Let us be off. It's time for a nap. Only well-rested children will grow tall. Harry made a face at Sirius's retreating figure and followed Penny. They encountered Snape once more near the spiral staircase on the 3rd floor, where he was en route to class. However, unlike his earlier brisk pace, Professor Snape now walked with a noticeable limp. Mr. Snape, Penny greeted him. You look rather unwell. Snape had never possessed a particularly pleasant complexion, but now beads of sweat adorned his forehead, indicating something was amiss. It's merely a sprained ankle. I can manage, he replied coldly. Forgive me, but I have no time for idle chatter. Potions class is about to commence. He descended the stairs toward the potions classroom. Penny had detected a faint metallic odor earlier and furrowed her brow, glancing back toward the area from which Snape had emerged. That place seemed to be the 3rd floor corridor, which the headmaster had expressly forbidden anyone to approach. Chapter 32, The Strange Potion. As night deepened, Penny sat up in her bed. She slung a burlap bag over her shoulder and donned her invisibility cloak, carefully making her way out. Argus Filch, the Hogwarts caretaker, was patrolling with his scruffy cat, and Penny was uncertain of the consequences of nighttime wanderings. But with her skills and the invisibility cloak, she was confident that the mute caretaker and his feline companion would not catch her. They crossed paths in the same corridor, and Penny silently brushed past Filch. She discovered the locked room in the forbidden area on the 3rd floor, the door secured by a formidable padlock. For Penny, this lock could be breached by various physical means, yet this was a realm of magic, which instilled a modicum of hesitation within her. As she stood pondering, a faint sound of footsteps echoed from the far end of the corridor. A familiar large black dog sauntered into view around the corner. Indeed, Penny mused, their objective lies behind this very door. Snape and Sirius are in cahoots. Coupled with Hagrid's earlier remarks when he had come to fetch her and Harry, she surmised that what Voldemort desired was the very item Hagrid had retrieved from Gringotts for Dumbledore. The black dog paused at the threshold, sniffing cautiously before gradually transforming into human form. It was not Quirrell's visage, but rather Sirius's true appearance. It turned out he had not undergone any disfigurement at the hands of the Death Eaters. Yet, if that were the case, wouldn't Sirius simply recognize himself in a mirror? How could he still pose that question earlier in the day? Sirius produced his wand and uttered an incantation to unlock the wooden door. Penny quietly trailed behind him. A 3-headed giant dog lay snoozing atop a trapdoor. Upon hearing the commotion, all 3 heads opened their eyes simultaneously, gazing towards the entrance. Take it easy, mate. Sirius whistled. I'm just here to deliver a meal. The freshly awakened Cerberus appeared somewhat dazed, its attention swiftly captured by the bag of meat thrown by Sirius, before it could even bare its teeth. Dogs will never refuse a second helping, and none understand them better than Sirius. Seizing the moment as the 3 ferocious heads lunged forward to devour the bloody raw meat, Sirius maneuvered to the front of the trapdoor. Just as he prepared to leap down, the 3-headed beast regained its composure, finally remembering its duty. The 3 heads emitted a resounding roar, baring their massive jaws at Sirius, who had no choice but to turn and brandish his wand in defense. Fortunately, Penny had anticipated this, unfastening the bag on her back to retrieve her harp. Hagrid had mentioned that the three-headed dog relished his lullabies. Penny had studied a bit of harp. A simple lullaby would be no challenge. As the ethereal notes filled the room, the dog's movements became increasingly unsteady. Its eyelids drooping, yawning profusely. After a few seconds of struggle, the massive creature ultimately collapsed onto the ground, resuming its soft snores. Sirius scanned the surroundings suspiciously, attempting to locate the source of the music. Penny, not foolish enough to reveal her identity, had already gathered her harp and slipped away under her invisibility cloak. The contents within could not fall into Sirius's possession, but she could not simply sacrifice herself to the fate of becoming a widow. So she resolved to retreat swiftly and summon magical assistance. To her surprise, Sirius did not leap through the trapdoor, but instead pursued her. Penny sprinted from the third-floor corridor all the way to the 8th floor of the castle, where she found herself at a dead end. Yet, her pursuer remained relentless. She halted beneath a tapestry depicting a comical giant chasing a ballet-dancing goblin, holding her breath as she turned to face her pursuer. The room of requirement? The pursuer came to a standstill. Sirius furrowed his brow at the empty wall opposite the tapestry. Just then, a cat's meow echoed from afar. It was Filch, the caretaker, approaching to conduct his rounds. Sirius quickly retreated into the shadows, seemingly having departed. Once Filch completed his patrol of the area, Penny emerged from her hiding spot. Her legs were numb from crouching, and she silently cursed Sirius. Just as she began to make her way toward the stairwell leading back to her dormitory, a hand emerged from the darkness. Instinctively, Penny raised a defense, causing her invisibility cloak and harp to tumble to the ground. "Indeed, it's you," she exclaimed, locking eyes with Sirius's fathomless silver-gray gaze. They maintained their prior rapport. Neither drew their weapon, nor did the other brandish a wand. While Penny's combat skills could easily subdue an adult man, Sirius was far too familiar with her techniques. His body seemed to possess an innate memory for evasion. In this regard, even the amnesiac Sirius found it hard to believe, yet he accurately anticipated every move Penny made during their scuffle. Exhausted from sprinting 5 flights of stairs, Penny grew weary of this seemingly endless confrontation. She halted, panting, and suggested, "Shall we converse?" Sirius gestured towards the empty wall before the tapestry, replying, "I was just thinking the same." We happened to be beside the room of requirement. With 3 swift movements, a door materialized on the blank wall. Upon entering, they found themselves in a space resembling a late-night bar. Penny retrieved her invisibility cloak and harp, stepping inside alongside Sirius. As they settled at the bar, glasses of lemon champagne and low-proof whiskey appeared before them as if summoned. "The room of requirement caters to your needs," Sirius elucidated. Penny recalled hearing Molly mention how she and Arthur would occasionally rendezvous in the room of requirement during their school days. It certainly proved convenient. "Why did you save me?" Sirius inquired. "Was it because of my face?" "Perhaps," Penny replied. "You are indeed quite." Before she could finish, he swiftly interrupted her. "But Sirius Black is dead." He smiled wryly, revealing a grin that bordered on madness, his voice rising in pitch. "I personally took care of that traitor from the Black family. So who are you?" Penny resolved to play along. "Me?" Sirius stood, extending his arms in a theatrical flourish, then placed his right palm over his heart and bowed towards Penny. "Dear sister-in-law, I am your brother, Regulus Black." "Huh. So that's what the advanced Cruciatus curse does," Penny thought, internally screaming. "But you can transform into a dog." Moreover, the house elf, Dobby, had described Regulus as a rather quiet youth, entirely different in temperament from Sirius. "What mischief do you intend to engage in at Hogwarts?" Penny continued her interrogation. "That I cannot disclose," Sirius shrugged. "I must admit, you are quite an endearing Muggle. No wonder my brother is so infatuated with you. However, our family does not accept Muggle daughters-in-law. Initially, I intended to eliminate you from my mother and our family's honor, but upon meeting you, I found myself unable to do so." "You owe me one," Penny smiled. "I just saved you. How should the Black family treat a benefactor?" "Ha ha. You're using family honor to threaten me." Sirius, claiming to be Regulus, burst into laughter. "Lily Evans Potter's sister, if you weren't a Muggle, you might have been a Slytherin." "No ifs, I am a Muggle," Penny retorted nonchalantly. "And I've successfully stepped through the Black family's door." Sirius's laughter ceased abruptly, his gaze returning to Penny's face. "You are a woman both beautiful and intelligent. You should comprehend the consequences of provoking me." Returning to the bar, Sirius produced a bottle of vividly colored pink potion from his sleeve, pouring it into Penny's glass of lemon champagne. "This is a potion of forgetfulness that cost me quite a few galleons to have Severus concoct," he said, "as long as you are willing to drink this. Forget my brother and our meeting tonight, and declare that you are no longer associated with the Black family." I guarantee that I will not harm you or your Harry Potter in the future. As he uncorked the bottle, Petunia inhaled the aroma of the apple pie that Sirius favored from their home in Corvus County, the crispness of Christmas cedar, and the scent of this year's trendiest long-haired dog shampoo in London. Why should I trust you? She felt a strong aversion to the suspiciously colored concoction. Believe it or not, but you might want to take a look at what your right hand has been pressing against. Since entering the room, Petunia had kept her right hand on the gun strapped to her thigh, and upon hearing this, she hastily lifted the hem of her nightgown, only to find that her gun had been transformed into Harry's toy water gun. Knowing he was serious, she subconsciously relaxed her guard, a grievous error. It seemed that whatever this was, she must drink it. She quickly made a judgment in her mind and reluctantly accepted the glass of champagne. Very well. I am a gentleman, and I would never resort to coercing a lady. Sirius observed Petunia down the drink, applauding and laughing. However, even the most gentlemanly of men may tell a little white lie. I trust you one team mind, sister. Chapter 33. It appears to have no effect. In reality, after finishing the champagne, Petunia felt nothing, neither in terms of memory nor otherwise. She had a commendable tolerance for alcohol, not even feeling the slightest buzz. Given the existence of the Oblivion charm, no wizard would study Forgetfulness potion, making this a love potion. Then, she heard Sirius say, "You wish for me to fall in love with you, to control me into assisting the Death Eaters in the short term?" She felt no effect. Perhaps the potion had a delayed reaction. "I will not compel you to do anything, madam. You need only assist me in keeping a secret." Sirius placed his index finger to his lips in a shushing gesture, adding, "Besides, we can secretly date without anyone knowing." Petunia stifled the urge to roll her eyes. Propping her chin on her hand, feigning a tipsy demeanor as she gazed earnestly at Sirius's handsome face. "You must be quite lonely, Black." A cluster of lush mistletoe began to sprout from the ceiling, rapidly growing in the dim light, hanging just above their heads. They leaned closer to one another, their breaths almost intertwining. In films, such an atmosphere in a dimly lit bar often leads to moments of uncontrollable passion. Yet, at the crucial moment, Sirius awkwardly turned his head, unwilling to meet Petunia's gaze. The beautiful light brown eyes of the Muggle woman suddenly brimmed with a hazy affection. But Sirius knew this was merely the potion's effect. The stolen sentiment made his pride feel uncomfortable. Petunia could decipher Sirius's thoughts through these subtle expressions. She had undergone systematic training, capable of amplifying a fraction of affection into 8 parts, or condensing 100% of love into the indifference of a stranger. She expertly gauged the effects of the love potion, stirring Sirius's heart into a tangled mess. The man who had appeared so confident earlier now tugged at his hair in frustration, silently rising to leave. Petunia knew he was about to depart. "If you are not ready, then perhaps we shall meet again next time." She watched as Sirius's figure exited the room of requirement, her gaze shifting from a daze to lucidity. How had she never noticed how conflicted Sirius was? Was he, at his core, a pure-hearted puppy in pursuit of true love? Petunia sat alone, slowly finishing another glass of low-alcohol whiskey, and before the effects of the drink could take hold, she donned her invisibility cloak and returned to the tower. As she opened the door, she heard Harry mumbling indistinctly in his sleep. He appeared unwell, his brow furrowed, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. "Harry," Petunia gently called. "Harry, you had another nightmare." The boy on the bed finally opened his eyes. "Aunt Petunia, I saw a pack of werewolves fighting among themselves." Harry's emerald green pupils slowly focused as he rubbed the scar on his forehead, frowning as he spoke. Surrounded by towering trees, it must be deep within an uninhabited forest. They were fighting for territory. Besides the werewolves, I also saw a massive snake coiled beside me, and I could converse with it. We understood each other. This was not Harry's first nightmare of this nature. Petunia recalled the diary incident at Ollivander's bookstore, believing that whenever his scar throbbed, he would share a connection with Voldemort, and his dreams had proven to be manifestations of real events. This dream represented the fierce battle between 2 factions of werewolves loyal to the 2 Tom Riddles on this night. "Do not be afraid, Harry," Petunia reassured. "We will protect you." "I am not afraid, just a bit unsettled." Harry shook his head, saying, "In the dream, I was perched atop a very tall tree. The snake draped over the trunk. I seemed to be directing a portion of the werewolves through this snake, and in the dream, I did not care about the lives of those werewolves. The bloodshed from either side thrilled me to the core, and recalling that feeling now makes me feel nauseous." "That person is not you," Petunia stated. "He is an antisocial terrorist, with a brain structure inherently different from others. You are merely forced to share this portion of his memories and feelings because you are destined to be his end." Within Hogwarts, both students and faculty occasionally referred to Harry as the Chosen One, the boy who lived, and he was well aware of this identity. "You will not become like him." Petunia understood Harry's concerns, advising him to treat it as a free movie, close his eyes, sleep, and forget. She tucked Harry in. once more strumming a lullaby on the harp. Chapter 34. The Conflicted Sirius. In the days that followed, Petunia would frequently encounter Sirius in various corners of Hogwarts. He adorned this foolish behavior with the euphemism of supervisory intimidation. Sometimes he appeared like Quirrell, other times as a large black dog, rarely revealing his true form before Petunia. She could tell that Sirius was growing weary of his own dashing visage. Petunia suspected that the Dementor's kiss not only distorted his memories, but also stripped him of part of his adulthood experiences. This Sirius was far more immature than the one they had first met. Yet, he was rather endearing. Since that night, Sirius had not ventured into the forbidden corridor on the third floor of the castle. Rather than fulfilling Voldemort's tasks, he seemed to prefer orbiting around Petunia. Professor Snape expressed considerable discontent over this. That foolish dog, every time he sees Evans, he nearly wags his tail in a frenzy. He raged in the headmaster's office. He should have considered this when he asked me for the love potion. Can he not think of anything serious? Do not be angry, Severus. Dumbledore offered him a piece of candy. Do you truly wish for Sirius to steal the resurrection stone from us? I still have to act in front of him, even allowing myself to be bitten by a three-headed dog. Professor Snape pointed to his still clumsy leg, his chest heaving with agitation. And all he does is foolishly flirt with Lily's sister. The Dark Lord insists that I should act as a cover. They are a legitimate couple, Dumbledore stated, addressing Severus. Noticing Severus's increasingly sour expression, Dumbledore hastily added, I assure you, I will bring this to a conclusion by Easter. The headmaster had long since devised a meticulous plan. As for Remus Lupin, Severus settled into the chair before Dumbledore and spoke in a low voice. Are you aware of what this fellow has done? In the midst of chaos, he assassinated Fenrir Greyback and has been elevated to the new leader of the werewolves, surrounded by the remnants of his pack. He is likely attending a Death Eater meeting at Malfoy Manor right now. It was indeed surprising how swiftly Remus had risen to power. Dumbledore chuckled softly. He has avenged himself. After all, it was Fenrir Greyback who transformed him into a werewolf. It is only natural for Lupin to seek personal retribution. Bandits are uncontrollable beings, prone to causing unforeseen calamities. Severus remarked disdainfully, I will not be their safety net. When necessary, I shall hasten their demise. I am acutely aware of your resolve. Dumbledore replied gently, yet I still hope to minimize casualties. With only 3 days remaining until the Easter holiday, under Petunia's diligent efforts, all members of Hogwarts finally shed their medieval retro lifestyle, delighting in the use of wind power. She planned to show a Muggle film in the next Muggle Studies class, allowing students to better comprehend Muggle life and appreciate the advantages of utilizing electrical appliances. When Sirius jumped through the tower window, Petunia was wrapped in a blanket. Engrossed in a classic Muggle romance film, Roman Holiday, she needed to select the most suitable film for her students. Having been preoccupied with studies and work in the past, Petunia had not had the opportunity to watch many films, but now she found herself with ample leisure and a valid reason. During these days, she had grown accustomed to Sirius's sudden intrusions and even shared half of her snacks with him. You may sit beside me on the sofa, but you must remove the disguise of Quirrell, Petunia stated. I have no desire to fall in love with Professor Quirrell's visage. In a sense, you are rather rational. Sirius retorted, transforming back to his original form, leaning in to snatch the half-eaten chip from her hand. The one under the influence of the Amortentia, theoretically, would not care about the appearance of their beloved. I might be an exception, Petunia replied, casting him a sidelong glance before returning her focus to the screen. My taste has always been quite refined. Sirius let out a hearty laugh. In the film, the male protagonist, a reporter, rode a bicycle alongside the female lead, a princess. Meandering through the city, they developed mutual feelings, yet their identities prevented them from acknowledging it. It is a tale of duty and freedom, Sirius remarked, in the Muggle world. A noble princess is destined never to be with a common reporter. Are you still preoccupied with the honor of your black lineage? After being subjected to the Dementor's kiss, Sirius had become a stark contrast to his former self. Then why not just kill me and dose me with Amortentia? Petunia teased, winking at Sirius. Have you fallen so deeply in love with me that you are unable to extricate yourself? She said this deliberately, on one hand. Petunia hoped to jog Sirius's memory of their time living together through their daily interactions, and on the other, she needed him to recognize the oddity of his muddled thoughts. Sirius was somewhat perplexed, yet he believed that the blacks were inherently mad and hypocritical, so contradictory behavior was not unexpected. He refrained from responding, opting instead to seize the bag of Muggle chips from Petunia's grasp, and they playfully tussled. Petunia's resistance was rather feeble, and ultimately, she found herself pinned to the sofa by the large dog, with chips scattered all around. Sirius gently tightened his grip on her throat, his gaze inscrutable. He momentarily struggled to comprehend his own thoughts, instinctively tilting his head like a curious puppy. If I exert even a slight pressure, you shall perish. Petunia, utterly immobilized, had no means of resistance, yet her instincts did not sense any danger. Rather than choking me, you likely desire to kiss me, Sirius rasped. Ever since that night of hasty escape, he had envisioned the scene that would unfold had he not turned away. Strangely, it was Sirius who seemed more under the influence of amortentia than Petunia. Ironically, he was unaware that he was indeed Sirius. His pride in lineage and male ego prevented him from lowering his noble head, becoming increasingly entangled in his conflicting emotions, which explained his unusual behavior of late. Yet, Petunia's soft and vibrant lips were now tantalizingly close. This fearless Muggle woman was teasing his heartstrings with her gentle breath, tempting him to succumb. Very well, you have won, Sirius thought resignedly. He leaned in with a sense of self-abandon. However, just as their lips were about to meet, the door on the other side was swung open. Startled by the noise, both turned their attention towards the entrance. Sirius, Harry, having just awoken from a nap, rushed in with his tousled hair. He stood to the side, rubbed his eyes, and upon confirming it was indeed his godfather, excitedly leapt onto the sofa. Fantastic. You've finally returned. Chapter 35, The Girl in the Forbidden Forest. Sirius raised an eyebrow, originally intending to coldly deny the situation. However, Petunia subtly hooked a finger around his shirt's hem, tugging while exchanging glances with him. Reluctantly, Sirius smiled and sat up to catch Harry, performing the action with remarkable ease as if it had occurred countless times before. Did I interrupt something? Harry asked, noticing Petunia and then Sirius. Were you both playing a fighting game? Petunia and Sirius had often sparred at home, something Harry had grown accustomed to. We were just fighting over chips, Petunia replied. Sirius drew his wand and cast a cleaning charm on the scattered debris. On the screen, the protagonists returned to their respective lives, pretending not to recognize each other upon their next encounter. As the film concluded, Harry began to chatter incessantly about his recent experiences at Hogwarts, discussing his new friends and Quidditch insights. Children of his age are particularly fond of rambling. As they grow older and develop self-awareness, they no longer wish to share their lives with their parents. Petunia felt pleased that Sirius had not missed this precious stage of Harry's life. However, the bewitched Sirius appeared somewhat bewildered. To be honest, his attitude towards Harry was not much different from how he interacted with James in his youth. Sirius had never considered himself in a parental role. Now, however, he felt as though he was playing the part of a godfather. Harry, Petunia interjected, Sirius has matters to attend to. It is nearly time for him to leave. Isn't Sirius living with us? Harry asked, his bright green eyes wide with disappointment. Not for the time being, Petunia responded. He has a task to fulfill. A task to defeat terrorists? Harry turned to Sirius. Isn't that dangerous? Sirius was at a loss for words, merely gesturing dismissively as he reclined against the sofa's backrest. I will visit you from time to time, he finally managed to utter after a prolonged silence. All right, Harry said, lowering his gaze, I will miss you. Sirius, unwilling to confront the expression on Harry's face, felt an inexplicable sense of guilt and stood up, preparing to flee. Meanwhile, Petunia struggled to suppress her emotions, endeavoring not to appear gleeful. Before departing, Sirius leaned in and bestowed a farewell kiss upon each of their faces. It was the first time Petunia had witnessed such a defeated expression on him, which uplifted her spirits considerably. Let us venture to Honeyduke's in Hogsmeade this afternoon to procure some treats, she exclaimed cheerfully. I have just finished the crisps I brought from London. Harry, who had been feeling disheartened, immediately perked up. I want to buy chocolate frogs and jelly slugs. Charlie and the others are about to go on holiday, and I wish to ask them to bring these back home. Of course, that is no problem. As Sirius departed the tower, he transformed into a large black dog. His mind was replaying the earlier events, leaving him with a tumult of emotions. On one hand, he was elated by Petunia's warmth. On the other, he was consumed by jealousy. He envied the man whom Petunia truly loved. What blissful days had that man once enjoyed? What right did he have to possess such a splendid life? This made Sirius feel like a despicable thief, a ridiculous clown. In such moments, he felt an overwhelming urge to become a dog and dig at tree roots in the Forbidden Forest. And so he did. Yet this time, as the great black dog ventured deep into the forest, he encountered a young girl. She appeared to be merely 7 or 8 years old, too young to have reached the age for admission to Hogwarts. Clad in a simple blue and white Muggle dress, she was accompanied by a massive viper. The girl's Mary Jane's shoes crunched on the dry leaves of the forest floor as she clutched a tattered notebook to her chest. Sirius concealed himself within the shadowy thicket, silencing his forepaws as he stealthily followed her. After a short while, he observed the girl smiling at a certain spot in the woods. In the next moment, a silvery unicorn emerged from that very place. The unicorn seemed quite at ease with the girl, undeterred by the slithering viper nearby, as it lowered its head to nuzzle her palm, its tail rhythmically swishing with joy. The girl maintained her smile, producing a silver comb and sitting patiently on the grass as she groomed the unicorn's mane. She set her notebook aside, and the viper immediately coiled around it. Then, a green light flickered, and a translucent soul emerged from the notebook. Sirius, with keen eyesight, recognized the face even from a distance. The translucent boy was none other than a young Tom Riddle, clad in Slytherin robes. Strikingly similar to the old photographs of Tom Riddle preserved in the Black family in Malfoy Manor. I truly cannot comprehend why I would transform into such a fool in the future, he mused, crouching beside the girl. Killing a unicorn invites a curse. There are far better methods. From the moment I became aware, I understood that a leader's ability to captivate followers through charm is the key to avoiding betrayal. This applies to humans, let alone to a magical creature like a unicorn. The unicorn, upon seeing the soul, showed no signs of alarm. It was evidently accustomed to this presence, loving the girl to the extent that it would nearly sacrifice its life for her. But that is your charm, Alice. Tom Riddle complimented. They could never adore a tainted and fractured soul like mine. Upon hearing this, the girl named Alice exhibited a flicker of surprise, glancing at Tom but remaining silent. In your eyes, am I merely a deluded narcissist, incapable of recognizing my own flaws? Tom snorted, or perhaps I'm that stubborn brute. It seemed they possessed their own unique means of communication. Alice did not need to speak for Tom to hear her thoughts. I take pride in my Slytherin heritage. Yet I shall not deny the Muggle blood that courses through my veins, he declared. I will endeavor to purify that part of my tainted lineage. Alice shook her head, sighing softly as she resumed her earnest grooming of the unicorn, disregarding Tom Riddle. However, Tom suddenly became animated, flitting back and forth before her in an attempt to provoke her and capture her attention. This scene left Sirius utterly dumbfounded. He had not anticipated that the Dark Lord would exhibit such human-like behavior. Even this incomplete version of the young Voldemort was peculiar. It was evident that the girl named Alice was extraordinary. Sirius found himself recalling the deranged, noseless version of Voldemort to whom he now pledged his allegiance, and could not help but acknowledge that the Tom Riddle who had charmed his followers had once embodied the original intentions of all Death Eaters. In comparing the two, he understood why the werewolf community had experienced such severe infighting. Regardless of whether one belonged to the non-human races or the pure-blood families, they would naturally lean towards supporting the one who treated them well. With this realization, the great black dog chose to silently withdraw from the Forbidden Forest. Chapter 36, Easter. Soon, the Easter holiday arrived. The younger students had all returned home, leaving only a handful of upperclassmen who required elective credits and their professors at Hogwarts. Petunia had selected the 1978 film Superman to screen in class. This was a highly successful popcorn movie, more suitable for children of this age than romantic films. Although wizards did not believe in the existence of extraterrestrials, the admiration for superheroes transcended boundaries of understanding. At least Harry was quite fond of this film. Since this class was merely a film screening, Petunia invited Harry to join her in the front row. Aside from the elective students, other classmates who remained at Hogwarts were also intrigued by the movie screening, and Petunia welcomed them to join, resulting in a classroom bustling with students. At first, the students' interest in Harry Potter clearly eclipsed their enthusiasm for Superman. However, as the plot unfolded, they gradually became engrossed in the story. In the dimly lit classroom, the glow from the screen illuminated everyone's faces, creating an atmosphere akin to that of a cinema. To enhance the immersive experience, Petunia turned the volume up high. On the screen, the Kryptonians soared through the skies, battling villains amidst towering skyscrapers. Meanwhile, in a certain part of the castle, Professor Snape was leading 3 Death Eaters out from the secret passage to Hogsmeade. The Lord has grown impatient, one of the men cloaked in black remarked. Black is moving too slowly. I warned you from the outset that he is unreliable. Snape replied coldly. Aside from causing me trouble, that foolish dog serves no purpose. I shall deal with him before I depart. An even shorter woman excitedly interjected. He is a disgrace to the Black family. I must personally take care of him. Bellatrix Lestrange, do not stray from the mission, Snape cautioned. Our objective is merely the resurrection stone. Are you afraid? Or do you truly wish for him to survive? Bellatrix let out a peculiar laugh, exclaiming, surely not. Severus, have you truly begun to regard him as a friend? Snape displayed a countenance of affront. If your mind has not been devoured by the Dementors of Azkaban, you ought to remember my sentiments towards them. He retorted. Who can say? Bellatrix replied with a mocking tone. I shall keep a vigilant watch over you. Snape chose not to engage further with her, leading them swiftly towards the third-floor corridor of the Forbidden Section. Dumbledore and Snape's original plan entailed luring Voldemort's fragmented soul before the Mirror of Erist, which concealed the Philosopher's Stone, in order to trap him and seize the opportunity to eliminate him. However, the cautious and cunning Voldemort refrained from presenting himself, sending instead a few of his loyal followers. As they proceeded to the hiding place of the stone, A hairless yellow rat stealthily trailed them through the drainage pipes. In the headmaster's office, Professor Dumbledore's desk was adorned with a two-way mirror through which he was communicating with someone. In your view, the most effective method to vanquish the fragment of Tom Riddle's soul is to allow him to acquire a new corporeal form for his resurrection, and then strike while he is still in his frail infant state? Precisely, the voice on the other end affirmed. The fragment of the soul lacks a fixed anchor and can escape its host at any moment. Yet, once he regains flesh, he cannot flee. Albus, do not tell me you would show him mercy as well, the interlocutor implored. Absolutely not. Dumbledore vehemently shook his head. I merely believe it is excessively perilous to entrust him with the resurrection stone. There exists another method, does there not? The figure in the mirror revealed a cruel smile. You are aware, Albus, that aside from the resurrection stone, there exists yet another means for his revival. The bones of a father, the limbs of a servant, and the blood of an enemy. Dumbledore paused momentarily, murmuring, but Gellert, Harry is not even 4 years old. I cannot allow him to venture into danger now. This is his destiny, Grindelwald coaxed gently. In essence, we all wish to avoid such a fate, yet we find ourselves with no alternative. A mere sacrifice of a small boy could resolve all dilemmas. Your manipulative rhetoric is ineffective on me at this age, Dumbledore declared, slamming the two-way mirror down upon the desk, refusing to gaze into Grindelwald's deep, heterochromatic eyes. Perhaps one day, Harry too may have to make a sacrifice, but I will not permit him to perish before my very eyes. Their conversation through the mirror concluded on an uncordial note. Yet Dumbledore conceded to Grindelwald's viewpoint regarding the entrapment of the soul within a corporeal form. However, merely offering Harry's blood to the Death Eaters would inevitably lead Voldemort to seek a secure location to prepare for his resurrection ritual, thereby thwarting their opportunity to catch him off guard. While he was lost in thought, Fawkes, the once quiet phoenix, began to flap his wings restlessly. He flew to the window, tilting his head towards the forbidden forest, releasing a melodious cry. I know she has been hiding there of late, Fawkes, Dumbledore reassured him. Do not worry. She shall be safe. Yet, upon hearing his words, Fawkes grew increasingly agitated, even pecking at the stained glass with his beak. Very well, Dumbledore relented, unfastening the copper latch on the window. It would be prudent for you to go and check. Fawkes did not immediately soar outside. Instead, he gracefully returned to the bookshelf within the room, grasping the tattered sorting hat in his beak. Oh dear, as the sorting hat cried out in a terrified lament. The phoenix streaked across the sky like a fiery comet, descending into a secluded corner of the forbidden forest. In the Muggle Studies classroom, the film had reached its most thrilling segment, and all the children held their breath in rapt attention. However, sitting in the back row, Petunia heard footsteps lingering at the doorway. From the sound, one of them must be the half-giant Hagrid. This was not the first time she experienced the sensation of someone stealthily guarding the entrance. A brief contemplation led her to connect the dots. Petunia quietly opened the classroom door and stepped outside. She beheld nearly half of Hogwarts' teaching staff gathered. Petunia, Professor McGonagall approached, speaking in hushed tones. The Death Eaters have infiltrated the castle, and their objective is Harry's blood, as well as the treasures hidden within the third-floor forbidden section. Moreover, the students who have not departed the school are presently here, hence we are stationed at the entrance. Petunia glanced around, unable to spot Sirius, who had assumed the guise of Quirrell. Was this part of the headmaster's plan all along? Though framed as a question, she had already arrived at the answer. Indeed, Hagrid was to retrieve Harry along with that critical item simultaneously to lure them into a trap, Professor McGonagall confirmed. With the impending change in the Ministry of Magic's leadership, Albus is concerned about the many uncertainties that may arise. Chapter 37, Unexpected Developments. Currently, two consciousnesses of Voldemort coexisted, and Headmaster Dumbledore aimed to extinguish the deranged fragment of the soul first. I know I should not complicate matters at such a crucial juncture, Petunia remarked after grasping the situation. But where is Sirius at present? Professor McGonagall was aware that Quirrell was a guise adopted by Sirius. I presumed he would remain close to you, McGonagall exclaimed, her demeanor instantly tense. He has vanished. As an operative, Petunia was keenly attuned to her surroundings, fully aware of whether anyone lurked nearby. She shook her head. I have not seen him in nearly 3 days. Severus mentioned seeing him wandering near the Forbidden Forest 3 days ago, McGonagall recollected. He had a penchant for that area during his student days, which is why we did not take note. This was troubling news. Petunia frowned. I must search for him. No, it would be too perilous. McGonagall grasped her arm. The Forbidden Forest is easy to become lost in, and there are many magical creatures you have yet to encounter. You have no magical abilities. It is far too risky to go alone. I am not entirely without means of self-defense, Petunia countered. Having been exposed to the magical world, I have acquired a wealth of knowledge through various channels. As she uttered these words, she herself was taken aback. For Petunia had always been someone who prioritized the greater good, suppressing personal emotions for the benefit of the collective. Yet this time, she unhesitatingly chose Sirius. Was this the effect of the love potion? McGonagall pursed her lips disapprovingly, still firmly holding Petunia's wrist, just as they were at an impasse. A crescendo of sobs emanated from the direction of the abandoned girls' lavatory. It was the mournful cry of moaning Myrtle, who often wept, though her sounds typically did not reach them. Moments later, the tear-streaked visage of the double-braided girl materialized at the end of the corridor like a specter. She rushed toward the gathered professors as if she had spotted a long-lost relative. "I heard that dreadful sound again," she sobbed. "And that strange boy." "What?" Professor Flitwick stepped forward, inquiring, "Are you referring to the true culprit behind your demise?" Hearing their conversation, Hagrid approached silently, standing by with a grave expression. "Yes," she affirmed. Moaning Myrtle had incessantly recounted her terrifying experience to every passerby of her lavatory, how she had encountered a male classmate who had mistakenly entered the wrong lavatory, heard a horrific sound, and then collided with two indistinct, enormous yellow luminescent creatures, leading to her inexplicable death. Those glowing entities were later identified as the compound eyes of Hagrid's pet, Aragog, which resulted in Hagrid's expulsion from Hogwarts due to the dangers posed by the creatures he had raised. "That sound I shall never forget," Myrtle wailed, covering her face and shrieking. It was like a crawling creature traversing through a marsh, yet 100-fold louder than any ordinary noise. "Do not be so agitated. Tell me about that young man," Penny began. "Are you certain that the boy you saw this time is the same one?" "Indeed," moaning Myrtle replied, her red, swollen eyes peeking through her fingers. Her glasses seemed on the verge of slipping off. "It is rare to encounter someone of such striking handsomeness. I did not fully appreciate it back then, only recalling a vague outline. Today, however, I have finally discerned what he looks like. It is improbable that anyone could maintain the same appearance after several decades. Unless he perished at that time and became a ghost," Professor Flitwick remarked. "Some of his features do indeed resemble mine. We are both somewhat translucent," Myrtle added. "Yet I sense that he has not completely passed away. Did you see him alone?" Penny inquired immediately. "Were there others?" "I fled the lavatory upon hearing that dreadful voice," Myrtle continued, wiping away her tears. "Moreover, my vision is poor, and the place is always shrouded in fog." "It is Tom Riddle's diary Horcrux," Penny addressed the professors. "I believe Professor Dumbledore must have mentioned it to you." Professor McGonagall nodded. "I did not anticipate their arrival would be so swift." "What is that individual doing in the abandoned girls' lavatory?" Hagrid exclaimed furiously. "He is responsible for the series of events from back then. I have borne the blame for so many years, and my life has been nearly ruined. There exists a campus legend that was widely circulated during my school days, concerning the Chamber of Secrets left by Salazar Slytherin and the basilisk he bequeathed." Professor Flitwick's eyes widened in realization. "So it is true. A descendant of Slytherin will open the Chamber's door and unleash the basilisk to devour all Muggle-born students. The sound of that creature slithering is from Slytherin's basilisk." Myrtle trembled. "Indeed. Indeed. At that time, I also caught the foul stench." Now that basilisk has been released once more, Professor McGonagall's tone shifted. "It is roaming within the castle. Fortunately, due to the headmaster's Easter plans, most students have vacated Hogwarts, and those remaining are all here." However, Penny's thoughts were troubled by the absence of Sirius. What if something has happened to him? Does the basilisk feast upon pure-blooded black dogs? "I must search for Sirius," Penny declared resolutely, drawing her wand. "Professors, please protect Harry." Professor McGonagall met her gaze and finally released her grip. "Stay safe," she advised. "If you encounter the basilisk, flee and do not make eye contact." Penny nodded and hastened towards the Forbidden Forest. Meanwhile, under Snape's guidance, Bellatrix led 3 Death Eaters through the trapdoor, incinerating the Devil's snare and violently dismantling the large wizard chess pieces until they reached the Mirror of Ariste. They were entranced by their own desires, standing before the mirror in a daze. "The more one covets, the more elusive it becomes," Dumbledore observed compassionately. His voice roused the Death Eaters from their infinite yearnings. "Oh no, it's a trap." Bellatrix glared venomously at Snape, raising her wand with eyes of flame. "You treacherous bastard." Snape, with his chin held high, effortlessly dodged her barrage of vicious curses, unfazed by her onslaught. The combat prowess of these 3 Death Eaters was insignificant before the greatest white wizard of the current age, and they were soon captured by the combined efforts of Dumbledore and Snape. "Albus, you must understand that Azkaban cannot contain them. My recommendation is to eliminate them at once." Snape levitated the 3 petrified individuals, ready to dispose of them with a single throw. "I know you harbor hatred for them," Dumbledore said, patting Snape's shoulder, a mischievous glint appearing in his blue eyes. "However, they have a better destination. My old friend is currently rather bored in the valley and requires some company." They turned to depart, while in the corner, A balding yellow rat observed the entire scene unfold. Chapter 38. Bad News. Penny discovered a long, sticky trail of liquid on the staircase of the castle's second floor. This trail snaked down from above, leading directly to the castle's entrance. She surmised that it was the lingering trace of the basilisk and followed the trail outside, entering the forbidden forest. The basilisk had recently left its venom on the surrounding flora, and where it had slithered, a vast area of underbrush lay dead. Penny found it peculiar. What could Tom Riddle possibly want with the basilisk in the forbidden forest? Neither Harry nor the resurrection stone was there. By day, the forbidden forest was not overly sinister, though the towering trees obscured most of the sunlight. The further she ventured in, the more she felt an unsettling chill. She suppressed the urge to sneeze and tightened her invisibility cloak around her. Nearby, a great rustling echoed through the woods, as countless leaves fell with a clamor, whipped up by the wind, slicing through the air like daggers around Penny. Fortunately, she reacted quickly, dodging just in time, and her cloak proved resilient against the elements. As she pressed onward, Penny spotted several large bats hanging upside down from a tree, their blood-red eyes vigilantly scanning the surroundings, seemingly guarding something. These bats were as large as adult men, each possessing long fangs and hooked claws. Penny kept her gaze ahead, swiftly navigating through their midst. "Hey, did anyone hear something?" One bat spoke. "Something seemed to brush against my nose just now. It was probably an insect. There are many bugs in this forest." Another bat hanging nearby replied. "It should be our sleeping time now. Perhaps you are experiencing hallucinations due to irregular sleeping patterns." I have never heard of vampires experiencing hallucinations due to sleep issues. Vampires always refer to themselves as the bloodline, preferring to dwell by night and transform into bats. Unbeknownst to the professors, that young Voldemort had summoned a host of vampires to Hogwarts, hiding them in the forbidden forest. With no time to ponder further, Penny left their conversation behind as she neared her destination. She noticed the paw prints of Sirius, shaped like a diamond, in the muddy ground, somewhat chaotic but evenly spaced, indicating he had not been injured. However, ahead, the basilisk's venom and mucus had formed small puddles, making the path considerably more treacherous. Penny could almost hear the slithering sound of the basilisk as described by Myrtle. She glanced around, when suddenly, a giant head covered in lumps emerged from a tree to her left, with yellow, bulbous eyes. Remembering Professor McGonagall's warning, she quickly shut her eyes to avoid making eye contact and fled in another direction. Despite being mentally prepared, facing such a creature head-on was still unnerving. Even if she evaded the basilisk's gaze, she felt the venom on her shoes and pants. It would not be long before it began to corrode her skin. Just as Penny was on the brink of despair, a large black dog leaped from the bushes on her right, shielding her. The dog opened its mouth and let out a resounding growl. From the thicket behind it, several wolf heads emerged, all howling loudly. This was a veritable pack of werewolves. The basilisk, intimidated by this assembly, retreated back into the left side of the woods. "Sirius," Penny called out, shedding her invisibility cloak. The large black dog then transformed from its quadrupedal form back into a human shape. He approached Penny in silence, squatting beside her to remove her boots, then tearing away the section of her trousers stained with venom and tossing it aside. "Sirius," Penny called out again, still somewhat shaken, her instinctive cry of his name leaving her at a loss for words. "Call me Black," he replied, lifting his silver-gray eyes and speaking in a tone laced with menace. "From this moment forth, if you wish to live, you will heed my commands." It dawned on Penny, albeit belatedly, that Sirius had not lifted the soul-binding curse and still perceived her as Regulus. Meanwhile, a slightly haggard man emerged from the throng of werewolves. He was frail and pale, appearing almost like a nondescript chick compared to the robust werewolves surrounding him, yet they instinctively stepped back, lowering their heads to grant him passage. "Long time no see, Penny." Remus Lupin nodded with a smile. Remus. Penny recalled the letter, realizing that this was not the treatment one would expect from a mere undercover lackey. "I am now the leader of the remnants of the werewolves," Lupin explained. "And to whom do you currently pledge your allegiance?" Penny inquired. Clearly, the werewolf faction had unified. Lupin shrugged. "As you can see, this is the entirety of our young and vigorous fighting force. We now serve the young Dark Lord." Penny silently mused. "So you've turned your back on your former comrades." "I have as well," Sirius interjected. 3 days ago, I encountered the young Dark Lord in the Forbidden Forest, and I believe his ideology is truly what our pureblood families have been seeking." "Excellent. You have all defected," Lupin stated earnestly. "Regardless of our past relations, we shall collaborate amicably henceforth." Sirius merely nodded coolly, bending down to lift Penny from the cold ground in a princess carry. "You're courting death. You're merely a muggle." Penny blinked, finding Sirius's demeanor amusing, and thus flashed him a sweet smile. Her tone lifted. "I was worried about you. I panicked." Sirius offered no response, but Penny noticed his earlobes turning a visible shade of crimson. Determined to press on, she wrapped her arms around his neck, her fingers playfully tousling his hair. "I'm just glad to see you unharmed." By Merlin, every word she spoke was heartfelt, and the inner turmoil that such declarations might evoke in Sirius was beyond her contemplation. Ahem, Lupin coughed lightly. "While I regret interrupting your tender moment, it is crucial that we maintain our vigilance during this pivotal phase of the great Dark Lord's resurrection. You have obtained the Resurrection Stone?" Penny extracted the key information from his words. With Harry still safely within the castle, it seemed that Voldemort's only means of revival here relied on the stone. Indeed, this mission was accomplished by Miss Alice and Peter Pettigrew, who also managed to subdue the basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets. Lupin exclaimed, "Truly, they are the most favored subordinates of the Lord, a paragon for us all." He had overplayed his part in conveying this message to Penny, appearing slightly exaggerated, yet it was sufficient to deceive the others present. The Resurrection Stone had fallen into Tom Riddle's hands, and any variant of Tom was hardly a good omen. Chapter 39. Life is always faced with choices. In Wiltshire, England, at Malfoy Manor, the lady of the house sat in her chamber, gazing vacantly at a photograph. It was a recent snapshot of Draco sent by his aunt Andromeda, depicting him planting flowers in the yard alongside his cousin Tonks. "My little dragon," Narcissa murmured, wiping away tears from the corners of her eyes. "Poor child, he looks so much thinner." Lucius placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. "Children at that age often lose weight as they grow. Regardless, he is safe for now." "My dear, have you made your decision?" Narcissa lifted her gaze, clasping Lucius's hand on her shoulder. "Which side shall we support?" 3 options lay before them. The first was Voldemort, still in a state of lingering soul, having barely escaped a second blow from Harry's bloodline protection magic at Malfoy Manor, but now in an unstable and weakened state, both mentally and spiritually. The second was the newly emerged youthful Tom Riddle, whose strength surpassed that of his elder self and possessed a stronger charisma. Werewolves and vampires had already switched allegiances, making this version a formidable contender. As for the third option, it was the White Wizards led by Dumbledore. The Malfoy family would have never considered supporting Dumbledore, as his policies posed a catastrophic threat to their ancient lineage and would undermine the interests of many pureblood families. Yet Draco remained in their hands. "We all understand they would not harm my little dragon," Narcissa continued. "Compared to those reckless werewolves, my sister Andromeda is quite skilled at caring for children. If you choose to side with the Dark Lord, I will stand by you." Her words brought a sting to Lucius's eyes. Voldemort's earlier threat of kidnapping their son had already caused Lucius considerable displeasure. Now that Voldemort was weakened and his loyal followers, led by Bella, had followed Severus to Hogwarts in search of the Resurrection Stone, they were likely already captured by Dumbledore, a clever man who would never choose to ally himself with a doomed faction. As for the remaining 2 options, Lucius maintained his wavering stance. "Father suggests we inform the Order of the Phoenix about the locations of the lingering souls we know of." Lucius spoke softly. "He is now isolated and a burden. Beyond that, we do nothing, simply closing the manor doors to visitors. Until the young Tom Riddle arrived at their doorstep, the Malfoy family would remain neutral." "This indeed seems the most prudent course," Narcissa nodded. Elsewhere, the Longbottoms and Moody, having acquired the locations of Voldemort's lingering souls, summoned a large number of Aurors from the Ministry of Magic to encircle them. However, they came up empty-handed. The cunning Voldemort had already vacated the premises, possessing the bodies of various small creatures before they arrived. In the forbidden forest of Hogwarts, a pitch-black raven perched on a branch beside the basilisk. The raven emitted a hissing sound not characteristic of birds. The basilisk, which had been poised to strike, obediently closed its mouth upon hearing the sound. The raven spread its wings, leaping effortlessly to alight atop the basilisk's knotted forehead. The werewolves in the nearby woods remained oblivious, while Sirius was preoccupied with concealing Penny. "You know too much. I cannot allow you to return," he said, carrying Penny toward the werewolves' makeshift camp. "You must remain within my sight." As a captive, Penny dared not act too defiantly, naturally acquiescing to whatever he said, though such submission was not in her character. But can the Dark Lord truly tolerate a Muggle within his ranks? She feigned innocence. "At least he doesn't know yet," Sirius replied, his voice tinged with agitation, fully aware that the question Penny posed was unanswerable. "Will you simply stand by and watch as the Dark Lord tortures me to death?" Petunia's expression was one of sorrow and fear, tears welling in her eyes, presenting a pitiable sight. Sirius tightened his embrace around her arms, his eyes wide with horror as images of that dreadful scene flashed through his mind. "What shall we do? I do not wish to perish, and you cannot protect me." Petunia prodded the spot over Sirius's heart with her finger. "I love you so dearly, yet there is no place for me within your heart." While she had little confidence that her simple words could sway Sirius, who was ensnared by a powerful soul-binding curse, she hoped to plant a seed of rebellion within him. We both know that one day you will have to choose between the family honor you uphold and me, a mere muggle." As Petunia passionately recited these lines, she felt as though she were performing in a rendition of Romeo and Juliet, imagining that in the next moment, they would clasp hands and vow to die together. Yet, she was somewhat surprised, for she had never perceived Sirius's feelings for her before. Their relationship had always resembled that of partners or housemates, far more akin to intimate family than lovers. The depth of his affection for her had not approached the intensity he now exhibited post-amnesia. To Petunia, it had merely been a fleeting fondness, their thoughts predominantly occupied with Harry at that time. Sirius placed Petunia beside the campfire and seated himself alongside her. The chill of the forbidden forest compelled the werewolves to kindle a fire before nightfall, the flames driving away many lesser creatures, while more intelligent beings like centaurs and unicorns, preferring solitude, kept their distance from the blaze. With the werewolves patrolling the area, they were left alone. "You wish for me to betray my family for you." Sirius lowered his gaze, adding more wood to the fire, the flames roaring higher, casting flickering shadows across his handsome face, obscuring his expression from Petunia. "Love between a man and a woman is inherently selfish," Petunia remarked. "You were the one who first administered the love potion to me. I have long wished to ask, why did you do such a thing? Before that moment, you hardly knew me." "I was merely curious," he replied, a hint of bewilderment in his tone. "The moment I laid eyes on you, I thought that your sister could weave a protective spell to vanquish the Dark Lord, and you ensnared Sirius Black's very soul. I was intrigued to know what it felt like to be loved by you." He was attempting to rationalize his logic, yet his words remained disjointed. "It seems you truly were captivated by me." Petunia couldn't help but laugh. "Is that how deeply you love me?" It was only at that moment that she realized some profound love could not be extinguished by a soul-binding curse. Sirius Black had cherished Petunia Evans long before, though she had been oblivious to it then. In the depths of the forbidden forest, a tattered diary floated in midair, emanating a blackish-green glow. Beneath it, a girl held two stones, one black and one red. Rays of light poured from the stones, continuously feeding into the diary. "I have scoured every inch of that Muggle woman's and Harry Potter's former abode, yet I cannot find the missing page of the diary." A yellow, hairless rat transformed into a short, stout figure. "However, I did locate the ring containing the resurrection stone at the Gaunt Mansion. The soul fragment concealed within can compensate for the deficiency." Curiously enough, the absence of that page was fortuitous. Given the powerful magic protecting the Horcrux, it was nearly impossible to destroy. Theoretically, only Tom Riddle could tear that page, unless someone was stronger than the Dark Lord at his peak. At the time, Alice had harnessed Tom Riddle's power to slay Mrs. Vincent, folding a paper flower from the diary's pages in her living room to commemorate her beloved Vincent sister. Just before tearing the page, she had just committed murder, still bearing the imprint of Tom Riddle's soul, thus fulfilling the conditions for creating a new Horcrux. Her actions did not destroy the Horcrux. Rather, they inadvertently provided Voldemort with another soul fragment. In truth, the fragment taken from the diary was insignificant compared to that within the ring, yet for the youthful Tom Riddle, the risk of merging with his other soul fragments could alter his very essence. However, the allure of greater power to facilitate his resurrection outweighed his concerns. With the Philosopher's Stone, hidden by Dumbledore, and the Resurrection Stone, one of the Deathly Hallows, Tom Riddle was on the verge of reclaiming his corporeal form. Nearby, a snow-white unicorn was ensnared by a serpent, its head bowed in submission, seemingly resigned to offer its blood to the reborn Dark Lord. Just as the resurrection ritual reached its zenith, the serpent guarding the perimeter swiftly approached, a bald crow perched upon its head. Alice, Peter Pettigrew, and the serpent's gaze simultaneously turned towards the creature. The crow spread its wings, desperately soaring towards the diary's location. Peter brandished his wand, attempting to strike the black bird down, but the serpent lunged, using its thick hide to block his spell. Seeing this, Peter quickly signaled for help with his wand. A dark mark shot into the sky, summoning werewolves and vampires from the forest, as well as professors from the castle, all rushing to the scene. Sirius and Petunia in the camp witnessed the unfolding chaos. Instinctively, Sirius rose to his feet, hesitating momentarily before turning back. Petunia grasped the edge of his black long coat. Barefoot, she stood and embraced him from behind, whispering seductively into his ear, "If you leave now, we shall be strangers henceforth." "If you stay," her breath stirred Sirius's emotions, causing his resolve to crumble as he could no longer suppress his inner turmoil. What a family honor, what of the great Dark Lord? In this moment, nothing compared to the allure of Petunia's entrancing gaze. He turned to embrace her, kissing her fervently. Behind them, a tremendous explosion echoed. As Fox the Phoenix spiraled through the sky, igniting the horizon, flames erupting in the forbidden forest. Thus commenced a battle destined to endure. When Dumbledore and his companions arrived in the forbidden forest, The serpent had already met its demise at the hands of the girl, Alice. The serpent had attempted to assault Alice for the stones, but Fawkes, hidden nearby, had pecked out its eyes. Seizing the opportunity, Alice drew the sword of Gryffindor from the sorting hat that Fawkes had brought, and without a flicker of hesitation, she severed the uncontrollable serpent's head. Yet even in victory, Alice did not lower the sword. She aimed it at Peter Pettigrew, who was still attacking the crow. The werewolves and vampires present were perplexed by the girl's intentions. Yet they were too wary to act, for the youthful Voldemort had always held a deep affection for Alice. In the air, vibrant green light swirled as the crow and the diary began to merge, becoming one. The two stones cast aside by Alice grew increasingly dim. Their inherent power rapidly drained until they transformed into mere ordinary rocks, swiftly cracking, weathering, and disintegrating into dust, scattered by the wind. Once the stones vanished entirely, a naked infant emerged from the green orb of light hovering in the air. "The Lord has returned," cried the diminutive Peter, immediately dropping to one knee. "Great Dark Lord, your loyal servant Peter Petulum vows to defend your safety with his life." The werewolves and vampires also knelt, erupting in loud cheers of adulation. Alice wrapped the newborn in a blanket she had prepared earlier and leaped onto the back of the unicorn, which gracefully bounded through the forest with the girl. At that moment, Dumbledore exchanged a glance with Lupin amidst the werewolves and commanded the professors to launch an attack. Peter, Bellatrix, and Lupin pursued the unicorn and the girl, leaving the other minions behind. Dumbledore stepped forward to retrieve the sorting hat and the Gryffindor sword. As the Phoenix Fox let out a mighty cry and landed on his shoulder. "This time, you have triumphed, my old friend Fawkes," the aged headmaster remarked with a bitter smile. The girl, recognized by the Phoenix's bloodline, who can draw forth the Gryffindor sword, indeed embodies the essence of a Dumbledore. "Albus, are you truly allowing them to escape?" Severus Snape, who had arrived late, hurried forward, followed closely by the half-giant Hagrid cradling Harry. "As one ages, it is inevitable to overlook certain matters," Dumbledore expressed with a look of regret. "I apologize, Severus. You have grown soft for that mysterious little girl," Snape retorted sharply, "merely because she bears a striking resemblance to your deceased sister." "Do not utter such hurtful words, Severus," Hagrid interjected. "Not everyone can be as cold-blooded as you." Snape silently regarded Harry in Hagrid's arms. Under the gaze of the child's emerald eyes, his lips pressed into a thin line. "Well," the potions master said, turning to draw his wand, and a stunning spell struck the bat-like vampire charging towards them. Chapter 41, House Arrest. The news of Voldemort's resurrection swiftly permeated the entire wizarding world of Britain, with both the Daily Prophet and the Quibbler dedicating extensive coverage to the event. The ensuing chain reaction impacted the upcoming election for the Minister of Magic, while also affecting the living conditions of wizarding families, such as the Weasleys. In times of war, it is invariably the impoverished who suffer first. This truth holds across all realms. Similarly, the atmosphere at Hogwarts grew increasingly tense. Pure-blood students began to align themselves with their family stances, leading to a surge in bullying and clandestine dueling incidents. The resurgence of Voldemort cast a suffocating pall over every corner. However, at that moment, Petunia remained blissfully unaware of these developments. She found herself regrettably abducted by Sirius amidst the chaos and confined to their former London residence, living a life of isolation. Initially, the house elf, Cloud, was delighted by their return, but gradually sensed something amiss. Petunia was strictly prohibited from stepping outside or communicating with anyone else, and even a few words exchanged with Cloud would earn her Sirius's disapproving glare. Furthermore, she was compelled to feign ignorance and consume the love potion Sirius offered her at intervals. Despite her desire to inform him that the galleons spent on the potion could be saved, as it made no difference whether she ingested it or not. Yet, knowing Sirius would never believe her, she continued to swallow it reluctantly. Fortunately, Petunia's naturally reclusive disposition meant that her existence had not changed significantly. It merely lacked the presence of little Harry. They cohabited in this manner for several months, occasionally sharing intimate moments, but never crossing the final threshold. Recently, Sirius appeared increasingly busy. His wardrobe burgeoned with formal suits, and he styled his hair in a slick manner he once derided, disappearing each day at dawn and returning late at night. Finding this odd, Petunia rummaged through his study and was astonished to discover that Sirius was aiding Cornelius Fudge in his campaign for Minister of Magic. He was supporting Fudge's rise to power in the name of the ancient pureblood family head, Sirius Black, and actively participating in every competitive speech against Fudge's opponents. This indicated that should Fudge be elected, Sirius might very well ascend to the position of Deputy Minister of Magic. Petunia had not anticipated that Sirius could leverage his previous role as an external Auror consultant for the ministry to attain such heights. However, upon reflection, given his family background and status as the eldest son, It seemed this had been the life path his parents had orchestrated for him all along. As she perused the documents, the study door swung open. "No wonder I now feel like a mistress hidden away," she quipped, meeting Sirius's scrutinizing gaze. "So it's my Muggle status that hinders your advancement." "Darling, you will always be the one and only Mrs. Black," Sirius replied, wrapping an arm around her waist and showering her face with affectionate kisses. "But I intend to marry you in my true name when the time is right." He still had not regained his memories, and in his mind, Petunia remained his brother's widow. Petunia loathed the enduring effects of the soul-binding curse. Yet her boredom with confinement made her willing to indulge in this role-playing game. "That is unethical," she said, covering her face with trembling hands. "Although I love you enough to bear the scorn of your mother and others." Seeing this, Sirius could only embrace her tenderly, forgetting the earlier incident of Petunia rummaging through his documents. "My little cookie, my sweet treat," he murmured, nuzzling her hair. "I promise this life will soon come to an end. Once Fudge becomes Minister of Magic, our influence will control Hogwarts, and you can return to teach Muggle studies there." Sirius knew Petunia had been missing Harry, who remained at Hogwarts. "Stop trying to placate me, with Dumbledore around. That is impossible," she retorted, pushing his head away as she pretended to be angry. "It is true, Dumbledore has been accused by the Wisengamot of releasing the former Dark Lord Grindelwald without authorization. And there is evidence of their improper relationship." Sirius retrieved a copy of the Daily Prophet delivered that morning from his drawer. The front page featuring an extensive article by Rita Skeeter detailing Dumbledore's life and lies. Petunia took the newspaper and found it filled with a detailed account of Dumbledore's acquaintance with Grindelwald, their journey from camaraderie to enmity, while subtly omitting Dumbledore's contributions to the wizarding community. The article concluded with a vehement denunciation of the elderly man for his alleged favoritism due to senility, deeming him unfit to continue as headmaster of Hogwarts. Although the article seemed outrageous, its details were meticulously crafted, portraying the relationship between Grindelwald and Dumbledore with surprising nuance, resembling a melodramatic romance more than a straightforward report, leaving readers both astonished and convinced. "I assure you that no harm shall come to Harry Potter." While simultaneously safeguarding the interests of the pureblood families, Sirius continued, "That coward Fudge is incapable of achieving anything substantial. Previously, Dumbledore sought to make him a puppet, and now the Dark Lord wishes to do the same. Naturally, I can manipulate him to serve my own ends. He has grown weary of entrusting his fate to others. Rather than precariously seeking a loyal subject, he would prefer to become the power himself. The absurdity of the Cruciatus curse has awakened the ambition that courses through Sirius's bloodline. Most likely, he is seeking to resolve the irreconcilable conflict between Petunia and the family, choosing to establish a third force, separate from both the Death Eaters and the Order of the Phoenix. One cannot deny that this is a truly mad, quintessentially black endeavor, dangerous yet alluring, imbued with an ineffable charm. Petunia's heart raced. No wonder the love potion had no effect on her from the outset. She had unwittingly fallen into the web spun by Sirius Black. Chapter 42, Awakening. Now, aside from Sirius, who was ensnared by the Cruciatus curse, Petunia found herself ensnared in a conflict between rationality and emotion. On one hand, having just acknowledged her feelings, she was loath to part from Sirius, especially as remaining here would allow her to glean more insider information regarding the ministry's internal politics, a subject that always piqued her interest. Yet on the other hand, she learned that Mr. Dumbledore had departed from Hogwarts, given the current public opinion surrounding the headmaster. It was evident he would not return anytime soon. Consequently, the professors remaining at the school over the summer might struggle to ensure Harry's safety. Upon further reflection, Harry's 4th birthday was fast approaching, and as his only remaining family, she found it impossible to let go. Sirius noticed this turmoil within her. He understood that Petunia was discontented with the forced confinement he had imposed upon her, yet he was unwilling to relinquish her. Thus, he resorted to orchestrating a series of small surprises to cheer her up. Petunia, in her usual demeanor, resembled someone under the influence of a love potion. Her actions diverged markedly from her former self. For instance, she would cling to him the moment he returned home. They embraced and kissed as though they were an ordinary couple, yet each time Sirius lifted his gaze to meet Petunia's slightly vacant expression, a wave of frustration washed over him. He felt like an inept thief, reliant on magic and potions to prolong this fleeting joy. Petunia, however, harbored a different thought. She simply wished to take full advantage of her time with Sirius while she still could, uncertain of when that damned Cruciatus curse might wear off. She had resolved to escape before Harry's birthday. Perhaps when they next encountered one another, they would find themselves on opposing sides. Time was slipping away, and summer was nearing its midpoint. Petunia had already instructed the house elf, Cloud, to deliver a letter to Mrs. Andromeda Tonks, requesting her assistance in breaking free from Sirius's confinement. She understood that apart from Mrs. Tonks, who bore the bloodline of the Black family, no other member of the order could enter this house. Initially, Cloud, being the house elf, refused to assist her in sending the letter. However, Petunia cleverly employed linguistic finesse, preparing some afternoon tea snacks for Cloud to deliver to Mrs. Tonks. Additionally, she inscribed a plea for help on the napkin beneath the treats, knowing that, given her subpar baking skills, Mrs. Tonks would inevitably discern the true purpose of the basket. As she had anticipated, 3 days later, while Sirius was away in Godric's Hollow casting votes for fudge, Mrs. Tonks emerged from the abandoned fireplace in the villa's sitting room, having used flue powder. Fortunately, the route her uncle had opened for her years ago was still accessible. Sirius had likely forgotten about it. She approached, handing Petunia the prepared batch of flue powder. "If you are ready, we can leave immediately." Petunia, however, shook her head. Clutching the package of flue powder, she replied, "I have yet to say goodbye to Sirius. If I leave with you now, it will surely implicate you." "Very well, I understand," Mrs. Tonks sighed. "This fireplace leads to a room in the theater 2 streets away. Your uncle was a regular there, and the theater owner has reserved a VIP box for him. For your first use of flue powder, this distance is just right without anyone to guide you." "Thank you, Mrs. Tonks. I wish you luck, Evans." They embraced briefly before Mrs. Tonks returned through the fireplace. Before nightfall, Sirius concluded his work and returned from Godric's Hollow. Petunia had already arranged an intimate candlelit dinner for their farewell. "Darling, is today a special occasion?" Sirius inquired upon entering, perplexed yet delighted as he accepted the champagne Petunia offered. "To celebrate your successful election speech in Godric's Hollow," Petunia responded, clinking glasses with him. "You are one step closer to your dream." They progressed from champagne to red wine to whiskey, the dining table littered with empty bottles. Sirius's tolerance had always paled in comparison to Petunia's, and with her constant encouragement to drink, it wasn't long before he slumped over the table, flushed and nearly unconscious. Seeing him in such a state, Petunia approached with an air of guilt, gently lifting him and placing him on the sofa. "I'm so sorry, my love." She brushed aside the lock of hair that had fallen across his forehead and pressed a kiss on his slightly furrowed brow. "I cannot stay with you any longer. I must shoulder my responsibilities. We shall meet again at Hogwarts." After tucking a blanket around the sleeping Sirius, Petunia took out the flue powder and vanished into the fireplace without a backward glance. Half a minute later, Sirius awoke, his silver-gray eyes clear and devoid of any remnants of intoxication. He touched the spot on his brow where Petunia had kissed him, a calm expression settling on his face as he sat up. "Cloud, follow Mrs. Tonks and ensure she arrives safely at Hogwarts before returning." "Yes, master," the house elf replied, appearing and then promptly disappearing. Cloud would personally inspect everything sent on Petunia's behalf. He was well aware of her little ruse. Sirius reclined back against the sofa, feeling a profound sense of emptiness as he found himself alone in the vast house once more. This overwhelming solitude reminded him of the time shortly after his uncle Alfred Black's passing, when at least there had been someone to drink with until dawn. Wait a moment, who had kept him company until sunrise back then? A sharp pain shot through Sirius's head, followed by a dizzying whirl of confusion. In that year when his uncle died, he had still been living with his mother at number 12 Grimmauld Place, hadn't he? As this thought crossed his mind, many conflicting memories began to surface. What could have caused the pure-blooded, honor-driven Sirius to fall out with his mother so severely that he was banned from entering the family home? Why had no wizard raised an objection when he effortlessly replaced Sirius Black at the ministry? And what of Cloud's often hesitant demeanor and Petunia's utterances of Sirius whenever her gaze turned distant? All the peculiarities he had deliberately overlooked now seemed to converge upon a singular explanation. He was the blood traitor of the Black family, the godfather of the Savior, and the lawful husband of Petunia Evans, Sirius Black. Chapter 43. I have returned. The election for the Minister of Magic has finally concluded, with Cornelius Fudge securing his position without any surprises. In a bid to apprehend the former Dark Lord Grindelwald, who remains at large, and to ensure the safety of Harry Potter within the confines of Hogwarts, the newly appointed leadership has resolved to deploy the Dementors from Azkaban to encircle the castle. Furthermore, they have dispatched the senior Undersecretary Dolores Umbridge to Hogwarts to serve as acting headmistress. This woman, who has a penchant for donning pink ensembles and wears a perpetual false smile, is both domineering and fond of inflicting corporal punishment on disobedient students. Professor Quirrell, the defense against the dark arts teacher, suffered a harrowing abduction the previous year, reportedly confined by unidentified individuals in the Shrieking Shack adjacent to the Whomping Willow for several months, which left him psychologically shattered. Faced with the pedantic Umbridge this year, his fragile constitution rendered him incapable of continuing his teaching position. Consequently, the position for the defense against the dark arts professor has become vacant once more. Penny, recently escaped from Sirius's house arrest, had just celebrated a birthday with Harry and the Weasley family at number 4, Privet Drive. However, Upon returning to Hogwarts, she discovered that her room had been ransacked. Before she could express her indignation, she noticed her neighbor, Professor Trelawney, packing her belongings. "I have nowhere to go," Professor Trelawney lamented, her face a mask of despair, her words a monotonous chant. "Dumbledore granted me tenure. She has no right to dismiss me." Penny had already received word of Umbridge's assumption of the headmistress position and was well aware of the woman's notorious conduct. In addition to dismissing Trelawney and Quirrell, Hagrid's assistant in care of magical creatures, along with Penny's Muggle studies assistant, had also been ordered to vacate. Umbridge had strategically placed several of her loyalists within Hogwarts, most hailing from pureblood families, some of whom were even openly affiliated with the Death Eaters. As Professor Trelawney's actions languished, Umbridge's minions grew impatient. Two burly men approached, cursing as they seized Trelawney, dragging her toward the tower, her terrified cries echoing through the air. Although Penny harbored little fondness for Trelawney, her animosity for Umbridge was far greater. She languidly stood at the doorway, watching them pass, and as the men were distracted, she retrieved her tranquilizer gun, designed for large creatures, and fired twice. The men collapsed at once, and Harry, standing beside Penny, dashed forward to retrieve their wands, breaking them with fervor. Professor Trelawney appeared momentarily bewildered, slowly lowering her gaze to the fallen men, then casting a questioning look at Penny. Waving the tranquilizer gun, Penny languidly informed Professor Trelawney, "They are merely unconscious." Instinctively, Trelawney recoiled, adopting a defensive stance, only to remember that Penny, being a Muggle, could not cast a sleep charm. "It's a Muggle weapon, a tranquilizer gun." After Harry disposed of the remnants of the wands in the fireplace, he re-emerged and instructed Trelawney, "Please use the levitation charm to move these two down. Just toss them at the castle entrance." Though Trelawney maintained her perplexed expression, she complied with Harry's request. Penny and Harry followed her down the stairs, encountering several Ravenclaw students who cast astonished glances at Trelawney, mistakenly believing she had vanquished the two men. When Trelawney finally deposited the men at the castle entrance, Umbridge, having received intelligence of the incident, stormed in with a contingent of subordinates, seeking retribution. "You dare to assault ministry personnel?" The pink-clad woman bellowed, her fury palpable. "It seems termination was insufficient. Do you wish to experience the kiss of a Dementor?" In self-defense, they invaded my and Harry's rooms and used violence against Hogwarts professors. Penny stepped forward, positioning herself beside Trelawney. "Professor Trelawney has harmed no one. They are merely asleep." "What are you?" Umbridge exclaimed, as if encountering something vile, dramatically declaring, "How can there be a Muggle at Hogwarts?" Before Penny could retort, Umbridge continued, "Oh, I remember now. You're the babysitter Dumbledore hired for Harry Potter from the Muggles. The Ministry has records." Harry, incensed by Umbridge's words, shouted, "Where did this pink toad come from? My eyes are in agony. Help Merlin's socks. I've been mentally assaulted. I'm dying. I need protection." His tone mirrored that of the Weasley twins, indicating he had absorbed quite a bit during his time at number 4. The onlooking young wizards stifled their laughter, lowering their heads to conceal their amusement. At the moment Harry called for protection, Professors McGonagall and Snape emerged from the crowd in quick succession. "Umbridge," McGonagall stated with precision, "termination requires due process. Your position as headmistress has yet to be formalized, rendering you unqualified to issue such a dismissal. Furthermore, your remarks have offended Ms. Evans." "I hardly consider that offensive," Umbridge retorted haughtily. "Is calling her a Muggle offensive? Isn't she merely performing the duties of a babysitter? If you wish to secure your position as headmistress of Hogwarts, I advise you to cease speaking at once," Snape interjected, his expression one of condescension. "You should be aware that aside from being Harry Potter's aunt, she is also the Lady of the House of Black." Sirius emerged from the parted crowd, his expression stoic, clad once more in leather and denim, his hair tousled and tied back, exuding a nonchalant demeanor. Upon seeing him, those who had previously stood behind Umbridge immediately bowed, faces contorted in sycophantic expressions. "Sirius Black," Umbridge shrieked, "I thought you had renounced your former ways to become a good little mommy." "Be silent, pink toad," Sirius retorted, echoing Harry's tone, brandishing his wand to seal Umbridge's mouth, silencing her incessant prattle. As he acted, the ministry personnel shrank back, like quails, not daring to utter a sound. "It seems my warning came too late," Snape remarked with a hint of regret, shrugging. "I was originally here to assume the defense against the dark arts position." Sirius surveyed the gathering with an authoritative gaze before proclaiming, "However, from this moment forth, I shall also take over the role of acting headmistress for Mrs. Umbridge." The rapid shift in circumstances left Penny no opportunity to interject. "Thank goodness," Professor McGonagall exhaled in relief. The students, bracing themselves for the torment they anticipated, erupted in cheers, joyfully encircling Sirius. Meanwhile, Harry leaped with agility into Sirius's embrace. Sirius and Penny locked gazes across the bustling crowd. Despite the surrounding commotion, all Penny could hear was a single phrase. Indeed, my dear, I have returned. Chapter 44. A Reunion with Dobby. Though Umbridge had been stripped of her position as acting headmistress by Sirius, she remained at Hogwarts, for she alone understood how to control the Dementors lurking outside the castle. This insufferable pink woman strutted about the castle with an air of superiority, relishing the torment of the weak while cowering before those stronger than herself. Ironically, despite her mother being a Muggle, she incessantly belittled half-blood wizards like herself, embodying the very caricature of a foolish jester. Penny held the belief that those who cannot identify with their own lineage and past experiences, even if they continue to exist, resemble mere phantoms devoid of life. Umbridge, with relentless determination, endeavored to present herself as the epitome of a pure-blood heiress, despite the fact that her father was merely a janitor at the Ministry of Magic. She steadfastly refused to acknowledge this truth, and those privy to her reality could easily discern the profound insecurity lurking behind her proud facade. This woman possessed not a single endearing quality. The mere sight of Umbridge's affected demeanor made me want to retch. Harry lamented to Sirius, feeling aggrieved. Every time she passes by, she surveys me with a condescending gaze, as if plotting something malevolent. She is envious of us. Sirius chuckled heartily in reassurance, saying, the combination of our little trio is far too unconventional for her. In her worldview, we should not exist. However, I could not yet confront her, for that woman could bypass Fudge and directly contact Wormtail. Upon mentioning Wormtail's name, Sirius's expression grew solemn. Are you attempting to draw out Wormtail through Umbridge? Penny interjected. That wretched rat is exceedingly cunning. I must lower his guard and coax him out of his hole, Sirius replied. Thus, I presently maintain the guise of the proud pure-blood supporter, Black, but I have added a touch of embellishment to this persona. He gazed fondly at Penny, lifting one of her hands to his lips for a gentle kiss before continuing, while remaining loyal to my family. I am helplessly enamored with you. For your sake, I would shatter every boundary. A romantic operetta, Harry exclaimed, cradling his face in his hands. I once attended numerous performances of such ilk with Draco and Ron at the Grand Theatre 2 streets away. In truth, Sirius had not initially intended to act so. He aspired to learn from Snape and Lupin to be a competent undercover agent, navigating between Voldemort and the Ministry of Magic. However, upon witnessing Umbridge bully Penny and Harry at Hogwarts, he could no longer restrain himself. Impulse is an inherent trait etched into the very essence of Gryffindor students. And it is also a facet of Sirius's nature. Penny understood that this was the authentic him. I am deeply moved, my dear, Penny said, bestowing a light kiss at the corner of his lips. Yet you will arouse Fudge's suspicion, making it difficult for you to retain your position as Deputy Minister of Magic. I did not ascend to that position solely through Fudge's patronage, Sirius waved dismissively. I must rely on your assistance in many matters, and besides, I seek vengeance. I would much prefer the role of a pet shop owner over that of Deputy Minister. At that moment, they all found themselves reminiscing about the brief and ordinary time they had spent in the quaint town of Cockworth. Just as the three fell into silence, a faint explosion echoed from the center of the room. In the next instant, a house elf appeared before them. Oh, Dobby has finally found the great Harry Potter. The house elf exclaimed, waving its arms excitedly. The Dobby from Malfoy Manor? Penny recalled their previous encounter in London. Dobby. Harry leaped from the sofa, asking, has Draco returned home? Did he send you to find me? Alas, the young Master Malfoy has not yet returned to the manor, Dobby replied, his tone lacking any semblance of regret. It was the old master who sent Dobby to seek Harry Potter. Dobby was a house elf with a strong sense of individuality and a yearning for freedom, which made him somewhat disobedient and impolite. The Malfoy family typically refrained from assigning him tasks such as delivering messages for the sake of appearances. Penny felt puzzled as Dobby snapped his fingers, causing a white piece of paper to materialize on their tea table. Dobby is a wicked liar. Dobby is a cowardly thief. It sobbed with guilt. That night, Dobby took this from Harry Potter's home. The paper was, in fact, a torn page from Voldemort's diary. So it was you who stole it, Penny exclaimed, realization dawning upon her. So much had transpired at that time. Sirius had just fallen victim to the soul-sucking curse and lay in the hospital, and the next day, Kingsley and Hagrid came to escort Harry to Hogwarts. In her haste to pack, Penny had not found it in the study's safe, and she had initially assumed that Sirius had taken it. After Voldemort's resurrection, the inquiry into the paper's whereabouts naturally lost its significance. Dobby knew the origin of the paper. That diary had once been displayed in the collection room of Malfoy Manor. Wiping away his tears, Dobby understood the malevolence of that object and vowed to keep Harry Potter away from it. Then why have you returned it? Sirius raised an eyebrow. Old Master Abraxas Malfoy discovered that Dobby had hidden this page, he explained. He was enraged and commanded Dobby to return the paper. Abraxas was Lucius's father. Sirius had encountered him several times during his youth, and he was a shrewd and meticulous individual. The three approached the tea table and discovered that the paper now bore a strikingly vivid red inscription that had not been there before. All crime shall be punished. I shall sing the final dirge for every lost lamb. The silent executioner. The handwriting was somewhat juvenile, yet neatly formed, imbued with a heavy religious connotation regarding executioners and lambs, unlike anything a wizard would typically write. Coupled with the fact that this paper had been ripped from a flower of mourning, Penny deduced that the author of this line could only be the mute girl Alice Ollivander, raised by the devout Mr. Ollivander. This inscription had only emerged after the Dark Lord's resurrection. Dobby continued, "The old master believes this is an omen, or perhaps a declaration of war." He did not elaborate, deeming it a matter for you, and having no bearing on him or the Malfoy family. With that, Dobby vanished in an instant. "That girl is not simple," Sirius remarked, using his wand to lift the paper and place it in a sealed bag. "It seems Professor Dumbledore knows something, but alas, he cannot return now. If she is determined to punish all crimes, the first target should be the dreadful terrorist she reveres, Tom Riddle," Penny stated. "His transgressions far exceed those of the three ordinary individuals in town. I recall that poor girl's father was also murdered by Riddle. Perhaps that is precisely her line of thinking." Harry, who had remained silent until now, spoke up. Chapter 45, Alice and Tom. Perhaps it is the affinity of children for one another, or perhaps because Harry occasionally glimpses moments between Alice and Tom Riddle through dreams. His words were strikingly close to the truth. Alice Ollivander harbored a secret, one unknown even to her adoptive father. She was not, in fact, mute. She simply preferred not to speak. This was not due to introversion or psychological trauma, but rather a refusal born of fear. During her early years, she resided in a small convent in England with a group of orphans abandoned by their parents. Alice remembered being able to utter simple syllables just like any normal child. Everything seemed fine until she learned to articulate short words, at which point she discovered her uniqueness. For instance, when she comprehended the meaning of broken and uttered the word, an object nearby would invariably shatter. Once or twice might be mere coincidence, but one fateful day, when she furiously told a little boy tugging at her braid to go die, that child truly stumbled and fell upon a sharp stone, meeting his untimely demise. From that moment on, Alice began to fear the spoken word. Gradually, the others in the convent tacitly regarded her as mute. Later, when the convent was disbanded due to financial issues, she was taken in by the benevolent Mr. Ollivander, the bookstore owner, and together they moved to Corkworth County. Having grown accustomed to silence, Alice never uttered a word again. However, after Sister Vincent's death, she attempted to harness her cursed ability, but it proved ineffective. The diary she salvaged from a trash bin offered this explanation. "I believe it is because your subconscious is striving to suppress that power, much like how certain young witches, after excessive repression, become mute. Your innate magic and mental strength are formidable, yet your disdain for this gift has led them to cancel each other out in a struggle. Frankly, I have never encountered a case quite like yours. You may possess a lineage inherited from an ancient wizarding family. Like many magical creatures, certain human wizarding families also bear unique abilities passed down through bloodlines, such as prophets or druids. I believe that as you mature and receive systematic education at a wizarding school, that power will surely be restored. In short, little girl, you are a prodigious wizard in the making." Alice embraced this identity of genius, recalling how Sister Vincent often told her that geniuses have the capacity to change the world. Understanding her own potential, she resolved to undertake the responsibility of transforming the world, beginning with purging the evils surrounding her. When she collaborated with Tom to eliminate her first victim, she felt a pang of discomfort, but by the time she reached her third, she had become numb. Initially, she believed that living in such a manner together was quite satisfactory. However, during her time at the Red Hazel Sanatorium, Tom brazenly revealed the fact that he had killed his adoptive father. Alice could no longer pretend as though nothing had happened. She and Tom Riddle were fundamentally different. Nevertheless, she recognized that leaving Tom now would render her incapable of surviving on her own. The malevolence had yet to be cleansed. How could the executioner perish prematurely? Only by fortifying herself could she judge all. Thus, she chose to continue coexisting with Tom, and they forged a grotesque, symbiotic relationship of mutual exploitation. Why had the Wizengamot yet to announce the date for the trial of Dumbledore? In a basement of a commercial plaza merely a kilometer from the Ministry of Magic in London, a gaunt figure reclined in a feathered chair. The individual's appearance was peculiar. One moment he appeared as a handsome, tall youth, and the next, he transformed into a hunchbacked, noseless creature, an endless cycle of metamorphosis. The Ministry feared that the fugitive Grindelwald might engage in uncontrollable and perilous actions, and they sought our assistance. Only upon successfully capturing that scoundrel would the Wizengamot consider holding a court session, remarked Peter Pettigrew respectfully. How dare they negotiate? Tom Riddle spun the ancestral ring of the Gaunt family on his finger, his tone displeased, teetering on the edge of eruption. Peter Pettigrew hastily dropped to his knees, prostrating himself. My esteemed master, I shall go and kill that useless fudge at once. No need, Voldemort replied coldly. Finding another such obedient puppet is no easy task. He rubbed his brow with his index finger, anxiously inquiring, where's Alice? Miss Alice is with Miss Nagini, purchasing bread in Diagon Alley. They should be on their way back, responded the werewolf station nearby. Voldemort nodded and turned to Peter Pettigrew, asking, how is Umbridge faring at Hogwarts? She was intercepted by Sirius Black. Upon hearing this, Peter Pettigrew became agitated, launching into a tirade against Sirius for his lack of discernment, always playing the hero before women. Devoid of a broader perspective, utterly useless. Weren't you and Sirius Black good friends once? Yet Severus has conveyed that he is performing satisfactorily. Voldemort fixed his obsidian gaze upon Peter. It is Umbridge who is being too conspicuous, foolishly so. After hearing this, Peter felt a chill run down his spine, breaking into a cold sweat, his teeth chattering, unable to articulate a single coherent sentence. Ha ha, look how frightened you are, Voldemort leaned down, patting his shoulder. How amusing. It is quite intriguing that the Severus from our school days despised Sirius so vehemently. I am certain that given the chance, he would have relished the opportunity to obliterate Sirius, while you, back then, were merely their little shadow, crawling before them just as you do before me now. Peter Pettigrew realized that Voldemort was beginning to distrust him again. After the fusion of the young soul fragment with his original soul, Voldemort had become markedly calmer. His thought processes more deliberate and intricate. Nevertheless, Severus's words were not necessarily trustworthy. While I believe in his loyalty, he too could be deceived. Voldemort kicked Peter Pettigrew's head with his foot, declaring, you serve no purpose here. Go to Hogwarts and assist Umbridge, while also observing how well Sirius Black is performing. Yes, Master. Chapter 46, Umbridge's Hardship. Sirius had some experience with the position of defense against the dark arts professor, to address the Dementors lingering outside the castle. The first lesson of the year focused on the Patronus charm. As for subsequent lessons, he fully adopted the curriculum left by Professor Quirrell from the previous year, striving to mold all Hogwarts students into adept duelists. Meanwhile, Penny concluded her previous year's course on electric power promotion and began enlightening students about the tranquilizers designed to subdue Death Eaters and other foundational chemistry principles. In her view, the alchemy of the magical world bore similarities to modern chemistry. Students need not delve deeply, merely grasping the basic principles sufficed. Umbridge and her minions could not bully Harry and Penny, so they resorted to occasionally picking on some half-blood young wizards, while also verbally belittling Professor Trelawney. This year, Miss Nymphadora Tonks, now in her second year at Hufflepuff, became Umbridge's primary target of scrutiny. For Umbridge, Tonks's lineage from the Black family represented the unattainable desire of her life, and yet that woman had so easily relinquished it. Furthermore, her daughter consistently displayed a penchant for championing the downtrodden, which proved exceedingly irksome. Even more infuriating was that the girl possessed the innate ability to alter her appearance, with her hair changing color in accordance with her mood, something Umbridge loathed. Thus, one day, upon catching a glimpse of Tonks's hair in a corridor, she suddenly became crazed, intent on binding the girl and shaving her head in her office. This infuriated Tonks's friends immensely. The girl was well-liked, having numerous friends in other houses besides Hufflepuff. Those younger students charged into Umbridge's office, some wielding homemade electric sticks capable of mimicking the Thunderbird's electricity, while others brandished modified squirt guns filled with Muggle tranquilizer potion. Cloaked in hoods as they collectively assaulted Umbridge and rescued Tonks. Umbridge was first subjected to a series of brutal electric shocks, leaving her hair singed and smoking, and then doused with a potion for measles, resulting in a rash that spread across her body. By the time she was taken to the infirmary, she had lapsed into a state of unconsciousness. The absence of wands among the young wizards meant that the Ministry of Magic could not ascertain a definitive list of participants in the brawl. Furthermore, the sheer number of individuals who had flooded into Umbridge's office made it nearly impossible to attribute accountability to any one person. After Sirius had light-heartedly taken the side of the assailants, the matter was swept under the rug. Tonks had half of her hair shorn, but she paid little heed to it, eventually giving herself a stylish buzz cut. I do not mind her cutting my hair, but that pink toad dared to insult my parents. Tonks huffed as she recounted the legendary encounter at the Gryffindor table, expressing her ire at the woman who believed my mother married my father out of foolishness and considered all of us from Hufflepuff to be useless dimwits. Many present had participated in the uprising, and some at the Hufflepuff table had heard the slurs. Typically mild-mannered and of non-pure blood heritage, they had often been troubled by Umbridge's minions, and in that moment, they had been driven to madness and sought immediate vengeance. Some individuals lack the capacity for kindness and fail to comprehend those who possess it, thus mistaking benevolence for foolishness. Professor Sprout, the head of Hufflepuff, remarked. When confronted with such individuals, we must sharpen our resolve. Mere tolerance only emboldens the wicked. Kindness devoid of edge will leave us battered and bruised. It was rare for Professor Sprout to voice such strong sentiments, and her public encouragement of students to engage in massed retaliation clearly reflected her indignation. Students from other houses echoed her sentiments, though most Slytherins remained silent. I should have run faster, Harry murmured. Then Tonks wouldn't have had to shave her head. It's not your fault. Your reaction was quite prompt under the circumstances, Charlie reassured him. Moreover, the devices you concocted proved remarkably effective. That toad had quite the ordeal. Among those involved were Arthur Weasley, Fred, and George. Arthur, intrigued by Muggle artifacts, had begun studying electric shock wands and tranquilizer guns after perusing Petunia's materials. And with the twins' constructive modifications, the potency of those devices had doubled. It's too bad you didn't see how ridiculous she looked at that moment, Bill chuckled. If given the chance, I'd love to do it again. At that time, Harry had witnessed the quarrel between Umbridge and Tonks in a corridor on the first floor of the castle, and by the time he sought out Sirius and Petunia, it was too late. He could only find the Weasley twins, who then rallied other disgruntled students for a swift counterattack. Umbridge will likely be out for a fortnight, Harry said with a hint of regret. There won't be another opportunity anytime soon. Just then, Sirius entered the room and took a seat next to Harry at the Gryffindor table. Where have you hidden those Muggle devices? He asked quietly. Bill and Charlie exchanged wide-eyed glances and struggled to find their words. In contrast, Harry appeared completely unfazed. Sipping his honey lemon drink, he shrugged. Aunt Petunia took them and stored them in the room of requirement. She brought them over from number 4. Sirius nodded in understanding. If I hadn't come to Hogwarts, that would have been her plan. One of the essentials for agents. Always ensure your arsenal is well-stocked. Harry mimicked firing a gun at his godfather, bang. Sirius pretended to be shot, clutching his chest as he erupted into laughter. Meanwhile, Petunia was visiting Umbridge in the infirmary. You are the first Hogwarts staff member to come see her, Madame Pomfrey said with a look of compassion. And she once spoke such offensive words to you. Sirius is currently acting headmaster. I must come on his behalf to offer my condolences, Petunia replied with a smile, revealing her 8 pearly teeth. And we are colleagues at the ministry as well. You are too kind, Petunia, Madame Pomfrey said, nearly brought to tears by her empathy. Fortunately, Umbridge's throat was also afflicted with measles, rendering her unable to speak. You may enter, but call for me if needed. Petunia thanked Madame Pomfrey and proceeded inside. Umbridge lay on the bed, her body wrapped in white bandages like a mummy due to the burns from the electric shocks and the measles. Her mouth perpetually agape, as she could not close it. Petunia approached the bedside, ensuring no one was around, and retrieved a vial of potion from her pocket. I'm sorry, she said as she pulled the cork from the glass bottle, but your measles cannot heal so swiftly. She poured the entire contents of the measles potion into Umbridge's mouth, without spilling a drop. I do not wish to be cruel, but your presence around the castle has truly disrupted Harry's daily life. He has been swearing frequently and concocting pranks. I doubt Lily would want to see her son turn so coarse. Petunia tucked away the empty vial and gently wiped the potion from the corners of Umbridge's lips. Her face slightly contorted with guilt. From now on, I shall come every week to administer a dose. I hope you won't mind. Having said this, Petunia turned and left the infirmary. The next moment, a yellow rat emerged from beneath Umbridge's pillow, shivering at the sight of Petunia's retreating figure before quickly scurrying away. Chapter 47. The Circus. To most wizards, Petunia was merely a frail muggle. Even though she was skilled in martial arts, possessed accurate shooting abilities, and had a broad worldview, her lack of magical prowess rendered her a non-threat. Consequently, both the virtuous and the nefarious alike tended to overlook her existence. She resembled a magical artifact of blood protection left behind by Lily, bound as a mere decorative backdrop to the savior. Now, she bore an additional title as Sirius Black's beloved. This multitude of identities made certain undertakings easier for Petunia. For instance, at this moment, even if Umbridge could vociferously protest, Madame Pomfrey would not believe that Petunia had forcibly administered an entire vial of measles potion. This was because Petunia appeared so weak and vulnerable in the eyes of all wizards, while Umbridge was the very embodiment of malice. Maintaining a polite smile, Petunia bid farewell to Madame Pomfrey and, after washing her hands in the restroom, proceeded to the Great Hall on the first floor for a meal. Sirius and Harry had saved her a seat. At the adjacent table, Tonks had finished recounting her struggle against Umbridge and transitioned to narrating her audacious adventure during the summer. When she and her brother were kidnapped by werewolves and managed to escape from the dark forest to seek help from a nearby Muggle police station. The brother she spoke of was none other than Draco Malfoy, who was temporarily residing with them. as Tonks was an only child, and there was no one else worth the werewolf's trouble. Tonks' tale was riveting. They encountered enormous man-eating plants and rampaging wild boars in the lightless wilderness, and the werewolves pursuing them were tall and robust, armed with fearsome fangs and moving at astonishing speeds. Fortunately, she had her wand, which allowed her to handle the situation with ease while her brother wept in terror. This experience had bolstered her confidence. However, both Petunia and Sirius knew that it was Remus who had been secretly protecting them. Voldemort has persistently harbored the intention of manipulating Draco to exert control over the Malfoy family. Within the hallowed halls of Hogwarts, we remain secure. Sirius comprehended Petunia's apprehensions. Yet he recalled how Harry frequently expressed concern for Draco. Thus, he proposed, "If you are worried about that boy, we could bring him here. I certainly do not wish to continue in my role as a kindergarten headmaster." Petunia waved her hand dismissively. "And you are still undercover." Young Malfoy's residence at Tonks' home provided him with some degree of safety. But what reason would you have to prevent a werewolf from coming to Hogwarts and taking him away? It was then that Sirius remembered his pure-blood black lineage. Casting an apologetic glance at Harry, "I understand," Harry replied obediently. "It would only be more perilous for him to be near me." Overcome with emotion by Harry's premature maturity, Sirius opened his arms and embraced his godson, burying his head against Harry's small frame, his shoulders shaking with silent sobs. Petunia, having long grown accustomed to his sudden displays of sentiment, wrapped her arms around the two heads leaning together, gently patting their backs with both hands. At times, she truly felt as if she were raising two children. After their meal, the trio made their way to Hogsmeade for their weekly shopping excursion. Recently, a renowned gypsy circus had set up camp there, reportedly staying for a fortnight, and Harry had been clamoring to go see it for quite some time. The proprietor of this circus was a gypsy woman, yet her staff hailed from diverse backgrounds, each possessing unique talents. Their performances commanded a hefty price for admission. This lady was quite the character. Her circus did not seek to perform in the grand cities nor pander to the nobility and old money. And her willingness to stay in the impoverished hollow of Hogsmeade for half a month attested to that. Due to the circus's fame, many outsiders had flocked to Hogsmeade, filling the village with unfamiliar faces, significantly more bustling than usual. Sirius had finally managed to procure tickets for that evening's performance. "I've heard that the circus performers can transform into specific animals at will," Sirius remarked. "Sounds rather akin to my abilities." "An animagus?" Petunia inquired. "Do they need to register with the Ministry of Magic upon entering the UK?" "I haven't heard anything." Sirius shook his head, though perhaps I simply overlooked it. The circus had erected a small tent in a clearing of Hogsmeade, enhanced with spatial magic, rendering its interior expansive. The three entered the tent with their tickets, finding their seats. With half an hour remaining until the show commenced, the stands were already filled to capacity. To alleviate the boredom of early arrivals, the circus had arranged a warm-up clown performance. At that moment, a clown, with cotton candy-like white hair and a heavily painted face, had taken the stage, riding a unicycle while conjuring flames with his wand. Indeed, he was playing with fire, blue flames, to be precise. The fierce flames danced around him, forming various shapes, a phoenix, then a great serpent, and again a phoenix battling the serpent. It was evident that he had mastered the fire-making charm to a remarkable degree, yet such magic remained illicit, as it was classified as dark magic. "Merlin, is it possible that no one in the audience recognizes this as dark fire?" Sirius nearly leapt from his seat in excitement. "Shoo!" A well-dressed woman seated beside them softly admonished, "Young man, do not be so hasty. I have not seen that gentleman perform such grand magic in quite some time." Beside her sat a rotund old gentleman, who appeared less than pleased. "The last time he performed that, he took you from me," he grumbled. The woman immediately leaned in, cradling the old man's face and planting a kiss upon it. "Darling, why do you hold such a grudge? That was many years ago. I remember your matters quite vividly," he retorted, and the elderly couple resumed their affectionate exchange. Petunia caught a glimpse of the woman's appearance and grasped Sirius's hand, signaling him with a glance. Only then did he settle back into his seat. "Queenie Goldstein," Petunia whispered in Sirius's ear, "the Ministry has retained her records. Although they only contained information from 60 years ago, Queenie evidently maintained her beauty, appearing little different from her photographs of the past. I am Queenie Goldstein Kowalski," the woman declared sweetly, "and I have been married for many years." Chapter 48. Grindelwald's Plan. This Madame Queenie hails from America, a natural legilimens who once followed the previous Dark Lord, Gellert Grindelwald. Her brother-in-law is none other than Newt Scamander, the illustrious magizoologist who aided Dumbledore in stealing the blood-packed vial, and the author of the much-referenced textbook on magical creatures, fantastic beasts, and where to find them. After Grindelwald's defeat at the hands of Dumbledore, his followers either faced imprisonment or fled, yet a small number returned to mundane lives, Queenie among them. The Ministry of Magic's records indicated that she initially chose to infiltrate Grindelwald's ranks to relay information to the Scamander couple. And she indeed assisted Dumbledore and other light wizards during the latter stages of the war. Consequently, she was not classified as part of the Death Eater faction. Nor was she sought after by the American Magical Congress, eventually finding happiness in marrying her Muggle husband, Jacob Kowalski, living incognito in a state of bliss. Sirius hesitated slightly before asking, "Did you enter by legal means?" Ordinarily, a witch of Queenie-esque caliber traveling from America to the UK would certainly require registration with the Ministry, especially considering her connections to both Grindelwald and Dumbledore, rendering her a prime candidate for scrutiny under Cornelius Fudge's watchful eye. Newt not only excels at smuggling magical creatures, his suitcase can occasionally accommodate human passengers, Jacob chuckled. And I can speak to that. Not just us. Most of the people here are illegal immigrants. Queenie pointed to the clown in the center of the ring. Everyone is here for him. No wonder no one had risen to condemn him for conjuring dark fire. Sirius and Petunia once more directed their gazes toward the man in clown attire, at this point having deduced his true identity. The blue flames blazed fiercely, illuminating the entire venue, while the air erupted with fervent cheers and applause that seemed destined to pierce the heavens. The audience members hailed from diverse corners of the globe, representing various ages and backgrounds. Some bore the weight of time, their hair now silver, while others were youthful and brimming with vitality. Yet, they all shared a singular purpose for gathering here, to witness Grindelwald. Even after all these years, the allure of the original Dark Lord still had the power to swiftly summon his former followers, their eyes gleaming with fervent anticipation, each longing to behold once more the charisma of this legendary figure, to witness his might and wisdom. However, it seemed that Grindelwald had come solely for Dumbledore. Did he intend to stage a jailbreak? Sirius furrowed his brow, yet I believe Headmaster Dumbledore would not relish the thought of becoming a fugitive. There is no need for such a convoluted prison break. It suffices to create an obstacle for the Ministry of Magic. Should traces of the Pureblood Party emerge en masse within the borders of Britain once more, the Ministry would be compelled to take appropriate measures. In this world, aside from Dumbledore, no one possesses the capability to subdue Grindelwald, and thus those at Wisengamot would have no choice but to acquit the headmaster. Penny remarked, "I suspect that Mr. Grindelwald harbors such thoughts. He understands Headmaster Dumbledore's temperament far better than we do. Indeed, we, with our aging limbs, can hardly manage such exertions." Queenie cast an appreciative glance at Penny, recognizing that their long journey here merely served to lend support. The fiery performance was nearing its conclusion. The clownish figure of Grindelwald in a tailored suit bowed gracefully in a slight reverence, signaling the imminent entrance of the circus's true performers. As the harmonious strains of orchestral music and accordion melodies filled the air, two identical snow-white egrets soared from the canopy above. Upon gliding towards the suspended rings, the egrets transformed into two enchanting young maidens clad in feathered garments, nearly indistinguishable from one another. In the moment of their metamorphosis, they deftly grasped the rings with their arms, commencing an aerial display of acrobatics. Following them were a brown bear, a leopard, and a robust python. These performers, diverse in skin tones and youthful in age, could seamlessly transition between human and animal forms without any magical fluctuations. In their human guise, they exhibited remarkable agility, while in their animal forms, they exuded a wild ferocity, appearing to possess considerable combat prowess even without the use of magic. As an animagus, Sirius discerned that their transformation state was entirely different from his own. The circus children were pitiable, burdened from birth with a hereditary curse. Although they could shift between human and animal forms, their lifespans were tragically short. After the age of 30, they risked losing their human shapes entirely, becoming true beasts. Queenie spoke. The Gypsy Circus rescues and shelters such children worldwide. Upon seeing the circus members, Penny recalled a chance encounter at a sweet shop in Diagon Alley with a woman named Nagini. According to Kingsley, Nagini had transformed into a massive snake after being taken to the Ministry. Penny remembered the scent of decay that had emanated from Nagini, initially believing it to be the odor of an incurable human affliction, but now she realized it was the essence of a curse. Yet, it was precisely this that made the children, blessed by the circus's ringmaster, willing to devote their lives to her. Queenie continued, Madame Germarov, the circus's ringmaster, is a great benefactor. She lost her child due to poverty and the war with Muggles, descending into despair for a long time. However, with Mr. Grindelwald's assistance, she found her strength again. This circus was initially established with his funding. It was no wonder that eradicating the Pureblood Party proved so difficult. Grindelwald's long-term strategy of nurturing a covert suicide squad extended far beyond merely assembling a circus. Penny gained a deeper understanding of the former terrorist leader's formidable nature. Had he still been in his prime, Voldemort would not have even been worthy of serving as his subordinate. Fortunately, Headmaster Dumbledore managed to keep him in check. "It was Mr. Grindelwald who sent you to converse with us," Penny stated. "Please convey to him that we shall cooperate with all his endeavors during this period." "Indeed," Sirius concurred. "We too hope that Headmaster Dumbledore returns soon. I truly cannot manage the complexities of internal affairs." Only Merlin knew how severe his recent shedding had been during his secret transformation into a dog. "Excellent. This alleviates many of our operational concerns," Queenie chuckled. Thus concluded a clandestine dialogue amidst the raucous atmosphere of the stands. Chapter 49, The Power of Words. The Pureblood Party had sunk deep roots, and their influence within the country had not been entirely eradicated. Now, with Sirius and other members of the Order of the Phoenix collaborating, Grindelwald's shadow loomed once more over the wizarding community in Britain. The Ministry of Magic faced the dual threats of the resurgent Voldemort and the expansion of the Pureblood Party. Fudge had initially believed that by secretly appeasing the Death Eaters from pureblood families, he could secure his position as minister, only to find himself confronted by a formidable force. Each day, he lived in trepidation, fearing that his uneven allegiances might lead to his assassination. In a sealed chamber beneath the Ministry of Magic in London, Dumbledore, adorned with a small round hat and a flamboyant robe, was relishing his blueberry cake and freshly squeezed orange juice. "Would you care for some, Cornelius? These Muggle delicacies are both exquisite and delectable." With his blue eyes twinkling, he leisurely lifted a small piece of cake to his lips, revealing a blissful expression. "You seem to have lost quite a bit of weight since our last meeting." "Thanks to you," Fudge lamented, his expression glum. "I have come to offer my apologies." "What have you to apologize for?" Dumbledore replied, winking. "To be honest, your accusations were so precise that I scarcely felt the need to hire a defense attorney. I read Rita's article. She was renowned at Hogwarts for her exceptional writing and imaginative flair. While spreading falsehoods is indeed regrettable, her account this time does not stray too far from the truth. I dare say my old friend would not only refrain from anger, but would likely cut it out to keep as a memento." Fudge was left perplexed. "Your Excellency," he said, abandoning any pretense, "have you considered when you might depart from here? You have sampled every sweet shop in London." "So soon?" Dumbledore replied, visibly surprised. "Indeed. Time for rest always seems fleeting." During his stay in the Ministry's depths, connected to the Muggle electric grid in London, he had been indulging in various desserts while binge-watching television series, relishing life to the fullest. Faced with Fudge's insistence to leave, Dumbledore appeared most reluctant. "I was just about to finish the final case of the Sherlock Holmes collection. Who exactly pilfered the sapphire from the goose's belly? Please finish that series and return to Hogwarts promptly." Fudge, however, was not concerned with any sapphires. He was preoccupied with his own life and the weight of his office. "The children cannot do without you." Dumbledore had finished the small cake, elegantly dabbed his mouth with a napkin, and smiled. "I've heard that the second season of that show is coming soon." Upon hearing this, Fudge nearly fainted. Thankfully, Dumbledore was merely jesting, and he was mindful of the external situation, knowing he could not remain there until the second season of Sherlock Holmes was released. If Penny were present, she could inform Dumbledore that the Sherlock Holmes series eventually extended to a seventh season, captivating the entirety of the British Empire. The original novels wielded a significant and enduring influence worldwide, spawning various adaptations and different narratives across nations. However, at that moment, Penny and Sirius were diligently searching for information related to blood curses in the library of Hogwarts. According to all documented accounts, blood curses were innate and incurable afflictions. The only means to escape such a tragic fate was for the bearer of the blood curse to refrain from procreation. However, the existence of Nagini demonstrated that those afflicted with blood curses could indeed revert to human form. The power to dispel a blood curse carried an ominous implication. If Voldemort truly acquired such an ability, his future influence would undoubtedly amplify. To comprehend the blood curse, one must first grasp the broader concept of curses. During the medieval era, numerous powerful witches excelled in the art of cursing, a period notorious for the rampant prevalence of various hexes. Harry, earnestly engrossed in a tome titled The Power of Words, read aloud. These curses, known only to the caster in terms of their countermeasures, can be superseded by more potent spells. Superseded? Sirius raised an eyebrow. Can it still be deemed a curse then? Curses and blessings, in essence, are indistinguishable, primarily differentiated by the quality of their verbal content. Petunia, resting her chin on one hand, pondered aloud. Take the fairy tale of Sleeping Beauty, for instance. The fairy blesses the protagonist with all admirable qualities, while the witch curses her with misfortune. Each wizard possesses a unique method of cursing, a skill that can be mastered through diligent study. The caster can adjust their approach based on their individual traits. However, those who wield malevolent curses often suffer repercussions themselves, which generally deters them from cursing others over trivial matters. Harry continued reading. Nonetheless, exceptions exist, Some individuals inherently carry the power of curses in their bloodline. Their words may inadvertently transform into curses, although the author prefers to refer to this phenomenon as. He stumbled upon a term he had yet to learn: word spirits. Petunia took the book from his hands and read on. Word spirits are a neutral term, devoid of bias. Natural word speakers are exceedingly rare, with the majority being witches, which elucidates why certain high-ranking members of medieval churches harbored such trepidation towards witches. Intriguingly, all named natural word speakers to date hail from mixed blood families, with at least one parent or a grandparent within 3 generations being a Muggle. The author appended a footnote to this segment, suggesting that fate delights in mocking certain traditionalists. The amalgamation of similar genes merely leads to biological regression. And it is indeed comical that a cadre of such regressive minds currently wields significant resources and influence over the world, with blind followers scattered everywhere. Petunia discerned the author's profound discontent with the ideology of pureblood supremacy, noting that this individual's thoughts were remarkably progressive, tinged with a hint of cynicism. She flipped to the first page to glean the author's name: Urialov Good, 1850 to 1921. This book must have undergone censorship, Sirius remarked. To speak ill of those old-timers and still achieve publication, their family must own a publishing house. I recall that the editor of a best-selling magazine who often takes a contrarian stance shares the surname Good. Petunia's gaze lingered on the author's name, contemplating whether their family retained more comprehensive records regarding blood curses. Chapter 50, A Sudden Turn of Events. In pursuit of unraveling the mysteries of the blood curse, Sirius dispatched the house elf, Cloud, to extend a visit on his behalf to the Good family, only to be met with a resolute refusal from Mr. Good. He cited his unwillingness to become embroiled in political strife, preferring to remain an idle editor in search of the elusive Crumplehorn Snorkack. In such tumultuous times, most wizarding families, akin to the Goods, opted for self-preservation, exhibiting heightened caution in the absence of referrals. Unfortunately, the Good family was notorious for their eccentricity, lacking deep connections within the wizarding community, rendering Sirius at a loss for potential recommendations. As they resolved to seek alternative avenues, a significant incident transpired at Hogwarts. Mrs. Norris, Filch's cat, was found slain by an unknown assailant. Despite the feline's unpopularity, its gruesome demise ignited a wave of indignation among the students. Poor Mrs. Norris was discovered, first stripped away, grotesquely displayed at the entrance of the Great Hall. The first student to stumble upon the cat was a Ravenclaw scholar, diligently rehearsing for the upcoming Ancient Runes exam in the dimly lit corridor before dawn. As he rounded the final corner, cold blood dripped onto his face, smearing his glasses. In the next instant, he spotted a small pool of blood on the floor ahead. Raising his gaze, he beheld the bare-skinned Mrs. Norris, her eyes wide open, seemingly unblinking in death. The boy, paralyzed with terror, fell to the ground before hastily scrambling to the professor's quarters. Upon receiving the dreadful news, Filch fainted on the spot and now lay bedridden, unable to rise. So brutal. The students buzzed with fervor that morning, even if caught roaming the castle at night. A mere reprimand or point deduction would suffice. Why resort to such cruelty against a cat? It might not even be a Hogwarts student, perhaps an outsider infiltrated, a Death Eater or a pure-blood fanatic. The professors immediately began scrutinizing their respective houses, ensuring their students had not ventured beyond their dormitories the previous night. The castle was teeming with Dementors, making it exceedingly difficult for anyone from outside to gain entry, while those within found it equally challenging to escape, indicating that the perpetrator must still be lurking somewhere within the castle's confines. This exceptionally vicious individual, having slain a cat today, might well target a solitary child tomorrow, instilling a pervasive sense of dread throughout the school. Meanwhile, Petunia noticed Harry's increasing silence. Young Harry, having grown up under Sirius's care and later receiving guidance from the Weasley brothers, had always been an optimistic chatterbox, making his newfound reticence all the more conspicuous. Initially, Petunia attributed this change to the typical psychological shifts of adolescence, believing that with sufficient love and attention, he would revert to his former self. However, Harry's condition continued to deteriorate. He became increasingly reluctant to sleep at night, and his appetite waned. When she and Sirius inquired about his well-being, he merely replied, "I'm fine." Given that Harry's peculiar behavior coincided with Mrs. Norris's tragic death, Petunia suspected a connection between the two events. To uncover the identity of the cat's killer, Sirius took to patrolling the castle as a large dog each night, while the professors took turns keeping watch. Yet the assailant was cunning, already lying in wait, hiding in some dark corner. Witnessing Harry grow increasingly haggard, Petunia felt compelled to stealthily search his room for clues while he was absent. To her surprise, she discovered a blood-stained nightgown beneath Harry's bed. Considering that Harry had not sustained any injuries recently, and there had been no other bleeding incidents, The blood could only belong to Mrs. Norris. That night, Harry appeared at the scene of Mrs. Norris's demise. This cannot be, Sirius asserted firmly. How could Harry have silently entered and exited his room without our knowledge? I find it equally perplexing, Petunia replied, placing the bloodied nightgown on the coffee table. Yet it was undeniably the garment Harry had worn the night before. Could it be due to that scar? Sirius sat up straight, his expression darkening. Tom Riddle must be exerting some mysterious control over Harry. If he could indeed exert such control, he would surely compel Harry to take his own life. Petunia shook her head. Speculating here is futile. We must confront Harry. Just then, Harry, who was meant to be watching Quidditch, unexpectedly entered the room. I knew I couldn't keep this from you, he said, closing the door behind him and lowering his head. The truth is, I don't even know what I did that night. Perhaps I was sleepwalking. Harry often found himself haunted by dreams in which he cruelly abused or killed someone. After the resurrection of Voldemort, these nightmares grew increasingly frequent. Initially, they were vague. He merely glimpsed indistinct scenes, sometimes failing to even comprehend the nature of his dreams before they abruptly ended. However, of late, these visions became alarmingly vivid, allowing him to see the blood staining his hands and witness the desperate struggles of a life slipping away. He understood that he must confront this turmoil alone and thus refrained from confiding in Petunia or Sirius. Yet one fateful night, after lying comfortably in bed, he awoke to find himself sprawled on the cold stone floor. To his horror, a blood-dripping cat dangled above him, and his hands were smeared with crimson. Instinctively, Harry thought he had been influenced by his dreams, perhaps sleepwalking and murdering Mrs. Loris. Unable to accept this version of himself and fearing the disdain of others, he fell into an unusual silence and despondency. Do not fret, Sirius reassured him. Even if it were true, I would handle everything. Petunia cradled Harry in her arms, gently patting his back, though she struggled to believe that the inherently good Harry could commit such a heinous act. Harry, tell Aunt Petunia how you returned to your room after waking up, she asked softly. The invisibility cloak, Harry replied. You always kept it in my room. I was wearing it that night. Could sleepwalking truly exhibit such logical coherence? Petunia frowned. Try to recall further. There must have been some anomaly. After a moment's contemplation, Harry reminisced. When I first opened my eyes, I seemed to see a mouse clutching a piece of parchment, darting away swiftly, almost like a phantom. I am not entirely sure. A mouse with parchment? Sirius leaped to his feet, his arms braced against the coffee table, breath quickening as his eyes widened with rage. A yellow, balding, fat mouse? Yes, Harry nodded. Chapter 51. The Malevolent Peter Pettigrew. A mouse kills a cat, reversing the heavens. Sirius would never forget the vile visage of that detestable rodent. Hearing Harry's words reignited the flames of hatred within him. It seemed Hogwarts required a thorough rodent eradication initiative. He ground his molars together. It had been too long since he had seen his old acquaintance, and he felt a twinge of anxiety. The thought that Peter Pettigrew had infiltrated Hogwarts undetected and nearly abducted Harry filled Sirius with a desire to find that mouse and reduce it to ashes. What was that parchment? Petunia inquired, her brow furrowed, her body tense as she rose. She opened the magically secured safe in the corner of the living room, exhaling in relief upon seeing the Horcrux parchment delivered by Dobby. I suspect it is the Marauder's map, Sirius said. No wonder I did not find it in Filch's office. The Marauder's map, a high-level magical artifact created by the former Marauders, was an incredibly detailed map of Hogwarts, displaying the precise locations of everyone within its confines. The only individuals aware of the map's confiscation by Filch, and that Harry possessed an invisibility cloak, were Peter Pettigrew and Remus, who was currently leading a pack somewhere in a distant, primordial forest. Only that treacherous rat. Sirius seethed. Harry had gleaned some information regarding the circumstances surrounding his parents' demise. He had seen old photographs of James and Sirius with Peter Pettigrew, a short, rotund man with sparse blonde hair and an innocent visage, whose betrayal led directly to the sacrifice of the Potters. It was not I who sleepwalked and killed Mrs. Loris, he said, feeling somewhat relieved. The true culprit is that wicked scoundrel who caused my parents' demise. Indeed, Petunia affirmed. Some individuals are inherently inclined to trample upon life for amusement, while others feel guilt for crushing an ant. Harry has always belonged to the latter category. He could never commit such an act. Those with kindness in their hearts typically resort to killing only out of necessity. They would never choose a method so cruel and ostentatious. We must find that rogue quickly. I shall head to the Slytherin dungeon to confront Snape, Sirius declared, embracing both Harry and Petunia before hastily exiting the door. When did Sirius and Professor Snape become so close? Harry pondered. In the past, if they were within 10 meters of one another, one would inevitably turn and leave. It is the desire for vengeance that has united them, Petunia remarked, ruffling Harry's tousled hair. Let us seek out Professor McGonagall and Hagrid. This matter must be communicated to all members of the Order of the Phoenix. Professor McGonagall, an animagus capable of transforming into a tabby cat, had endured several days of discomfort after witnessing Mrs. Loris's tragic fate. She had developed an aversion to seeing bloodied meat, but with the guidance of Madame Pomfrey and some potions, her health had recently improved. Upon hearing from Petunia that the perpetrator was Peter Pettigrew, she immediately expressed her outrage, vowing to leverage her species' advantage to swiftly apprehend the rat hiding in the sewers. With Halloween approaching, Hagrid had been watering the giant pumpkins in front of his hut when he learned of the news. He promptly abandoned his watering can and dashed to the Ollery. Petunia and Harry picked up his watering can and continued tending to the pumpkins. Harry worked meticulously, moving from one row to the next, with Petunia following closely behind him. Suddenly, Harry halted in front of a colossal pumpkin. This pumpkin was undeniably the largest in Hagrid's patch, towering almost halfway up to his hut and wider than the outstretched arms of 3 adult men. Harry scrutinized the base of the pumpkin for a moment before turning to Petunia, declaring, "This pumpkin must be rotten." Having often helped Ron with simple farm tasks at the Weasley home, he had considerable knowledge about pumpkin cultivation. Hearing this, Petunia leaned down as well. The area where the pumpkin was attached to the vine appeared blackened, and a faint foul odor wafted from it. Indeed, a sign of decay. Harry pointed to a small wooden sign nearby, which read, "The 5th Annual Singing Contradictions Magazine Halloween Super Pumpkin Contest. Entry by the half-giant, who loves magical creatures. His name is Strawn." Hagrid approached, still adorned with a few owl feathers, grinning as he spoke. "I send photos of Strawn to Singing Contradictions every 7 days. Mr. Lovegood believes my pumpkin son will surely place in the top 3. Harry and Petunia exchanged glances, speechless. "What is it? Why the peculiar expressions?" Hagrid asked, taking the watering can from Harry and squatting down to water the giant pumpkin affectionately. Due to his towering height, even in a squat, he could not see the bottom of the pumpkin obscured by leaves, and thus remained unaware of its demise. "Hagrid, I'm afraid," Petunia began, "this pumpkin seems to be rotten," Harry finished. "Impossible. Just 7 days ago, I checked Strawn's health. He is a very healthy child," Hagrid denied, casually brushing aside the vines. In the next moment, his eyes widened in disbelief. The roots of the enormous pumpkin had been gnawed through by some rodent, which had seemingly chewed through the stem and burrowed inside, leaving a gaping hole at the bottom of the pumpkin. "Who has eaten my Strawn?" Hagrid bellowed, throwing his head back in anguish before covering his face with his hands and weeping. "I have poured so much love and effort into raising him. Who could be so vile? Amidst the abundance of pumpkins, it is the unfortunate Stroud that has been chosen. But wait, I had cast spells specifically designed to repel birds and rodents over this patch of land, and I had also sprayed various scents nearby that they detest." Hagrid lamented. "That wretched creature. No wonder the house elf in the kitchen has never reported any food theft." A light flickered in Petunia's mind. The truth emerged. The diminutive Peter Pettigrew had been feasting upon your pumpkins all this time. Did he deliberately select Stroud after seeing that wooden sign? That insufferable little rodent thief. Hagrid appeared both aggrieved and furious. "Stroud, it is my father's love that has brought about your demise. I am so sorry, my Stroud." Setting aside the fact that the object of his lamentation is but a pumpkin, the depth of this fatherly affection is indeed quite moving. Petunia composed herself and offered a few token words of consolation, while Harry suggested that the smaller pumpkin growing on the same vine next door could replace its brother Stroud in the competition, which somewhat eased Hagrid's distress. "That vile Peter Pettigrew," Hagrid cursed. "He has no idea that his actions have thoroughly enraged a father." Chapter 52, Trelawney's Prophecy. I had never anticipated that Hagrid could harbor paternal feelings for a consumable plant. I had assumed his affections were reserved solely for 8-eyed spiders or sphinxes. Harry mused. "It seems I still do not know him well enough." Hagrid's concern was not truly for the pumpkin. He merely sought to win the pumpkin-growing contest hosted by that cantankerous magazine. Petunia guided Harry toward the castle. Hagrid's vegetable patch was not far from the castle, roughly a 5-minute walk, and typically went unguarded. If Pettigrew were indeed hiding within the castle, it would be quite convenient for him to venture out in search of food under the cover of darkness. Though he resembled a rat, theoretically, he still required a meal equivalent to that of an adult. Hagrid's pumpkin, albeit large, would not suffice to satiate him. It was implausible that Pettigrew had survived solely on pumpkins for such an extended period. Just as they entered the castle, they encountered Madame Pomfrey. She was levitating a wooden chair, missing a leg, toward the Black Lake. Petunia found this curious and approached her. "Good evening, Madame Pomfrey. It is nearly dark. Where are you headed?" "The leg of this oak chair I brought from home has been gnawed by a rat," Madame Pomfrey replied. "I am going to see if I can find suitable materials in the woods by the Black Lake to repair it. I cannot get used to any other chairs." As an institution that has existed for a millennium, Hogwarts possesses an array of ancient artifacts, and the staff members are quite adept in the art of magical restoration. Rats? This piqued Petunia's interest. Has anything else been damaged by rats in the infirmary recently? Not really, Madame Pomfrey shook her head. In fact, rats seldom visit the infirmary because the potion scents are too overwhelming, and many of the specimen jars we keep are harmful to such small creatures. Those rats are quite clever. They avoid the infirmary when snacking. I do not know what has come over them these days, to resort to gnawing on my oak chair. I had not even noticed it until a particularly observant student passed by and alerted me. Had I sat down without knowing, I would have fallen quite badly. Typically, after her busy workday, Madame Pomfrey is not inclined to notice much else, only desiring to sit and rest. This truly was a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. After a brief exchange, Petunia bid farewell to Madame Pomfrey and ascended the spiral staircase with Harry. She suspected that the diminutive Peter Pettigrew was most likely hiding in the infirmary, especially since umbrage in the hospital bed could provide him with cover. However, this series of actions, particularly the blatant act of gnawing the chair leg, seemed almost too conspicuous, as if he were intentionally luring them in. The more evident it became, the more cautious Petunia felt. She was in no hurry. Upon returning to their tower, they opened the door to hear Professor Trelawney shouting something from the adjacent room. A portent. It is a portent. Trelawney rushed out of her room, her hair disheveled, and threw herself into Petunia's embrace. I have seen an omen in my crystal ball. Trelawney often predicted ominous signs in her 10 divinations, leading the school to gradually disregard her words. Yet, she had indeed made the prophecy regarding Harry and Voldemort, and she undeniably possessed the bloodline of a seer, compelling Petunia to listen to her further ramblings. I saw a woman with her neck bitten off by a rat. Trelawney muttered, adjusting her glasses as her eyes darted around before landing on Petunia's neck. Upon hearing the portent, Petunia was aware that Trelawney had not uttered anything pleasant. Nevertheless, she was not angered. She merely released her embrace and retreated into the room. Thank you for the warning. I shall be cautious. The rats have indeed been rampant lately. Professor Trelawney, Harry chimed in, peeking over Petunia's shoulder, politely ushering her out. Good night. We need to rest now. After closing the door, Petunia collapsed onto the sofa, feeling uncertain about whether to believe Trelawney's latest prophecy. Sirius and I will protect you, Harry assured, sitting beside her and wrapping his arm around her. Besides, Charlie mentioned that Professor Trelawney's crystal ball divinations have never been accurate. Generally, prophecies are irreversible, much like Harry's destined confrontation with Voldemort to vanquish him entirely. If her demise were a necessary sacrifice along that path, Petunia was not one to shy away from death. She had long been mentally prepared for such eventualities, having already reconciled with the notion during her time as an agent. However, the idea of dying from a rat bite seemed rather undignified. To preserve a semblance of dignity, she resolved that if it truly came to that, she would resist fiercely, perhaps donning a neck scarf, especially as the Scottish weather was growing increasingly chilly. Thank you, Harry. Sweetling, Petunia said, pinching Harry's cheek playfully. For you all, I shall strive to survive. Before long, Sirius returned. Petunia had initially intended to mention the oak chair in the infirmary and the pumpkin stroud, but Harry preempted her by recounting Trelawney's ominous prophecy. Sirius's expression shifted between red and pale, tempestuous waves roiling within his silver-gray eyes. This is unacceptable, he said, his agitation palpable. You must remain under my watchful eye for the next few days. That phrase sounded all too familiar to Petunia. She had anticipated this outcome. But you have to pursue Peter Pettigrew. Wouldn't it be more dangerous to bring me along? Petunia pointed out the contradiction in Sirius's words. What if he captures me and uses me as leverage against you? She was right. For the first time, Sirius experienced an overwhelming sense of helplessness. His mind struggled to process the situation. Given the current circumstances, he truly could not spare himself. Yet he also felt uneasy about entrusting Petunia's safety to anyone else. He lowered his head in silence for a long while before finally resolving, I will leave the opportunity for revenge to Snape. Petunia sighed and leaned in to kiss his forehead. I am not afraid of death, but I also do not wish to meet it easily, she said. Rather than waiting passively for fate to strike, it would be better to take the initiative. You have long desired to avenge yourself. Do I not share that desire? We have waited so long. Why should we relinquish our hopes because of this dubious prophecy? My dear, you must understand. Petunia Evans has never been the type of princess in a fairy tale who requires saving. She playfully wrapped her arms around Sirius's neck and grinned. Allow you pureblood wizards to broaden your horizons and witness the true power of Muggles. Chapter 53, The Surveillance System. Thus, the operation to capture Peter Pettigrew commenced fervently within the hallowed halls of Hogwarts. To prevent the diminutive traitor from escaping, members of the Order of the Phoenix had laid an intricate net outside the school, ensuring that even if he sprouted wings and transformed into a bat, he would find no means of escape. However, Hogwarts was vast, with countless secret passages and drainage systems providing innumerable hiding places for a small rodent. In such circumstances, Penelope's Muggle tools proved invaluable. In later years, surveillance became a primary tool for MI6 in intelligence gathering. Although cameras were quite costly in this era and London's surveillance network was still in its nascent stages, obtaining such equipment from the Muggle government was not insurmountable with a request from the Ministry of Magic. The magical community had numerous alternatives to surveillance as well, such as the Marauder's map that Sirius and his friends possessed, yet the original map was in Pettigrew's possession, and recreating it in time was impractical. The hospital wing and Hagrid's pumpkin patch became focal points for monitoring. Each surveillance camera was enchanted by Professor McGonagall to seamlessly blend into the environment. Due to Harry's recent peculiarities, Penelope had not visited the hospital wing to administer the measles potion to Umbridge for quite some time. When Professor McGonagall installed the surveillance equipment this time, she discovered that Umbridge had nearly fully recovered. The monitoring device in the hospital wing was disguised as a candlestick shaped like an owl, with its two glass eyes serving as camera lenses. Professor McGonagall magically affixed the candlestick to the brick wall beside Umbridge's bed. "I detest owls," Umbridge proclaimed. Although she was now able to speak, her words still dripped with disdain. "Replace it with a snake or a charming plush creature." "I'm afraid, Ms. Umbridge, you have no choice," Professor McGonagall retorted, unperturbed by her remarks. "Madame Pomfrey indicated that you are no longer in serious condition. Why do you linger here?" "The shock has damaged my insides." Umbridge feigned a cough. "Her bandage is still intact. My heart and lungs have yet to recover." Her voice was robust and full, betraying none of the supposed afflictions she claimed. "Then I can only wish you luck," Professor McGonagall replied with a stern countenance. "I hope for your swift recovery." With that, she turned and departed. On the wall, the owl-shaped candlestick's large glass eyes glimmered faintly. All surveillance was functioning normally, while Penelope sat in the tower, observing the footage. Umbridge's reaction was decidedly peculiar. She had nearly recovered, yet did not immediately leap forth to accuse Penelope of administering the measles potion. Instead, she chose to feign illness and remain in the hospital wing, which did not align with her character. After McGonagall left, Umbridge displayed a look of contempt. Women like McGonagall, devoid of striking beauty and imbued with a serious, humorless demeanor, had little to recommend them beyond their ability to transform into cats. She has worked in the Department of Magical Law Enforcement since graduation, seemingly with a promising future, yet she willingly forfeits opportunities for advancement. Such a lack of ambition guarantees a life of mediocrity. Teaching in this backwater for eternity, Umbridge mused. To her, Professor McGonagall was a figure unworthy of her regard, devoid of any qualities to incite envy. Thus, she could easily dismiss McGonagall's rudeness, even extending a measure of condescending pity. Penelope could not see the other individuals present, but judging by Umbridge's demeanor, she was certainly not speaking to herself. She magnified the image, scrutinizing every pixel for hidden details. At last, she glimpsed a dark shadow reflected in the glass of a water cup by the bedside. The shadow was long and slender. Far too lithe to be Peter Pettigrew, it hovered in the air reminiscent of a Dementor. Penelope recalled that the Ministry had entrusted Umbridge alone with the means to control Dementors. Yet, even so, how could a Dementor comprehend human speech? Those foolish half-bloods and mudbloods cannot possibly understand the glory of pure blood. Umbridge's haughty demeanor transformed into a sycophantic smile, resembling Pettigrew's as she proclaimed, "Your wisdom is unparalleled. To serve you would be the greatest honor of my life." She lavished praise upon the shadow, yet it remained silent, motionless as ever. Penelope could not discern the shadow's visage, but she caught a glimmer of metal atop its head in the cup's reflection, judging by its shape. It must have been a crown. Just as she prepared to capture this image, another figure entered the hospital wing. It was a brown-haired boy clad in Slytherin robes. Penelope recognized him as one of the Slytherin prefects, named Neil Bach, whose uncle owned a shop selling dark magical artifacts in Knockturn Alley. The boy walked directly to Umbridge's bedside, seemingly oblivious to the dark shadow. Neil Bach produced a golden potion vial from beneath his robes. "Esteemed lady, brewing this vial was no simple task." After handing her the potion, he grinned, extending his right hand. "I do not take the Muggle Studies elective. I procured that hair with considerable effort from students in other houses. Rest assured, you shall not be deprived," Umbridge said, retrieving a heavy bag of galleons from her pink handbag and placing it in the boy's hand. "Please convey my regards to your uncle. I will ensure it is delivered." Neil Bach saluted. "Take care of yourself. Feel free to place any future orders." He examined the coin pouch, shaking it with satisfaction before exiting the hospital wing. Upon hearing the mention of Muggle studies, Penelope's heart raced. If her memory served correctly, a month prior, after Muggle studies had concluded, a Gryffindor student had hurried past her, colliding with her. Initially, she thought he was playing a prank, but he had politely apologized, and the unnatural pallor of his face lingered in her mind. Had Umbridge concocted a potion using her hair? Was this her revenge for the measles potion? Moreover, she had heard that some wizards could cast curses through hair. The situation was dire. Penelope dared not delay. She quickly rose, intent on finding someone to accompany her to the Slytherin dungeon to confront Neil Bach. To her shock, however, the screen revealed Umbridge uncorking the vial, tilting her head back, and downing the entire potion in one gulp. Chapter 54. Is it just disguise? Watching in disbelief as the diminutive Umbridge gradually elongated and slimmed down, Penelope's expression turned to one of horror. She now comprehended the potion's effects, for the transformation unfolded vividly before her eyes. She recalled the days when Sirius impersonated Quidditch players, likely using a similar potion. It was unsettling to witness such a loathsome figure metamorphosing into her likeness, sending chills down her spine. At that moment, Umbridge in the hospital wing had unwrapped the last of her bandages, retrieved a form-fitting, pastel pink gown from her suitcase, and began applying makeup, her demeanor theatrical and out of place against Penelope's typically weary visage. I truly have never tried a pink dress, Penny murmured to herself. It actually doesn't look too bad. Of course, the emphasis was never on the dress, but rather on Umbridge's intentions behind her transformation with the potion. The woman in pink exited the infirmary, making her way down the corridor and selecting the stairs that led to the first floor of the castle. After a moment of contemplation, Penny returned to her room to change her appearance. Being at Hogwarts, it was certainly most discreet to disguise herself as a student. She retrieved an old Gryffindor robe from Sirius's collection, cut her long hair shorter, and slightly refined her features to create a more angular visage, revealing a handsome young Gryffindor in the mirror. Just as she completed her transformation, Harry emerged from his room, having awakened from his nap. His bleary eyes fell upon Penny, and he tilted his head in confusion, asking, "Who are you? How did you get in our home?" "It's me, Harry," Penny smiled. Harry rubbed his eyes, seemingly questioning his own vision. "Aunt Penny," he whispered, "you look like a boy now. If even you can't recognize me, it indicates that my disguise skills have indeed improved." Penny replied, informing Harry of her plan to impersonate Umbridge and instructing him to remain by the screen, recording any anomalies to send via owl. This year, Harry had learned to use a stun gun, demonstrating commendable accuracy, and with the invisibility cloak, even if someone were to breach the tower, he would be safe for the moment. Furthermore, Sirius had employed numerous Aurors from the Ministry to patrol the building, ensuring that it was currently the safest place in all of Hogwarts. Taking advantage of the empty corridor, Penny swiftly made her way to the staircase. As she descended, she brushed past Mad-Eye Moody, who had just arrived at Hogwarts. Moody ascended a few steps before turning back, his magical eye whirling with suspicion. "Why is a Gryffindor student appearing in Ravenclaw's tower?" "I merely came to the astronomy tower to catch some fresh air," Penny replied in a deliberately lowered voice. "The atmosphere at Hogwarts has been rather oppressive lately." "What is your name?" Moody inquired, clearly not one to be easily deceived. "I am Bill Weasley of Gryffindor." "And you are the esteemed Auror Moody, correct?" Penny confidently adopted the identity of a familiar red-haired friend to provide cover while attempting to engage Moody in friendly conversation. "Oh, so you're the eldest son of the Weasley family," Moody nodded, his tone softening. "Indeed, you are as handsome as your mother said. Is little Ginny's birthday approaching?" "Ginny's birthday is in August. It has already passed," Penny replied. "Sir, are you perhaps mixing up Ginny's birthday with Ron's?" "Haha, age must be affecting my memory," Moody chuckled, finally dispelling his suspicions. "Please extend my greetings to your parents, and we should arrange a drink with Arthur when time allows." "Certainly. Goodbye, sir," Penny responded politely, nodding before turning to continue her descent. Fortunately, Harry often received invitations to the Weasley family's birthday gatherings, so Penny was quite familiar with the children's birthdays. Otherwise, she might have been caught. While being exposed by Moody in that moment was inconsequential, there were times when she felt frustrated by her own rusty skills. The rest of the journey was unobstructed, as most of the Aurors surrounding the tower merely glanced at her without further inquiry. Penny hurried to catch up with Umbridge before she exited the castle. The woman appeared to thoroughly enjoy the warm greetings from students she encountered while disguised as Penny, her smile growing increasingly saccharine. Penny followed Umbridge at a respectful distance, trailing her to the vicinity of the school's main entrance, beyond which lay Hogsmeade Village. However, due to a rat-catching operation, Sirius and Professor Snape were stationed at the entrance with several members of the Order. Upon seeing Umbridge's penny-like figure, Sirius immediately furrowed his brow. "My dear, why are you out here?" He had not received any notice from the Aurors stationed at the tower. Umbridge approached, linking her arm with his, and in a cutesy voice, she purred, "I was feeling bored in the tower and wanted to explore Hogsmeade. Will you accompany me?" It must be noted that she had no understanding of Penny at all. Her affected demeanor was so jarring that even Snape, standing nearby, raised his wand slightly. Was their aim to leave Sirius alone? Penny pondered, concealed behind a bush. Sirius, noticing something amiss, exchanged a quick glance with Snape before bending down to smile at Umbridge. Of course, sweetheart. Seeing her plan come to fruition, Umbridge's chin lifted higher, her demeanor exuding an air of nobility, as if she truly were the Lady Black. Penny silently pitied Sirius. If he realized that the woman before him, bearing Penny's likeness, was actually Umbridge, he might very well regurgitate his last meal. They walked out of the school hand in hand, while Snape produced a two-way mirror from his robes. Come out, the potions professor, known for his perpetual frown, addressed the bush where Penny was hiding. I've seen you for quite some time. Your hiding skills are quite poor. Penny's concealment skills were not lacking. Rather, Snape was overly focused on capturing the rat like Peter Pettigrew, employing considerable magical effort to sense the slightest disturbance in the surroundings, rendering her Muggle hiding techniques futile. Professor Snape. Penny stepped out from the bushes. I am. You wish to go to Hogsmeade, correct? Snape interrupted her. I know today is the weekend, and upperclassmen with parental permission slips have no reason to be detained. He waved his dark robe and turned away, no longer glancing at Penny. Thank you, sir. Penny understood his implication and quickly exited the school gates. Chapter 55, A Great Battle. Sirius and Umbridge did not proceed towards the densely populated Hogsmeade village, but instead halted in a cornfield. The mature corn had just been harvested, leaving a swath of dried stalks that rustled in the breeze. Penny observed a wooden post standing in the center of the field, upon which a scarecrow clad in black robes was perched, wearing a crown adorned with sapphires. The inscription around the crown was too distant for her to decipher. As Sirius followed Umbridge beneath the scarecrow, a fierce wind swept through the cornfield, causing Umbridge to raise her wand. A plume of black-green smoke erupted from its tip, forming a massive serpent that coiled around the skull of the Dark Mark. Immediately, hooded figures in black robes began to materialize from all directions, advancing through the withered cornfield towards Sirius. Sirius found himself surrounded by Death Eaters. The scene sent a chill down Penny's spine. Yet she deduced from their earlier interactions that Sirius and Snape had a plan in place. She struggled to suppress her growing anxiety, holding her breath as she continued to hide. Today, we shall offer this loathsome blood traitor as a sacrifice to our great master, Umbridge shouted. Sirius Black has not only betrayed his bloodline and surname, but also dared to deceive the wise and illustrious Dark Lord, covertly undermining his power under the guise of allegiance, while allowing vile Muggles to harm the Dark Lord's loyal followers. His sins are unforgivable. I sentence Sirius Black to endure 100 excruciating tortures. Her voice reverberated across the cornfield as the Death Eaters simultaneously raised their wands. Surrounded, Sirius remained unfazed, a slight smirk gracing his lips as he chuckled. Is that all you've got? In an instant, a tempest transformed into a howling hurricane, uprooting all withering branches and leaves, whisking them skyward. Straws and dust seemed to possess a will of their own, flying towards the eyes of the cloaked figures. Two elegant egrets soared from the riverbank, diving swiftly to snatch the wands from the Death Eater's grasp. Soon after, various creatures emerged from the wheat field, members of a gypsy circus, utilizing their agile forms to engage in battle against the Death Eaters. The outer edge of the cornfield flickered with the lights of spells being cast. It became apparent that Grindelwald's forces had laid their ambush long before. Wizards fought by hurling spells at one another, a kaleidoscope of colors lighting the scene, while Penny, clutching a Muggle-made firearm, crawled towards the center where Sirius stood. At that moment, Sirius was exchanging unforgivable curses with Umbridge, showing no mercy as he faced Penny. Umbridge, clearly at a disadvantage, quickly summoned two nearby Death Eaters to attack Sirius. Seizing the opportunity while Sirius was distracted, Umbridge produced a bone flute from her pocket and blew a haunting melody. The air suddenly thickened, darkness enveloping the sky. A swarm of Dementors materialized against the turbulent backdrop. A suffocating sensation cloaked everyone's senses. These creatures did not discern friend from foe. Sirius raised an eyebrow. Are you attempting to bring about our collective demise? So what? Umbridge replied, her lips curling coldly. My esteemed master has instructed me that my survival is all that matters. And what of him? Sirius retorted, producing a plump, yellowish rat from his pocket. The rat, its tail half broken, squirmed violently in Sirius's grasp, emitting frantic squeaks. No wonder you haven't returned. It appears you captured him. Umbridge's gaze swept over the injured creature. This useless thing, death would be a mercy. I doubt my master would care. Originally, we couldn't have caught him, but alas. He offended your informant, Mr. Filch, at Hogwarts, Sirius explained. He claimed to have killed Mrs. Loris and thought he could continue hiding in Filch's storeroom. That grieving man informed us the moment he came to, hoping for a chance at redemption. In truth, he had only told Severus Snape. But considering Snape's role as a double agent, Sirius refrained from mentioning his name. Once we learned of Wormtail's daily movements, capturing him became significantly easier. Amid their conversation, The Dementors drew ever closer. Most of the Death Eaters were inept at conjuring patronuses. Witnessing this, they attempted to disapparate, seeking escape. However, this location was perilously close to Hogwarts, within the radius of an anti-disapparition jinx. Thus they could only move short distances, unable to flee entirely. In contrast, many of the purists responding to Grindelwald's call were capable of casting patronuses, and even those who could not had comrades to provide protection. Yet these Dementors were formidable, immortal and relentless. If the standoff continued, exhaustion would render them helpless against slaughter. Penny tilted her head, sensing a Dementor gliding toward her. This was dire. She sprang up and dashed in the opposite direction, but the Dementor's speed rendered her efforts futile. Just as Penny found herself cornered, a large, silvery dog appeared before her. Simultaneously, a phoenix's call echoed from afar, as azure flames surged from the direction of Hogsmeade. Fawkes let a torrent of fiery wrath descending upon the cornfield. The inferno rained down upon the Death Eaters, dispersing the encircling Dementors. Realizing the tide had turned, Umbridge, shielded by the Dementors, began to climb the pole from which a scarecrow hung. Her desperate demeanor suggested something atop the pole could save her life. Penny's gaze was drawn once more to the crown above. Now she could discern the inscription at the base. Superior wisdom is humanity's greatest treasure. This phrase, she had seen during her time in Ravenclaw Tower, etched beside the portrait of Rowena Ravenclaw, the founder. This must be the lost diadem of Ravenclaw, one of Hogwarts' legends. Therefore, what Umbridge sought was undoubtedly this. Knowing her adversary's next move would significantly enhance her shooting accuracy, Penny raised her pistol, aiming for the back of Umbridge's head. However, before she could pull the trigger, a sudden interruption occurred. Specifically, a rat had interceded. The once captive Wormtail, having unbound himself through some means, seemed intent on claiming the diadem for his own survival, similar to Umbridge's aspirations. Thus unfolded the scene foretold by Trelawney. The rat sank its teeth into the woman's throat. Umbridge tumbled from the pole, her throat severed, blood gushing from her carotid artery. The effects of the polyjuice potion finally began to wane. Her swollen body tore through the delicate fabric of her pink dress, leaving her sprawled in a pitiful state. Penny had no time to spare for her misfortune. Her weapon now targeted another prey. Just as Wormtail neared the diadem, Penny decisively pulled the trigger. Chapter 56, Resolution. The rotund rat was pierced by the bullet, plummeting from the scarecrow's peak, and upon hitting the ground, transformed back into human form. Wormtail, clutching his blood-soaked abdomen, trembled as he struggled to rise and flee. Sirius immediately drew his wand, casting the killing curse towards him. Unexpectedly, the diadem of Ravenclaw fell from the scarecrow's pinnacle, landing in Wormtail's arms. The diadem deflected Sirius's lethal curse. Wormtail hastily donned the diadem upon his head, and a nebulous shadow materialized behind him. The specter resembled a noseless Voldemort in ghostly form. But his expression was vacant, lacking the capacity for speech as Tom Riddle had done. Instead, it enveloped Wormtail in a dark cloak, with the diadem's power enhancing his state. Wormtail appeared rejuvenated, his wounds ceasing to bleed, and he found the strength to stand. Sirius, dear foot, Wormtail implored with pleading eyes, I merely wish to survive. Why must life be so arduous? No need for flattery, Sirius retorted sharply, I am not James. I will not succumb to your words. After death, go and seek his forgiveness yourself. A green light erupted once more from the tip of his wand, but Wormtail narrowly evaded it. The Death Eaters have all been apprehended, and a contingent of members from the Order of the Phoenix, accompanied by Aurors from the Ministry of Magic, approaches to assist Sirius. However, the diminutive Peter Pettigrew, adorned with Ravenclaw's diadem, proves to be exceedingly agile, his dark magic having advanced significantly. He manages to adopt the stance of 1 against 100. As he continuously operates to alter his position, Penny finds herself unable to aim her gun effectively, relegated to merely spectating from the sidelines. To vanquish the present-day Peter Pettigrew, it is imperative to first destroy the diadem upon his head. A long-forgotten voice resounds behind her. Upon turning, Penny is greeted by the sight of Albus Dumbledore, clad in a grayish-white robe, accompanied by a strikingly handsome elder with white hair, none other than the fire-wielding Grindelwald. Isn't this simple? Grindelwald raises his right hand and snaps his fingers. A swirl of azure flames immediately descends with precision upon Peter's head. The already bald pate of Peter is instantaneously scorched bare. As the flames envelop the diadem, a look of agony contorts the visage of the spectral face behind Peter, its blurred features twisting into a more grotesque grimace as it tilts its head back, mouth agape in what seems to be a furious lament. Mere moments later, Ravenclaw's diadem transforms into a pool of molten metal, slowly cascading down from the top of Peter's head. His scalp and face seethe with smoke as he curls into a ball, writhing upon the ground. Sirius observes this spectacle with a detached demeanor. halting his attacks and stowing away his wand. Excellent. Yet another test subject, Grindelwald cheerfully remarks to Dumbledore. I heard nothing, Dumbledore replies, turning his head and mimicking the act of covering his ears. However, compared to his younger self, Grindelwald has considerably tempered his demeanor. He no longer indulges in the torment of captives for sport, instead employing them for experiments involving memory-related spells, an inspiration drawn from Sirius's previous encounter with the advanced Cruciatus Curse. If such a spell can corrupt the virtuous, might it also have the potential to transform the most nefarious of villains into benevolent saints? Grindelwald is quite intrigued by this research topic. At last, the fierce battle reaches a pause. Penny approaches the silent Sirius, opening her arms to embrace him. In the next instant, the once sharp-eyed and stern Sirius buries his head in her shoulder and begins to weep. Due to Penny still maintaining her disillusionment charm, the scene appears slightly peculiar. Nonetheless, their fellow comrades dare not stare for long, stealing only furtive glances while tidying up the cornfield and the body of Umbridge. Perhaps tomorrow's Daily Prophet will publish an outrageous report, Penny muses, speculating that it might claim Sirius Black is suspected of being bisexual, using his position as acting headmaster of Hogwarts to entice Gryffindor boys. Yet, for them on this day, such matters seem trivial. Having finally unraveled a long-standing emotional knot, Sirius yearns solely to weep in the embrace of his beloved. Dumbledore, with a considerate touch, grants them space, beckoning the Phoenix Fox and walking alongside Grindelwald towards Hogwarts. After the cathartic release of tears, Sirius lifts his head, eyes reddened. At that climactic moment, witnessing Peter's agonizing transformation under the molten metal, I found myself unable to strike him down. His voice is hoarse as he reflects, "We've always spent time together. I didn't particularly like Peter. Yet James adored him, and over time, I grew accustomed to his presence. You may not have realized it yourself, but long ago, you regarded him as a friend." As Penny gently caresses his hair, she responds, "Otherwise, how could you have consented to transfer Lily's secret keeper role to Peter? Perhaps it is precisely for this reason that, compared to the initiator Tom Riddle, I have always harbored a deeper resentment towards Peter Pettigrew." Sirius nuzzles against Penny's neck, admitting, "I truly am quite juvenile. Having endured so much, I still find myself timidly haunted by memories of youth at this age." Upon reflection, Sirius's self-reproach is unwarranted. He had initially dealt a severe blow to the combat-capable Peter, sparing his life mostly out of respect for Mr. Grindelwald, who ultimately subdued Peter. Perhaps he merely seeks to indulge in a moment of vulnerability, Penny thinks while comforting Sirius. After all, it has been an age since they last enjoyed intimate moments alone together after reuniting at Hogwarts. Chapter 57. The Lovegood Family's Halloween Party. With the return of Headmaster Dumbledore, accompanied by Grindelwald's presence at Hogwarts, life at the school has finally returned to its previous tranquility. The once belligerent individuals who had clamored against Grindelwald have fallen silent in awe after witnessing his current prowess. And many pureblood families have even subtly offered gifts in hopes of establishing rapport, all of which have been graciously declined by the gentleman. The original Dark Lord has now relinquished the pursuit of the greatest power, seeking only to spend his twilight years in the company of a certain individual. This battle has significantly depleted the ranks of the Death Eaters, and Voldemort's side has grown notably quieter, likely biding its time to regain strength. Sirius retains his position at the Ministry of Magic, yet remains at Hogwarts to teach defense against the dark arts. As Penny anticipated, their embrace made headlines in the Daily Prophet that day, featuring not only Ms. Rita's short fiction, but also a distant photograph. Those reporters are truly insatiable. The article, aside from discussing Sirius's romantic life, also haphazardly scrutinizes his lawful wife Penny, having obtained photographs from her time studying in London and even inviting her former Muggle boyfriend, Vernon Dursley, for an interview. Penny had previously found it perplexing how Vernon, a Muggle, mingled with the wizard Rita Skeeter without regard for the statute of secrecy. After viewing the interview, she discovered that Vernon's current wife is a witch, a descendant of a long-vanished pureblood family, whose inheritance had ultimately fallen to Mrs. Dursley after the family suffered two upheavals in the wizarding world. Rita Skeeter, beyond being a scandal-mongering media personality, is also a savvy opportunist. When a pureblood family changes its heir, it must announce the alteration publicly, and she cleverly cultivated a relationship with the Dursleys through her position, even becoming a partner in their interests. The interview was utterly ludicrous, painting Vernon Dursley as if he were delusional, claiming throughout that Penny had been secretly in love with him during college and casually mentioning that he had guided her graduation project and thesis. This is sheer nonsense, Penny thinks, considering that Vernon's academic prowess was mediocre at best in the latter part of college. Otherwise, why would he have chosen to return to inherit his family's business in London after graduation? Sirius, seated at the dining table in the Great Hall, peruses that day's Daily Prophet, his furrowed brow deepening with each line he reads until, finally, he can endure no more and tears the newspaper into shreds. Casting it to the floor, the house elves promptly appear, diligently cleaning up the mess. It seems everyone is particularly fascinated by the family dynamics of the savior. Hagrid casts a sympathetic glance at the house elves tidying up the scraps, then looks up at Sirius and says, "Your trio's affairs are generating more discussion in the British magical community than Charlie's Quidditch team. That's Ron's favorite team." Harry sighs and remarks with a wry smile, "I feel honored. It's inevitable." Penny spoke in a calm tone, "Whether wizards or muggles, we share a commonality in our love for gossip. It is a quintessential aspect of humanity. That Vernon Dursley truly deserves a proper reprimand. I regret saving him last time." Sirius scowled, pondering why on earth a witch would willingly marry him. Indeed, he must be silenced. Penny interjected, "If this continues, who knows what further rumors may arise. You could conduct an exclusive interview as a means of clarification." Hagrid suggested, "As it happens, I am pen pals with the editor of the Quibbler. We've exchanged thoughts on certain magical creatures in our correspondence over the years, and he appreciates my perspective. If you require assistance, I can facilitate a connection. The Quibbler boasts higher circulation than the Daily Prophet, making it an excellent platform for your clarification." Upon hearing this, Sirius straightened with sudden vigor. Exchanging a glance with Penny before speaking, "Hagrid, are you referring to Mr. Lovegood?" "Indeed," Hagrid replied, spooning some pumpkin porridge into his mouth. "My blast-ended Scroot recently secured second place in his Halloween pumpkin contest, and Mr. Lovegood has invited me to their Halloween party. You all are welcome to join. It would be a delightful experience for Harry to immerse himself in the wizarding world's Halloween festivities." "A Halloween party?" Harry exclaimed with excitement. "Trick or treat?" "Of course." Hagrid chuckled. "You will certainly receive an ample supply of candy." Penny and Sirius had already contemplated visiting the Lovegood household, so they readily accepted this fortuitous opportunity. Time flew, and soon it was Halloween. For such festive occasions, the more eccentric the costumes, the better. After much insistence from Harry, Penny and Sirius donned the outfits of the Evil Queen and the Forest Hunter, while Harry wore a fluffy snow-white dress. At this tender age, children often lack a defined sense of gender. Many boys indulge in their desire to wear skirts on Halloween. In time, as they grow older, even under duress, Harry would likely shy away from such whims. Penny cherished these unique and fleeting phases of her child's growth, thus she wholeheartedly agreed to his request. Though Sirius did not fully comprehend, he had witnessed Penny dress Harry in skirts before. After all, Halloween parties were meant for fun, and Harry's happiness was paramount. The trio met up with Hagrid, who was clad in a large pumpkin costume, and they traveled to the Lovegood's garden via a portkey. Renowned for his eccentricity, Mr. Lovegood associated with an array of unconventional wizards. Upon entering the garden, Penny spotted an elderly man crouching on the ground, pretending to be a mandrake, and a young man adorned with white feathered wings and a halo, perched on a tree, impersonating an angel. The yard was replete with an assortment of other unexpected costumes. In comparison, their family's Muggle fairy tale attire seemed remarkably conventional. The garden was infused with festive spirit, decorated with carved pumpkin lanterns and skeletons hanging from the surrounding fences. Even black flags mimicking Dementors swayed in the breeze. At the center stood 3 enormous pumpkins, likely the top 3 winners of the Halloween pumpkin contest. Hagrid's blast-ended Scroot had narrowly lost, by a mere centimeter, to a witch who helped out on a Muggle farm in Scotland. Xenophilius Lovegood stood beside the colossal pumpkins, dressed as a crumplehorn snorkack. While most deemed such creatures fictitious, he had persistently endeavored to prove their existence. "Long time no see, Mr. Lovegood," Hagrid approached. "This is the Harry Potter family I mentioned in my letters." "Ah, the young savior, Harry Potter," Lovegood exclaimed warmly. "What a coincidence. My daughter is of a similar age." He greeted Sirius and Penny, agreeing to publish a clarifying interview in the Quibbler. "I am more than willing to assist you, but in exchange, I would like to establish an exclusive column in the magazine dedicated to chronicling the growth of the savior." Previously, the Quibbler's growth column focused solely on rare magical creatures, making a serialized column a unique offering. "We indeed require a long-term platform for public discourse," Sirius remarked. "Achieving a mutually beneficial arrangement would be ideal." During his campaign speeches for the Minister of Magic, he had come to understand the significance of controlling public opinion. Pleased by Sirius's prompt agreement, Mr. Lovegood became notably more affable, prompting Penny to inquire about the content of the book The Power of Words. "That was my grandfather's work," he replied. "He once pursued a witch who might have possessed the gift of word magic, but was unsuccessful. This book was a means for him to cope with his heartbreak. It sold poorly at the time. I believe some copies may still be found in the old house. I will look for you." Chapter 58, Harry's New Friends. By now, the night had enveloped the world in darkness, with a luminous moon casting its silvery glow, bestowing an air of mystery and tranquility upon the entire garden. Disinterested in the adults' conversation, Harry had already begun to collect candy with a small pouch in hand. With few children attending the party and the adults always prepared with an abundance of sweets on this day, he quickly filled his pouch to the brim. This achievement brought him great joy, yet he felt a tinge of loneliness in his solitary quest for treats. Just then, he noticed two girls, one larger and one smaller, swinging in the yard. The older girl, appearing around 8 or 9 years of age, had long chestnut hair and wore a blue and white countryside dress, while the younger girl, about Harry's age, had misty silver eyes concealed behind her light golden bangs, dressed as a small rabbit in classical gentleman attire, complete with carrot earrings. Excited to see peers, Harry approached them eagerly. "You're amazing. You've collected so much candy," the younger girl exclaimed. "Our bags aren't nearly as full as yours." "I got carried away with excitement and kept stopping people for more," Harry humbly replied. "I can share some with you. Thank you for your kindness." "But I don't really enjoy sweets," the little girl said. "She doesn't either. She prefers gingerbread." The older girl had remained silent, prompting Harry to glance at her more intently. The dim light by the swings made the girl's outline seem vaguely familiar. "Alice doesn't speak," the younger girl explained to Harry. "Beautiful souls often bear extra misfortunes." "I'm sorry," Harry said. "It's all right. Alice doesn't mind such trivialities." The girls' swings began to sway in the wind, their faces adorned with smiles, radiating pure joy. "My name is Luna," the younger girl continued. "You already know her name is Alice." "I'm Harry." Harry smiled back. "Exchanging names. From now on, we are friends." "We have very few friends," Luna remarked. "You might come to regret it. Everyone thinks we're oddballs. You both are dressed as characters from Alice in Wonderland, while I am Snow White. We are all figures from Muggle fairy tales, destined to be friends. Besides, my aunt once said that every person in the world is unique, and every personality has its place. We need not compromise ourselves to gain affection." "Thank you for wanting to be my friends," Harry replied. Alice cast a curious glance at Harry. Luna nodded and remarked, "Your aunt must be a sage." Thus, the three children engaged in conversation amidst the night breeze. Although Alice was unable to speak, Luna adeptly deciphered her thoughts through lip reading and gestures. During their discourse, Harry learned that Alice was a devoted reader of contrary opinions and had secured 3rd place in the Halloween pumpkin competition, while Luna was the only daughter of Mr. Lovegood. It was only on this evening that they had met. Speaking of the pumpkin contest, Harry regaled them with tales of Hagrid and Slytherin. And when he recounted the incident of Slytherin being bitten by a rat, Alice displayed a look of utter disgust, evidently feeling sorrow for Slytherin's tragic childhood demise. For Harry, it was a delightful Halloween night. He had amassed a bounty of sweets and forged friendships with 2 new companions. When Sirius and Petunia approached, he felt a tinge of reluctance to part ways. "I currently reside at Hogwarts. By the way, my surname is Potter," he bid farewell to his newfound friends. "You can write to me. If it cannot be delivered to Hogwarts, it can be sent to the nearby Weasley residence. I can now comprehend a fair number of words." Luna smiled in agreement, while Alice's pupils dilated slightly, revealing a look of astonishment. Harry was accustomed to such expressions, typically. It was at moments like these that the renowned savior would lift his fringe to reveal his lightning-shaped scar. However, this time, he was pressed for time as Sirius and Petunia awaited him not far off. "I hope we can meet again," he said as he dashed towards the yard, oblivious to Alice bowing her head in the next instant. To Harry, it was merely a mundane encounter, yet Alice was genuinely startled. She certainly did not wish to be recognized and captured by Sirius and Petunia. Bored by the protracted days spent in hiding with Voldemort, Alice, much like before, indulged in purchasing magazines and books to pass the time, acquiring more knowledge of the wizarding world while temporarily escaping her unpleasant realities. Her participation in the Halloween pumpkin competition stemmed from the same desire. She had come to the Lovegood residence solely to experience a semblance of normal life as an ordinary young witch, never expecting to encounter Harry Potter in disguise. It seemed she would need to exercise greater caution in her future outings. Chapter 59. The Daily Life of the Savior's Growth. The daily life of the Savior. Ordinary days together as a family. Undoubtedly, our hero Harry Potter has grown up in a warm and loving home. Though he lost his parents, he is blessed with a gentle and kind aunt and a dashing and brave godfather. More fortuitously, his aunt and godfather are happily married, sharing a deep bond. Prior to composing this article, I not only interviewed the 3 main subjects, but also conversed with many of their friends and colleagues regarding related matters, receiving remarkably consistent responses. Many readers might share my curiosity about whether Sirius Black married the Muggle Petunia Evans solely to become Harry Potter's legal guardian, suggesting that their union was not born of love. Previously, Rita Skeeter, the esteemed columnist of the Daily Prophet and a senior to Mr. Black, mentioned in her article that she believed Mr. Black, during his school years, showed a greater inclination towards males than females. maintaining an indifferent demeanor towards all female classmates while constantly orbiting around James Potter. Thus, the union of Black and Evans seems more likely to be a pragmatic marriage of convenience for the child left behind by James. This exemplifies the arrogance of an unprofessional journalist who presumes to know better. Had she spent more than a fleeting moment among this family, she would have sensed the sweetness of their love. Sirius once went through a phase of confusion. Mrs. Tabby Cat, in an interview with this magazine, recounted, "He seemed to have forgotten everyone and everything, yet he fell in love with Petunia at first sight. Indeed, that fool even attempted to procure a love potion from me." A potions master, who preferred to remain anonymous and happened to be passing by, remarked he ought to reflect on how he failed to take proper notes in potions class, needing to beg for such a simple elixir. Both are well known as genuine souls at Hogwarts, and their words suffice to demonstrate Mr. Black's affection. You may wonder if Ms. Evans shares Mr. Black's deep love for him. The answer is a resounding yes, though she is gentle and kind to others. Her eyes are often veiled with a thin layer of distance. Such individuals typically exhibit emotional reticence, appearing aloof towards those with whom they are not closely connected. However, during our private interview, whenever Mr. Black was mentioned, Ms. Evans would beam with undeniable joy. Recalling the first time she soared through the skies on Mr. Black's flying motorcycle, she spoke in a teasing and playful tone, reminiscent of every girl in love. Ms. Evans was subtly revealing her affection, a sentiment that cannot be feigned. Moreover, our little Harry can also attest to their bond. They play wrestling games everywhere, he shared, sometimes on the sofa, sometimes on the floor, and occasionally in the yard. It always gets quite loud, and they often break the furniture. Children may not fully grasp the implications, but as adults, we certainly understand what this wrestling game entails. Given that this column is intended for all ages, I shall refrain from elaborating further on this matter. The clarifying article for contrary opinions was soon published. As a special feature of this magazine's inaugural issue, it was personally penned by Mr. Lovegood. In addition to the text, Sirius and Petunia provided several candid photographs. And the article's humorous and engaging style led to it achieving the highest sales of the year upon release. Now, every wizard in Britain is aware of our wrestling games. Sirius winked at Petunia, feigning innocence, yet in truth, they had not yet engaged in such games. Petunia promptly turned her head, deliberately ignoring him. Feeling her cheeks and head flush, unsure whether from anger or embarrassment. "You play every day," Harry interjected, mimicking their antics with exaggerated gestures. "Left hook. Right hook. Take that." "You're right, Harry," Sirius nodded. "Actually, this isn't so bad. At least it helps clarify my orientation." While the misunderstanding was rather awkward, it seemed unnecessary for them to provide a specific explanation, leading them to accept that they would continue to be misapprehended. No wonder Professor Dumbledore inquired earlier whether I required a larger room. Petunia shot a glare at Sirius. And even Madame Pomfrey had indirectly reminded me to take care of my health. Upon hearing her words, Sirius let out a shameless chuckle. Overall, this article significantly shifted public opinion. In these challenging times, everyone appreciates heartwarming family stories or seeks small comforts in the sweetness of others' love. Their family consequently garnered a significant following, with interest and discussions reaching unprecedented heights. Before long, in addition to numerous magazine interviews and photoshoot invitations, even the largest wizarding radio station in all of Britain approached them for a live exclusive interview, aiming to explore the joys and struggles of families that blend wizards and muggles. Penny never anticipated that, thanks to Harry, she would embark on a path to stardom within the magical community. However, they declined the majority of exposure requests, stating that they would only collaborate exclusively with the Singing Dissonance program. Meanwhile, Mr. Lovegood had unearthed documents concerning the art of word binding and blood curses from his grandfather's ancestral home. He replicated these materials and dispatched them via owl. The records predominantly comprised folklore passed down through generations, lacking sufficient evidence to support their authenticity. It was said that a wizard afflicted by a blood curse was saved by a witch endowed with the power of word binding. The wizard, on the brink of complete beastliness, was restored to human form through a true love's kiss. This notion evoked in Penny memories of certain fairy tales, such as Beauty and the Beast or The Frog Prince, where the trope of true love's kiss typically resides within the realm of fantasy. Yet, in this legend, the emphasis was not merely on the kiss, but rather on true love itself, or the sincere hope for the other's restoration. A word binder, in addition to possessing innate powers, required a formidable will, placing high demands on the relationship between both parties. Thus, it stands to reason that Nagini's restoration was a confluence of opportune circumstances. It was merely an isolated incident. And Voldemort had no assurance of being able to resolve blood curses on a larger scale. Chapter 60. What? A supernatural variety show. My mother, your mother. Going to catch a witch. My mother, your mother, waving little sticks. My mother, your mother, Witches never cry. My mother, your mother, witches must die. Witch number 1, drowned in the river. Witch number 2, let her hang. Witch number 3, watch her burn. Witch number 4, whip her round. The tune of this nursery rhyme often echoed in Alice's mind. It was the only nursery rhyme she had learned during her time at the convent. The children living there would typically sing this little tune while playing hopscotch. Most children sang the rhyme without grasping its meaning. Yet Alice understood it to be an anti-witch nursery rhyme, despite the absence of magic and witches in her life at that time. This was to be expected, as believers in God would naturally oppose witches, a sentiment that has persisted throughout history. Alice was indifferent to whether she was a witch or a witch hunter. She merely wished to live with dignity and see all evils vanish from her sight. Little did she know, she would encounter once again the very nun from that convent. In a convalescent home in the heart of London, the elderly woman, who had possessed an American accent in Alice's memory, sat in the small garden of the home, basking in the sunlight, her gaze vacant. Even as Alice approached her, she seemed oblivious to her presence. The girl turned back in confusion to look at Nagini, who had accompanied her to the convalescent home. Modesty. Nagini spoke, long time no see. The old woman's clouded eyes flickered, and upon recognizing Nagini's visage, her once dull gaze gradually sharpened. You still live in this form. She stiffly tilted her neck and rasped. Did he ultimately succeed? Nagini shook her head. No. It is you who has succeeded. Upon hearing Nagini's words, Modesty's eyes widened, and she turned her head with a speed unbefitting her age, gazing at Alice with astonishment. Alice retrieved a piece of gingerbread wrapped in tin foil from her small bag and placed it beside the elderly woman. I too have only recently begun to recall, Nagini remarked. Having spent too long in the forest, I often thought of myself as a snake. My memories as a human felt like mere dreams. Ha! Modesty covered her face with her hands, laughing heartily. Indeed, I was right. His wish has been fulfilled. Regardless, both Alice and I owe you our gratitude. Nagini approached the elderly woman, bending down to embrace her. In the future, should you face any difficulties, we will do our utmost to assist you. I have always harbored hatred for him. Modesty trembled as she spoke, yet I cannot help but love him. I detest you all. Please do not return. Nagini gently patted her back, murmuring, I am sorry. After a while, a young Asian woman clad in a fitted black dress entered the convalescent home, holding the hand of a little girl with chestnut hair. Strangely, the doorman was unaware of how they had gained entry, and their visit was not recorded in the logbook. The doorman flipped through the records with a puzzled expression. Just as he was about to stop the two and inquire, they vanished without a trace, as if evaporated into thin air. Could it be a supernatural event? He fell back into his chair in fright, then picked up the desk phone to dial a number. Hello, I have experienced a supernatural occurrence, he said. Yes, at the Evergreen Convalescent Home in central London. I heard that this program is sponsored by Mr. Dudley, the wealthiest man in the North, and reporting real supernatural events comes with generous rewards. I assure you, our home has surveillance cameras at the entrance to confirm it. Yes, I am the doorman, Brown. Yes, see you then. While supernatural events are indeed frightening, the allure of money can compel even the most spectral of entities to act. Brown had read about a late-night variety show inspired by foreign supernatural adventures seeking filming locations and providing relevant information could yield financial gain. Thus, his momentary fear quickly transformed into an opportunity to earn. This variety show was a new venture co-invested by Vernon Dudley and Rita Skeeter, set to be broadcast in 2 different forms across Muggle television and Wizarding radio. Meanwhile, Mr. Kingsley from the Auror office of the Ministry of Magic also stumbled upon an advertisement in the Daily Prophet seeking ghosts with properties. He suspected that some individuals were attempting to skirt the edges of the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy, prompting him to investigate further into the advertisement. To his shock, what he discovered was astounding. What kind of mind could conceive such a brilliant idea of a dual-profit variety show? Recently, his colleagues in the department had been preoccupied with eradicating Death Eaters, showing considerable laxity towards such petty crimes exploiting loopholes. It seemed time to teach these increasingly brazen individuals a lesson. However, if the case were solely addressed by the ministry, it would be easy for the wealthy backers of pureblood families to cause trouble. Kingsley thought of Sirius Black, the heir of one of the oldest pureblood families in the wizarding world, who had recently shone brightly in both political and entertainment circles. I still have to teach defense against the dark arts. Sirius crossed his arms in front of him, exclaiming, What kind of nonsense is it to participate in a Muggle variety show? Severus would be more than willing to cover for you. Dumbledore replied with a smile, Rest assured. Matters will be resolved swiftly, for I shall have Gale accompany you. He has been rather bored lately, often wandering the castle and frightening the children. He has become even more detestable than Peeves in the eyes of the students. Upon hearing the name Grindelwald, Sirius resolutely declined further, reflecting on his life of unbridled freedom. Now confined at home under Petunia's governance, and the prospect of venturing out with a formidable dark wizard felt like a self-imposed torment. After a moment's contemplation, Dumbledore adjusted his crystal spectacles, a glimmer of insight illuminating his eyes. Considering your unfamiliarity with certain protocols of the Muggle world, I believe it prudent to include Petunia in our endeavor. Her skills in disguise are quite commendable, he assured Sirius. Harry's safety at Hogwarts is assured. We shall manage him without concern. The headmaster spoke with remarkable rapidity, meticulously arranging every detail, affording Sirius no opportunity to interject. Very well, Sirius acquiesced. Recalling how Petunia had once insisted he use a Bible to play the exorcist, it appeared that they were indeed compelled to embrace their roles. Chapter 61, Recording in Progress. Dumbledore possessed an uncanny knack for understanding human nature. He was a born leader. Petunia could hardly refuse such a task. As a skilled agent reluctantly semi-retired, she would seize any opportunity to fulfill her professional aspirations. Once Petunia accepted the mission, Sirius would undoubtedly accompany her. Thus, with Kingsley's assistance, the trio acquired their respective false identities. Sirius examined the ID card and character profile in his hands, a masked gentleman from France, Zora de Morland. The upper half of his visage perpetually concealed behind an iron mask, he never revealed his true face. Always appearing with a silver chain cross in his left hand and a black gold-covered Bible in his right. Apologies, that was the ID card for Mr. Grindelwald. Kingsley quickly reclaimed the document and politely handed it to Grindelwald. Your countenance is rather conspicuous. Many images of your youth are preserved across the European continent. I surmise you would prefer to avoid the polyjuice potion, hence the necessity of a mask. How amusing. I rather enjoy it, Grindelwald replied with delight. The former Dark Lord exhibited an unexpectedly agreeable demeanor, prompting Kingsley to breathe a sigh of relief. Petunia's identity was that of a tarot card reader from North America, named Angelina Jones. Most of the time, simply donning disheveled hair and glasses while emulating Professor Trelawney will suffice. Oh, and do speak with a North American accent, peppering your speech with colloquialisms. Petunia found this to be quite manageable. As for Sirius, Kingsley had no ID card prepared for him. Indicating he was solely equipped with those for Grindelwald and Petunia, he remained himself. I cannot abide your incessant prattling, Sirius interjected, snatching the character profile from Kingsley's grasp. The document identified him as Mr. Sirius Black, an observer and newly invested stakeholder in the program, hailing from an old money family in London, notably interested in the arcane and rather affluent. Does this mean I must be separated from Petunia? Sirius expressed his dissatisfaction. Am I allowed to voice my objection? I have accounted for this scenario, Kingsley replied. Hence Petunia's character includes a dog ownership detail. Unwritten, of course, to safeguard Sirius's unregistered and nimicus identity. You previously operated a pet shop in London. With your appearance, many Muggles residing there would undoubtedly recall your face. Kingsley elaborated, and now, in the wizarding world, you are quite well known. Such a pronounced identity must be presented, yet I recognize your attachment to Petunia. He had specifically requested Sirius's assistance from Dumbledore, while Grindelwald and Petunia were included as a bonus. Very well, Sirius responded dryly. So at times I must transform into a dog. Many hands make light work, Grindelwald applauded. I have high hopes for you, young man. Thank you, Sirius muttered begrudgingly. The paranormal reality show airing on Muggle television was titled Encountering Spirits Tonight, whereas in the Wizarding Radio, it was known as Ghostly Work Log. Notably, following the announcement of Sirius Black's impending participation, the show garnered immense attention in the wizarding community, surpassing even the Quidditch World Cup in popularity. Some fans had even installed Muggle televisions in their homes to catch a glimpse of Sirius. Are we not to combat crime? Sirius questioned, puzzled. Would such attention not encourage borderline behavior? Kingsley clarified that the aim was to address individual misconduct. Petunia remarked, there is a distinction between personal actions and those sanctioned by the Ministry of Magic. He likely intends to expose the Dursleys and Rita Skeeter, ultimately allowing the Ministry to take over this venture under the auspices of public adoration and the inability to cease broadcasting. His awareness is remarkable. Such thoughts elude most. Sirius acknowledged. Were it not for his youth, I might contemplate offering him Fudge's seat. At that moment, the two were seated in a black vintage carriage, drawn by a Muggle driver towards a sanatorium reputed for supernatural occurrences, as the recording had commenced. Petunia enhanced her character profile, using the materials provided by Kingsley, transforming her ordinary Muggle glasses into a single-lensed crystal frame adorned with a silver chain, and applying vibrant face paint to cultivate an exotic yet earnest mystic persona attempting to assimilate into English customs. As they approached their destination, Sirius transformed into a large black dog within the carriage. Upon arriving at the recording site, they exchanged glances with Grindelwald, passing each other as strangers. The essence of such a reality show prioritized entertainment over the actual presence of spirits. Muggles were always inclined to interpret the inexplicable. However, it was reported that the surveillance at the sanatorium had indeed captured two indistinct female figures who appeared and vanished abruptly. At the recording's outset, the director played this footage. Among the guests participating in the show, few were genuine wizards. For wizards, the video would reveal that the two figures were utilizing apparition. Strangely, the Ministry of Magic had no record of this particular apparition, and they could not ascertain the identities of these women. This was precisely why they had chosen this location as the first recording site, as the ability to shield apparition from the Ministry's detection was likely linked to the Death Eaters. At that moment, Grindelwald, observing the video, already possessed an inkling of the truth but remained silent, standing calmly to the side. Next, it was the guests' turn to showcase their talents, each seeking spectral clues and conducting exorcisms within the sanatorium. Muggles quickly engaged, employing compasses and salt in their daily lives to locate and repel ghosts, yielding some results, albeit limited. "This place is quite pristine," Petunia heard Grindelwald remark to his accompanying camera. "There is no need for exorcism." He casually gestured and sprawled across a garden bench. Petunia suspected he might remain there all day. She turned and, alongside Sirius, made her way toward the high-rise housing the sanatorium's residents. Even in the absence of spirits, they needed to maintain appearances. Their primary objective remained to uncover the identities of those two women and ascertain their purpose for appearing at the sanatorium. Chapter 62. Some Memories. The first day of filming proved exceedingly dull, predominantly consisting of guests engaging in idle conversation with the elderly residents of the sanatorium or aimlessly wandering about. These residents were either afflicted with Alzheimer's or possessed peculiar temperaments that deterred close interaction, making communication exceedingly challenging. Penny harbored doubts that if this variety show were to be aired, it would inevitably flop on the Muggle television network, resulting in a complete financial loss. However, she discerned that the nursing home possessed an air of peculiarity. Its residents appeared to be of modest means, and throughout the day, no family members had come to visit. It was worth noting that this establishment was situated in the heart of London, equipped with comprehensive medical facilities and staffed by highly skilled caregivers. Logically, the cost of residing in such a nursing home would be exorbitant, rendering it unaffordable for the average lonely elder. Given that the Ministry of Magic had not recorded any anomalies, it seemed prudent to consult her colleagues at MI6. After concluding the recording for the night, Penny and Sirius returned to their residence in London. They had initially extended an invitation to Grindelwald to join them, but he had expressed his preference for the comforts of Hogwarts and promptly disapparated away. Upon receiving Penny's investigative request, MI6 swiftly transmitted a coded telegram. The Ivy Nursing Home, established in 1920, was originally a St. Mary's convent that declared bankruptcy in 1932 due to mismanagement and was subsequently auctioned off for conversion into a charitable nursing home by the government. However, in reality, the largest shareholder of this nursing home had remained unchanged. It had always belonged to the New Salem Charitable Association, and most of the elderly residents today were former members of that organization. The New Salem Charitable Association was a fervent group that had ignited a modern hunting movement in the 1920s in America, harboring extreme animosity towards wizards. Their influence had extended into Europe, establishing footholds in countries such as England, France, and Germany, all while masquerading as devout followers of God, thereby attracting a considerable number of new recruits in each nation. The rise and fall of this organization were remarkably swift. By the end of 1926, their headquarters in America was obliterated by unknown forces, leading to the annihilation of the leaders and key figures of the New Salem Charitable Association within a single day. Since then, the activities of its members had become considerably more discreet, due to this faction in the UK not posing any tangible threat to Her Majesty the Queen or the British Empire, and their investment in public infrastructure along with substantial tax contributions to the government. The Prime Minister tacitly allowed their existence. Thus, it seemed likely that the residents of that nursing home were all familiar faces who had previously troubled Mr. Grindelwald. However, the former Dark Lord would undoubtedly disdain remembering the appearances of such Muggle minions. Penny recalled Grindelwald's demeanor during the day, speculating that he had likely been aware of the underlying secrets of this place, which was why he had been reluctant to enter. This led her to consider that the two witches who vanished at the entrance of the nursing home might indeed have connections to the New Salem Charitable Association of Europe. Sirius rested his head on Penny's shoulder as they perused the translated telegram together. "The only individuals I can think of who could evade the Ministry of Magic's surveillance undetected are the Death Eaters. Do you remember? I encountered the rat-like Peter Pettigrew in his animagus form at Diagon Alley, and the Aurors apprehended the woman who was with him," Penny remarked. "She has since remained closely affiliated with Tom Riddle." "Are you referring to that woman who can transform into a snake?" I cannot think of anyone else, Sirius mused. Penny analyzed. Firstly, she participated in the Hogwarts defense battle against the Death Eaters. Secondly, I have heard she was quite close to Credence Barebone, who hails from the New Salem Charitable Association. Finally, she is currently a Death Eater. Could the other little girl be Alice Olimson? Sirius racked his brain, recalling the indistinct footage he had seen today, believing his speculation to be quite accurate. I am certain that Professor Dumbledore is also aware of this. Penny stated, they possess information far beyond our own, and they have concealed quite a bit regarding that girl. Never mind, the old men will handle it themselves. It is not for us to worry about. Sirius wrapped an arm around Penny's waist, leaning in to plant a kiss on her cheek, cherishing the rare moment of tranquility they could share. I did not expect you to be so easily satisfied. Penny placed the telegram on the table and turned to embrace his neck. In the office of Hogwarts headmaster, Dumbledore and Grindelwald stood before the pensive. The shimmering silvery substance was extracted from Dumbledore's temple with a flick of his wand and fell into the basin, revealing fragments of Dumbledore's past. In the vision, a melancholy young man with dark hair cast his gaze downward, cradling a large serpent in his arms. You mean, only a Parselmouth can lift the blood curse? His voice was devoid of inflection, yet it was remarkably hoarse, indicating a profound sense of despair. The blood curse, passed down through generations, could not possibly have originated from a living caster. Generally, each curse has a unique method of counteraction, known solely to its originator. Even if one were to find the descendants of the caster, they might not possess knowledge of the remedy. Dressed in a waistcoat and sporting chestnut-colored hair, Dumbledore replied, a sufficiently powerful Parselmouth can suppress the blood curse. While it cannot be resolved at its root, it may at least allow Ms. Nogany to regain her humanity. But this world is vast. Where should I search for a Parselmouth? The youth lifted his head, his bloodshot eyes gleaming with obsessive fervor. I wonder if you resemble anyone. Is it possible that such goat-like obstinacy could be inherited? Dumbledore sighed. It is exceedingly difficult to find a Parselmouth in this era. Such abilities do not pass down through bloodlines like those of seers, but are bestowed from one Parselmouth to another, provided there exists some form of connection between the two. Moreover, the strength of this gift varies according to individual aptitude. Typically, a half-blood witch's Parcel magic is several times stronger than that of a pure-blood witch. With a gentle flick of his hand, an aged parchment flew from the bookshelf and hovered before the youth, unfurling in midair. An alchemical blueprint? The youth's expression morphed into one of confusion as he discerned the contents of the parchment. I happen to know a witch with the gift of parcel magic. She has been seeking this ancient blueprint for human transmutation. Dumbledore said, if you take this blueprint to her and persuade her, Ms. Nogany might still have hope. The vision in the pensive came to an end. Grindelwald cast a skeptical glance at the somewhat guilty-looking Dumbledore. Pray tell, is that girl the offspring of a woman he later sought out? Grindelwald incredulously inquired. Or have you gone so mad that, in your quest to resurrect Ariana, you incited that child to approach the Dark Witch with the blueprint and relics for life transmutation? Striking a pose of righteous indignation, as though you had never exploited him. Dumbledore quietly clarified, moreover, this does not qualify as life transmutation. I have meticulously studied it, and the principles align closely with Muggle cloning technology. In my view, they possess distinct souls. Chapter 63, following the script. On the following day at the recording venue, Rita Skeeter made a personal appearance to enhance the show's appeal. Fortunately, Penny's disguise skills were sufficiently adept that the woman failed to recognize her. To ensure this episode was captivating, Rita had even prepared the script for the day's recording in advance. She had brought along a bewildered 7-year-old Muggle girl to masquerade as a ghost. The supernatural events must be resolved by the conclusion of the program. Rita adjusted her glasses and articulated with a rhythmic cadence. Regardless of whether the specter is genuine or a mere product of human fabrication, it ultimately necessitates a transcendence, broadening the scope of the narrative. In this episode, we delve into the theme of familial bonds. The central character, Mary, is the youngest daughter of Mr. Brown, the gatekeeper. Her parents, preoccupied with their livelihoods, often neglect her and her sister, leaving the lonely Mary to concoct an idea for a supernatural event, which she devises along with her sister to play pranks on their father at his workplace. The director began to expound on the script penned by Rita, portraying a mischievous plot orchestrated by a girl yearning for affection. This premise is rather implausible. One of the guests queried, even if human eyes can be deceived through certain techniques, how could the two little girls evade the surveillance cameras? Naturally, Mr. Brown edited the footage after recognizing the issue, motivated by the prospect of winning the prize money for our production team. Rita interjected, for the impoverished. Such funds could sustain their household for half a year. Mr. Brown has already consented. The director, feigning congeniality towards Rita, turned and glared menacingly at the inquisitive guest, admonishing them to focus on their remuneration rather than indulge in excessive dialogue. The script supervisor commenced the distribution of scripts to each participant. Penny's role was minimal. She primarily served as ambience, responsible for creating an eerie atmosphere, occasionally emerging with Sirius from hidden corners to instill fear. Conversely, Grindelwald's role was unexpectedly substantial, likely due to his French noble lineage and inherent aura of authority, which Rita had instantly recognized, elevating him to the lead protagonist in the script. He was required to uncover the traces left by the impersonation of a ghost near the gatekeeper's lodge when everyone else was at a loss, ultimately leading to the revelation of the hardships faced by Mr. Brown and a photograph of his 2 daughters displayed on the table. Following this lead, the group would investigate and compile various evidences of fabricated specters, culminating in the apprehension of the girl intent on a second offense. The conclusion would then pivot towards reflections on child education and societal circumstances, culminating in a tribute to the arduous labor of parents and the helplessness of the lower class, thereby achieving a flawless finale for the episode. Under ordinary circumstances, I would not align myself with such a tedious script, Grindelwald scoffed, yet I must concede. It is indeed the most effective means of resolving that troublesome footage. The relationship between the girl named Alice and the elderly woman at the sanatorium must not be exposed to the wizarding community, particularly the Ministry of Magic. A wordsmith born from the forbidden ancient art of human transmutation, raised by the second-generation leader of a witch-hunting organization, with the bloodline of the Dumbledore family coursing through her veins, and most crucially, currently trailing behind Voldemort. Each of these aspects could incite a significant uproar within the wizarding world, undermine our morale, and hasten the alignment of those neutral pureblood families. Furthermore, though Albus may not vocalize it, he undoubtedly despairs at the thought of this girl embarking on a path of ruin. Grindelwald understood him all too well. Thus, an unspoken agreement was reached to cooperate. As the scene concluded, the hour had grown late into the night. Penny, unable to remove her makeup, wearily settled into a taxi for her return home, with Sirius in his large dog form quietly nestled beside her. "Madam, are you one of the guests for that paranormal variety show?" The taxi driver, a portly middle-aged man with thinning hair and a pair of small mustaches, remarked, "I've seen quite a few promotional ads lately." "Indeed," Penny replied politely, "when it airs. I hope you will watch it with your family and friends to boost the ratings." "Of course," the driver replied. "I have always found such supernatural occurrences fascinating. Those of us in this line of work, having traveled many dark roads, are bound to encounter ghosts." He began recounting a peculiar experience he had while driving long distances at night. "Around last Christmas, I was transporting a wealthy elderly lady to visit relatives near the North Sea. On the return journey, I encountered a deranged woman at the entrance of an overpass, who seemed to be frantically trying to flag me down. She appeared as though she hadn't bathed in ages, her hair matted and her face soiled, water dripping incessantly from her. Her erratic demeanor suggested she was fleeing from something, and given the late hour, her sudden appearance was quite terrifying. So I sped away without stopping. The next day, I saw a news report about an accident on that very highway, where a night driver had fallen asleep and plunged from the overpass into the Thames, his body discovered fully submerged. A friend from the East later told me that this is known as a water ghost seeking a replacement." The driver shivered. "As long as someone takes her place in the water to become a ghost, she can ascend to heaven." While he spoke, the taxi reached an overpass. Beneath the dim lights of foggy night, a woman in a white gown with a black veil stood at the bridge's edge. The driver trembled in fear, slamming down on the accelerator. Yet, in the next moment, the woman appeared directly in front of the car. At such a moment, braking was futile, and the driver, evidently unwilling to stop, barreled straight ahead. Sirius, alert, sat up and lunged forward to shield Penny. Chapter 64, The Mysterious Woman. Following the abrupt halt, the interior of the car spun disorientingly. When they regained their bearings and lifted their heads, they found the woman who had flagged them down had vanished. The driver cursed loudly, glanced around for any signs of abnormality, and then attempted to restart the engine. However, the car appeared to have stalled from the sudden stop. No matter how he pressed the accelerator, it remained immobile in the middle of the road. "I apologize, madam." The driver turned to Penny. "It seems you will need to summon another taxi." Outside, the fog thickened, reducing visibility to barely a meter. Any further, and the car lights struggled to penetrate the gloom. A sense of foreboding crept over Penny as she exchanged glances with Sirius, preparing to disapparate directly. However, Sirius shook his head at her. He couldn't revert. "We may have crossed into another realm through the fog." Penny began to embody her eccentric character, Mrs. Jones, her half-closed eyes suddenly widening as she uttered, "This is no longer London." The driver, pale-faced, shouted, "I have several children to care for at home, and my wife just lost her job. Oh God, I can't die here." "Fear not. As long as you remain in the car, once dawn breaks and the fog dissipates, you shall return to your former world," Penny reassured him. She unfastened her seatbelt, opened the car door, and stepped outside, declaring, "They are coming for me." The driver, watching the red-haired diviner and her black dog vanish into the dense mist, trembled as he retrieved an old camera from the car to capture the moment. Penny and Sirius walked along the edge of the overpass. This was still London, albeit a segment of it temporarily isolated by a powerful wizard. Within this realm, all magic was rendered ineffective. Even Sirius's animagus abilities were suppressed. In the world, few wizards possess such capabilities. And Penny had only encountered similar references in ancient texts at Hogwarts Library, once believing them to be mere legends. She suspected even Headmaster Dumbledore could not achieve such a feat. As they approached the center of the overpass, the streetlights began to flicker rhythmically, emitting a buzzing sound as if on the verge of a short circuit. In the distance, Penny glimpsed a vague figure of a lady, initially 50 meters away. But in the blink of an eye, she was now merely 40 meters distant. The silhouette of the lady loomed larger and larger until she was suddenly right before them. Penny finally saw her own reflection, resembling the woman in the white dress adorned with black lace who had just stood at the bridge's edge. "Good evening," the woman said, halting before Penny, her ethereal voice resonating in the air. "Miss Evans and Mr. Black." "Good evening, madam." Although Penny's back was drenched with sweat, she maintained a composed smile on her face. "I had initially wished to disregard the trivialities beyond. Yet the woman shrouded in black lace emanated an immense pressure simply by standing still. Her every gesture exuded poise and elegance, reminiscent of a well-bred young lady from a venerable aristocratic lineage. However, the birth of that girl bore some of my responsibility, and I felt compelled to take it upon myself to bring her close and educate her properly." Penny mused, "You must take responsibility, so why come to us?" Yet she dared not voice these thoughts outright. Instead, with an understanding smile, she remarked, "I appreciate your effort in coming here. Is there anything we can assist you with?" "Indeed, I once made an unbreakable vow with someone, pledging never to harm any student of Hogwarts." The woman appeared somewhat vexed, reflecting that the individual in question could not have anticipated the emergence of a malevolent Dark Lord in the future. "Thus, you are unable to act against Tom Riddle," Penny stated. "Because of this constraint, you cannot bring that girl back with you." "Precisely," the woman nodded. "I am aware that you are guardians of Harry Potter, and I have heard whispers of the prophecy concerning him. As for Voldemort, I shall not meddle in that matter. But I implore you to spare the life of the girl named Alice." "You overestimate us," Penny replied earnestly. "I am but a Muggle, and Sirius's academic performance during his schooling was rather dismal. Such matters ought to be discussed with Professor Dumbledore. Albus would undoubtedly refrain from acting against her," the woman asserted with conviction. "This is beyond question. However, he cannot openly ask you to show leniency due to his position, which necessitates discretion, hence my intervention." It became apparent that the witch before them had orchestrated such a grand display merely to intimidate them into sparing Alice Ollivander's life. Penny was oblivious to how her actions might have been misconstrued as those of a cold-hearted, bloodthirsty fiend. She had always been praised by wizards for her kindness, and apart from young Barty Crouch and Peter Pettigrew, she had never drawn her wand against any other Death Eater. How, then, had she acquired a reputation for ruthless extermination? As Penny reflected, the woman raised her hand and gently gestured towards Sirius, restoring him to human form. "Madam." Sirius placed his right hand upon his chest and inclined slightly in a genteel bow. "We would never initiate harm against an innocent young girl, provided she does not turn against us, for her power far exceeds ours." "You need not fret," the woman assured them. "I will grant you an alchemical object that nullifies the effects of the binding curse." She opened her palms as if to scoop water from the air, drawing forth a cluster of colorful sand. She placed the sand into a glass vial and handed it to Penny. "This sand can delineate space. Creating an absolute domain such as this, albeit only for half an hour, you must seize the right moment to utilize it." Penny understood that by accepting the vial, they would be obliged to assist in capturing Alice Ollivander, but refusing could very well jeopardize their lives on the elevated bridge. "Thank you," Penny said, accepting the vial. The woman nodded in satisfaction. "It is getting late. I apologize for intruding upon your evening. Allow me to escort you home." Before Penny and Sirius could respond, the woman snapped her fingers, and in an instant, they found themselves at the doorstep of their own home. Chapter 65. The legendary transfer student. Who would have thought such a formidable presence still existed in this age? Sirius exclaimed in awe. "I believed such ancient magic had long been lost to time. I heard from Mr. Arthur that over 80 years ago, a remarkable transfer student attended Hogwarts while his great-grandmother taught transfiguration," Penny remarked. The woman we just encountered immediately brought to mind the tales he shared. "Oh, that would be during Phineas Black's tenure as headmaster," Sirius mused, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. Just then, they passed the portrait of Alfred Black. The elderly man, who had been dozing with squinted eyes, opened them wide upon hearing Phineas's name. "Children, were you just speaking of great-grandfather Phineas?" Indeed, Uncle, Penny nodded in response. I have a portrait of him preserved in my antique room, Alfred mentioned. However, he seldom visits. He prefers residing at 12, Grimmauld Place. If you wish to consult him, you might consider leaving a message at that portrait. Thank you, Uncle, Sirius said with a grimace. But I have no desire to engage in a futile endeavor. When Phineas lived at 12, Grimmauld Place, he had never treated Sirius kindly. Alfred chuckled softly, donning a nearby nightcap. They bid him good night. After returning to their room, Penny photographed the vial of colorful sand and sent it to the headmaster's office at Hogwarts, believing that Dumbledore would likely recognize the lady. Given the direct threat she had posed, it seemed reasonable to inquire about it. Whether he would choose to disclose pertinent information to her remained to be seen. With a hint of uncertainty, Penny removed her makeup, took a shower, donned her pajamas, and lay down in bed. After a while, a freshly groomed Sirius joined her at her side. They both slept until well past noon. Due to the late conclusion of their recording the previous night, their work was concentrated in the afternoon. They needed to take promotional photos for the Supernatural variety show. Penny and Sirius arrived a bit late, finding that the other guests had already completed their segments, with only Grindelwald still striking poses in the studio. After what felt like an eternity, they finally awaited the perfectionist's conclusion, and Penny, with Sirius in his canine form, made their way into the studio. As they brushed past Grindelwald, who had been feigning unfamiliarity with them, he suddenly squatted down and began to pet Sirius's dog head enthusiastically. Sir, Penny said disapprovingly, that is rather uncouth. The big-footed one is quite particular about his hairstyle, and we are about to take photos. Sirius, initially bewildered, bared his teeth in response to Penny's remark. Just checking for fleas, Grindelwald said, standing up after sufficient petting. You seem fine, but I heard you encountered quite the formidable individual last night. Remember to return and thoroughly disinfect. His intention was clear. They should find a time to return to Hogwarts and allow Dumbledore and the other professors to examine them for any potential curses or effects. Acknowledging his concern, Penny nodded as Grindelwald waved goodbye and departed. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit basement somewhere in central London, flickering candlelight cast fleeting shadows across a girl's face as Alice sat at the dining table, enjoying a salad. Opposite her was the youthful visage of Tom Riddle. Do you still like it? The young Dark Lord spoke. I have noticed your recent unhappiness. If Shanshan's culinary skills do not suit your palate, I can arrange for other Muggle chefs to be hired. Alice shook her head, indicating that Shanshan's cooking was quite satisfactory, and she had no desire to witness a Muggle chef meet their demise at the hands of Voldemort. Is there a specific discomfort you are experiencing? Tom leaned closer to the girl, seemingly attempting to discern the source of her malaise. I suspect it is the oppressive dampness of this basement. Nagini entered the room. I shall take Alice out for some fresh air. Tom Riddle resumed his relaxed posture against the chair, his fingers interlaced beneath his chin. You haven't conspired behind my back, have you? He blinked his strikingly contrasting eyes, his tone playful, yet imbued with youthful innocence. Without you, we could accomplish nothing, Nagini replied impassively. Tom, do you not trust us? My apologies, Tom Riddle chuckled lightly. I was merely jesting. He redirected his gaze to Alice, observing her earnestly as she methodically consumed her salad. Have you located the key to the Lestrange family vault? He spoke again once Alice's plate was half empty. Ms. Bellatrix has always been remarkably cautious regarding such matters. I fear no one but herself knows the whereabouts of the key, Nagini responded. Now that all witches and wizards are aware of her capture, even if one were to impersonate her to demand access to the vault, trust would not be granted. To enter Gringotts' vault, we must rescue Bella from Godric's Hollow. This poses quite a conundrum. Tom Riddle tapped his fingers against the table, a hint of agitation in his voice. Should we assault Godric's Hollow? We risk being ensnared by Grindelwald's followers, and our vampire allies have detected a significant magical disturbance on a bridge in London last night, indicating that a formidable figure, long absent, has returned to England. Such an individual is still considered formidable by your standards? Nagini appeared somewhat astonished. What strength must they possess? How do they compare to Grindelwald at his peak? I am uncertain, Tom Riddle replied. According to the accounts left by her former professors, no one could be found to rival her expertise in various magics for nearly 1,000 years, and after her graduation, she self-studied alchemy. Given her pace of learning, after so many years, her skills must have expanded significantly. Nagini fell silent. This was her first encounter with such a prodigious talent in the magical realm. Moreover, she is a rare individual whose words hold undeniable power, Tom remarked lightly, although this ability is merely a supplementary asset for her. At that moment, Alice, who had been engrossed in her salad, abruptly halted her actions, the fork clattering into the plate with a resounding thud. Chapter 66, Ron's Birthday. The first episode of the paranormal variety show had concluded its filming, with the second installment scheduled for next month. Consequently, Penny and Sirius, following Grindelwald's instructions, returned to Hogwarts. Upon their arrival at the castle, they were surrounded by Dumbledore, McGonagall, and Flitwick, who meticulously scrutinized them before finally relaxing once assured there were no issues. "He is quite the unconventional individual," Dumbledore remarked, gesturing toward the bottle of colorful sand. "Fortunately, despite her eccentricities, she holds no inclination to deceive others. For that poor girl, apprenticing under such a figure could prove to be a fortuitous path." McGonagall glanced at Dumbledore, given her talents. Growing up in such a populous environment poses considerable risks for those around her. Indeed, Professor Flitwick concurred. Moreover, Alice Ollivander's close relationship with Tom Riddle may not be tolerated. Even if the Ministry of Magic chooses not to pursue the matter, by wizards who have lost loved ones in battle. The three continued their conversation, walking shoulder to shoulder as their voices gradually faded. Sirius secured the bottle of colorful sand in a safe, while Penny picked up a letter from the table and began to read. It was an invitation, revealing that Ron's birthday was approaching, and the Weasley family had invited the three of them to the Burrow for the celebration. The Weasleys were not particularly wealthy, and with numerous children. Ron had not previously celebrated his birthday with a party. This occasion was largely due to Harry's influence. The publication Contrary magazine required material for a column, intending to document Harry's daily activities and the amusing moments he shared with his peers. Thus, the Weasley party was sponsored by advertisers. For various reasons, Ron's 5th birthday party would be quite grand, with all acquaintances invited, including the Tonks family, which meant Harry would likely reunite with Draco after a long separation. "I have procured the latest model of a children's broomstick for Ron," Harry declared proudly. "I asked Hagrid a week ago, and he purchased it using the galleons I had saved for quite some time in Diagon Alley." "How thoughtful of you," Sirius commended, giving Harry a thumbs up. "Ron will surely adore it." On Ron's birthday, Harry donned a refined short suit with leather boots, and the three of them dressed to the nines as they made their way to the Burrow. Traditionally, pure-blood wizard families placed great emphasis on the grandeur of such celebrations. However, the Weasley family, lacking experience, organized an affair akin to their usual friendly gatherings. This casual atmosphere alleviated Harry's initial tension, as he had anticipated being pursued for photographs like the Hollywood stars he had seen on television. The red-haired boys of the Weasley family had all spritzed themselves with perfume and styled their hair to resemble adults, making Bill appear particularly dashing. Harry nearly failed to recognize him at first glance. The Burrow was bustling with activity, in addition to familiar faces from the Ministry and the Order of the Phoenix. There were many pure-blood families with ties to the Weasleys, whom Penny suspected were primarily there for Harry's sake. The twins darted around the yard, chasing away the occasional curious goblin, while Ginny, clad in a pink ruffled princess dress, stood by directing them. Yet, despite his searching gaze, Harry could not find the birthday boy anywhere. After greeting Mrs. Weasley, he ventured inside, intending to seek Ron upstairs to play. However, upon reaching Ron's door, he was met with a cacophony of voices from within. "Ronald, that outfit is far too large, and it carries a foul odor. I cannot comprehend why, on your birthday, you must wear your brother's hand-me-down suit," a very familiar voice complained. "I saw your sister dressed in a brand new dress when I entered." "Shut up, Draco Malfoy," Ron shouted in embarrassment and anger. "Not everyone has the luxury to be extravagant like you." "That is not what I meant," Draco paused, seemingly weighing his words. "I merely think you deserve better, for it is your birthday, is it not?" Following his statement, Ron's sobs echoed from the room, sounding deeply aggrieved. At that moment, knocking on the door seemed ill-timed, and Harry hesitated at the threshold. As Miss Tonks hurriedly ascended the stairs, her heart was gripped by the sound of weeping. She assumed that Draco was bullying the birthday boy of the day, her hair flaring up in fiery indignation. "I see you're in need of a good thrashing, Draco," she roared, rolling up her sleeves and forcefully pounding on the door. "Come out. Don't hide in there." Harry, startled by her fervor, was about to explain when the wooden door swung open from within. Draco stood there, defiantly with his neck stiffened, while Ron lay on the bed, sobbing uncontrollably. The unexpected scene of reuniting with Draco was awkward for Harry, who could only manage a polite smile while trying to diminish his presence. "Draco, have you bullied someone again?" Tonks demanded angrily. "You speak so sweetly at home, yet your true nature reveals itself the moment you step outside. I should have never agreed to bring you here." Draco was visibly indignant. He felt wrong this time. However, his notorious past left him at a loss for a defense, and his pride took a significant blow. To make matters worse, he noticed Harry standing beside Tonks. "I'm not a bad person." His eyes glistened with unshed tears as he recalled their last encounter. "You are all biased against me." Just as Draco seemed on the verge of bursting into tears, Harry quickly interjected, "I just heard their conversation. This is a misunderstanding." With Harry's explanation, Tonks lowered her raised fist. Although Draco's words were harsh, they were not intended to mock Ron. Rather, they seemed to be an attempt to defend his friend. As Harry spoke, Ron finally sat up on the bed. "I understand what Draco meant," he said. "Otherwise, I would have rushed over to confront him by now. He comprehended the rationale, yet the words had struck a painful chord, and for someone of Ron's age, crying felt like the most natural response. Having grasped the situation, Tonks promptly apologized to Draco, earning a haughty eye roll in return. Draco turned away, lifting his chin defiantly, and made his way downstairs. He had actually prepared a little suit for the occasion. Tonks gazed at his retreating platinum blonde head and remarked, "It was specifically tailored as a birthday present for Ron. I suspect he came to this room to say just that." Chapter 67, A Thief. The chasm of wealth indeed breeds conflict. Ron stood there, his face flushed, tears still glistening on his ginger lashes, looking rather pitiful and at a loss. Thanks to Harry, he had long since accepted Draco as a friend, and the sudden shift in atmosphere left him feeling somewhat guilty. Harry took Ron's arm in a comforting gesture. "Draco's temper won't ease anytime soon. We can always apologize a few more times later. Besides, the misunderstanding between you two has been resolved." They rummaged through the pile of birthday gifts and uncovered Draco's silver-green package, unwrapping it to reveal a well-fitted new outfit, which they helped Ron change into. One must admit that Draco had a keen eye for fashion. The suit he selected suited Ron impeccably. Ron turned around in front of the mirror, a smile finally breaking across his face. Once they were presentable, the three of them descended the stairs and made their way to the yard. Since Harry and Ron intended to seek out Draco, Tonks joined Charlie and the others for some fun. The earlier misunderstanding had alleviated much of the tension in Harry's heart. Though Draco's father was a Death Eater, he himself was not. One should not allow prejudices based on family background to overshadow an individual's character. At the very least, Draco did not blindly follow his father's views on pureblood traitors. However, in their quest to apologize and reconcile, Harry and Ron searched high and low but could not find Draco in the yard. This struck them as odd. The burrow was not vast, and he couldn't have ventured too far away, could he? "You mean young Malfoy?" George poked his head between them. "I just saw him heading towards Dad's garage." Arthur had recently been working on modifying Muggle cars, having obtained design blueprints for a flying motorcycle from Sirius, and hoped to adapt a four-wheeled vehicle into a flying car as well, to avoid disturbing the family and to facilitate his experiments. He had built a makeshift garage beside the burrow. He looked quite upset. Fred chimed in, and he kept mumbling about wanting to go home. Harry and Ron exchanged glances and quickly ran off. Upon reaching the garage, they found Draco sitting in the driver's seat of the Muggle car. Fortunately, Draco's height prevented him from reaching the accelerator. In reality, he had no key and didn't know how to drive. He simply sat there, sulking. "I'm sorry, Draco." Harry and Ron chorused. "Don't leave us. We've never been on the same side." Draco turned his head, his small face scrunching up in displeasure. "Staying here only makes me feel out of place." "It was a misunderstanding," Harry said. "Look, Ron is wearing the outfit you gave him. He looks great." Ron spread his arms in a display. Draco's expression softened slightly. Harry and Ron approached and took seats in the back. "We need to have an open-hearted conversation," Harry said, adopting the tone Aunt Petunia often used with him. Effective communication can resolve many unnecessary conflicts. Just as the three prepared to engage in a discourse on friendship, the garage door was pushed open. A drunken wizard with bow legs stumbled in, carrying a large, heavy bag on his back. Without waiting for the three children to speak, the scruffy man rudely shoved Draco aside to take the driver's seat. "Am I seeing things? How is there a little carrot top here?" he muttered to himself, carelessly tossing the bag into the back seat, where it landed at Harry and Ron's feet. Harry quickly crouched down to unzip the bag, revealing an array of exquisite gold and silver jewelry. Many of these items seemed familiar, as they had been seen on guests attending the birthday party. Ron's eyes widened as he spotted a ruby ring, the very one his parents had used for their engagement. It was their most cherished piece of jewelry, the only item his mother had never been willing to part with. A thief. The three children directed their gazes toward the drunken man attempting to start the Muggle car. "How distasteful. Please, call me the illustrious thief Montague Fleech." The inebriated bald man chuckled heartily. Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps and shouting erupted from outside as Mr. Weasley burst into the garage, accompanied by a throng of partygoers. "Fleech," Sirius's furious voice rang out. "Not only have you stolen others' belongings, but you also dare to kidnap our children. Are you eager for a Dementor's kiss?" At that moment, Fleech had his foot on the brake, and the engine of the Muggle car roared to life. With a click, all the doors locked, and the windows rolled up. "I never intended to steal a child. It's just that these hostages came to me. I had no choice." Montgomery gestured for the encroaching crowd to retreat, assuring them that he would take good care of the children, and that once he was safe, they would naturally return home. Consequently, the wizards pursuing him hesitated, mindful of the three children in the car. Seizing the moment, Montgomery pressed the accelerator, and the automobile surged out of the garage, soaring into the azure sky with breathtaking speed. The suddenness of the event left even Penny bewildered, having failed to notice when Montgomery had joined them. Harry Potter has been abducted by that man. A voice shouted from the crowd. Quick, notify the Ministry of Magic. Besides the Ministry, Dumbledore also needed to be informed. For Montgomery Flitch was one of the initial members of the Order of the Phoenix. Although his current allegiance was uncertain, he was unlikely to be an agent of Voldemort. The wizards scattered in panic, some heading home while others prepared to report the incident. Sirius revved up his flying motorcycle once again, pursuing Penny. Chapter 68. The territory of the werewolves. This was Flitch's first experience driving a car, and having consumed considerable amounts of alcohol, he was utterly disoriented. Fortunately, the sky was clear of obstacles, and the birds instinctively avoided him, preventing any accidents. Draco, seated in the front, screamed in terror, his face paler than usual, while Harry and Ron huddled in a corner, utterly at a loss. Where are we? Flitch leaned out of the window, noticing the shimmering below. Is that the sea? It's the sea, Draco shrieked. We're over the North Sea. If we fall, it's all over. Oh, Flitch exclaimed in realization, scratching his head with his left hand while maneuvering a sharp turn with the steering wheel. How did I end up driving to Azkaban? Thankfully, they had not yet reached Azkaban. There was still a chance to turn back. Where are we going, you big thief? Harry decided to try to charm Flitch, hoping to persuade him to take them home. Somewhere secluded to lay low, Flitch replied honestly, but it better be nearby. I think this car is nearly out of fuel. There's a primeval forest to the north, Draco said. Tonks and I have been there. It's teeming with beasts and dense vegetation. Few dare to venture there. I didn't expect you to have such rich adventure experiences at your young age, Flitch remarked, glancing at Draco. Beasts and plants are trivial to me. I am a seasoned survivalist. Following Draco's directions, he navigated through the wilderness and landed the car at the fringes of the werewolf territory. Nightfall was imminent. Flitch threatened the three children. Don't get any ideas or wander off. I want to be responsible if you get eaten by beasts. He needed to gather firewood, as March nights in the wild could be quite chilly. Once Flitch had wandered off, Draco whispered to Harry and Ron, I hope he doesn't return, because there are werewolves in this forest. But if he dies, who will drive? Ron pondered, noting his longer legs among the trio. I still can't reach the gas pedal. I remember the way out, Draco declared. Last time, Tonks and I escaped from the werewolf territory, but Tonks had a wand. And none of us have learned any spells. Harry exclaimed. This is too dangerous. The three children earnestly deliberated their options, oblivious to the pairs of glowing green eyes that had illuminated in the nearby bushes. The werewolves had never seen a Muggle car before. Having suffered from Muggle weapons in the past, they opted for caution and dispatched someone to summon a leader more knowledgeable about such matters. When Lupin learned that the flying car had entered their territory, he felt a strange sense of déjà vu, as he had a friend who loved to ride a flying motorcycle. Upon discovering that Draco Malfoy and the other two children were aboard, he furrowed his brow. Is trouble descending upon those in the forest? With the territory being guarded by young werewolves who had never been on a mission, they did not recognize Harry Potter, only recalling the blonde boy from the last escape. However, Lupin felt uneasy upon learning the hair colors of the other two children. On his way, Lupin captured Flitch, who had been hiding in the treetops, instructing the werewolves to take him back to their territory for confinement. The flying car was swiftly surrounded by the werewolves. Seeing the glinting, menacing eyes, Draco and Ron screamed in unison, while Harry hurriedly donned a felt hat he had found in Flitch's bag to conceal his identity. The three children stepped out of the car under the intimidation of the fierce werewolves. Hello. Draco mustered a weak smile. Long time no see. Compared to staying with relatives? It seemed Master Malfoy preferred the werewolves' camp. Lupin emerged from the pack, unexpectedly accompanied by other companions. They're merely my servants, Draco interjected, attempting to protect Harry's identity, as he asserted the Weasley family, known for their poverty, were not worthy of being Malfoy's friends. Harry and Ron nodded in agreement. 1 galleon a day, Harry stated. Serving tea and running errands, Ron added. These children were quite deliberate, Lupin thought. Yet the werewolves' intelligence was not much different from that of children their age. Deceiving them would suffice. So it's the traitorous, pure-blood Weasley children. They indeed have many boys. Splendid. That saves me the trouble of arranging care for you. Lupin waved his hand, and 3 sturdy werewolves stepped forward, hoisting the trio over their shoulders as if they were sacks. Upon returning to the treehouse in the camp, Lupin pulled out a piece of parchment to start writing a letter. No other werewolf dared to check his outgoing mail, as it typically contained confidential correspondence to Voldemort. Capturing Draco Malfoy warranted a report to his direct superior, and the werewolves naturally assumed Lupin was sending a letter to Tom Riddle, who was hiding somewhere in London. Unbeknownst to them, he was actually alerting Dumbledore and Sirius. I feel like I've seen the werewolf leader before, Harry whispered to his companions. He resembles my father and a friend of Sirius. I've seen photos of them during their youth at Hogwarts. Werewolves aren't accepted at Hogwarts, Ron replied. Perhaps it's just a resemblance. His demeanor was indeed far better than in the photographs, and he appeared stronger than that particular uncle. Harry agreed with Ron's assessment, thinking he might have been too anxious, leading to delusions. You can relax. We're quite safe, Draco reassured. The werewolves won't harm me. After all, they still need to use me to threaten my father. As a person of considerable status, Draco had always received exceptional treatment. And this time Harry and Ron benefited from his privilege as well. The three of them settled into a well-ventilated, brightly lit treehouse, enjoying 3 meals a day of fruit and cooked meat, with evenings spent sitting by the campfire listening to the werewolves howl at the moon. Meanwhile, Flitch, who had been captured alongside them, fared far worse, confined in a large iron cage, exposed to the elements, receiving only basic sustenance, and relying on Harry and the others for additional support. Chapter 69. The Rescue. It appeared that Harry and his companions were currently with Remus. Sirius circled around the flying automobile, observing the multitude of paw prints left by werewolves. For the moment, they found themselves in a semblance of safety within the werewolf territory. Penny exhaled a sigh of relief, yet she understood they could not linger there indefinitely. Lupin must have already informed Professor Dumbledore, Sirius speculated. Earlier, when we landed, I spotted a small town to the south of the forest, Penny remarked. Before we devise a solution, if Harry and the others manage to escape like Tonks did last time, we need to be on standby nearby. That town would serve as an excellent refuge. It seems we have no other option, Sirius concurred, and the two mounted the motorcycle, heading towards the small town beyond the forest. It was indeed a modest settlement, comprising merely 30 households. Due to its proximity to the perilous forest, it had frequently suffered from werewolf attacks in the past, leading most of the townsfolk to relocate, leaving behind numerous vacant homes. After a thorough exploration, they finally discovered a church in the town center that accommodated travelers. Though referred to as a church, it resembled an ordinary 2-story building with a steeple, housing a dilapidated crucifix in its lobby. The statue of Jesus had been vandalized by those wretched werewolves. The elderly priest in the church proclaimed, "The dark creatures always fear the radiance of God." This statement bore contradiction. If werewolves truly feared the statue, how could they have the audacity to destroy it? However, Penny, lacking a penchant for nitpicking, feigned immense sorrow and replied, "God chose to sacrifice his own image to protect you all in this town with his power." Upon hearing this, the priest was moved to tears and immediately waived their lodging fees. "God welcomes every believer," he stated. "It has been a long time since we have seen such devout souls in our town. My wife and I are faithful exorcists in the service of God." Sirius instantly embraced his role, flipping his long bangs and adopting a shadowy profile. Having traversed every corner of England on his motorcycle, dedicated to vanquishing malevolent creatures, he added, "In truth, we have come specifically for those werewolves." Penny flashed a shy smile and discreetly pinched Sirius's thigh when the priest was not looking. "Ouch!" Sirius stumbled slightly. "I apologize. My husband sometimes speaks indiscreetly in unfamiliar surroundings," Penny explained to the priest. "He possesses a bit of a theatrical personality." The priest, having been impressed by Sirius's claims, cast a skeptical glance at Penny but refrained from further comment, simply handing her the key to their room. Ascending to the second floor, Penny and Sirius found the room had not been occupied for quite some time, yet it appeared reasonably clean, with only the furnishings showing signs of age. "Why did you pretend to be an exorcist?" Penny inquired, perplexed. "Wouldn't it have been more sensible to concoct an identity as a nature-loving explorer? Is that even a profession in the Muggle world?" Sirius clarified, "I suspect that priest is aware of the werewolf's existence. Given his age, having lived here peacefully for so many years, he must have encountered numerous outsiders. If he saw us frequently venturing into werewolf territory, he might mistake us for their accomplices, thus creating unnecessary complications. Establishing a hostile stance could help us avoid such troubles. I believe he may have connections with the werewolves," Penny suggested. "Lupin once mentioned that those beasts require Muggle supplies. Years ago, they could easily raid this town, but now, with fewer inhabitants and its isolated nature, they likely need someone to procure resources for them. Then we might have compromised our cover." Sirius's expression turned grave, realizing he had not been cautious enough. "In any case, the current werewolf leader is Lupin. Let us see if he contacts us later." Penny acknowledged, "You might be right." Meanwhile, deep within the werewolf territory of the forest, Harry and his companions sought a way to unlock Fleagle's iron cage. They had finally reached an agreement with Fleagle. If they released him, the gallant thief would return with help to rescue them. This was the best self-rescue plan the three children could devise, and in their isolated predicament, they had no choice but to trust Fleagle. Under the cover of darkness, Draco stealthily approached the werewolf treehouse where the keys were kept. That particular werewolf would always drink himself into a stupor after the nightly howls, leaving the keys carelessly hung on the wall. They had timed their plan perfectly. As he observed the werewolf snoring, Draco tiptoed out from behind the door and carefully retrieved the keys. Just as he turned to leave, a noise erupted from the werewolf's bed. Who was there? The werewolf, bleary-eyed, sat up, attempting to discern the situation in the moonlight. But Draco had already concealed himself on the floor, hidden from the werewolf's sight. The drunken werewolf attempted to rise and approach. At that moment, a flash of spell light appeared from beyond the half-open wooden door. The werewolf was struck by the incantation and collapsed back onto the bed, snoring loudly once more. Draco, puzzled yet pressed for time, seized the opportunity and swiftly exited the wooden structure with the keys in hand. Harry and Ron had been waiting anxiously by the iron cage. Draco, drenched in sweat, handed the keys to Harry, his legs trembling with fear, unable to support him any longer. Ron quickly steadied him. Harry found the correct key and unlocked the cage. "Thank you, brave children," Fleagle, appearing much more composed without alcohol, reassured them. "I shall atone for my past and return to rescue you." The three children watched with hopeful eyes as he vanished into the night. Ron slipped back into the treehouse to return the keys to their rightful place. All went smoothly. No close calls. After executing their plan, the trio returned safely to their dwelling. "When I took the keys, that werewolf woke up. It seemed someone outside cast a sleeping spell on him," Draco hesitantly remarked. "Last time I encountered a man-eating flower in the forest with tonks, I also noticed spells coming from another direction. Are you suggesting that someone among the werewolves is secretly aiding us?" Harry recalled Sirius's youthful photographs tucked away at home. Could it truly be that leader? Chapter 70. The Golden Goblet. Sirius and Penny were mistaken. The priest was neither a liaison for the werewolves nor a native of the town, like Modesty. He was a survivor of the New Salem Charity Association from years past. He harbored a lingering hatred for wizards and all magical creatures, residing in this town primarily to facilitate the hunting of solitary werewolves. However, his advanced age had rendered him incapable of hunting in recent years. Having slain numerous werewolves in the past, the priest held considerable sway in the town, revered by its inhabitants as a local sovereign. Upon Penny's entrance, the priest discerned from her demeanor that she was accustomed to wielding a firearm, thus dismissing any suspicion of her being a witch. Moreover, their arrival on a motorcycle without employing magic was atypical for those rigidly traditional wizards. As long as they were not wizards, whether they were exorcists or con artists, God would regard them equally. As dawn approached, the priest completed his prayers before the crucifix and opened the doors of the church. At that moment, a disheveled figure with bow legs and a bald head stumbled into view. He produced a double-handled golden cup from his coat and placed it upon the counter. "Help me, my friend. I am in dire need of a substantial sum of money." The ragged Fletch gasped for breath, evidently having traversed quite a distance. "This cup?" The priest lifted the chalice, scrutinizing it in the faint light. It was no ordinary goblet. It bore the marks of age, and its creator was a figure of considerable renown. Fletch explained, "I merely wish to pawn it temporarily. Once I am prepared to seek vengeance upon those werewolves, I shall redeem it. I can only lend you an amount equivalent to the value of this cup and the gold," the priest replied, recognizing the cup's authenticity but unable to assess its true worth. This concession was granted, given the fact that Fletch had escaped from the werewolf's territory. Fletch's garments were clearly torn by claw marks, and his arms bore numerous bloodstains. "Very well," he contemplated for a moment before asserting, "but you must assure me that the cup will remain here when I return." "I swear to God," the priest proclaimed, clasping his hands in prayer. Fletch received a sum in pounds equivalent to the value of the golden chalice and limped toward the town's solitary bus station. His previous targets had not only included wizards. Thus, there were also warrants out for him among muggles, preventing him from seeking assistance at the police station. With his wand broken by werewolves, he could only take a bus to the train station and subsequently a train back to London. The golden cup had actually been a task assigned to Hagrid by Dumbledore. On that particular day, Hagrid had ventured to Hogsmeade for a drink, but was ejected from the Hog's Head due to a poor credit record. While passing through a dark alley, he overheard a conversation between Hagrid and the irascible owner of the Hog's Head. "I must make a trip to Gringotts," Hagrid declared. "I've entrusted Fong to you. He is too timid and skittish in the presence of strangers, and I do not feel at ease leaving him with anyone else." "Is this for your brother?" the pub owner inquired brusquely, suspecting Hagrid of plotting something significant. "I merely need to retrieve a golden cup from the Lestrange vault," Hagrid replied. "Grindelwald's acquaintance acquired the key. They have captured Bellatrix." "That does not sound like the actions of a good man," Abeforth muttered. The headmaster speculated that it was the Hufflepuff cup. Hagrid instinctively defended Dumbledore, asserting that it belonged to Hogwarts. Upon hearing of the Hufflepuff cup, Fletch's greed surged uncontrollably. He had lived in abject poverty for years, lacking even a place to call home. Rather than continue living a wretched existence, he resolved to undertake a grand endeavor. Thus, he trailed Hagrid, and, once the cup was in Hagrid's possession, He employed a sleeping charm to strike swiftly and seize it. In the course of acquiring the cup, he also discovered an invitation to a birthday party hosted by the Weasley family, realizing the event was to take place that very day. With the mindset of seizing an opportunity, he attended the feast, becoming emboldened by drink and audaciously pilfering from the gathering, which led to a series of subsequent events. Pawning the cup was also a strategic move to ensure he had sufficient leverage when negotiating with Dumbledore. After all, they needed to ascertain the whereabouts of the cup, and the gentleman accompanying Dumbledore was unlikely to resort to the killing curse in a fit of rage. Fletch's plan was shrewd, yet reality seldom aligns with idealism. Upon arriving at the station, he was promptly discovered and apprehended by Kingsley and other Aurors. The proximity to the North Sea allowed for easy apparition to Azkaban, and without granting Fletch an opportunity to speak, Kingsley ordered his subordinates to confine him within the island prison guarded by Dementors. Following the directions in a letter sent by Sirius, they located a small church that could serve as temporary refuge. Sirius and Penny received a reply by Owl early that morning and awaited them at the church's entrance. Meanwhile, within the werewolf territory of the forest, 3 children stood in Lupin's treehouse. To validate their suspicions, they decided to take the risk of rummaging through Lupin's room. If he is indeed an undercover agent, he would certainly not be foolish enough to leave evidence behind. Conversely, if he is not, there would be nothing to find, Ron stated. That is a conclusion made after the fact, Draco retorted. Why did you not voice this before we entered? I could not bear to dampen your enthusiasm. Ron shot back defensively. Shoo. Harry frowned, placing a finger to his lips in a gesture for silence, sensing someone approaching. The 3 of them quickly hid beneath the bed and inside the cupboard. The wooden door creaked open and then gently closed again. Come out, all of you. Lupin coughed before speaking. I heard everything. Harry felt a pang of dread, but then realized that Lupin could have easily taken action against them, yet he had not. Did this imply that Lupin was indeed the one covertly aiding them? The room fell silent. Moments later, a small head adorned with a hat emerged from the wardrobe. Harry. Lupin approached and pulled Harry out, smiling warmly. You've grown so much. So you really are my father S. and Sirius's friend, Harry observed, recognizing the familiar face. Remus Lupin. Indeed, Lupin whispered. But you must keep this secret. Draco and Ron also emerged from their hiding spots. No wonder the last escape was so successful, Draco murmured. Tonks has always believed herself to be quite capable, confidently proclaiming she will become an Auror one day. Then you must not expose this matter, Lupin winked at him. We must protect a little girl's dream together. Chapter 71, Basilisk Venom, Fire. Deep within the church, the priest peered out through a small window. The newcomers to the town appeared formidable, each exuding an aura that suggested they were stained with blood. The priest surmised they were the wolf-hunting team Penny had summoned, and after a cursory glance, he returned his attention to the golden cup. He picked up a magnifying glass to examine the intricate patterns within, casually pouring some water into the cup to gain clarity. However, upon contact, the water vanished, and a moment later, blood-red wine surged forth from the chalice. The priest rubbed his eyes to confirm he was not hallucinating and promptly knelt down. A miracle. God has manifested, he exclaimed, recalling the famous biblical tale of water turned into wine. He closed his eyes and fervently prayed, treating the cup as the Holy Grail. During his incantations, a dark shadow loomed above the cup. Unbeknownst to Penny and the others, a fragment of Voldemort's soul was once again awakened. They were donning invisibility cloaks acquired from the Ministry of Magic, venturing deep into the forest. During the day, the forest was often patrolled by numerous werewolves, but they conducted their duties rather perfunctorily, not paying much attention, as the forest teemed with small creatures that frequently stirred up noise. Werewolves primarily relied on their sense of smell to detect intruders. With Lupin as an undercover operative, the Ministry had long been aware of this trait in werewolves, equipping them with a potion that mimicked the scent of werewolves, allowing them to blend seamlessly. The group successfully reached the outskirts of the werewolf camp. Kingsley had no intention of launching a surprise attack to eliminate the werewolves, believing that in time, Lupin could coax the young werewolves into submission without unnecessary bloodshed. He stationed most of the Aurors outside while he, along with Sirius and Penny, ventured inside. Remus Lupin was acutely aware of their planned operation for the day. Thus, he deliberately dispatched the majority of the werewolf brigade for a hunting expedition, leaving only a few young guardians behind. At that moment, Harry and his companions were engaged in playful antics with the young werewolves on the muddy ground, each of them coated in dirt, while Lupin observed from a nearby treehouse. Kingsley raised his hand and cast a petrification spell. The spell's luminous arc traversed the sky, instantly alerting the werewolves, who swiftly gathered around Lupin. As their leader, Lupin had to maintain an air of competence. He deftly evaded the petrification spell and retaliated with a disarming charm directed at Kingsley. The spell tore a hole in Kingsley's invisibility cloak, revealing him. You may take the Weasley children, but Draco Malfoy must remain, Lupin declared while casting spells in Kingsley's direction. As the werewolves closed in, Sirius unveiled himself from beneath his invisibility cloak and joined the fray. Penny, clad in the invisibility cloak belonging to the Potters, skillfully maneuvered through the werewolves, using the cover provided by the other two to reach Harry's side. "Harry," she whispered. "It's me." Harry immediately recognized her, maintaining his position and nodding slightly. Penny discreetly handed him a miniature tranquilizer gun along with 2 packets of ammunition. The blue is a tranquilizer, and the red is an enhanced basilisk venom, with exceptional corrosive properties, she succinctly explained. Harry signaled an OK gesture behind his back, stowing the gun and the bullets. Penny assessed that the children seemed unharmed, each of them appearing a bit plumper, which eased her worry. She returned to Sirius's side, drawing her own firearm and beginning to fire tranquilizer rounds. The werewolves, still inexperienced in combat, were driven back time and again by the combined efforts of Sirius and Kingsley. As the performance neared its climax, Lupin crushed a concealed blood pouch nestled against his chest, and alongside Sirius's lethal incantation, he plunged from the treehouse. This sudden turn of events alarmed the young werewolves, who quickly encircled Lupin. Among them, the sharp-eyed Lee pulled Draco closer, but no one paid heed to Harry and Ron. Just as Harry aimed to fire at the werewolf abducting Draco, the sky abruptly darkened. The surrounding air turned frigid, accompanied by a chilling wind as a shadow descended from the treetops. Sirius and Penny recognized the scene, reminiscent of the last encounter in Hogsmeade, when Peter Pettigrew had summoned such a presence from Ravenclaw's diadem. The shadow enveloped a dazed priest, who clutched a golden chalice. The shadowy manifestation of Voldemort could not speak directly, and thus used the priest to convey his message. "Werewolves, the god to whom you pledged your allegiance has returned." Even in such dire circumstances, the devout priest could not abandon his habitual expressions. "I am the earthly representative of the divine, here to deliver the oracle." This proclamation fell on the werewolves' ears as sheer nonsense. They merely twitched their pointed ears, as if swatting away buzzing flies. "You claim to be a divine representative? I could just as easily declare myself the reincarnation of Merlin." Sirius laughed uproariously. "Each of you, contribute a gold galleon to assist me in traveling to Avalon to resurrect King Arthur." The insolent priest pointed a finger, and a green spell descended beside Sirius. To their astonishment, this fragment of Voldemort could command others to perform wandless magic. Kingsley immediately raised his wand, signaling an attack. The Aurors stationed outside, upon seeing the signal, promptly apparat to the scene. The werewolves propped up the pale-faced Lupin, exchanging glances to inquire if he wished to aid the ominous shadow. Lupin shook his head, stating, "The situation is unclear, we must retreat." The werewolves quickly hoisted Lupin onto their shoulders, carrying Draco away from their territory. "Draco!" Harry shouted, "Wait for me. Wait for us." Ron echoed. Draco offered no reply, merely lying against the werewolf's shoulder, gazing in the direction of Harry, remaining silent and still until he was out of sight. The Aurors engaged in combat against the priest and the shadow. Penny and Sirius knew that as long as the chalice remained intact, the priest was in an invulnerable state, and it needed to be destroyed. However, none among them possessed the mastery over fiendfire like Grindelwald, and a careless mistake could incinerate the forest, rendering them unable to approach the shadow. Just then, Harry stepped forward into the throng, removing his felt hat, the wind lifting his hair, making the lightning scar on his forehead starkly visible. The fragment of Voldemort rushed towards Harry, unable to breach Lily's protection through magic, yet attempting to manipulate the Muggle priest to kill him by physical means. Penny and Sirius dashed forward, but at that moment, the priestess' hands had already encircled Harry's throat. As the priest attempted to strangle him, Harry's gaze fell upon the golden chalice tucked within the priestess' pocket. Concealed within his sleeve lay the miniature gun Penny had given him, now loaded with the red ammunition. "Basilisk venom," he murmured as he took aim. Chapter 72, The Growth of the Savior. The Growth of the Savior, an adventure during Harry Potter's birthday. In the opening, this piece is narrated by Harry Potter's 5-year-old friend celebrating his birthday, with the author merely responsible for compiling and refining the narrative. I believe this will be an unforgettable adventure for me, one that most people may never experience in their lifetime. Before I recount this tale, allow me to introduce myself. My name is the Brave Wizard Chess Master, born into a lively wizarding family renowned for our red hair and modest means. I am aware that poverty is far from advantageous. It has often plunged me into depths of insecurity and self-doubt. Yet the unwavering friendship from Harry Potter has proved to be a healing balm for my soul. This journey was entirely unexpected. At first, I feared it would spell our doom. The self-proclaimed thief, Fleech, intruded upon my birthday party, pilfering not only my parents' engagement ring, but also abducting me, Harry, and another friend. He whisked us away in my father's modified flying car, traversing half of England until we reached the North Sea. This act conveniently facilitated the Aurors in capturing him and sending him to Azkaban. I must say, Mr. Fleech has a knack for choosing escape routes. As the car ran low on fuel, we landed in an uncharted forest, a remote area inhabited by numerous werewolves. I had heard from my father that the current werewolves were loyal to the mysterious figure, which filled us with dread. After being captured by the werewolves, the three of us resided in a treehouse within their territory. Harry, being astute, concealed his identity and successfully convinced the werewolves that he was merely one of our many brothers. Though the werewolves did not harm us initially, remaining stationary was not a viable option. After deliberation, we resolved to take matters into our own hands, turning our attention to the thief, who had also been captured. Harry was the first to suggest negotiating with Fleech, proposing that we steal the key from the werewolf's treehouse in exchange for his freedom, allowing him to seek help for our rescue. Fleech accepted our terms. Although a thief, he still possessed a modicum of conscience. We successfully pilfered the key, and Fleech managed to escape. However, I have heard that he was promptly apprehended by Mr. Kingsley upon his arrival at the station. This is merely a trivial prelude to the adventure. The main event has yet to unfold. Indeed, within the confines of the werewolf camp, we confronted the enigmatic figure. That mysterious individual exhibited an extraordinarily peculiar demeanor, and at first, I failed to recognize him, mistaking him for a dementor that had escaped from Azkaban. Yet Harry, with utmost seriousness, informed me that it was none other than Tom Riddle. He boldly uttered the name of the mysterious one without hesitation. What remarkable courage! Truly a destined savior. We all ought to learn from him. The previous sentiment is exaggerated. I never meant to convey such a notion, though I concede that Harry is indeed valiant. A series of erratic pencil scrawls appeared in the margins. The mysterious figure seemed to exert control over a nearby Muggle through the use of a golden cup, ruthlessly attacking our Aurors who were attempting to rescue us, thereby tipping the scales against us. In this moment of peril, Harry stepped forward. He decisively revealed his identity, capturing the full attention of the mysterious figure. This audacious act was undeniably perilous. He risked his life for such recklessness, but the timid have never achieved greatness. A hero must be fearless. You said that. I never claimed as much. More pencil scrawls appeared. Harry Potter is not only courageous, he possesses wisdom and composure far beyond that of a child his age. When the Muggle, under the mysterious one's control, seized him, he had already devised a meticulous plan in his mind. Our savior, on the brink of suffocation, summoned the last vestiges of his strength to pull the trigger of a miniature gun aimed at the golden cup used by the mysterious one to manipulate the Muggle. Regarding the miniature gun and other Muggle weaponry, this magazine previously published a detailed issue on the subject. Please refer to the edition from X month X page for further information. The gun had been modified, with bullets infused with the corrosive venom of a basilisk. As the golden cup disintegrated, the connection between the mysterious one and the unfortunate Muggle was severed. The benevolent Harry Potter even hesitated to harm the innocent Muggle. He opted to shoot the golden cup out of the Muggle's grasp, thus avoiding any casualties. Thus, a harrowing battle was brought to a close, with everyone safe and sound. And we ultimately emerged unscathed. No, the unfortunate Draco remains with the werewolves. The pencil scrawls grew heavier, puncturing the paper. How fortunate I am to be a close friend of Harry Potter. This has truly been an extraordinary birthday experience. I also extend my gratitude to the Aurors who came to our rescue. This article is penned by a new author known as Singing Contradictions, a young individual who is a devoted fan of Harry Potter and his family trio. It is said he applied for this position to be closer to Harry's daily life, which inevitably led to a considerable amount of subjective bias in his writing, and he seems to have projected himself into Ron's character as a dreamer. Ron expressed some dissatisfaction, but he endured it for the sake of a sum sufficient to sustain their family for 2 years. At the moment when the Hufflepuff's golden cup was shot away by Harry, the Muggle priest released his grip and collapsed. Following this, Harry fired several rounds at the golden cup, which was emitting a noxious black-green smoke, ensuring its complete destruction, successfully obliterating one of Voldemort's Horcruxes. For safety reasons, Kingsley and his team chose not to pursue the fleeing werewolves, instead opting to escort Petunia and Sirius back to Hogwarts with Harry Potter. Upon awakening in the hospital, the priest continued to regard them as exorcists, expressing his gratitude and stating that he would pray for all of them before God, leaving Petunia feeling somewhat guilty. The second installment of the Daily Life of the Savior series sparked fervent discussions among the wizarding community, with even knowledgeable professionals deducing from the article's vague descriptions that the golden cup was indeed a Horcrux. However, the majority of the attention remained focused on Harry's intelligence and bravery. In such chaotic and uncertain times, a beloved spiritual leader is of utmost importance. Harry Potter's popularity soared even higher due to this article. Chapter 73. The Near Death of the White Peacock. The commotion caused in the werewolf territory was too great to remain concealed from Voldemort. Upon learning that Draco had been captured once more, Tom Riddle acted without hesitation, leading the Death Eaters directly to Malfoy Manor. Tom had grown weary of hiding in a shopping mall's basement, and Alice's increasingly despondent mood had made him even more irritable. Lucius was already mentally prepared for this. He deactivated the protective enchantments surrounding the manor, welcoming a throng of Death Eaters, werewolves, and vampires, signifying the Malfoy family's open allegiance to Voldemort. Consequently, Voldemort no longer needed to use Draco as leverage against Lucius, and the family was finally reunited. "Father, Mother," Draco cried as he leapt into Narcissa's arms. "My little dragon." Narcissa wept while stroking Draco's back. "You must have endured much hardship this past year." Lucius stood silently beside them, resting his hand on Draco's hair. What a moving scene. A family reunited after a long separation. Tom Riddle applauded, saying, "You must remember that the suffering endured over the past year is the doing of Dumbledore and that Harry Potter." At the mention of Harry's name, Draco trembled slightly, burying his head lower, using his tears to conceal his emotions. "You are right, my lord," Lucius replied. "We will retaliate fiercely." Voldemort cared not whether Lucius spoke with sincerity. He only required the Malfoy family's sufficiently humble demeanor. "Excellent," Tom nodded. "I look forward to your performance." The house elves busied themselves within the manor, preparing rooms for the newly arrived guests. Alice wandered alone in the garden, tossing bread crumbs to the white peacock. She had read that ancient nobility would keep peacocks in their courtyards, sometimes even consuming them as food. Such practices have become rare in modern times, and white peacocks are more elusive than green ones. This was Alice's first encounter with one, having lived in a secluded area all her life. As she continued to feed, she noticed a peacock in the corner of the courtyard with a twisted neck. It must have accidentally fallen from a tree, and with its neck broken, it had only a few hours left to live. Alice recalled her unique ability. During this time, she had researched the concept of word magic and how those who wield it could manifest such power, and she had been hoping for an opportunity to practice. She approached the ailing white peacock, concentrating intently, envisioning it as a dear friend. "Heal," she uttered. As Alice's voice resonated, a faint magical aura enveloped the peacock. Yet its broken neck did not mend. Perhaps her emotions were insufficiently strong, Alice pondered. She rephrased live, "I will not permit you to die." As she spoke these words, an aura of authority emanated from her, akin to a queen issuing commands from her throne. In that moment, a miracle occurred. The white peacock's neck gradually began to restore itself, and not only that, its plumage transformed into a more vibrant and robust display, a stark contrast to its previously lifeless and withered appearance. Realizing that the girl before her had saved her, the peacock fanned its tail feathers in a display of submission to Alice, who finally revealed a long-lost smile. News of Voldemort and his army of Death Eaters taking residence at Malfoy Manor swiftly spread throughout the wizarding world. At that moment, Penny and Sirius had just concluded the closed recording of the second season of a supernatural variety show, and, upon exiting a decrepit haunted castle, they noticed several owls belonging to their master perched upon their motorcycle. Kingsley was unable to reach Penny by phone and opted to send messages via owl. Alongside letters from the Ministry of Magic, there were missives from Lupin and other familiar members of the Order of the Phoenix. The contents of the letters bore a similar theme, all alerting them to Voldemort's relocation to Malfoy Manor and his current efforts, through Lucius Malfoy, to consolidate the power of other pureblood families. This signified that he would likely undertake significant actions in the near future, and the correspondences concluded with reminders for Sirius and Penny to ensure Harry's safety, urging them to keep Harry within the confines of Hogwarts as much as possible. "I never anticipated this day would arrive so swiftly. I thought Tom Riddle would require more time to recuperate, as his strength has yet to return to its zenith," Sirius remarked, astonished. "He appears to be even more impatient than I had imagined. Perhaps the destruction of 2 Horcruxes has instilled a sense of urgency within him," Penny replied. "Moreover, Harry is maturing far too rapidly. His act of destroying the Hufflepuff Cup was something neither you nor I could have fathomed." Harry now stood as the beacon of hope for the entire magical community, not solely due to the prophecy or the scar left by the Dark Lord, which had been a result of Lily's protective magic, but also because of his numerous deeds. Sirius sighed, saying, "I can only hope that all of this does not suffocate him. This is a burden no child, not yet 5 years old, should bear." They stowed away the letters and prepared to mount their motorcycle when suddenly, the air was pierced by the crackling sound of apparition. A very familiar house elf appeared before them. Dobby was recognized by Penny. "Oh, yes, Dobby has returned." The house elf lamented. "Dobby thought he might see Harry Potter, but you are not guarding him." It was the first time in Sirius's life that he found himself at a loss for words, unable to retort against a house elf's pointed remark. "We are fulfilling a task entrusted to us by Professor Dumbledore," Penny explained. "Harry is safe. Dobby is merely worried about Harry Potter," the house elf insisted, his enormous eyes radiating innocence. Dobby had also come to complete his former master's task. With a snap of his fingers, a photograph landed in Penny's palm, and in an instant, he vanished. Penny picked up the photograph, revealing a girl named Alice Ollivander. It was a moving picture captured by a magical camera, depicting Alice rescuing a white peacock within Malfoy Manor. Abraxas Malfoy aimed to convey the message that Alice was a Parselmouth. This girl's power could restore those cursed by blood magic and resurrect the near-dead. From a certain perspective, she posed an even greater threat than Voldemort himself, should she choose not to desire his demise. Thus, to eradicate Voldemort entirely, Alice would need to be distanced from him. Penny recalled the jar of colored sand stored in the safe. They needed to act swiftly before the girl fully grasped her true powers. However, Voldemort was always vigilant, leaving them with few opportunities. Upon returning to Hogwarts, Dumbledore convened a small meeting for this very purpose. Notably, Harry was now a member of the Order, his strength having garnered the group's recognition. Upon seeing Alice's photograph, Harry displayed a look of surprise. "I've met her," Harry said, "at the Halloween party organized by the Contrarian editor." His statement immediately captured the attention of those present. The girl named Alice did not speak and had a fondness for gingerbread. Harry reminisced. She seemed somewhat unhappy, but would smile when in the company of friends. Oh, and she was a loyal reader of Contrarian and even placed third in the Halloween pumpkin contest. She appeared at Evergreen Nursing Home. Grindelwald interjected, alongside that Miss Viper. This indicated that the girl possessed a certain degree of freedom. Penny analyzed. Perhaps we could leverage some of the seasonal events from Contrarian magazine. The group nodded in agreement. However, before their plans could be formulated and executed, Voldemort thrust Alice into the spotlight. With Harry's influence in the wizarding world growing, many pureblood aristocrats began to waver, prompting Voldemort to create a public idol to maintain control, demonstrating that even irrational Voldemort sought to harness the power of public opinion. Alice, with her doll-like features, became the preferred choice for the Death Eaters. Lucius negotiated a partnership with the Daily Prophet, and Rita Skeeter penned a column titled The Daily Life of a Little Witch at Malfoy Manor, which began serialization. This column followed a Cinderella to Princess narrative, showcasing the opulent lifestyle of an old pureblood family through the eyes of an ordinary girl, complete with Lord himself portraying a charming and domineering CEO. This approach not only attracted a plethora of female fans, but also polished Tom Riddle's image significantly. In addition to Tom, Rita cast Draco Malfoy, the only eligible boy in the manor, as the male lead. One could not deny Rita's talent for crafting melodramatic, Mary Sue literature. She had a keen ability to capture the public's interests, and her titles were particularly eye-catching. Recently, many students at Hogwarts were secretly following the serialization. Meanwhile, Penny and her group, working undercover, were set to air their supernatural variety show, with Sirius as a special observer from the Ministry of Magic and a significant investor having completed the first episode's filming. Thus, the battle of public opinion unfolded with fervor. I collected a complete set of collectible cards of Miss Alice released by the Daily Prophet, but unfortunately, I couldn't find a matching young Tom card in the second-hand market. A Slytherin girl whispered to her companion in the Great Hall. "He is so popular. The prices of the cards have skyrocketed. My aunt paid 500 galleons for the full set when it first came out," her companion replied. "Now it's worth at least 5,000 galleons. Even for affluent pure-blood wizarding families, 5,000 galleons was no trifling sum." "You brainless fans," a passing Gryffindor girl exclaimed proudly. "Harry's aunt and godfather, Professor Black and Professor Penny, are the true bonds of this world. I have a complete set of Harry Potter's family cards." "What use are those cards? You can see the real people every day?" The Slytherin girl scoffed. The complete set of cards was no cheaper than 5,000 galleons. The Gryffindor girl shot back. "Why do you like a terrorist? And that girl is so young. Who knows if she even wants to be involved? Lord is so handsome and so doting. Who wouldn't want that?" The Slytherin girl retorted angrily. "I see you are simply jealous of Miss Alice." Such disputes frequently arise within the hallowed halls of Hogwarts, hinting at a myriad of similar contentions throughout the magical community across Britain. Penny recently observed a stark contrast in the demeanor of students as she meandered through the castle. The students of Gryffindor, along with a few others, would light up upon seeing her, occasionally brandishing small cards in hopes of securing an autograph. In stark contrast, the Slytherins and certain other students would go to great lengths to avoid her, occasionally casting glances filled with animosity. This was a marked departure from the past. Despite her Muggle status, most of the pureblood supremacists among Slytherin had previously disregarded her as if she were merely a part of the scenery, devoid of any hostile feelings. The shift in sentiment began with Voldemort's promotion of his relationship with Alice, which had ignited this fervor. Perhaps we should also capitalize on the shipping phenomenon. Grindelwald remarked with keen interest to Dumbledore, who stood beside him. It could bolster our fanbase. Gellert, your identity must not be paraded like Tom's, Dumbledore replied with a smile. Unless, of course, you wish to continue your pursuit of greater ambitions on a global scale. Grindelwald discerned the veiled threat within Dumbledore's words and relinquished the thought. I suppose I shall remain a masked exorcist in Muggle paranormal variety shows, he declared. Perhaps that too could gain popularity. After all, I am the protagonist in this script. Regardless, engaging in verbal sparring is certainly preferable to unleashing wands and hurling unforgivable curses. Recently, in an effort to uphold a dignified image, Voldemort had curtailed the Death Eater's public activities, leading to a notable decrease in violent incidents within the domestic magical realm, a rare piece of good news amidst a deluge of grim tidings. Sirius, unabashedly flaunting his affections, had taken to incessantly mentioning his wife even while serving as an observer for the Muggle paranormal program, expertly embodying the essence of a devoted husband. His antics attracted a plethora of shipping fans to the Muggle show, resulting in an increased prevalence of televisions within wizarding households. Through this unexpected convergence, wizards began to glean insights into the Muggle world via their television, films, news, and variety shows, fostering a slow but steady integration between the two worlds. As the first season of the Muggle paranormal show Encountering Ghosts Tonight concluded its recording of 10 episodes, with 4 already aired, it garnered considerable attention within the wizarding community. Despite being a niche program in the Muggle realm, the ghostly participants, who served as NPCs in the show, also gained their own fan followings. Rita and Vernon seized this lucrative opportunity, organizing an offline fan meeting for the ghosts, thereby reaping substantial profits. The attention garnered by the ghosts was merely a side note. The real focus remained on the guest stars. Among them, Grindelwald's portrayal of Sir Zorro captivated a significant fan base with his enigmatic and flamboyant demeanor, while Penny's role as a tarot card reader drew considerable interest due to her frequent interactions with the studio's guest, Sirius. Initially, Penny's character, Mrs. Jones, had been relegated to the role of a mere background figure, with her only memorable traits being her large dog and her eccentricities. However, as the episodes aired, wizards discovered that, although Jones was a Muggle, she was no charlatan. Her dog genuinely possessed the ability to locate ghosts. Furthermore, as a foreign woman, her knowledge of local supernatural lore was strikingly extensive, even encompassing some profound magical principles, leading some to speculate that she might be a descendant of an ancient wizarding lineage. Despite her image being widely disseminated throughout the British magical community, none recognized her, and Penny felt a surge of joy at the success of her disguise. The prolonged media war between the two factions rendered Alice increasingly unable to venture out alone. The vicinity of Malfoy Manor was often beset by fervent fans and gossipmongers, with many opportunists eager to snap clandestine photographs for profit. To safeguard Alice, Voldemort routinely dispatched 2 robust werewolf bodyguards to trail her. Due to her heightened visibility, members of the Order of the Phoenix found it exceedingly challenging to approach her. While Penny and Sirius fretted over this predicament, Harry received a letter from Luna Lovegood. It turned out that Luna had come to learn of Alice's identity through the Daily Prophet and had been corresponding with her unbeknownst to Harry. Astonished by the revelation of Alice's remarkable identity. Greetings, my friend Harry Potter. I have hesitated to reach out, fearing I might intrude upon your life. Please do not misconstrue this. I indeed consider you a friend, but the shareable aspects of my life are so few that they scarcely warrant a letter. I am uncertain whether you would find my peculiar thoughts intriguing, as most people seem disinclined to listen to them. Occasionally, I glean insights into your life through the Contrarian Savior column and my father's narratives. Your life is destined to be a grand novel, and I am merely a devoted reader of that tale. Initially, I believed Alice to be akin to me, a solitary reader. She often shared her experiences with me, such as her adventures to Diagon Alley with her sister to procure bread, where the baker gifted them a box of gingerbread, or her feelings of compassion for someone she deemed unworthy of affection. I understand that she does not believe I can comprehend her trivial, youthful concerns at my age, and indeed, I struggle to grasp them myself. However, upon reading the serialized stories about Malfoy Manor in the Daily Prophet, I became acutely aware of the astonishing nature of the people and events she described. Perhaps I should not divulge her secrets to others. I have hesitated greatly, which is one reason for my delayed correspondence. I can only tell you that Alice is a person who yearns profoundly for justice and fairness. She does not condone Tom Riddle's myriad cruelties. Yet, in her interactions, she has gradually come to regard Tom as akin to family. In her last letter to me, she expressed, apart from my father, no one else cares for my well-being as he does. He treats me so well, yet I secretly plot to find a chance to kill him, which brings me great distress. After learning of her identity, I wrote to inquire at Malfoy Manor, but after she responded, I received no further communication. I am quite worried for her, as she is not one to share her true life with many. Thus, I sought my father's counsel, and he graciously assisted me in composing this letter. We both believe you must know this information. Wishing you all the best, and extending my most sincere regards. Your friend, Luna Lovegood, and her father. Upon reading this letter, Penny gained new insight into Alice's character. She was not a gentle, quiet girl, but rather a steadfast and resilient individual, harboring a belief in the principle of an eye for an eye. In her essence, cruelty and kindness could coexist. I can understand her feelings towards Tom Riddle, Sirius remarked. To coexist with someone whose worldview is entirely antithetical to your own, who commits numerous atrocities yet treats you well. At her age, she possesses an extraordinary level of maturity. Penny sighed. Typically, girls her age are lost in the allure of pretty princess dresses and dolls, yet she can so clearly distinguish between justice and evil. I am rather curious about Tom Riddle's true feelings towards her, Sirius pondered. Is it merely a matter of exploitation? If it were merely a matter of exploitation, his performance was astonishingly masterful, so much so that the girl felt a pang of guilt. He was indeed perplexed, theoretically. The Voldemort born of the love potion should possess no human emotions, and his past actions could attest to this fact. Yet, inexplicably, he had developed a singular affection for Alice. Perhaps it stemmed from a peculiar possessiveness akin to that of a pet owner. Penny remarked, in truth, he treats the lady who can transform into a snake, Nagini, rather well. I would argue that this possessiveness can also be considered a form of love, Sirius interjected. Having once owned a pet shop, I can attest that the bond between pet owners and their animals transcends mere control. Often, it is the pet owners who are more like the slaves. We may have digressed a bit, but the essence remains. Tom Riddle's behavior indeed resembles a grotesque form of love. Alice yearns to be loved. After listening to their discussion for quite some time, Harry finally spoke. The so-called word magic is simply her desires manifested. She obtains what she wishes for. It is essential to note that Alice is an exceptionally powerful word mage, and it is highly probable that her fervent thoughts are subtly influencing Tom Riddle. Chapter 76, The Banquet. According to Luna's letter, Alice harbored a deep disdain for Voldemort's actions. She was merely utilizing him. Yet, throughout this process, Alice developed feelings akin to Stockholm Syndrome towards Tom. It seems we must urgently rescue this girl, Sirius declared. She cannot remain in such a distorted environment. Her character has already been warped enough. An opportunity soon presented itself. To celebrate the recent success of a variety show, Vernon organized a charity banquet in the magical community. Adopting the Muggle way of doing things, he invited numerous pure-blood aristocrats and various celebrities, with Harry's family and Alice included on the guest list. Such a banquet typically saw Voldemort absent. However, as the spokesperson for their group, Alice would undoubtedly attend. This would likely be their only chance to be near Alice in the near future. For this purpose, Penny and Sirius, who typically despised Vernon, agreed to his invitation. This charity event was unlike any party they had attended before. The attendees would subtly compete amongst themselves, vying for attention. Vernon's decision to invite both parties stemmed from the ongoing rivalry between their fans. This would surely amplify the event's buzz and intrigue. Aware of each other's ulterior motives, everyone still dressed to the nines and attended with great fanfare. In such settings, Sirius always exuded confidence, being the eldest son of an ancient pureblood family. He had learned the art of socializing from a young age. Penny and Harry had long grown accustomed to the attention of the crowd. Neither was one to shy away. However, a small incident occurred when the trio finished their walk down the red carpet, and the surrounding photographers began to chant for Sirius and Penny to share a kiss. This left Penny feeling somewhat bashful. She was not one to enjoy being the center of attention in public, especially with Harry watching. Sirius, on the other hand, was instantly invigorated. His penchant for the spotlight had not waned with age, and the flashing lights only fueled his desire for performance. My dear, Sirius flashed Penny a charming smile as he leaned in. I love you. Penny playfully pressed a finger to his forehead. Their lips did not touch, yet they were close enough to feel each other's warmth. Let us save the kiss for when we get home, shall we? I would rather not have my kiss immortalized in a 360-degree card for sale. Ultimately, Sirius's lips merely brushed against her cheek. Nonetheless, the photos turned out splendidly, capturing the tender gaze of Sirius, Penny's slightly flushed cheeks, and Harry's starry-eyed expression. The warm atmosphere of the trio healed many onlookers. Alice arrived alongside Miss Nagini, and unexpectedly, Draco accompanied them to the charity banquet, while Lucius and Narcissa were conspicuously absent. As a rising star, they too garnered attention from the photographers, with every one of Alice's movements swiftly captured, hoping to fetch a high price. Given that it was a charity banquet, attendees were expected to make donations, and the amounts contributed became a topic of comparison among the guests. To avoid the pitfalls of rivalry, the donations were to be in the form of memorable items, which would be auctioned off, with the proceeds going to charity. Guests typically brought antiques or precious metals from home. Sirius also selected a piece from his uncle's collection as their family's contribution. However, Alice's donation was particularly unique. She presented a self-portrait. The painting appeared static. An ordinary oil piece, with brushstrokes that revealed the handiwork of a young girl. Surprisingly, it fetched the highest price of the evening, since all bidders remained anonymous. It was impossible to discern who ultimately acquired it. After the auction concluded, the evening's proceedings were about halfway complete. Sirius was currently raising a glass to help Harry navigate the conversations with the pureblood families, while Penny had quietly transformed her appearance and blended into the crowd. She changed out of her gown in the restroom, let down her hair, and disguised herself as a photographer in a long coat. The bottle of colorful sand was tucked within the coat's pocket. Alice sensed Penny's approach but chose not to reveal it, instead walking alone to a secluded area. When she stood up, Nagini intended to follow, but Draco accidentally knocked over a cheese platter, causing it to fall onto her skirt, necessitating Nagini's trip to the restroom. "I apologize, madam. As an apology, I will look after her," Draco volunteered. "There are so many people here. We won't be in any danger." Nagini reluctantly agreed, promising to return shortly. Once she departed, Draco cast a glance at Penny. Penny understood that Draco had recognized her and was attempting to assist. She nodded in acknowledgement, promptly following Alice. Alice skillfully avoided the throngs of well-wishers as she made her way toward the banquet hall's exit. Due to her unique status, no one dared to stop her until she reached the door. However, the werewolf bodyguard stationed outside noticed her and followed suit. Penny glanced around to ensure no one else was present, then drew out her tranquilizer gun, swiftly taking down the two werewolves. Once they collapsed, Alice finally turned around. Seemingly about to speak, Penny quickly retrieved the bottle from her pocket and scattered the colorful sand. The sand appeared to possess its own consciousness, spreading out like a net, swirling around Alice. "I do not wish to leave him just yet," Alice stated calmly, showing no signs of panic even as she was enveloped by the colorful sand. "The likelihood of redeeming someone like Tom Riddle is slim," Penny replied. "You should understand him better than I do. Ever since I learned he killed my father, I have told myself to remain resolute." Alice lowered her gaze. "I remain by his side solely to seek an opportunity to kill him. That will be difficult." Penny regarded the girl before her as both obstinate and pitiable. The longer the situation lingered, the more arduous it became. She contemplated further persuasion, but from a distance. A cacophony of footsteps approached, accompanied by a multitude calling out Alice's name. Realizing that help was on the way, Penny intended to incapacitate Alice with a tranquilizer gun and carry her away. However, to her astonishment, before she could act, the grains of sand began to detach themselves from Alice's body. They swirled through the air, absorbing the surrounding common dirt and dust, gradually coalescing into a sand sculpture resembling a little girl. This sculpture, identical in size and appearance to Alice, transformed as the gritty texture receded, acquiring fair skin and flowing hair, ultimately becoming a small girl indistinguishable from Alice herself.